Chapter 601. Zun Suji's trouble. Such things definitely wouldn't escape Parliament's scrutiny. Even the Political Security General Administration would likely investigate. Zun Suji hadn't graduated from the police academy for nothing. If they found nothing wrong, that was fine. But if anything could be criticized, it would cause considerable trouble. In the end, it was Mo Zion who understood human nature. Zun Suji snapped awake to the reality of his situation. If he married the girl, the Liu family would naturally expect him to help them. But in Lingao, many things simply couldn't be arranged through personal relationships. Each department operated according to its own procedures, so even if he wanted to help, there wasn't much he could actually do. Given the current situation, what could he really offer the Liu family beyond the occasional favor? The most meaningful assistance he could provide was perhaps influencing the distribution of chemical fertilizer, and that was about it. The realization left Zun Suji quite disheartened. If our policies toward the indigenous population were clearer, I'd be able to give you a definite answer, Mo Zion said, spreading his hands. But currently, even from the Executive Committee's announcements and Parliament's various resolutions, you can't derive a conclusive policy. Is it assimilation? Is it using them as cheap labor, with transmigrators as a ruling class positioned above? There's no conclusion. The whole native policy can be summed up in 4 words: muddling through. So right now all I can say is, if you really like that girl, you can bring her home first. Doing this should be fine. He paused. First bring home a room girl, then upgrade her to concubine, and if she's truly devoted and reliable, eventually upgrade to wife. This gradual approach might be best. So Zun Suji was hesitating over this matter. Only when Mo Zion summoned him did he reluctantly come over. What products are doing well in mainland exports right now? Mo Zion asked. Paper, needles, and buttons, Zun Suji said. Paper goods are selling well: accounting papers, notebooks, various office supplies. These are also best sellers domestically. The Guangzhou station set up 2 stationery shops last year and business is booming. Among these, the best sellers were actually the cheapest products: account paper and notebooks. This was because Lingao's stationery quality was exceptionally high. The Qiongshan paper and Baobian paper used by Ming Dynasty merchants for accounting and correspondence had a fatal flaw: they absorbed ink. Therefore, Ming people mostly used brushes to write and keep accounts. Lingao's machine-made paper, after undergoing sizing, didn't absorb ink. You could write on it with pen and ink or pencil without blurring. This feature made it extremely popular, but this paper could only be sold through Purple Treasure Studios stationery shops. Its quality was too good, which was precisely why it didn't absorb ink. Ordinary stationery shops couldn't explain why, so buyers rarely dared to purchase it. I know all this, Mo Zion sighed. But what I want is products with high added value. Paper's added value is too low. Paper was a thin profit product. Lingao's advantage lay in its high production efficiency and low cost, not in any technological advantage. Theoretically, similar paper could be made using traditional methods too. Products with high added value were generally on the Executive Committee's export control list because they mostly consumed controlled raw materials. Others, like matches and lighters, these involved firearms ignition technology and had already been classified as strategic exports. There are still porcelain bathroom fixtures, Zun Suji reminded him. Mo Zion shook his head. Capacity is too low. There are so many large households in the Ming Dynasty, every yamen, every gentry residence, every landlord's compound. The demand is enormous. And our monthly output. Sai, you know how tight production is. To complete assigned orders on time, we practically have to beg those lazy bums in the construction company. The ceramic bathroom fixtures were selling exceptionally well in Guangzhou. In the Ming Dynasty market, flush toilets, urinals, and bathtubs that you could see were ceramic products that didn't require any irreplicable special materials or technology. They could be manufactured with Ming Dynasty ceramic making techniques, but the products themselves embodied technological knowledge this era couldn't access. For example, the ceramic flush toilet's S-bend structure, how excess water should flow and discharge, how the cistern refill valve worked. The average Ming Dynasty craftsman simply couldn't understand these things. Guangzhou Station had once broken open a flush toilet just to see what was inside. All they found were some wooden valves and hooks, plus a water tank. But even seeing these components, without the corresponding knowledge system, they couldn't understand how they worked together. Besides, the executive committee had also prohibited selling complete tank lids. Toilet cisterns were sold with permanently sealed lids, and if the cistern broke, you had to buy a new one. So even if you managed to break the lid open, you couldn't figure out what was inside. Though actually, given the poor water quality of this era, the water tank probably wouldn't last long anyway. Ever since Emperor Zhu Dai of the Yongle reign had used that European-style toilet chair, no one in the Ming Dynasty had made any improvement in this area. Transmigrators who had crossed 2 time spaces brought this product to the Ming Dynasty, and it immediately became a must-have for wealthy families. The latest model, with a hand-pumped pressurized flush, still required manual pumping but was more effective. Advanced installations could use an elevated water tank for gravity-fed pressure, achieving true automatic flushing. But this required the building to have sufficient height and structural strength, which was rare. Purple Treasure Studio in Guangzhou sold both complete fixtures and accepted orders for bathroom renovation projects, providing one-stop service for demolition of old bathrooms, pipe laying, fixture installation, and debugging. Full payment was required before work began, either cash or a DeLong Bank promissory note. A bathroom renovation for a major household typically cost between 100 and 300 taels, depending on the project's scope. The store had been flooded with orders since opening and couldn't keep up with demand. From a profit margin perspective, the bathroom renovation business was the highest. The fixtures were expensive to make but even more expensive to sell, with profit margins of 300 to 400%. Including the entire renovation project, profits grew even more substantial. It essentially turned 1 unit of fixtures into 2 units of profit, but there was no way to increase production. The entire Transmigrator collective had only 1 ceramics workshop, with just 1 kiln producing sanitary ware. This kiln couldn't keep up with internal demand, let alone satisfy the Guangzhou market. There was also the Coal Iron Complex's ceramics workshop, which made chemical and electrical porcelain. Those products weren't sold externally and hardly ever had any surplus anyway. Aren't we expanding the ceramics workshop? They're building 2 new kilns, right? Still not enough. My idea is this: we need to expand the ceramics factory, both regular ceramics and sanitary ware. I think the market in Guangzhou could absorb at least 10 times our current production capacity. Mo Zion had already written a report to the executive committee requesting expanded investment in the ceramics industry and submitted it to the manufacturing superintendent. The question was whether there were production conditions to support it. Paper products' added value was too low. Without new products, their only option was to expand the porcelain industry. Lingao's soil and fuel were both suitable, and the Danju area in the north had abundant kale and resources. Ceramic products weren't on the prohibited list and could be mass exported without restrictions. I want to have a proper discussion with Zhou Dongshan about this, but I also wanted to hear your thoughts first, Mo Zion said. Before Zun Suji could speak, he continued, "Actually, I called you here mainly to discuss something else." "What is it?" "The Liu family's matter." "How did you know?" Zun Suji was taken aback. Was this news already public? He tried hard to keep it quiet. "Liu Guang found me," Mo Zion said. "After you seemed to be dragging your feet, Liu Yoren suspected you might have concerns, so he sent Liu Guang to probe me. As your direct superior, I guess they thought I'd know." Zun Suji scratched his scalp. "Yes, I do have concerns." "I think you should have concerns. This involves policy matters," Mo Zion said. "However, everything has its solutions." Whether we permit marriage with indigenous people or not, I believe that once the executive committee or parliament issues clear regulatory documents on indigenous policy, there will be relatively clear provisions in this area. The question is just whether it will be more lenient or stricter. Mo Zion continued, "My personal view is that a complete ban on intermarriage with indigenous people is impossible. But there will likely be some conditions attached, such as background checks and registration. Nothing can escape registration after all. So my suggestion is, if you genuinely like that girl, bring her home first. Get to know her over time and only consider marriage once there are clearer regulations. By then, you'll also have a better understanding of her. The Liu family probably won't wait much longer. They've been hinting for a while now. I can stall them for you," Mo Zion said. "You're not the only person the Liu family can approach. Since colonization in the Sanya area is about to begin, more indigenous laborers will be needed. Some of this labor will definitely be recruited from mainland settlers, with the Liu family acting as intermediaries. As long as we give the Liu family this opportunity, they'll certainly take it." When Zhou Dongshan arrived, he found Mo Zion and Zun Suji already deep in discussion about expanding the ceramics factory. Speaking of the ceramics industry, this actually fell under Premier Wenda's area of responsibility, but Wenda had little interest in commercial matters, so the ceramics business was essentially handled by Mo Zion. When Zhou Dongshan learned they wanted to expand production capacity, he immediately agreed. Tiles alone require enormous quantities. Right now, the construction company asks me for tiles every day. We're firing 2 kilns around the clock, and we still can't keep up. Basically, we can only supply projects specifically approved by the executive committee and major communal facilities. As for private residences, forget tiles, even bricks are in short supply. So when the time comes, the ceramics factory should be listed as an independent enterprise, Mo Zion said. We'll call it Eastgate Ceramics Factory. Zhou Dongshan smiled without responding. Giving up part of one's department wasn't something to simply nod along to. But this so-called light industrial ceramics factory would essentially be under Mo Zion's sole control. Setting aside everything else, he could at least designate more production capacity for sanitary ware. The industrial expansion plan in the Sanyulan area should include the ceramics factory. Sanya has abundant clay resources, and the ceramics plant there could specialize in building materials, Mo Zion said. Tiles, bricks, drainage pipes, those kinds of things. Production here could focus on sanitary ceramics and daily-use ceramics. And what about chemical porcelain and electrical porcelain? That stuff has to stay at the coal-iron complex. It can't be separated from industry. The three of them discussed the ceramics factory expansion project for a while. Since they agreed on the general direction, Mo Zion then brought up the question of exporting ceramics. Currently, Lingao's main ceramic export product was sanitary ware. The Guangzhou station's ceramics orders for Purple Treasure Studio alone exceeded the workshop's annual production capacity by 300 to 400%. Mo Zion estimated that if business developed normally, this figure would rise even higher. But sanitary ware was structural material. It couldn't be installed without accompanying renovation work. Renovating buildings had rather strict technical requirements. Yet most of the time, it wasn't Purple Treasure Studio's own personnel doing such renovation projects. It was trained indigenous workers. These indigenous renovation technicians had limited skill levels and could only remodel residences meeting a certain structural standard. This significantly limited the market for sanitary ware. What I'm thinking is, we could consider developing daily-use ceramics, tableware, tea sets, and the like. In the late Ming Dynasty, Chinese ceramics were exported in huge quantities to Europe, Japan, and Southeast Asia. They were a pillar export product. If Lingao could leverage local ceramic resources and produce exportable daily-use ceramics, the market potential would be enormous. The problem is capacity. The expansion of the ceramics factory will mainly go toward daily-use construction materials, tiles, pipes, bricks. Sanitary ware is selling well, so production will definitely increase, but not by much, Zhou Dongshan said. When it comes to daily use ceramics, I believe we'd first need to solve the problem of a dedicated production line. There's also the question of glazes and decorative painting, Zun Suji added. Glazes require specialized raw materials which takes time to source and prepare. Decorative painting requires skilled artisans, training them would take even longer. Mo Zion nodded. These were real problems. Simply expanding capacity wasn't real expansion if core technical issues remained unresolved. I have another idea, Zhou Dongshan said. Why don't we consider acquiring an existing kiln from the mainland? Acquiring a kiln? Yes. Jingdezhen isn't the only place that makes porcelain. There are kilns all over the country. Some are large, some small. Smaller private kilns with lower reputation levels wouldn't be too expensive to buy. We could recruit the craftsmen to work for us, using our methods to reform their production processes. This was worth considering. If they could find a suitable small kiln, they could quickly establish a production base. Training local craftsmen in new techniques while gradually introducing more advanced production methods, this could work. Good idea, Mo Zion said. I'll submit a proposal to the Colonial Trade Department. Let them look into this when they send trading expeditions to the mainland. The discussion had been productive. At least now they had a direction for developing export ceramics. As for the specific implementation details, those would require more investigation and planning. After Zhou Dongshan left, Mo Zion returned to his own concerns. The export product issue wasn't fully resolved, but at least ceramics offered a promising path forward. He looked at the pile of documents on his desk. There was always more work to be done. End of chapter. Chapter 602. The printing factory, the most important piece of equipment in the print shop, was the high-speed mimeograph machine. As for the several EPSON 24-pin dot matrix printers, they had been extremely important in the early days. Many stencils for mimeographing had been printed using those printers back then. After the first batch of female typists were trained, the Chinese typewriters they'd brought finally came into use, and Zhou Dongshan came to rely mainly on Chinese typewriters for cutting stencils. Now, the Chinese typewriters brought from the old time space had been cleaned, sealed, and stored along with several other relatively well-preserved dot matrix, inkjet, and laser printers as STC, standard technical components for original equipment templates. In their place stood several crude, heavy locally manufactured Chinese typewriters. Several female typists worked in front of bright windows, their heads bent over their tasks, the room echoing with the clatter of type heads striking the character plates. In the adjacent room, around a large table, some people used styluses to cut steel stencil plates while others proofread freshly printed proofs. Everyone was very busy. The print shop was one of the busiest operations in the Transmigrator Collective. They not only had to print over 1,000 copies each week of both editions of the Lingao Times, but also had to produce large quantities of textbooks, technical booklets, various manuals, and countless documents. The workload was immense. Besides the mimeograph machine, they'd copied several hand-cranked mimeograph machines for smaller print runs. Several workers were currently turning the handles. The woodblock printing workshop occupied the largest floor area. Zhou Dongshan went in to take a look. When constructing these workshops, they'd put considerable thought into the lighting. The Transmigrator Collective couldn't provide sufficient artificial lighting for the workers, so they had to make the most of natural daylight. The design reflected this necessity. Not only were the windows very large, but most workshops also had skylights. Louvered shutters and curtains were used to adjust the light, making it as soft as possible. Before the windows sat several elderly engravers, wearing their issued reading glasses, concentrating intently on carving printing blocks. Woodblock printing was mainly used for printing various tickets, blank documents, credentials, and the like. Lingao's currency, food circulation vouchers, and other securities were also printed here. Therefore, the woodblock printing workshop was particularly important. During work hours, dedicated personnel stood guard. Before closing up, all blocks, paper, and ink had to be counted and then stored in a special warehouse. The management system was extremely strict. Not only were there counting records for the manufacture, modification, and disposal of every block, but there was also a registration system for each use and printing session. Every printed sheet was accounted for. Qiongshan went to the mimeograph machine workshop to find Tan Ming. This person could be considered one of the rare talents in the transmigrator community who had actually operated a printing press, and he even knew color separation, though that skill wasn't needed locally. The high-speed mimeograph machine was installed in a separate workshop, locked when not in use. Qiongshan had brought large quantities of spare parts and ink for it, estimating that with economical use, it could last about 7 or 8 years. To take care of this precious machine, every print run was personally operated by a transmigrator, with only a few indigenous apprentices assisting. Tan Ming was washing his hands. He just finished processing the latest order, the Mandarin dictionary compiled by the Grand Library. The executive committee had placed an order for 100 copies. Because of his many concurrent positions, Qiongshan mainly left the technical work of the print shop to Tan Ming now. He discussed with him the matter of establishing a proper printing factory. "I've never seen the kind of type foundry you're describing," Tan Ming said, shaking his head. "I've operated offset presses and worked with laser typesetting. But using lead type for typesetting, I really don't know how to do that." "You won't have to do it yourself," Qiongshan said. "But in the future, my main effort will be on the movable type printing factory over there. Just manage the print shop here properly. I've submitted a document to the organization division recommending your appointment as factory director of Baron Print Works. The formal appointment should come through in a few days." "That, of course. Thank you," Tan Ming said, somewhat incoherently. "Don't mention it. You've been doing most of the work here anyway. Besides, I'm only here concurrently." Qiongshan waved his hand. "Whether you're factory director or not doesn't really matter. The key is having a title makes it easier to get things done." Qiongshan went through each item with him in his office. Tan Ming looked a bit lacking in confidence. Suddenly having to take charge of everything made him somewhat apprehensive. Having settled matters there, Qiongshan hurried off to the industry department to discuss equipment issues. Movable type printing sounded very modern, but in the contemporary printing industry, it had almost disappeared completely. Even the smallest printing shops no longer used it. Qiongshan had encountered movable type printing plants in the past and had some understanding of this system. Movable type printing was certainly much more efficient than woodblock printing, but in a traditional society without any industrial foundation, its costs were far higher than woodblock printing, and the technical difficulty was also much greater. This was why movable type printing never became mainstream in China. In Chinese history, large-scale movable type book printing had only occurred a few times, and all were government-organized. Among the public, movable type printing remained at the level of small-scale, simple, rudimentary applications. It was rarely used for printing books. Qiongshan understood the reasons well. First, casting movable type was a technical skill, and printing a single book required large quantities of type that had to be manufactured in advance. Moreover, the materials for the type were very particular. Bai Sheng had used ceramic type, which had the lowest manufacturing difficulty and smallest cost. Therefore, ceramic type was still in use in the 19th century. The Dibao official bulletins in various places were printed with ceramic type. But because ceramic didn't hold ink well, the printed documents had blurry characters. During the Ming Dynasty, government-printed books used copper type, with good printing results. But copper type was expensive. Only the imperial court could afford it. The inherent value of copper meant that even emperors couldn't resist the temptation. By the Qianlong era, the copper type stored at the Palace of Martial Valor, Huayingdian, had been melted down and recast into imperial furnishings. Printing craftsmen had also tried using other materials to make type, including wooden type and tin type. None worked well. Type requirements were stringent. It had to be wear-resistant but not too hard, had to hold ink properly, and had to be cheap enough for large-scale use. The only material meeting these requirements was lead, but pure lead type still didn't perform ideally. Antimony had to be added. Another problem with movable type printing was the ink. This was never solved in traditional Chinese printing. Traditional woodblock printing used water-based ink, water-soluble ink with lampblack as the pigment. Water-based ink performed well on wooden blocks but easily beaded up on metal type. And unlike woodblock printing, simple pressing couldn't complete the transfer. Rubbing was a slow process. To ensure effective printing, highly absorbent paper had to be used, which meant the reverse side of the paper also got ink marks. This made double-sided printing impossible, effectively increasing printing costs. These factors combined meant movable type printing never became the mainstream of Chinese printing. New technology and new concepts couldn't become productive forces without suitable technical means. Zhou Dongshan had come to appreciate this truth after learning about the development history of printing out of interest. Chinese people throughout history had proposed countless new technologies and concepts ahead of their time, but many remained at primitive stages. In the mid-19th century, the ceramic type workshops printing official bulletins in various places were no different from Bai Sheng's era. Zhou Dongshan knew that to use metal type practically, he first had to solve the problem of mass-producing printing ink. He recalled that the key was oil-based ink, meaning oil had to be used to mix the printing ink. According to technical documents, boiled linseed oil was ideal. It had excellent adhesion and dried easily. This was why it was still used to mix oil painting pigments. However, Zhou Dongshan visited the Planning Commission and checked all the material inventory lists. There was no linseed oil among the inventory or producible purchasable materials. As for other vegetable oils, rapeseed oil, castor oil, coconut oil, peanut oil, none were suitable. "I need linseed oil," he told Fa Shilu at the Agricultural Committee. As chief agriculturalist, he should have a solution. "I know Lingao doesn't have any, but you must be able to think of some locally producible substitute oil." "Hemp oil, I suppose," Fa Shilu answered after only 30 seconds of consideration. "Lingao has hemp. Actually, there are few places without hemp, but we haven't cultivated it. The Li people should have plantings. The last trading expedition to the Li region brought back hemp rope and coarse cloth." So Zhou Dongshan went to the Planning Commission again. But the Commission's inventory didn't have this item. Hemp oil had mild hallucinogenic effects when consumed and wasn't edible. Local hemp also hadn't formed any cultivation scale, so the Planning Commission hadn't bothered collecting it. Under his persistent pursuit, Wu De finally agreed to add hemp seed collection to the urgent schedule. "I'll have the long-range exploration teams and trading departments collected as soon as possible," Wu De said. "But I don't know if hemp produces seeds at this time of year. You need to have a schedule. You can't just demand things immediately. Then the executive committee shouldn't suddenly issue directives demanding expanded exports either." "Fine, fine. It's our fault," Wu De said helplessly. "The key is what you want is too strange. Hemp fiber I have in stock. Seeds I've never thought about." Having solved the ink problem, Zhou Dongshan went to the machine factory and approached Zhan Wuya directly. He wanted to gather all the personnel who had participated in manufacturing Chinese typewriters last time. This group had made the lead type for the type plates before, so they had experience. Lead type needed to be manufactured in large quantities. The simplest and cheapest method for batch manufacturing was casting. The specific method was to use hard metal like steel, have an engraver carve a reversed raised character, the punch, then use the punch to stamp an indented matrix into soft brass, then pour molten lead into the matrix to cast the type. This was just the simple principle. In practice, there was a series of detailed processes. Lead type had to be uniform in size with perfectly aligned bases so they could line up neatly on the composing stick. This required special equipment to guarantee, plus specialized finishing workers to file and polish. Because of the enormous consumption of lead type, casting had to be a continuous large-scale operation. Matrices needed special processes for quick release. The complete type founding process had been gradually improved and perfected from the 15th century onward, reaching very high standards by the 18th century. Qiongshan planned to work from the Transmigrator Collective's current industrial level, manufacturing equipment to 18th century printing factory standards. Several technicians gathered around the technical documents Qiongshan had copied from the Grand Library, commenting and critiquing. Clearly, to batch manufacture lead type, having one steel punch per character wasn't enough. These wore out quickly and had to be constantly replenished. This made everyone a bit worried. Engraving steel punches was boring, quite tedious work. I recall that the commonly used characters number around 800. For printing, we'd need to prepare at least 3,000 characters, Jiang Yi calculated. Averaging 4 or 5 steel punches per character, just making punches would require tens of thousands. This would take forever. That's not all, Sun Li shook his head. Printing will definitely use both simplified and traditional characters. Combined, the commonly used characters would be at least 5 or 6,000. Plus, ancient texts have many obscure characters. We'd need to make 1 or 2 punches for each of those too. We can recruit woodblock carvers for engraving. They're already in the business of carving characters, Qiongshan said. But the efficiency is very low. Sun Li studied the documents for a long time before saying, I don't know how many punches a day an engraver can produce, but efficiency won't be high. And hand-poured casting of these matrices, that would require manual work too, plus demolding time and filing work. If we rely entirely on manual labor, this plan of being able to print within 3 or 4 months seems unreliable. He asked, how did modern movable type printing plants do it? They had specialized linotype machines. Casting, typesetting, and distributing type were all automatic, with one person operating the machine. Of course, it required electricity or steam. Qiongshan produced several more drawings. But this machine is quite complex, nearly 20th century level. What he'd brought out was the linotype machine invented by Americans. This machine was in use from 1890 to 1940. Though mainly used for printing newspapers and magazines, it was also widely used in America for printing books. The group studied it together for a long time. Copying the machine isn't a problem, but the structural strength and tolerances of materials are hard to control. This machine is also quite precise, Xiao Gui said. We can make it, but we can't guarantee quality. My idea is to start simple and work toward difficult. Linotype machines are hard to manufacture, so save those for later. First, sacrifice efficiency and use simpler processes, Sun Li said. Industrial upgrading isn't accomplished in a day or two. I have an idea, said Liang Xin, who had been silent until now. Let's think about it backwards. We possess precise stamping technology that people of this era don't have. Why not use stamping to manufacture lead type directly? His thinking was to use high-strength steel to make matrices, then use the matrices as stamping dies to directly stamp lead plates of a certain thickness, punching out lead type directly from the lead plate. This way we can skip the casting process. One stamping die can punch out several hundred characters in one go. Efficiency would be much higher, Liang Xin said. Stamped parts also need much less post-processing. No need for so much filing. That still means making several thousand stamping dies, Jiang Yi frowned. Besides, if you use high-strength steel for the matrices, what material do you use for the punches? Are you going to have engravers carve high-strength steel directly? I think that's possible. They're in the business of carving. They can carve diamond, jade, and glass. Why not steel? Liang Xin said. It's just that the speed might be a bit too slow, or we use the machining center directly to make the punches. Your thinking isn't bad, but it won't work, Qiongshan shook his head. Type stamped this way would only be the character face without the type body. There'd be no way to line them up neatly on the composing stick. And what about characters with radicals off to the side? Liang Xin scratched his head in disappointment. He hadn't thought of that problem. For speed, the first batch of punches can be made directly using the machining center. That would only take a few days, Sun Li said. That should be enough for the first phase. Let the engravers get familiar with it gradually later. Too bad we're so far from Europe, Zhou Dongshan said. The Dutch already have professional type foundries that can manufacture standardized letters and symbols of various sizes for printing plants. The Dutch make letters, can they make Chinese characters? Zhang Yi stroked his chin. Why not suggest to the executive committee that we recruit a group of Dutch type founders? But time is too tight. Should be possible, right? They just treat them as graphics, Zhou Dongshan said regretfully. But the distance is enormous. Even if we send someone now, they wouldn't reach Lingao until at least 2 years from now. Sun Li said, aren't the Dutch in Batavia? If the Dutch East India Company headquarters is there, they must print something, right? There should be a print shop, and following your logic about continuous type founding, there should be a few type founders. Why not just kidnap them along with their equipment? Lock them up and have them print for us. I keep feeling this method is too backward, Zhang Yi said after studying the documents for a long time. There should be a simpler method. After all, we're standing on the shoulders of our predecessors. With so many inventions and innovations, we should be able to find something suitable. Let's think about the process some more. This matter should be done as soon as possible, Zhou Dongshan said. If they could recruit skilled type founders, it would be much better than having him, a half-baked amateur, train workers himself. After all, he'd only watched typesetting and printing before. If he had to personally guide the whole operation, he wasn't entirely confident. Zhou Dongshan continued his departmental tour and paperwork applications. He found the Colonial and Trade Department and submitted a document requesting the recruitment of Dutch printers from Batavia. The document emphasized that, whether by coercion or voluntary agreement, as long as they could get the people, that would be fine. Bringing equipment along would be even better. Qaid was organizing a trade expedition to Southeast Asia. Zhou Dongshan's request was just an add-on. He readily agreed, saying that as long as such people existed locally, he'd find a way to bring them back no matter what. End of chapter. Chapter 603. The Man on Ship A. Next, Zhou Dongshan went to the Planning Commission to request lead, tin, and antimony. These were the 3 essential metals for casting lead type. Antimony was especially important. Without it, not only would lead type perform poorly, but its lifespan would also be significantly shortened. Bismuth would be even better. Zhou Dongshan vaguely recalled that this substance was also needed for casting type. We definitely don't have bismuth. Lead and tin, yes. Antimony is a bit difficult, Wu De said. The reason it was a bit difficult wasn't that China lacked antimony, quite the contrary. Both antimony ore and refined antimony were abundant in this era. The problem was that people at this time confused antimony with tin. The world's largest antimony mine, Qiongshan in Hunan, was being mined during the Ming Dynasty. It had been named this way precisely because they'd thought it was tin. Since there was no concept of antimony, when the Guangzhou station purchased antimony, they could only say they wanted to buy tin. Whether what they actually acquired was tin or antimony had to wait until the shipment arrived for metallurgical analysis. So far, we haven't managed to buy any antimony, Wu De said. But the Guangzhou station has already sent people to Hunan to buy antimony. If you're not in a rush, just wait a while. Besides making type, antimony was also useful in manufacturing incendiary devices. Multiple demands combined meant the Guangzhou station had finally dispatched a dedicated purchasing team. The long-range exploration team had sent people along too, heading to Hunan. Along the way, they'd also visit Jiangxi and Hubei to survey what non-ferrous metal deposits from this era had already been developed. The Huguang region included several major mining provinces. You could just come directly to me. I have antimony here, Jai Wusheng laughed and patted his shoulder when Zhou Dongshan reached his final stop, the metallurgy department, to discuss type casting. You have it. Zhou Dongshan's spirits rose. I do have a small private stash, Jai Wusheng nodded. The quantity isn't large. This stuff trickles in every now and then, never in significant amounts. I got lazy about reporting it daily and just planned to report it all at once when I'd accumulated more. Besides, antimony isn't rare, so no one would suspect me of embezzlement. He led Zhou Dongshan to a warehouse in the non-ferrous metals workshop. A dozen or so antimony ingots lay in the storehouse, along with a dozen or so crates of miscellaneous unsmelted antimony fragments of various sizes. You really came through. Where did you get this? I thought we hadn't managed to buy any antimony. We haven't bought any, but there's antimony in the coins, Jai Wusheng said. The non-ferrous metals workshop under the metallurgy department had an ongoing task, melting down copper coins and scrap metal objects collected through various channels and extracting the refined metals. Whether copper coins or various scrap copper and iron, these were actually alloys containing various non-ferrous metals that could be recovered through refining. What we recover most often is privately minted small copper coins. Locals say they put a lot of lead in them. Actually, it's not just lead, there's also tin, and quite a lot have antimony mixed in too. As for daily utensils, white pewterware and tinware were most common, and many of these also contained antimony as an adulterant for tin. These bits and pieces accumulated over time into this stockpile of antimony. It's not a lot, but it should be enough for now, Jai Wusheng said. Since you've already sent people to purchase more, antimony will keep flowing in continuously. It's a bit short, but temporarily enough, Zhou Dongshan thought. Since they'd already dispatched purchasing teams, subsequent antimony would arrive in a steady stream. Having solved the casting materials problem, he left the remaining type founding processes and printing press manufacturing to the engineering team at the machine factory. They would select the optimal movable type printing press design based on the documentation. Zhou Dongshan made only one request. They should try to design 2 different printing presses. One would be a small hand-cranked or animal-powered machine. The other would be a large machine-powered one. He intended to eventually install the former in Ming Dynasty territories to run printing plants, especially in Nanjing. Zhou Dongshan was already preparing to reenact the Liju story in Nanjing, crushing the woodblock printing industry of Sanshan Street in one stroke and establishing an entirely new printing empire. The latter would of course be used in transmigrator-controlled territories. He requested from the Planning Commission a batch of purified apprentice quotas and prepared to send them to Hu Qingbai for training. This batch of apprentices doesn't need to be taught anything else. The key is teaching them to read characters. Not just 800 common characters and done. They need to recognize at least 3,000 Chinese characters, Zhou Dongshan said, and they need to know both simplified and traditional characters. Goodness, your requirements are too high. Learn all this in 3 months. Hu Qingbai clicked his tongue. That would take intensive cramming plus corporal punishment education. Whatever you want. If corporal punishment of female students would keep the teachers in high spirits, you can select female apprentices instead. Just make sure they're sturdy. I'm counting on them to set type, Zhou Dongshan said. Oh, and they need to know pinyin. Pinyin is essential. Knowing pinyin was mainly for character retrieval. If they had linotype machines, this requirement could actually be waived. Zhou Dongshan pressed on without pause, next arriving at Si Kai's office to request inclusion in the Jiangnan trade expedition. His purpose was naturally to investigate Nanjing's printing industry. There's no Jiangnan expedition, only expeditions to Liaodong and Southeast Asia. The Jiangnan contingent is for establishing trading posts. You want to go? I want to go, Zhou Dongshan affirmed. Fine, but if you go, keep a low profile. Follow all instructions along the way. No problem. I mainly want to observe. I won't be staying long. News of organizing northern and southern trade expeditions stirred the hearts of many who aspired to be dispatched abroad. Many people balked at the training required for deployment to Ming Dynasty territories, but dispatch to Southeast Asia or Liaodong didn't require Mingification. Southeast Asia especially, not only could you enjoy tropical scenery, but you might even get to date some foreign girls. Over a dozen people signed up at once for the Southeast Asia expedition. The Southeast Asia expedition's purpose was to conduct a reconnaissance of Southeast Asian conditions. Their particular focus was gathering intelligence on the Dutch. According to Foreign Intelligence Bureau assessments, the Dutch were the transmigrator collective's most threatening European adversary. Therefore, investigating the Dutch East India Company was classified as an urgent matter. Landus spat. The saliva flew toward the dark sea and immediately vanished. He'd been unemployed for quite some time now. Ever since his unsuccessful expedition with Aragon, he hadn't found any new work. After Aragon's ship joined forces with Liu Xiang's fleet, they'd attempted once more to obtain a foothold near the Pearl River estuary. The task Giranzani had given him, secretly sabotaging their efforts so they couldn't succeed, was completely unnecessary. Liu Xiang only wanted to leverage the Spaniards' power to strike at Zhang Zhilong and warn him not to encroach on others' territory. He didn't actually want to give them any foothold. As a result, Aragon found himself in a confused skirmish as the main foreign auxiliary in Liu Xiang's fleet against Zhang Zhilong's subordinates. In terms of performance, the Countess of Scarborough performed quite admirably. Using the galleon's towering hull and superior firepower, Aragon fully satisfied his desire to perform in battle, thoroughly chastising the Chinese barbarians. But when Zhang Zhilong's fleet began launching fireships, Aragon had no choice but to turn and flee. If he lost this galleon, he'd be finished. Unfortunately, the hastily assembled crew panicked and ran the Countess of Scarborough aground. Instantly, they were surrounded by countless junks. Zhang clan sailors swarmed aboard, and within moments the demoralized Malay sailors on deck were slaughtered. Just as Aragon was about to meet his end, Liu Xiang's ships pulled alongside and barely saved his life. But the Countess of Scarborough, that noble Spanish lady, who'd been thoroughly humiliated at Bapu, was now completely reduced to Zhang Zhilong's prize. Landus nearly lost his life in the chaos. Actually, the only reason Aragon survived until his ally came to rescue him was thanks to the VZ-68 submachine gun Landus had hidden on his person. He'd concealed himself in the aftercastle, using short bursts to mow down the Zhang sailors as they surged aboard. The enemy, terrified by the fierce firepower, halted their advance. A group of Zhang sailors then tried to set up a cannon on deck to bombard the aftercastle. Landus used his submachine gun to pick them off one by one, barely preventing this attempt. After being rescued, he thanked God repeatedly. Landus had never been a devout believer, but in more than a decade as a mercenary, he'd never encountered such a desperate situation. If Liu Xiang's men hadn't come to the rescue, trapped in that ship, he couldn't have used his considerable skills at all. If he wasn't hacked to pieces, he'd have been forced to jump overboard and would probably have drowned. I should have gone to Manila earlier to find work. Landus, Italian-American, 35 years old. He'd served as a volunteer soldier in the Bosnian War, fighting first for the Bosniaks, then for the Croats. When the fighting ended, he and several companions had gotten into small-scale arms smuggling. Business had just started picking up in Iraq when they lost most of their cargo. Eventually, they were pursued back in the States. With nowhere else to go, they'd taken their remaining goods intending to sell them to Thai gangsters. Just one day before reaching their destination, in the South China Sea, they'd suddenly encountered a strange storm. One minute the sky was clear, the next minute winds howled and the ship felt like it was being sucked into a vortex. Landus even vaguely remembered that the sky in the distance remained blue, with no storm clouds. Then they'd all lost consciousness. When they woke, only 3 of the 5 men on the boat remained. One was already dead. Landus tried to continue sailing but discovered the GPS navigation system had gone blank, all data reset to 0. All navigation equipment had become useless. Even the radio was dead silence except for the hiss of static. Even satellite phones had lost their signal. The two survivors used a sextant to determine that they'd drifted more than 500 nautical miles from their original course. This data shocked them. The charts showed they'd ended up somewhere not far from Prada's island. This sent Landus and his companions into a panic. Prada's island was Taiwanese military territory, with Marines stationed there. If their ship was inspected, no country's laws permitted private arms smuggling. How could they possibly explain themselves? Besides, Taiwan was even more loyal to its mainland motherland than he was to his own. If caught, they'd certainly be extradited back. Several federal felonies plus, however, many years without parole. He'd spend the rest of his life in orange jumpsuits. They hurriedly started the engine and headed for open water, but the magnetic compass and TACAN navigation system had gone completely haywire. The compass needle slowly circled, completely unable to indicate north. Landus and his companions cursed their luck. In this confusion, their fishing boat drifted to a deserted island, and their fuel was nearly exhausted. It was on this island that Landus first realized something strange, or perhaps terrifying, had happened. He measured with sextant and charts countless times, confirming he was on Prada's island. But there wasn't just no sign of Taiwanese Marines, there wasn't even any trace of military presence. Landus had been to many islands. Wherever people had lived long-term, traces were left behind. If an army had been stationed there, the human traces would be even more abundant. At minimum, there'd be reinforced concrete water cisterns and the foundations of barracks and guard posts. But here there were only traces of local fishermen having passed through. All electronic equipment maintained its silence. The radar screen showed nothing. Landus knew this stretch of sea was on the Taiwan shipping route. There should be many freighters passing through, but radar only showed very few blips that seemed to be fishing boats. No one could explain this. Landus could only conclude that his sextant readings were inaccurate. After some discussion, the two survivors decided to abandon ship. The fishing boat had no fuel left, and it carried some munitions. They dealt with their companion's body, then gathered items from the boat and opened the sea cocks, carefully sinking the ship. The location was carefully chosen so they could easily raise it later. In his imagination, he'd be back in a few months. They encountered a storm en route. The dinghy capsized, and they were rescued by a strange group of fishermen. Their ragged fishing boat and bizarre appearance made him think he'd ended up in some corner of Indonesia. Eventually, he was sent ashore, then escorted by men with spears and armor, and it was then that he realized something incredible had happened. After a series of transfers, he was finally handed over to a man who appeared to be a European priest. The priest questioned him in several languages about his origins. He finally understood one of them, Italian. From Father Anders, Landus learned this was the 1627th year since the birth of our Lord Jesus. He screamed and fainted on the spot. When he woke, he was already in Macau. Landus stared blankly at the street scene, then accepted reality. A man who lived by the gun never surrendered to his environment. He immediately picked up his almost forgotten Italian. With his limited historical knowledge, Landus knew that English speakers weren't welcome among the Portuguese at this time. Landus gradually made something of himself by running errands for Father Anders. He claimed to be a scion of a rural noble family from Parma, Italy, who'd served as a volunteer soldier in the Balkans. The latter was true. The former wasn't entirely fabricated either. Landus' grandfather was born in that village and had vivid memories of a declining local noble family, often telling young Landus about them. The Parma noble family Landus fabricated was based on this family. Even the coat of arms was plagiarized with minor modifications. The only problem was the English that occasionally slipped out. Landus could only claim he'd been an English prisoner, spending several years in England. As for how an Italian ended up captured by the English, Landus had to continue fabricating, saying he'd served the Catholic King of Spain, common enough among Italians. and was captured by the English in a campaign supporting Ireland. However, when discussing this matter, he firmly stated he'd only fought for pay, not out of admiration for His Majesty. He had a distinct feeling that the local Jesuit leadership valued Portuguese interests far more highly than their Spanish king. But for a modern person to live in 17th-century Macau was still extremely difficult. He had almost nothing. Most terrifying was that everyone suspected his origins. Fortunately, Landus had some historical knowledge. From his experience fighting in Bosnia, he understood religious fanaticism. He knew it was best for him to display some religious fervor right now. Otherwise, these priests might burn him as a barbecue. So Landus attended Mass at church every week. He'd been baptized Catholic as a child but hadn't set foot in a church since adulthood. He also went to confession from time to time and strictly observed the Friday fasting rules. When the 40 days of Lent descended upon him, Landus first experienced extreme hunger. From dawn to dusk, he ate only one meal and couldn't eat meat. This life was unbearable for a modern person. For nearly a month he felt weak all over. He had to survive every day on foul-smelling salted fish and eggs. Besides this accursed fasting, 17th-century life was simply a nightmare. Irritating parasites were everywhere. Bathing opportunities were rare. In this respect, it was worse than even the poorest backwaters of North Africa he'd visited, where many small towns had perfectly good steam baths. Fresh food was scarce. Salted meat and salted fish made up the bulk of his diet. Wine transported from thousands of miles away was scarce and expensive, tasting like vinegar. Sometimes he ate at Chinese restaurants, though the flavors were completely different from what he'd had in Chinatown. At least most of it was fresh vegetables and meat. The sanitary conditions were terrifying. Fortunately, he was experienced enough to endure. Most terrifying were the toilets. After one visit, Landus decided he'd rather find a bush in the suburbs than use the toilets in the official residences. He also noticed that neither Chinese nor Europeans here had the concept of toilet paper. He had to spend his earnings buying paper to solve the problem, and paper here was very expensive. End of chapter. Chapter 604. The task of making a living. Landus had spent most of the year adapting to life in this time-space. He could now speak fluent Italian and had mastered all manner of aristocratic airs. He'd secretly hired a boat back to Prada's island. The fishing boat was intact. He managed to dive in and retrieved some personal weapons and ammunition, plus several emergency kits. The modern medicines inside were priceless in this era. Disaster was also a kind of new opportunity. Once settled, Landus began considering his future. In this unfamiliar time-space, he could always make a living with his skills and the firearms in his possession, but simply drifting along like this left him somewhat dissatisfied. Go to Europe. Landus quickly rejected that idea. He was American with no real concept of Europe, traveling thousands of miles to get there. What would he live on? America didn't exist yet. He could go as an immigrant, certainly, but that would be far too difficult. Landus had considered floating his boat and using these weapons and the motorized vessel to simply become a pirate. The Manila galleons brought in vast amounts of silver every year. A considerable portion of that silver ended up in Macau, used to purchase various Chinese goods. The Jesuits actively participated in this trade. Landus had seen too much of it. If he could get a ship, this South China Sea would be practically paved with gold. Portuguese ships, Spanish ships, Dutch ships, every one of them sailed toward China laden with silver. If he could rob just one, he'd be rich. With money, he could recruit desperados, buy ships and cannons. Landus differed greatly from Chinese transmigrators. He'd never thought about manufacturing anything himself. He was accustomed to using whatever ready-made weapons were available. By now, he was quite skilled with matchlocks and flintlocks, and his swordsmanship ranked among the top 10 local experts. Once he'd robbed enough with capital and followers, he could simply go set up a small independent country and be king. There was plenty of unexplored wasteland. He could kidnap some Portuguese women who caught his eye, then slip off to Australia or New Zealand to be a colonizer. Soon he realized he had nowhere to get fuel. Besides, he had no subordinates at all. Trying to be a colonizer alone would probably just get him eaten by Maoris. Also, he had no technical means to salvage the boat. Disappointed, Landus decided to stick around Macau for now, then try to gather a reliable group of people. But he was quickly disappointed again. In Macau, this city full of adventurers, everyone talked only of money. The only ones with ideals were the missionaries. After more than a year, he hadn't made a single true friend, though he had plenty of drinking and gambling buddies. As for his patron, his protector, the Jesuit priests, behind their soul-piercing smiles lurked much that made him fearful. He began to miss his old companions, all of whose fates were unknown. If even one or two were still alive, they could have helped each other. Certainly, they could have opened up some small opportunity. If there was anyone in this time-space he could trust, it was his black slave, whom he'd won at the gambling table. To commemorate a certain movie trilogy whose third installment he'd wanted but never got to see, he named this black man Shrek. Shrek was a melancholy black man, taciturn, but he was loyal enough to Landus. At least Landus fed him properly, never whipped him, and wouldn't casually gamble him away. Every morning, Shrek would respectfully prepare his wash water and clothes. Communication between master and servant was mostly by eye contact, gestures, and a strange dialogue. Shrek spoke a peculiar Spanish while Landus spoke broken Portuguese. The differences between Spanish and Portuguese were minimal. Their linguistic exchange could barely achieve mutual understanding. "Running out of money again," he muttered, turning from the dock and walking toward the small inn where he lodged. The harrowing survival after escaping Zhang Zhilong by the skin of his teeth, plus Liu Xiang's generosity in gifting him 300 Spanish pesos, even trying to recruit him, these things were behind him. Landus had refused. One experience of barely surviving was enough. After returning to Macau, Giranzani had rewarded him with another 100 pesos. As with everything that has a beginning also having an end, these 400 pesos were finally running out. His daily eating, drinking, gambling, and occasionally involving women. At one point, Landus had seduced the wife of a rather prominent Portuguese merchant, then nearly beat the jealous husband to death. This made him notorious. If it weren't for his having risked life and limb for the Jesuits, and the Jesuits intervening to settle the matter, he probably would have had to flee. These pleasures had quickly emptied his purse. Actually, Giranzani still looked out for him, occasionally giving him small jobs, but the payments were stingy, never more than 50 pesos at a time. His pockets were empty, his livelihood precarious. At this rate, he'd soon have to pawn things to get by. As for the Jesuits, without assignments, they wouldn't give him a single coin. They welcomed him to eat for free any time, if bread, bean soup, and watered-down sour wine counted as a meal. He began seriously considering whether to sell his services to Liu Xiang. This man's agent in Macau welcomed desperados of all nations to serve him at any time. The conditions weren't bad either. 400 Spanish pesos per year for a gunner. Landus figured he should be worth at least 1,000 per year. Thinking of this, he suddenly recalled those strange Australians. Though he hadn't seen them since that encounter, Landus was 100% certain. These were people from his own time-space. Calling themselves Australians gave it away immediately. Australians, you're all Chinese. As for how these Chinese people had reached this time-space, only God knew. But the Chinese were clearly in a much better situation than him. They were neatly dressed and looked healthy. Moreover, they were selling all sorts of goods. When he first saw the crystal mirrors that rich Chinese competed to show off, his jaw nearly dropped. Wasn't this just a plastic mirror? He'd seen them in cheap shops all over the world. Then more and more news reached Macau. The Australians had built a castle on a large island in southern China. They had iron ships bigger than the largest galleons. They had all sorts of strange things, and moreover, their firearms were extremely formidable. Landus analyzed all this and reached 3 conclusions. These Australians were Chinese people from the 21st century. They had modern ships and weapons, and there were many of them. As for that large southern Chinese island, of course it was Hainan Island. He checked his pocket atlas and found an unfamiliar place name on the map. Lingao. Lingao. He remembered Father Kama telling him he'd been transferred to Macau by Chinese officials from Lingao, a place he seemed to remember. He could vaguely recall being nearly naked, surrounded by ragged Chinese soldiers with spears and sabers escorting him onto a ship. It seemed to be a desolate place. Landus sensed vaguely that his arrival here was deeply connected to them. What were these Chinese people doing in Lingao? As more and more goods flooded in from Lingao, Australian goods became a well-known brand. Moreover, many goods clearly showed signs of being produced in this time-space. This made Landus revise his judgment. These Chinese people also had machinery, engineers, and qualified technicians. Even Australian goods had changed his life. The market now sold paper specifically for toilet use at remarkably low prices, finally freeing Landus' excretion from economic burden. The Chinese even supplied Macau with matches, cigarettes, rum, and sparkling water in oak barrels. The streets were full of small vendors carrying 2 barreled kegs with spigots. One held sweet-sour sparkling water, the other held rum. You could buy either separately or mixed. In summer, they'd even add crushed mint leaves. Landus thought, isn't this just a cocktail? Good Lord, Landus thought, at least the Chinese had made his life in this time-space somewhat more bearable. News of Lingao's Australian-style lifestyle also gradually reached Macau. Their good roads, complete municipal management, and the lights that sparkled like stars every night. Now, having lost hope of starting his own enterprise, Landus seriously considered for the first time the idea of defecting to the Australians, or rather, the Chinese. At minimum, they had plenty of toilet paper and clean toilets. Plus, he quite liked 21st-century Chinese food. Rather than selling his services to Liu Xiang, why not defect to the Chinese? As people from the same time-space, they should have more in common. Come to think of it, when he'd seen them at Giranzani's residence, there had been Europeans among them, including a rather pretty girl who looked Latin. If there were Europeans, they wouldn't reject another European. He, Landus, had no motherland in this time-space. They definitely wouldn't have to worry about him in that regard. He'd been a volunteer soldier. Surely they urgently needed professional talent. Going there would certainly mean food and probably a high position. How could Liu Xiang understand his value? But 21st-century Chinese would certainly understand. Thinking this, he suddenly felt that defecting to Lingao was a bright path. He even wondered why he hadn't thought of it sooner. At least he'd observe one fewer Lent. Moreover, he also had a great gift. Landus thought, just the weapons and ammunition sunk in the Prada's reef would be an enormous fortune. With this, he could certainly secure a decent position in the Lingao collective. He began planning his defecting to freedom. Going to Lingao was easy. The Australians had semi-public agents here just like every other sea power. Ships traveled back and forth regularly between the two places. Lingao also had no travel restrictions. Anyone who wanted to go could go. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Were these modern Chinese people in Lingao under their government's direction? Could the Chinese government have mastered some secret of time travel, plotting some astonishing conspiracy in this time-space's Lingao? If so, going there rashly and revealing his identity might get him silenced immediately. Landus' enthusiasm immediately cooled. No matter how clean the toilets or how good the food, the premise was that he remained free and alive. If he was locked up or simply shot, it would all be meaningless. Matters couldn't bear close scrutiny. Next he thought, what if they also wanted to know whether there were other Americans besides him in this time-space who might threaten their mission? They might torture him. Thinking of this, he shivered and went back to eating his bread. That night, Landus had a strange dream. At one moment he'd arrived in Lingao, wearing a people's uniform, sitting in a grand hall for a meeting. The next moment he was an American government special agent, guiding a SEAL team through the wilderness, saying loudly, "Lingao is in that direction." Then he was tied to a chair. In a dark room, several Chinese people in combat uniforms stared at him coldly, apparently about to torture him. As he cried for help, he found the interrogator was actually Jiran Zani. He said, "You heretic, prepare to atone." Then he found himself standing on a pyre stacked with firewood. Landus screamed and rolled off the bed, waking up. He touched his forehead, all sweat. "God," he cried, "this was too terrifying. Master, are you all right?" Shrek poked his head in from outside the door. "I'm fine," Landus said. "Bring me water to wash my face." Landus got no breakfast in the dining room. The landlady's expression reminded him with just a smile. He still had 3 months unpaid room and board. Landus and Shrek, master and servant, had no choice but to wander the streets. Landus hoped to run into some acquaintance who might treat him to a meal. If all else failed, he'd have to go to the Jesuit church for food. A short black woman in cotton clothes suddenly approached. Her appearance killed his appetite for breakfast. "Mr. Landus." "Mr. Landus," she called in Portuguese. "What is it?" He looked over this black woman. She seemed to be a female slave of some wealthy person. Her features were different from African black slaves, yellowed eyes askew. Her appearance, by any time-space's standards, was downright ugly. "Please come this way." The black slave woman indicated he should go to a Chinese tea stall by the road. "Sorry, I don't have time," Landus said brazenly. Such an ugly woman, he couldn't be bothered to talk to her. "What if I have this?" The black slave woman untied a money pouch from her waist. The silver coins made a pleasant clinking sound. "All right, I never refuse a woman." The black slave woman ordered a pot of tea, apparently wanting to tell him something. But his eyes drifted to watch the Chinese vendor frying something in his oil. He vaguely remembered seeing this in Chinatown, something called yuxiao. The fragrance of the frying yuxiao left him distracted. The black slave woman glared at him helplessly and fished out some Chinese copper coins, asking the vendor to bring yuxiao and xiaobing. Landus picked up a xiaobing with a gentleman's reserved arrogance, learning from the other Chinese customers to fold the yuxiao and roll it up. Then he took a big bite. "Get some for my servant too," he told the vendor in Chinese. So Shrek also got a portion of xiaobing and yuxiao. I wonder if Mr. Landus might have some free time recently. End of chapter. Chapter 605. Bargaining. I'm very busy. The Jesuit lords always have many matters to entrust to me. Landus stroked his lip whiskers with an air of importance. These he'd grown specially to enhance his masculine aura. "Is that so?" the black slave woman said. "Would you be interested in doing a small favor for my master in the midst of your busy schedule?" "Who is your master?" "This." The black slave woman produced the money pouch. "Do you find my answer satisfactory?" Judging by its weight, this pouch held at least 300 Spanish pesos. For the cash-strapped Landus, this was extremely tempting. After his nightmare, his enthusiasm for defecting to Lingao had cooled considerably. With this money, he could at least survive in Macau for a while longer. "It would be even better if you had 2 masters," Landus said. "All right, tell me, what's the matter?" "You are an excellent soldier, correct?" "You served under Aragon," the black woman said. "Yes, since he went bankrupt I can no longer serve him." "What a pity," Landus said. This Spanish dandy had lost his ship and still didn't dare return to Manila. He spent every day hanging around Macau in even worse condition than Landus. At least Landus probably wasn't a candidate offered as sacrifice. "You've been to Lingao." Landus suddenly became alert. Few people knew that he'd participated in Aragon's adventure, attacking Lingao. When Aragon had originally set sail, he'd kept it strictly secret. After his humiliating defeat back to Macau, he'd been even more tight-lipped about such a disgraceful rout. As for the sailors who'd been aboard, they were either Europeans or Malays recruited from various islands in the South Seas. They knew how to sail but not the destination. The few who had known had either died in the night raid or in the battle with Zhang Zhilong. Very few remained. As for himself, he'd never publicized his participation in this mission. How did this black woman know he'd been to Lingao? "What's that to you?" "Nothing to me, but my master wants to know." "Your master must know this already," Landus thought. "Who is this person? What underhanded thing does he want me to do?" "I wouldn't say I've been there," Landus said cautiously. I entered Lingao's harbor, that's all. You also saved Aragon's life in the South China Sea. Saving him was incidental. Would you be willing to visit Lingao again? That depends on what for. Landus realized this person knew about his history on the Countess of Scarborough. Hiring someone as capable as you can't be for simple matters. All right, you little black wench, you cheap slut, just say it. What does your master want me to do? Landus was growing impatient. He spoke arrogantly. He was a gentleman here after all. Speaking so much with this ugly black woman was practically beneath his dignity. The black woman's askew yellow eyes flashed with venom, but she continued. My master, he hopes you'll go to Lingao using whatever identity to find out how their fortress is laid out, how far their cannons can fire, what weaknesses their military has, everything about the Australians' defenses in Lingao. HMPH, your master has designs on Lingao, Landus said. The other party remained silent. Many people here have been to Lingao. Why look for me? Landus found this strange. Ships left Macau for Lingao every week. Many people had traded there. Those are my master's instructions, the black slave woman said. He says you understand the Australians better than anyone here. This statement left Landus dumbfounded. What did this mean? It could be interpreted many ways, but spoken now, it seemed to strike at his heart. Understand better than anyone here. For a moment he even thought he'd been exposed. His aristocratic airs deflated considerably. Landus' first instinct was to refuse, but now he didn't dare act rashly. He sensed vaguely that the other party seemed to know something. He became cautious. This mission is very difficult. 400 Spanish pesos. I want 800. 600. Here's 300. The black woman produced a money pouch. You'll get another 300 when you return. Deal. 600 pesos was a very good deal. How long will you need? 1 month. 1 month from now I'll be waiting for you here. Fine. Landus then said to the vendor, come, give me a bowl of that milk you make from beans. It's too dark here. Half an hour later, the black slave woman reported verbatim to Licia about her meeting with Landus. He really asked for 600, Licia commented listlessly. Since her humiliating escape from Bapu by small boat, more than a year had passed. This conspirator of Macau, this female pirate of the South China Sea, continued playing her intrigues and adventures, sometimes serving one person, sometimes advising another. When good opportunities arose, she wouldn't refuse a lucrative maritime robbery. The more chaotic the seas became, the better her business. Even her constant fence-sitting gave her opportunities others lacked. Various parties hoped to use her as a channel to establish relations or open dialogue with others. The games of alliance and counter-reliance on the South China Sea had many enthusiasts. Licia, as a pirate and maritime mercenary, had somehow become a celebrity of the moment. One moment she appeared in Manila, the next in Batavia. Sometimes she surfaced in Guangzhou, sometimes she showed up in Taiwan Harbor. She was a welcome guest of various sea lords, governors, commanders, and trade commissioners. Everyone had her do their bidding, freely paying her large sums of gold or granting her privileges to move goods in and out. But everyone also secretly watched her. Yet Licia knew her days of playing all sides couldn't last much longer. After Zhang Zhilong had accepted pacification and become a Ming official, he could use the Ming government's resources to continuously replenish his ships and men. Sheng Wenken even directly sponsored cannons and ships. His goods shipped to Japan no longer needed to be secretly purchased. They were openly bought and transported unimpeded to Zhuoshui. By comparison, Li Qiuqi's situation was much worse. Though he'd initially had far more ships and men than Zhang Zhilong, resupply was difficult. His maritime trade was also constantly struck by Zhang Zhilong. Liu Xiang in Guangdong waters, though sworn enemies with Zhang Zhilong, wasn't Li Qiuqi's ally either. After Zhu Keilao's destruction, most of his remaining forces were absorbed by Zhang Zhilong. The rest were taken in by Liu Xiang and Lingao. Liu Xiang's power surged. He was urgently preparing to eliminate a rival, hoping to rise to the next level and become the undisputed hegemon of China's southeastern coast. Licia estimated that Zhang Zhilong was very likely to win. Not only did he have government backing, but his foundations were much deeper than Liu Xiang's. Whether with the Portuguese or the Japanese, he had deep influence. Once Li Qiuqi was destroyed, Liu Xiang's destruction would follow in an instant. After Zheng Zhilong eliminated all opponents, he would forcibly establish new order on these seas. Not only would the Portuguese be powerless to resist, but even the Dutch might not be his match. So recently, Li Sia's activities had begun to lean towards serving Zheng Zhilong's potential opponents, though she still didn't dare openly offend him. To be precise, she'd been serving the Dutch. She had just met with a personal representative of the Dutch East India Company Governor de Carpentier, Savage Gonzalez. This man was a true Spaniard, formerly a Spanish officer. After dishonorable discharge, he'd been destitute and had to try his luck in Manila. When luck didn't come in Manila, he simply went over to the Dutch side, becoming an officer for the East India Company. The Dutch East India Company welcomed all European dregs willing to serve it. The death rate for whites in the East Indies was high. The governor needed large numbers of soldiers, officers, and commercial agents, so he basically accepted everyone. But for Spanish Catholics, serving the Dutch carried the danger of losing one's soul. The Dutch allowed religious freedom at home, but in the East Indies, all company personnel had to participate in Protestant religious services. Otherwise, it was treason, punishable at any time by hanging. The East India Company's laws were famously harsh and merciless. With nowhere else to turn, Savage Gonzalez risked his soul to serve the Dutch. As an experienced former Spanish artillery officer, he served as an artillery officer in the East India Company's forces, participating in several expeditions, including the unsuccessful Pescadores Islands Penghu expedition years ago. At that time, he'd commanded 3 12-pounder cannons in a hastily built fort, facing countless junks on the sea and an endless stream of Chinese soldiers swarming ashore. After the Pescadores expedition failed, he followed the fleet to Taiwan, where they built a castle. Savage Gonzalez served for a time as the local fortress artillery commander. During that time, he traded fire several times with attacking Chinese pirates and local natives. He survived both battle and disease. He gradually became trusted. When the governor needed someone to enter Portuguese colonial territory, the Spaniard Savage Gonzalez became a suitable candidate. A true Spaniard could obviously slip into Macau more safely than a Dutchman. Macau had the Jesuits, the Dutch's mortal enemies. Besides, in the governor's planned next move, this former Spanish artillery officer would also prove very useful. Savage Gonzalez was tall and powerfully built. In his early years of fighting the Turks, he'd lost an eye and now wore an eye patch. Together with his scars, it outlined the image of an unmistakable old soldier. Savage Gonzalez arrived in Macau posing as an unemployed veteran and quickly made contact with Li Sia's agent in a tavern. Then he visited this legendary female pirate and delivered the governor's letter. In the letter, the governor requested that Li Sia provide intelligence on Lingao, including the true situation of the so-called Australians. There were many rumors about them, and some goods had found their way to the East Indies and India through various channels. But so far, no one had seen Australian long-distance trading vessels appear on the seas. His Excellency the Governor was very interested in knowing what kind of people were the so-called Australians. Were they white? Did the Australians have interest in trade? Was the castle in Lingao built for trading with China? If so, what was their current trading status? What was the Chinese government's attitude toward them? What was the status of the Australians' iron ships and cannons? Was their performance as exaggerated as rumored? How many Australians were in Lingao? Did they have blacks, Malays, Japanese, Europeans, and Chinese serving them? Were these people armed? How many had firearms? What were the firearms' capabilities? The letter contained 125 questions in total. The more Li Sia read, the more suspicious she became. The first questions were general intelligence, but the later questions about the Australian military weapons, and Lingao's harbor and defenses were entirely military in nature. What did the Dutch want this information for? Li Xia thought. Were they planning to move against the Australians? Lingao's geographic position wasn't the most ideal, but it was much closer to the Chinese coast than Taiwan, and right on the shipping lanes from the East Indies to the Chinese mainland. Dutch control of this point. These questions are worth at least 5,000 guilders, Li Xia said after reading the letter. Here's 1,000 guilders. Gonzalez generously produced a leather bag. You'll get another 2,000 after you answer everything. I want 5,000 guilders expenses extra, Li Xia said. This job is very tricky. I'll have to spend a lot of money myself. That's beyond my authority, Savage Gonzalez said. But the governor says if your intelligence is accurate, he can pay additional compensation. And if it's not accurate, that's not something I can know, Gonzalez bowed. I'll need time to answer your questions. About 1 or 2 months, Li Xia said. Will you return or wait here for my reply? I'll wait here, of course. Though Gonzalez wasn't particularly devout, being forced to participate in Protestant prayers every day still made him uncomfortable. Temporarily escaping this religious drudgery couldn't be better, and Macau's climate and food were much better than the East Indies. You can stay at the Crown Inn. Good food and some women you might find interesting, Li Xia said, taking a money pouch from a drawer. Here's 300 reals. After Savage Gonzalez took his leave, she summoned Li Chun, also known as Li Huame. She just returned from Goa and was resting. Your trade may not be possible now, Li Xia told her foster sister. The Dutch have designs on Lingao. Those cheese-eaters are asking for trouble. Li Huame sat on a cushion, a rather presumptuous posture for her status, but theirs was more a partnership than master-servant relationship. Unlike her mistress, who devoted more energy to scheming, Li Huame preferred straightforward business, whether trading or maritime robbery. I rather like the Australians, even though they're a bit naive, Li Huame laughed. Can't even climb a mast, yet they call themselves captains one after another. But whether she liked or disliked them didn't matter to Li Xia. What mattered was interests. In Li Huame's view, the Dutch alone couldn't destroy the Australians in Lingao. Li Huame had seen the Australian cannons fire and had seen their defense system, an iron ship. Bapu Harbor couldn't be taken by frontal assault. When Bapu had no heavy artillery, when they hadn't even deployed their iron ship, the combined Spanish and Liuxiang assault had been routed. Now that they'd fortified Bapu, to attack or bombard those two positions is completely impossible. The iron ship is taller than the largest galleon. The hull is iron. Sailors simply cannot climb it, nor can it be set ablaze. As for the old beacon tower, it's positioned deep inland. You'd have to travel a long distance after landing to reach its base. Li Huame continued marking on the map. These 2 locations are just what I saw. There are certainly other batteries or defensive installations I didn't see. They have several key strongpoints in depth, all fortified. End of chapter. Chapter 606, Landus Mission. Can you mark all the harbor facilities clearly? I can mark the areas I was allowed into, but a large portion of the harbor I and my men couldn't access, Li Huame said with some regret. Their monitoring of me is very strict. It used to be the Australians themselves standing guard, which was actually more relaxed. Now they've switched to Ming people recruited from the mainland, and it's become much tighter. So you've started losing your appeal to them, Li Xia joked. Your charm is declining. No, I think they like me quite a bit, especially among the naval officers, Li Huame said. But among the Australians, there's a certain group of people, extremely vigilant, suspicious of everyone, including their own people. Considering they're actually in a weak position, doing this isn't unreasonable. Can you estimate their strength? I can't estimate that precisely, but in the harbor you can always see roughly 2 companies of infantry, very well trained, completely European-style training, very well equipped. Gunners and sailors aren't counted. If the sailors were fully armed, you could organize at least 20 companies. These sailors are equally well trained. The Australians have many firearms and plenty of ammunition. So you think the Dutch have no chance of attacking Lingao? Absolutely none. How many ships can the Dutch deploy? 15? 16. When they attacked Penghu, they could only muster 14 ships. Li Huame said. Back then, they launched their entire force and even dragged the English along, yet they still couldn't take Macau. Now attacking Lingao, 10 times harder to crack than Macau, they probably couldn't even enter the harbor. They just come away with bloody noses. So they're willing to pay 5,000 guilders, Li Xia said. Our relationship with the Australians is quite good. The Goa trade is very profitable. Why get involved in this for the Dutch? Li Huame's meaning was clear. They were doing well with the Australians, so why bother stirring up trouble? This isn't as simple as 5,000 guilders. Li Xia lifted a corner of the window curtain and gazed at the fountain trickling in the courtyard. You said yourself, over these 3 years the Australians' power has been growing day by day. When they become strong enough to ignore all the powers of the South China Sea, will there still be good days for us sisters? That's still a long way off. Zhang Zhilong is also a threat, Li Xia said. The Australians in Lingao are more dangerous than Zhang Zhilong. No one knows what they're planning. They still have many cards they haven't revealed. Li Xia believed. A battle between the Dutch and the Australians would do them no harm whatsoever. Since the Dutch couldn't possibly destroy the Australians, they'd just be badly beaten and retreat in defeat. Their interests in Lingao wouldn't be affected at all. Having the Dutch as a threatening enemy would only make the Australians court their existing partners more. Li Huame could extract even more benefits from this. Overall, if used well, this opportunity could result in double loss for both parties while the Li sisters achieved double win. We need to let the Australians taste some bitterness, Li Xia said. That way they'll treat you even better. In any case, these seas need to stay chaotic. The Dutch can't make the Australians taste bitterness. They don't have the capability. That's where we come in, she said, giving the Dutch a helping hand. Li Huame remained expressionless. What do you have in mind? There's a person I'm planning to use. Aragon, his circumstances are poor, but he's not very useful. He has some use. But the person I want to use is this one, Weiss Landus. So she dispatched her most trusted black slave woman, who often handled her secret affairs, to meet with Landus. This woman not only spoke excellent Portuguese, but was also a cold-blooded killer when necessary. She was skilled at concocting poisons and administering them, having quietly eliminated quite a few enemies and people Li Xia found annoying. Li Xia, with her keen instincts and omnipresent spies, she maintained a large group of dregs from all nationalities in Macau as eyes and ears, had her finger on the pulse of the city. When Weiss Landus first appeared in Macau, he hadn't attracted much of her interest. Just another European failure common in the Far East, relying on brute strength and skill with weapons to eke out an advantage. Even on the Countess of Scarborough, she hadn't paid him much attention, except for his strangely accented Italian and his manner that stood out from everyone around him. Later, she'd seen him multiple times on the streets, in taverns, and in churches. She'd never given him much thought. Then once, one of her subordinates brought her something strange. It was a rectangular piece of paper, exquisitely printed, with a circular portrait of a European man. As for the text on it, she didn't recognize it. It should be some European language. Besides that, there was the Arabic numeral 10. The source of this paper was the landlady of the small inn where Landus lodged. He'd gotten drunk and tried to pay his bill with this paper. When refused, he'd thrown a drunken tantrum and stuffed it into the landlady's bodice. Li Xia had sent someone to give the landlady 1 real to buy this paper. It reminded her of similar printed materials she'd found on Treasurer Wen's person back then, though Treasurer Wen's had been red with the Arabic numeral 100. The portrait had been of an Asian man, and the text on it had been Chinese, so Weiss Landus was an Australian. At least he had extremely deep connections with the Australians. Li Xia felt like she'd discovered a new continent. Thinking back, when Aragon had gone to raid Lingao, it had been walking right into a trap. Needless to say, this man had been sent to Macau by the other side for her. She immediately had someone watch this Australian closely, But after more than a year, Landu not only hadn't returned to Lingao once, he'd never even visited Huang Shunlong's shop. He had no contact with the outside world at all. Except for occasional errands for the Jesuits, he spent almost every day in Macau living in a drunken stupor. By any measure, he didn't seem like a spy. She'd made inquiries through her inside sources in the Jesuits about everything regarding this person. Landu had been received from Ming officials. The Ming officials had captured him in a small coastal county called Lingao, where some fishermen had rescued him and sent him to the county seat. Her insider told her, Landu served the Jesuits very faithfully. Lord Giranzani was very satisfied with him, except regarding money. After prolonged observation and probing, Li Xia confirmed one thing. Landu was an Australian, but Landu and the Australians in Lingao weren't on the same side. If they were, he absolutely wouldn't have gone more than 2 years without any contact with the Australians in Lingao. And he hadn't done anything in service of the Australians either, except possibly leaking news of the night raid on Bapu. Additionally, she'd learned from a servant close to Giranzani that Landu had said several times to the bishop, "They're genuine Chinese, though not Ming people." Though the bishop probably didn't understand his meaning, Li Xia understood perfectly. Landu knew very well the background of the Australians in Lingao. As for why he specifically emphasized they were Chinese, not Ming people, there must be other reasons. If this were an ordinary person, Li Xia would have long since had him secretly kidnapped and interrogated until she got to the bottom of things. But Landu served the Jesuits in Macau. She wasn't yet arrogant enough to offend the Jesuits. Now was a good opportunity. Li Xia pondered for several days and reached this conclusion. The Dutch wanted to probe Lingao's secrets. She could have Landu go. If Landu was an Australian spy, he absolutely wouldn't tell her any of Lingao's key defensive measures. But Landu didn't know Li Huame was her person. A simple comparison would reveal the truth. Conversely, if Landu wasn't a spy, his intelligence on the Australians would be much more detailed than what her foster sister could provide. If that were the case, Landu would be an invaluable asset, Li Xia thought. The Australians were bound to become a major power in the South China Sea in the future. Having someone who knew their background in her hands, the benefits were incalculable. Landu still didn't know he'd already been outsmarted by Li Xia. Since he'd accepted the money, he decided to personally visit Lingao. He'd see with his own eyes what the Chinese were doing in Lingao and assess whether he could defect to them. From his perspective, no army of this time-space could possibly be a match for Chinese armed with modern weapons. If the Chinese somehow managed to lose to people of this time-space, he might as well abandon any thought of defecting to them. But a European face going to Lingao would be too conspicuous. The Chinese would keep tabs on him the moment he arrived. Pretending to be a merchant was impossible. He didn't look like a merchant, knew nothing about local trade, and couldn't stand up to questioning. Landu thought it over and decided to pose as a priest's attendant. The Jesuits were recently sending 2 priests to Lingao. Lu Ruohua's letters requesting more priests had arrived, and the Jesuits had subsequently dispatched 3 more. But Lingao's demand for priests kept growing. Recently, a priest had been called to the Lord while preaching in the Li region. Per the Lingao Church's request, the Jesuits decided to send 2 more priests to missionize there. Landu went to request Father Kama, simply saying he was curious about Lingao and hoped to join the group and take a look. His request was immediately approved, so Landu became a member of the Jesuit delegation. Spring sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo and tree foliage outside the window, casting dappled shadows on the brick floor. Light breezes stirred the emerald bamboo, and a curtain of fragmentary shadows flowed back and forth like a stream. The bamboo had completely returned to green. The withered yellow leaves of winter were shedding one by one. The courtyard was full of vitality. The study's furnishings were extremely simple. Hard to imagine this was the private study of Wang Zund, Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi. Wang Zund was now reading a letter with his head bowed. His dress was very plain, almost indistinguishable from a poor scholar. Wang Zund was known for his frugality, wearing plain cotton clothes and eating simple meals daily. He had quite a reputation for incorruptibility in officialdom. This was a letter brought back by one of his proteges from the capital. With his status and position, having the province's courier officials carry his private mail was both convenient and fast. But Wang Zund never troubled them, who knew whether the Eastern Depot inspected the private letters these courier officials carried back to their provinces. An ordinary private letter contained nothing but family gossip, various news and trends at court. Ordinarily it would be unremarkable, but he feared those meddling Eastern Depot eunuchs might find something improper in it. Then he'd be in trouble. The letter was from a fellow examination year colleague serving in the capital. This letter left him feeling a vague unease. What caused his unease were several side letters enclosed with it. According to late Ming official customs, when people wrote letters, besides the main letter, there were so-called side letters. Side letters were unsigned letters, used for requesting favors or discussing confidential matters. Now Wang Zund held 3 side letters. The main letter was the usual polite pleasantries about health and well-being. Wang Zund skimmed through it. The first side letter discussed news from the capital. He roughly read it over. It discussed recent court developments. Yuan Changhuan's prospects didn't look good. More than a month ago, the court had dispatched people to Guangxi to arrest Yuan Yuansu's family in Teng County and bring them to the capital. This once highly favored official probably couldn't escape execution. Though Yuan Yuansu had no connection to him and wouldn't implicate him, watching him go from favor to arrest, Wang Zund couldn't help feeling that old sentiment about the death of the hare and the grief of the fox. He picked up the second side letter. This one contained news about the court's battles with the Jurchen and the bandits. The Eastern Front had temporarily quieted after the court recovered Zunhua. But in the northwest, the bandit situation was growing day by day, showing signs of spreading. Moreover, among them, Shanxi garrison soldiers, frontier troops and military households joining the bandits were quite numerous. Reading this, Wang Zund couldn't help but snort coldly. In his heart, he thought this was entirely to be expected. The frontier troops had been in arrears for years now. As for disbanding the courier stations, that was an even worse move. Shanxi and the northwest were harsh, cold lands, unlike the fertile regions of Jiangnan and Guangdong, where even begging could barely keep one alive. Originally, people there barely scraped by, half-starved. Now that they'd been dismissed if they didn't rebel, where would they find a way to live? This kind of chaos probably couldn't be suppressed without 7 or 8 years. He set down this side letter and picked up the next one. This one was very brief but quite important. It mainly said that since Xing Wenhan had subdued Zheng Zhilong, the situation in the southeastern seas had somewhat stabilized. The emperor seemed satisfied with this. He was urging Xing Wenhan to clear the seas as quickly as possible. HMPH. Wang Zund grunted. Xing Wenhan's trick was just using one bandit to suppress another, hoping both sides would wear each other down while he reaped the benefits. But this matter probably wasn't as simple as he imagined. Guangdong's side didn't deal much with Zheng Zhilong, but they knew quite a bit about him. Most information came from the Portuguese, including Zheng Zhilong's history and his special connections in Japan. Wang Zund was well aware that Zheng Zhilong was no ordinary character. He wasn't someone who would be satisfied with an empty military title like commander. After receiving pacification, Zheng Zhilong had refused to leave Zhuoxuwei and squatted on Jingxia Island. His purpose was simply to use this as a port for trade with Japan. Twice a year, the Portuguese came to Guangzhou to trade. From their mouths, Wang Zund had learned much useful information. For example, compared to Yuegang, Zhuoxuwei was more ideal as a trading port. Zheng Zhilong had repeatedly attacked Yuegang not to plunder, but to force merchants to stop trading there. Zheng the brigand has a wolf's heart and wild ambitions. He absolutely hasn't truly surrendered to the court. This was Gao Shuncheng's comment at the time when he heard Zheng Zhilong had been pacified, privately of course. But Xing Wenhan didn't see it that way. Over the past year and more, he'd continuously supplied ships and heavy cannons to Zhang Zhilong. He'd even given away quite a few of the red barbarian cannons that Wang Zund had cast for Fujian. In Fujian, Zhang Zhilong practically got whatever he wanted. His purchases of property were extensive. He'd even extended his reach into Guangdong, buying up many estates and properties. He had purchased farmland on the outskirts of Guangzhou City. Simply outrageous. But as long as Xing Wenhan kept reporting victory after victory, any impeachment would be useless. At court, there was considerable support for Xing Wenhan's approach. The political wind was quite favorable to him. There was even the possibility of promotion. If Xing Wenhan was promoted, the most likely scenario was coming to take over his own position. Guangdong also had pirates, and their momentum was no less than Fujian's. With Xing Wenhan's reputation as a capable official for pacifying the seas, he would most likely come to Guangdong. He was already governor of Fujian. Given his great achievements, he surely couldn't be merely transferred laterally to governor of Guangdong. If he wasn't that, then he, Wang Zund, would have to vacate his governor-general seat. If he couldn't quickly open up a new situation and achieve a few victories at sea, this governor-general position might soon be lost. Only that controlling the pirates on Guangdong waters wasn't easy. The biggest gang was Liu Xiang. This man had long prowled near the Pearl River estuary, constantly raiding and plundering villages and ships. He blocked overseas trade. The Portuguese in Macau had approached him 3 or 4 times, hoping to jointly suppress him. The Portuguese had great warships and red barbarian cannons. Their fighting power was considerable, but the Ming couldn't send forces to match them. To launch a campaign required military pay. The entire provincial treasury kept crying poverty, saying there was no silver available. The costs that the Ministry of Works had authorized for casting cannons still hadn't been seen. Still, Guangdong had many sources of revenue. If they really wanted to fight, scraping together funds from somewhere was still possible. It just wasn't worth it. Moreover, Guangdong officialdom knew nothing about Liu Xiang's actual situation. They knew even less than the Portuguese. Without guides, trying to find Liu Xiang's fleet on the vast sea and among countless small islands was pure fantasy. In the end, they just suffered defeat after defeat. The court could lose before, but now it couldn't afford to lose any more. Losing one battle meant never recovering. Thinking of this, he felt quite troubled. End of chapter. Chapter 607. Deliberating war. He folded the letter with deliberate care, creasing each edge precisely before sliding it back into its envelope. Years in the bureaucracy had taught him well. He possessed an arsenal of techniques for deflecting and delaying any troublesome government business. After all, no matter how momentous or urgent the affair, nothing could withstand the simple art of procrastination. Given a few months, who could say what new political winds might be blowing through the court? But this time, producing some tangible achievement in pacifying the seas was probably unavoidable. The emperor had ascended the throne not long ago and still burned with enthusiasm for diligent governance. Through eunuchs close to the imperial person, Wang Zund had learned that His Majesty was extraordinarily industrious. If he continued deflecting and delaying, he likely couldn't muddle through much longer. And if that hothead Gao Shunking submitted an impeachment memorial, things would become exceedingly troublesome. During his tenure rectifying governance in the 2 Guangs, he had offended quite a few people, men who all had old friends and fellow examination graduates in the capital. One misstep, one loss of imperial favor, and impeachment memorials would pile high as a mountain. His fate would be sealed. Loss of office would be the lightest punishment. Then there was the matter of Gao Shunking, whose attitude remained maddeningly unpredictable. The man was young and held a position on the remonstrance circuit, which inevitably bred arrogance. Wang Zund had once been a remonstrance official himself. He understood their temperament intimately. Inspector Gao despised maritime merchants, sea pirates, and Westerners with equal fervor. He had approached Wang Zund on several occasions, hoping to persuade him to prohibit trade with the Portuguese. Wang Zund had always responded with vague noncommitments. Word had it Qiongshan was already quite dissatisfied with him. The inspector's hatred of the Portuguese stemmed primarily from their towering ships and giant cannons, vessels that no one dared approach. The Portuguese also traded in various contraband goods, yet Wang Zund suspected the real source of Gao's resentment was simpler. Here in Guangdong territory sat a place that did not submit to imperial civilization. For Wang Zund's part, though the Portuguese occasionally stirred up local trouble, they were generally tactful. This tactfulness didn't merely mean paying their annual rent of 500 taels to Xiangshan County on schedule. That sum was a drop in the bucket for all of Guangdong province. What mattered more was that recently, Portuguese merchants had been arriving in Guangzhou with increasing frequency, bearing generous gifts for various officials. Presumably, they had caught wind of Qiongshan's recent machinations and were intensifying their lobbying efforts. And then there was the matter of the Portuguese proposal to jointly suppress Liu Xiang with the Ming. They claimed Liu Xiang was colluding with the Hollanders, those same red-haired foreigners who had raided the coast during the Tianqi reign and occupied the pescadores, building fortresses and scheming against the Great Ming. Whether any of this was true, only heaven knew. Wang Zund sighed to himself. Maritime affairs were infinitely intricate and complex, yet the government knew virtually nothing about this mysterious world of the seas. He paced through his study, pausing to admire the shadows cast upon the bamboo curtains. Then he called out in a booming voice. Someone, a personal attendant, materialized at the door. Go now and invite advisors Lu and Li. He had summoned these two because he wanted to hear their views on pacifying Guangdong's coastal waters. There was no point rushing to see Governor-General Li Fengji. That man would simply proclaim, "I follow the master's lead." Since the Governor-General handled military affairs while Wang Zund as governor focused on civil administration, such a statement wasn't entirely unreasonable. As for the other provincial officials, large and small, they were slippery as eels that left no trace. Each was more skilled than the last at passing the buck and evading responsibility. After years in officialdom, Wang Zund knew it wasn't just the two Guangs that operated this way. It was the same everywhere. If he wanted practical advice, he could only turn to his private staff. These two were his most trusted advisors. Lu Yizhang had served several terms as a prefect, while Li Ziju was a jinchi from the Tianqi reign who had never received an appointment and had been living in idle retirement at home. Both were in their 40s, the prime of life when energy ran abundant. Both were well-read and deeply versed in practical governance. Yet for the moment, even these two advisors could produce no brilliant ideas. Strategy required a foundation of intelligence, and without intelligence, when one couldn't even identify the enemy, where could strategy come from? Since the late Wanli reign, various maritime lords had risen and fallen, their names legion. Government documents recorded dozens of major gangs, but the authorities knew precious little about their actual situations. Most information was mere hearsay. As for this Liu Xiang, he had merely risen as a force at the beginning of the Qiongshan reign. Only recently had his expansion accelerated to the point where he had become a genuine plague at the Pearl River estuary, finally attracting official attention. Though advisors Lu and Li were eager to share their master's burdens, they understood these sea pirates no better than Wang Zund himself. How could they offer counsel? After racking his brains, Advisor Li could only dredge up the stale tricks that Hu Zongxian and others had employed against the Waku decades prior. Nothing innovative to speak of. Lu Yizhang, however, remained silent throughout. In his view, Advisor Li's strategies were all theoretically feasible but couldn't address the fundamental problem. Their master had no intention of launching a large-scale campaign against sea pirates, and even if he wished to, he lacked the capability. The problem was simple. There was no money. Whether one spoke of coastal evacuation, tightening inspections on shore-based goods exports, or training coastal and riverine militias. All these measures required both time and money, and the government's current situation was one of profound destitution. Without money, nothing could be accomplished. The government lacked both money and time, and Governor-General Wang felt he personally lacked time. Liu Yizhang was more astute than others at reading his master's intentions. Combining recent court politics with the situation in the two Guangs and Fujian, he quickly divined his master's true thoughts. The glory of suppressing southeastern sea pirates couldn't all go to Qingwenhen. Since Zhang Zhilong had accepted pacification, various major pirate forces along the southeastern coast, the gangs of Yang Liu, Yang Qi, Zhu Kail, had been destroyed one after another within 2 years. Qingwenhen's reputation as a capable official at pacifying the seas was now recognized by both court and public. Against this backdrop, Liu Xiang's continued entrenchment in Guangdong waters, indeed, his continued expansion, became an embarrassing contrast. The governor-general of the two Guangs needed to demonstrate some accomplishment. Though he understood his master's thinking, conjuring solutions was another matter entirely. Liu Yizhang pondered the situation. This wasn't the Jiajing reign, when the court still possessed ample funds to build ships and train soldiers. Now Wang Zund had only limited resources at his disposal. He couldn't attack on multiple fronts. He could only identify one gang and crush them decisively, achieving a resounding victory and capturing the bandit chief. Moreover, the court's navy had always proven ineffective in sea battles. Success must come from land combat. If only there were a place like Xiongyu or Tunmen, Liu Yizhang mused aloud. Li Ziju, ever quick-witted, immediately grasped his meaning and nodded vigorously. Exactly. Wang Zund naturally understood their implication, but where Liu Xiang's lair might be, they had no idea. As for other pirate gangs, that went without saying. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, Liu Yizhang said quietly, "What about Lingao?" All three nodded in unison. This place would indeed be excellent. That the Australians had built a fortified camp at Lingao was no longer a secret in Guangzhou. Just as the 3 purple character establishments being backed by Australians was also common knowledge. It should be Bapu. What the pirates have seized is precisely Bapu. Lingao County itself hasn't fallen, Li Ziju reminded them. All taxes and grain levies have been paid in full. Precisely, Liu Yizhang nodded. The imperial army attacking Bapu would remove a scourge from Lingao. It would benefit both the state and the people. This wasn't merely a minor detail, it was crucial. If they framed it as suppressing sea pirates entrenched at Lingao, someone at court would inevitably raise questions about why Guangdong had never reported the county's fall. But by mentioning only Bapu, the narrative became watertight. Besides, Lingao truly hadn't fallen. This wasn't deceiving the throne. Contemplating this, Wang Zund felt as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. He nodded repeatedly but said nothing more. Liu Yizhang and Li Ziju understood. He had approved the idea in principle but still needed to weigh the pros and cons. Their task now was to work out the details. Where would soldiers, ships, and provisions come from? How much would be needed? How would military pay and miscellaneous expenses be arranged? All these particulars required thorough consideration, with multiple contingency plans prepared. When the time came for execution, the Governor-General could choose. Such matters couldn't be handled by themselves alone. Fortunately, the Governor-General's office maintained a large staff of advisors, ranging from retired officials who'd served as prefects to frivolous literati who only knew how to compose poetry and songs. Though a mixed bag, there were quite a few capable and talented men among them. Liu Yizhang quickly gathered a dozen or so of Wang Zund's most trusted advisors to discuss the matter, but his brilliant plan soon met resistance. The Governor-General wanting to destroy the hair-shorn pirates at Lingao is certainly gratifying, one advisor ventured. But I've heard they have connections in the imperial palace. I fear they can't be touched so easily. Another chimed in. The Australians have deep ties with Gaoju, and I hear Gaoju is connected to Eunuch Yang in the palace. These internal connections may be beyond our ability to untangle. At the mention of eunuch involvement, the room fell silent. The days when eunuchs wielded overwhelming power weren't long past. The emperor had removed the 9,000 years upon ascending the throne, true, but the prince's household eunuchs now occupied positions of power in their turn. If they offended some mysterious inner chancellor, and that eunuch retaliated with malicious words whispered in imperial ears, everyone present would find themselves in deep trouble. "No matter," Lu Yizhang said smoothly. Gaoju's backer, Eunuch Yang, isn't one of the eunuchs who followed the late prince. During the days when Wei the traitor held power, Yang requested an idle posting to avoid trouble. Since the emperor ascended the throne, he wields little influence in the palace. Though he's a eunuch, he still has a voice from within the inner court. We shouldn't offend him lightly, someone still cautioned. "That presents no difficulty," Lu Yizhang replied. "The hair-shorn pirates have no connection with Eunuch Yang. Gaoju is Eunuch Yang's man, yes. The Australians merely do business with Gaoju. Eunuch Yang has always been wise and principled. Why would he make trouble for a court official on behalf of a band of sea pirates?" Gaoju had extensive dealings with the Australians. Even without the Australians, the Gao family was famous for colluding with foreigners. Finding evidence of their consorting with sea pirates would be child's play. Would Eunuch Yang really walk into such a trap and get things backward? Eunuch Yang had little influence left in the palace. The Australians' destruction wasn't the same as Gaoju's destruction. As long as Gaoju remained unharmed, the benefits owed to Eunuch Yang would continue flowing, not one when less, and no one would dare shortchange him. With the Australians, these sea pirates destroyed, would Eunuch Yang personally confront Wang Zund? Wang Zund was a top-ranking court official with a reputation for integrity. Eunuch Yang wasn't a powerful grand eunuch. Why would he wade into such murky waters? As long as Gaoju wasn't harmed, if the Gao family was allowed to pass through this affair unscathed, Eunuch Yang naturally wouldn't interfere. Lu Yizhang's calculation lay precisely here. When the time came, they could compensate part of the Australians' Guangzhou properties to the Gao family. Even if grievances lingered, nothing could be said. Gaoju wasn't so lacking in tact as to oppose the entire Guangdong bureaucracy. Furthermore, the Australians building a walled camp at Lingao follows exactly the old Portuguese playbook for occupying Macau. Back then, the court permitted the Portuguese. Should they now permit the Australians as well? Lu Yizhang reminded them. This matter must be resolved sooner or later, better sooner. After his analysis, everyone found the reasoning quite sound. No one objected to attacking the hair-shorn pirates anymore. "But how do we deal with the Australians' iron ships?" someone asked. "I've heard they're as tall as city walls, even taller than the great carracks of the red hairs and Portuguese. Our navy has no ships to match them. The so-called giant iron ships are merely street gossip, not to be taken seriously," Lu Yizhang said dismissively. "Even if such massive vessels truly exist, the imperial forces can use fireships to drive them off. Moreover, the imperial campaign should advance by both land and sea. The naval force would merely serve as a diversion. The land force would be the main effort. Once their 100-fathom camp is broken on land, with nothing left to rely on ashore, they'll have no choice but to weigh anchor and leave. The imperial forces can then claim victory." This approach was still predicated on driving them away rather than destroying them. This wasn't born of mercy or friendship, but reflected local officials' accurate assessment of their own military strength. During the Tianqi reign, mobilizing 70 or 80,000 troops and several hundred warships had only managed to persuade the withdrawal of a dozen Dutch ships. Complete destruction of the Australians was obviously even more impossible now. Still, expelling the Australians who had entrenched themselves at Lingao for years could certainly count as a significant achievement. Lu Yizhang's calculation was to find a way to force the Australians to retreat, achieving victory with minimal losses. The strength of the Australians at Lingao was somewhat known in Guangzhou. The true hair-shorn ones in Lingao number only about 1,000, Lu Yizhang explained. The rest are local traders who have shaved their heads and attached themselves, fake hair-shorn ones. Their total doesn't exceed several tens of thousands. But they're a mix of men and women, old and young, drawn to Lingao only by the pirates' petty favors. They absolutely won't fight to the death for the pirates. When the Imperial Heavenly troops arrive, they'll melt away like ice in the sun. Even with only 1,000, if they rely on their ships and fierce artillery, they won't be easy to handle, one advisor cautioned. I've heard that besides the great iron ship, they have fast iron boats and repeating firearms. Whoever faces them is swept away. They shouldn't be underestimated. I would suggest borrowing troops, this advisor continued. After all, the Australians possess formidable ships and guns, along with fast iron boats and repeating cannons to assist in battle. The Portuguese have always sought our favor and have been quite obedient to the court. They recently presented cannons. If we borrow their aid in suppression, our forces could achieve twice the result with half the effort. The Portuguese have red barbarian cannons and great carrack ships. Our weakness in ships and guns could be somewhat compensated. Many agreed with this proposal. Why not have the Governor-General order Zhang Zhilong to dispatch a detachment to assist? Zhang Zhilong's forces are experienced at sea and could serve as the vanguard. Governor Qiong would never agree. He relies on Zhang Zhilong as the Great Wall of Fujian seas. With Li Qiuqi and others not yet captured, how could he be willing? Inadvisable, inadvisable. Some proposed reviving the old tricks of Yu Deu and Dong Long from the Jiajing era, when they had eliminated pirates at Human, enticing foreign pirates with promises of ships, goods, and heavy rewards to join the attack. That's inadvisable, Li Ziju shook his head vigorously. Foreign pirates cannot be enticed. Otherwise, we'd be repelling the tiger at the front gate only to let the wolf in through the back. These aren't the old days. If we must borrow troops, we can only use the Portuguese. What about borrowing troops from the Hollanders? They once tried to occupy the Pescadores. If we borrow their troops, would we have to let them return there? That's a mistake. The advisor who'd made this suggestion thought himself rather clever. When the Hollanders agreed to withdraw to Taiwan, our dynasty promised that merchants could go trade there. We could use this as leverage. If the Hollanders don't lend troops for suppression, we'll prohibit merchants from going to Taiwan. Utterly wrong. Li Ziju felt compelled to refute such absurd reasoning. Prohibit merchants from trading. Since the Jiajing reign, the maritime ban has been lifted and reimposed and lifted. It has never truly been enforced. This method might have some utility against the Portuguese. But Taiwan wasn't Macau, right at Guangzhou's doorstep. The thousands of miles of Fujian and Guangdong coastline simply couldn't be sealed off. Besides, those trading at Taiwan were mostly Fujian merchants, with Zhang Zhilong the biggest of them all. Zhang Zhilong wouldn't heed orders from the Governor-General of the two Guangs, and Fujian's coastal merchants wouldn't comply either. Xing Wenhan wouldn't necessarily be willing to issue such an order for Guangdong's sake. The idea was completely impractical. Setting aside borrowed troops, once we mobilize, where will the provisions and military pay come from? This was the key to any warfare. It wasn't that the court lacked troops, but those troops could only be described as technically alive. To get this mob of armed beggars to march to battle required several things. First, they had to be paid. All back pay couldn't be issued, but at least a portion, otherwise the soldier lords wouldn't budge. Second, by custom, departure required settling in allowances and rewards. After battle, win or lose, casualties had to be compensated. Victory would require additional funds for celebrations. As for the provisions needed for the march and campaign, those too required advance preparation. Soldiers could go half hungry on ordinary days but couldn't be expected to fight on empty stomachs. The provisions issue was relatively easier to solve in Guangdong. The region generally yielded 2 harvests annually, and government granaries remained reasonably well stocked. Qiongshan Prefecture also maintained several granaries specifically for military provisions against the Li people, with tens of thousands of shi of grain stockpiled year-round that could be requisitioned nearby. As for compensation and celebrations, those are matters for afterward. We needn't discuss them now. First, let's raise the departure funds, Lu Yizhang said. Currently, all armies are nearly half a year behind on pay. Each soldier's pay is the equivalent of 2 taels per month. We'd need to back pay 2 or 3 months' worth. As for settling in allowances, each man needs another 3 taels. Before the army even moves, each soldier already costs at least 7 taels. If we mobilize 10,000 men, 70,000 taels would be spent before they even left camp. Someone's tongue clicked at the calculation. You've calculated too low. Marching also requires public use and miscellaneous expenses, plus various other costs. Without another 10 to 20,000, they can't even depart, an advisor with military experience noted. And what about repairs to artillery and ships? Don't those cost money? There's no need to calculate, Li Zijiu said. When Commander Yu drove the red hares from the pescadores during the Tianqi reign, it cost the provincial treasury nearly 400,000 taels. This mobilization will cost no less. Military expenses will be at least 300,000 taels, and that's being frugal. If we're generous, we'd need to double it. End of chapter. Chapter 608. The Mistress of Zhiming Tower. The assembled advisors fell into stunned silence. Setting aside 600,000 taels, even scraping together 300,000 would require a pitched battle with the Guangdong provincial treasury. As for the Guangxi treasury, Guangxi's garrison forces themselves relied on subsidies from Guangdong. They couldn't be counted on at all. Sensing the atmosphere growing dejected, Lu Yizhang smoothly changed the subject. How many troops and ships to deploy must be decided by the Governor-General in consultation with the Governor and General He. Let's set that aside for now and discuss other matters. The advisors then turned to discussing which forces to mobilize, routes of advance, methods of crossing the sea, and coordination with local garrison troops. But Lu Yizhang's mind had already wandered elsewhere. After going through the motions for a while, he excused himself, claiming urgent business, and entrusted the meeting to Li Zijiu before taking his leave. The moment he stepped out of the Governor-General's residence, his whole body felt lighter. His mood was elated, even excited, because the opportunity he had been hoping for had finally arrived. He had been secretly scheming toward this moment for a long time, waiting for precisely such an opening. Though he had anticipated it would come soon, he hadn't expected it to arrive quite so quickly. Though he maintained an outward calm, anxiety churned within him. As he climbed into his four-bearer sedan chair, he stamped impatiently on the floorboard. Zhiming Tower. The bearers were just about to lift the sedan when Lu Yizhang reconsidered and stamped again. Return to my residence. Visiting Zhiming Tower right now wasn't appropriate. The news about the planned attack on Lingao hadn't yet spread. Once the meeting dispersed, it would naturally leak out. When Miss Pei and Mr. Guo found themselves in a state of panic and uncertainty, they would come to invite him of their own accord. Considering this, he felt rather pleased with his own cleverness. Let this Mr. Guo stew in anxiety for a while first. When the whole city buzzed with rumors, he would understand soon enough. Besides, though Guo had only been in Guangzhou for 2 or 3 years, his social connections stretched remarkably wide. He had established channels to almost every wealthy gentry family and high official in and around Guangzhou. If he possessed some powerful figure or influential backer who had not yet revealed themselves, this beating the grass to startle the snake maneuver would be enough to draw them out. That way, Lu Yizhang wouldn't rush in too eagerly and hit a wall for nothing. Late morning sunlight fell upon carved window lattices, and the glass embedded in them cast reflections on the snow-white plastered walls. The room was furnished with rosewood tables and chairs, an exquisite gilded screen painted with flowers and plants, a full-length crystal mirror, the most extravagant piece of furniture in all of Guangzhou, stood in an elaborately carved rosewood frame, covered with a brocade mirror cloth. Two shelves held thread-bound books kept immaculately clean. A Western enamel incense burner decorated with animal motifs slowly released wisps of sandalwood and a rosewood smoke, its subtle fragrance drifting through the chamber. On the wall hung a scroll by an unknown landscape painter, a work that seemed to express its owner's distinctive sensibilities. Below the painting rested an elegant antique chin zither. Judging by its ancient patina, it was clearly an authentic Tang or Song dynasty piece, worth a fortune. This boudoir, neat and comfortable, decorated with silks, satins, gold, and jade, appeared both luxurious and splendid. At this moment its owner, the mistress of Zhiming Tower, Pei Lixiu, lay reclined on a canopy bed draped with tasseled gauze curtains, her head on a white satin pillow embroidered with red flowers, sleeping soundly. The late morning sunlight crept across the walls, and the room's originally dim, comfortable light gradually brightened. Finally she opened her eyes, seeming unaccustomed to such brightness. She closed them again for a moment, then slowly extended one snow-white arm from beneath the red cloud-satin quilt, followed by the other, stretching languidly. Though her arms were pale as snow, they seemed slightly plump. Two twisted wire silver bracelets encircled her wrists, with small emerald gems dangling from fine chains attached to them. "This annoying sunlight," Pei Lixiu muttered, slowly sitting up and yawning without the slightest ladylike restraint. According to the customs of prominent Ming Dynasty households, when a mistress stirred from sleep, her personal maids would appear at the slightest sound without needing to be summoned, chatting pleasantly while helping her dress and wash. But Pei Lixiu's boudoir observed a strict policy: no entry without permission. No servants or maids were allowed to cross her threshold unless explicitly called. She sat dazedly on the bed for some time before seemingly coming to her senses. Lazily, she slipped out of bed, put on a pair of embroidered slippers, and made her way slowly to the bathroom. The bathroom was entirely modern in style. The only thing missing was shiny stainless steel, though what replaced it was far more extravagant. All the plumbing fixtures were crafted from bronze. She hastily undressed, took out a well-worn plastic shower cap from a drawer, and carefully pinned up her black hair. After repeatedly checking in the mirror that no strands were exposed, she stepped into the bathtub. The dial indicating the roof water tank's status, somewhat resembling a ship's engine order telegraph, showed 70%. Enough water for a comfortable shower. Otherwise, she would have to pull the handle on the dial. The servants below would then quickly lead out the ox and drive it to run on a treadmill that powered a pump to refill the tank. This process took at least 15 minutes. Though she had modern bathroom facilities, the supporting infrastructure remained frustratingly primitive. After bathing, she sat in the dressing room outside the bathroom. Studying her reflection in the mirror, she noted her puffy eyes. Yesterday she had merely made a brief appearance to socialize in the private rooms and had gotten thoroughly drunk. This was all because of Zhiming Tower's rum cocktails, which had proven far too successful. Rum mixed with kvass, combined with various fruit juices and distilled floral and herbal essences, made these fashionable drinks endlessly varied. They had instantly captivated Guangzhou's officials and nobles. Everyone who visited Zhiming Tower now considered it an honor to drink one. At least her head no longer ached. The hangover soup had worked well. Pei Lixiu noticed some fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and frowned slightly, reminding herself to do a cucumber or fruit face mask tonight, or perhaps follow the method Su Ai, Gao Shunking's favored concubine, had recommended, applying egg whites mixed with pearl powder to the face. Pei Lixiu spent another 10 minutes contemplating this problem, until the rosewood grandfather clock in the room chimed 11 times. Only then did she snap to attention. Today was the day for hosting the salon, or, as it was styled in this time-space, the elegant gathering. This gathering was specifically organized for the ladies who came to Zhiming Tower for entertainment. Pei Lixiu had become acquainted with quite a few concubines from local officials and prominent families. Most of these women had originally been famous courtesans from Guangzhou, though quite a number were renowned beauties their masters had purchased and brought back from Jiangnan. Whether in appearance, bearing, or talents and learning, they were 100 times superior to ordinary women. Such women were mostly quick-witted and sharp-minded, having experienced every manner of situation. After spending long years confined to mansion compounds, though they enjoyed silk clothes, rich food, and the attendance of maids and servants, they found themselves inwardly quite empty. Zhiming Tower, this place overflowing with novel things, became a magnet drawing them in. Pei Lixiu had seized opportunities to build connections and find channels while accompanying Guyi, meeting many such women along the way. Though Pei Lixiu knew nothing of poetry or prose, she had still won considerable goodwill by virtue of her identity as the mistress of Zhiming Tower and her frank, uninhibited personality. Over time, she had established connections with the concubines of many prominent households, becoming their close confidant. These connections to the inner quarters proved immensely useful to the Guangzhou station. First came attracting deposits. Concubines of wealthy families maintained their own private savings and hoped to place them in reliable establishments where their money could grow. Pei Lixiu used her connections to bring in many deposits for DeLong Bank's Guangzhou branch. When the Guangzhou station encountered difficulties requiring delicate handling, Pei Lixiu would ask her confidants to whisper pillow talk at opportune moments. It almost always worked. Because her efforts proved so effective, Guyi approved almost all her various requests. Zhiming Tower's novelties emerged in an endless stream. Many were specially manufactured in Lingao and Purple Treasure Studio. The elegant gatherings Pei Lixiu organized also grew increasingly famous, to the point where recently even some principal wives and daughters of prominent families had been scheming to secure spots on the invitation list to build connections for their husbands and fathers. But Pei Lixiu knew that relying solely on an endless stream of modern novelties to attract them wouldn't be enough. Each of these women was worldly and well-informed. Over time, they would naturally tire of such clever tricks. Generally speaking, they closely resembled 20th-century literary young women. They needed to be attracted by something that made them feel superior to ordinary, vulgar people. Poetry, prose, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting were of course the weapons with which they could look down on the vast majority of women in this time-space. But this was precisely Pei Lixiu's greatest weakness. Pei Lixiu understood that if not for her mysterious identity as an Australian woman, and her status as mistress of this Zhiming Tower full of wonders, these talented women probably wouldn't have given her a second glance. Her own learning was limited, she knew this well. Trying to crash study these subjects at this point would produce no results. She had to work with things they didn't know and couldn't do. What she was most confident about was, first, dressing, makeup, and skincare. But in clothing, she was already at a disadvantage. She could only follow local customs and wear Ming-style women's clothing. Modern women's clothing, whether dresses or jeans, might work as boudoir amusement, but wearing them publicly would be considered scandalous. As for makeup and skincare secrets, ancient women were no less skilled than modern ones in this regard. Almost every woman from a wealthy family possessed her own secret methods for cosmetics and beauty treatments. They were merely more limited in materials. Some cosmetics contained toxic ingredients, others had less obvious effects. The biggest bottleneck for ancient cosmetics and skincare products was inconvenience of use and susceptibility to spoilage. The lipstick tubes, eyebrow pencils, perfumes, and similar items sold by Purple Treasure Studio were so popular largely because of their convenience. After careful consideration, Pei Lixiu decided to focus on this area, organizing something like a beauty salon and heavily promoting all-natural beauty treatments. The Transmigrator Collective had abundant materials available on this topic. Someone's computer even contained complete video tutorials from a beauty salon, not just full courses on beauty treatment and skincare, but also ear candling, uterine care, full-body massage, medicinal baths, aromatherapy baths, breast massage, and even beauty enemas. After reviewing these, she felt even more confident. She immediately began acquiring equipment, training personnel, and ordering various novelties from the light industry department. And Zhang Shangji's arrival had made her even more powerful. Zhang Shangji was a smooth talker, even more skilled at adaptation and quick thinking than her. But she was already a married woman, and by Ming standards, her age placed her on the older side. It would be difficult for her to make much of a public splash. So she provided behind-the-scenes support instead, offering advice and counsel. When necessary, she could also handle hospitality and socializing, but the supplies still hadn't all arrived. Communicating with people at the light industry department proved rather difficult. They were all men who had studied science and engineering. It was very hard for her to explain precisely what she needed. She knew neither the composition nor the structure of these things and could only describe them in sensory terms. The result was either that they didn't understand what she wanted, or the samples they produced didn't meet requirements at all. A few days ago, Zhang Shangji had specifically returned to Lingao, taking a list of everything she wanted. Zhang Shangji said she would go to the Grand Library as soon as she arrived to research and find pictures and structural diagrams for each item. If necessary, she would go directly to the workshops to explain. "I wonder how things are going," Pei Lixiu muttered. Languidly, she changed into her clothes. Today she had chosen a peach-pink thin silk outer garment with a purple lining, underneath an 8-panel white skirt with purple flowers and purple trim. Very elegant attire. Only her hair wasn't styled according to Ming customs. Instead, she wore a low, traditional-style hairdo commonly seen in period dramas. Having finished dressing and grooming, she finally pulled a bell cord. Her personal maid Chunliu tiptoed in from outside the door. This girl had been purchased by Guoyi from the human market a few months earlier. Because she was quite pretty, she had nearly fallen into a brothel madam's hands. Also because she was striking in appearance and clever and quick-witted. She had been assigned to an intelligence training class. She had recently been transferred back from Lingao to serve as Pei Lixiu's personal maid and secretary. According to Political Security General Administration regulations, all maids, servants, stewards, and other personal attendants at the Guangzhou station had been completely replaced by transfers from the quarantine camps in Lingao. Previous personnel had been recalled to Lingao in batches for political vetting. Only after being confirmed honest and reliable could they return to serve in Guangzhou. Personnel deemed to have potential were temporarily enrolled in various short training courses to learn specialized skills. Sun Chang, for example, had studied administrative and personnel management in Lingao. The Guangzhou station's indigenous personnel hadn't yet been absorbed into Lingao's indigenous personnel system, but the Civil Affairs Commission was already preparing their personal files. The concubines of people like Guoyi didn't enjoy such treatment. They were merely thoroughly vetted and, once confirmed to pose no danger, allowed to remain. They had no place in the future indigenous personnel system. Chunliu brought her mistress breakfast. On the lacquered tray was only a bowl of white congee and 4 small dishes of side dishes. Though it was already noon, she still prepared it as breakfast. This mistress seemed to harbor a certain fear of food, scrutinizing every morsel and gram. Chunliu smiled and curtsied. "Madam, you're awake. Did you sleep well?" Pei Lixiu didn't answer. She was staring at the rosewood writing desk by the window. Someone had placed a sheet of Zudao paper there without her noticing. The Zudao paper didn't contain poetry. No one here exchanged verses with her. Everyone knew Miss Pei didn't understand such things. The paper contained her schedule for the day. Zaya came in. Pei Lixiu still had some lingering morning grumpiness and asked irritably. "How would she dare?" Chunliu said carefully. "It was delivered last night before you retired. Perhaps you didn't see it because it was dark." The schedule was written by Zaya, who managed documents and correspondence, and was delivered every evening. Zaya was also newly transferred from Lingao. She had originally been the only daughter of a Ziyukai. A bandit raid had left her parents dead, and relatives in the clan had pressured her to sell herself to pay for the burials. That was how she had ended up in the Guangzhou station's hands. After quarantine in Lingao, because she was fairly literate, she had been enrolled in the executive secretary training class. This time she had been transferred back to Guangzhou specifically to serve as Pei Lixiu's secretary. Pei Lixiu's handwriting wasn't just unfit for refined occasions, it was even somewhat embarrassing to show people. Zaya specifically wrote letters and invitations for her, and when necessary also translated overly literary letters. The executive secretary training class now included some accounting knowledge as well, so Zaya served as Pei Lixiu's cashier too. When visiting clients outside, Zaya accompanied her to prevent breaches of etiquette. Send her in. Because of her heavy responsibilities and role, people at the Guangzhou station jokingly called Zaya the brush-wielding maid. Others called her the head clerk maid of Zhiming Tower. Zaya wasn't pretty, she was even somewhat coarse-handed and big-footed. Her father had only been a poor rural Ziyukai. She carefully walked into the room, properly gathered her skirts, gave a curtsy, and paid her respects to her mistress. "You don't need to be so formal. What's happening today?" Zaya began explaining the day's schedule. Pei Lixiu's days were mostly spent socializing. She socialized not just with Zhiming Tower's guests, but also with important people connected to the entire Guangzhou station in various ways. These families' weddings, funerals, taking of concubines, birthday celebrations, each had to be handled according to the closeness of the relationship, with appropriate gifts prepared, either visiting in person or sending a representative. This had originally been one of the primary duties of any lady of a prominent household. Guo Yi had no formal wife. Since Pei Lixiu bore the title of his concubine, all these matters naturally fell to her. In the past, the Guangzhou station's social circle had been limited, so there had been little need to attend to such matters. Now it had become a heavy burden for Pei Lixiu. Every few days, some matter of etiquette inevitably awaited her attention. The third young master of the Nanhai County Magistrate has enrolled in school at the ancestral home. We should prepare a congratulatory gift. A concubine of Prefect Qiu has died. We need to send condolence money. The Zhou family of the circuit intendant is holding a Taoist ceremony on the 8th. We should attend. The Liu family has suffered a fire. We should send someone to offer condolences. End of chapter. Chapter 609. First signs. All told, there were about a dozen matters of social reciprocity. Most required nothing more than preparing a gift and a calling card and sending someone to deliver them. A few, however, demanded her personal attendance. Beyond these matters of etiquette, various people wished to call on her. At 2 in the afternoon, Madame Wu will visit. Oh, it's lesson day again. Pei Lixiu couldn't help feeling a bit bored, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. This Madame Wu was a locally famous boudoir tutor, the widow of a renowned scholar from Henan who had drifted to Guangzhou and made her living this way. Pei Lixiu had specifically engaged her to teach herself some common knowledge and conversational techniques to avoid appearing hopelessly ignorant in company. As it turned out, though this Miss Pei possessed the determination to become a proper Ming Dynasty lady, she lacked sufficient perseverance. After just a few lessons, she was crying out in protest, and the studies had become merely perfunctory. Even so, the lessons were tedious beyond bearing. She had found an excuse to change them from every 5 days to every 10. Now, hearing that today was another such day, Pei Lixiu's hangover-addled head pounded even harder. Today young Master Wu and young Master Dong also wished to call on Miss. Oh, those two are quite amusing. Hearing about these two, Pei Lixiu's spirits immediately rose. These scions of officials, ever since lending money to the Guangzhou station for the Lizhu sugar trade and reaping enormous profits, had become deeply impressed by Mr. Guo's methods and abilities. After that, they had begun visiting Zhiming Tower with increasing frequency. They had plenty of family money to spend and nothing to do all day except rack their brains for amusement. Zhiming Tower had become a place these young men visited almost daily. Whether Pei Lixiu, Guo Yi, Zhang Xin, or others, knowing these young men had money in their pockets and their fathers and families held political power, they went out of their way to cultivate them. Not only did they exhaust their ingenuity replicating modern amusements, they had also specifically hired several famous house guests from Guangdong. Some were skilled at arranging theatrical performances and teaching singing, others at constructing artificial mountains and rockeries, appraising antiques, mounting calligraphy and paintings, or breeding flowers and birds, all hired at high salaries to contribute to Zhiming Tower's entertainment offerings. 2 theatrical troupes were also being assembled. After finishing breakfast, Pei Lixiu proceeded to her office, as usual. Zheng Shangji was already inside, and through the door came the sound of her loudly berating someone. "How many times have I told you? Those silver cards aren't particularly precious items. You can't just hand them out to anyone. If you give them out so casually, people will think they're worthless. Don't you understand? Everyone needs to want them but not be able to get them, yet still hold on to hope." Chunliu lifted the curtain and announced, "Miss Pei is here." The voices inside fell silent. Pei Lixiu walked in. 2 managers who had been receiving Zheng Shangji's scolding quickly bowed in greeting. Since Zheng Shangji's arrival, Zhiming Tower's operations had become much more orderly. Marketing in particular had improved dramatically. This woman, who had previously worked as an agent for airline tickets, cosmetics, health products, insurance, travel companies, knockoff phones, and countless other ventures, was extremely skilled at promotion and publicity. Under her guidance, they had specifically established a marketing department for Zixi Enterprises, responsible for promoting various products and services. And promoting Zhiming Tower was the priority she focused on most intently. "All right, you may go now, but pay attention to the card distribution in the future." She emphasized this point once more before sending them off. After arriving in Guangzhou, Zheng Shangji had been forced to follow Ming customs and switch to Ming Dynasty women's attire. But these wide-sleeved, flowing robes proved truly inconvenient, and it took her a long time to somewhat get used to them. Even now, she still looked awkward to herself no matter how she examined her reflection. For this reason, she rarely appeared in public, devoting more time to internal management and administrative affairs, which nicely complemented Pei Lixiu's weaknesses. The 2 worked together splendidly. Combined with Lingao's rotational training of indigenous personnel from the Guangzhou and Lizhu stations, especially the vetting and training of original managers and stewards, and the establishment of comprehensive management systems, the enterprises under the Guangzhou station were now managed far more rigorously than before. The counting room of Zhiming Tower, or rather, the general manager's office, was a small room decorated in Ming style but arranged in modern fashion. 2 rosewood desks made to modern specifications were placed back to back. Pei Lixiu and Zheng Shangji sat facing each other. Their several secretaries, that is, their maids, sat at 4 small desks pushed together in the back. Zheng Shangji also had 2 maids under her. One handled her documents and correspondence, the other served as accountant, specifically keeping the books. Pei Lixiu sat behind her desk and yawned first. Chunliu quickly brewed her a cup of Songluo tea. Zheng Shangji regarded her with disdain. "It's already noon and you're still not awake. Had too much to drink last night." Pei Lixiu draped herself weakly over the desk. "Go ahead and despise me. I can't be bothered to despise you, but there's still a pile of things to do here. Oh God, did I come to the Ming Dynasty just so I could sit in an office again like a lowly white-collar worker?" she groaned in mock anguish. "How is this more and more like my old life? Don't you also play socialite at night?" Sigh. Pei Lixiu heaved a sigh but said nothing more. Her head was still foggy. The socialite life wasn't easy either. The proposal to build Purple Garden has been approved by Mr. Guo. After arriving in Guangzhou, Zhang Shangji had also adopted local forms of address in public settings to avoid attracting attention. Zhang Shangji's current identity was as Guo's cousin, specifically brought in to help. Though Zhiming Tower had been renovated and rebuilt with a much improved layout, it remained located in a busy commercial district with no room for expansion. For this reason, Guo had sent people to survey land outside the city, seeking a scenic location with mountains and water to build a villa estate as Zhiming Tower's branch. This place would be called Purple Garden. Someone suggested inviting Jai Cheng to design it, Pei Lixiu recalled. But this person seems to be in Jiangnan. We'd need to send someone specifically to invite him. I think the matter of inviting Jai Cheng should wait, Zhang Shangji said. We only know this person is in Nanjing. We know nothing else. Sending someone on a journey of 1,000 miles would take at least 3 or 4 months to return, cost a great deal, and might not even succeed. It wouldn't look good in an audit. At the last Guangzhou station work meeting, Guo had specifically mentioned that after the Cheka finished auditing the Agricultural Committee, they would soon come to audit the Guangzhou station's accounts. Everyone needed to pay more attention to accounting work, especially account management and cash handling. Unnecessary expenditures should be avoided. So should we proceed with the Purple Garden project or not? Pei Lixiu had no firm opinion on such matters. Normally, if we shelved it, we'd shelve it. But having heard this news and then stopping, that might not look good. I think going ahead with Purple Garden isn't bad. It's another place to make money. Besides, Jai Cheng can't be the only garden designer, can he? He seems to be the most famous, Pei Lixiu sighed. But we're not in Jiangnan. The two women chatted idly while handling their work. Suddenly Chunliu, who had gone to the gatehouse to collect the morning's visiting cards, came hurrying back. She placed the cards on the table and quickly reported something strange. Dong Zhijiang and Wu Jixiang, who had originally planned to visit Zhiming Tower that afternoon, had both unexpectedly sent servants to say they were feeling unwell and wouldn't be coming today. Did they say when they'd reschedule? Pei Lixiu didn't yet find anything suspicious. That's exactly what's strange. Usually when they cancel, they always set another date. Today the servants just said those words and left. Perhaps they forgot. Pei Lixiu now also found it peculiar but still hadn't thought much of it. No, that's not all. Chunliu told her that the gate had received 30% fewer calling cards today than usual. Many people who had originally planned to come had also sent servants to say they temporarily couldn't make it. Pei and Zheng exchanged glances. This was indeed strange. Coming to Zhiming Tower was a prestigious thing. Due to limited capacity, even just having a drink or taking a bath here required reservations days or even weeks in advance. Some special amenities could only be reserved by gold or silver card VIP members. Unless something urgent had happened, reservations wouldn't be canceled. This meant something major had happened in Guangzhou. Zhang Shangji sensed this keenly. Quickly send someone to Huifu Street to see Guoye. Something has happened in Guangzhou. But Guoye's side had no news either. Zhang Xin quickly dispatched people around the city to inquire. Had there been any recent news in Guangzhou? That evening, everyone reported back that nothing seemed amiss. By dusk, Zhiming Tower was as bustling as ever, with carriages and horses crowding the streets and heads bobbing in throngs, except that those officials and nobles who had canceled their reservations hadn't appeared. That evening, they finally received their first piece of intelligence. The news came from a house guest close to the governor, housed in the governor's yamen. Zhang Xin and others routinely maintained a network of such lower-ranking personnel working in various yamens and around officials. This contact told them Governor General of Guangdong and Guangxi Wang Zund was secretly planning an expedition against the hair-shorn pirates in Lingao. The matter was of course classified as top secret. But ancient society had no real concept of security. Any news would inevitably leak to those nearby. This is rather unbelievable. At the emergency meeting held in the Guangzhou Station's safe house, Meng Xian said, "Why the sudden expedition?" "It was bound to happen sooner or later," Zhang Xin replied. "The government could only pretend to be deaf and blind for so long before the pretense could no longer be maintained. From an intelligence studies perspective, such news should first be verified. I've already sent people to verify with our connections at the various yamens. Whether it's true or false, we should have news within a few days." Yan Mouda spoke with a frown. "I'm afraid this matter doesn't bode well. The Guangzhou Station may be facing a test. Can't we just report the situation to Lingao?" Pei Lixiu didn't understand. "We're all proper Guangzhou natives now. That's just bureaucratic formality," Yu Yi said. "Back then they could give us household registrations. This time they can just as easily refuse to recognize them. Who doesn't know these purple character establishments are actually Australian properties? Whether they want to deal with us or not is entirely at the whim of these officials. But we're nominally Ming subjects now, aren't we?" "They'd still need some reason, wouldn't they?" Zheng Shangji hadn't been in the Ming Dynasty long. The Ming officials she had encountered were at most somewhat slazy. She hadn't yet witnessed their cunning and ruthlessness. Reasons are plentiful. An official's mouth has two sides. Whatever he says goes. Yan Mouda shook his head grimly. "The situation is indeed dire," Yu Yi nodded. "Ming household registration can't be relied upon. Never mind that ours is fraudulent. Even proper Guangzhou natives can be dealt with whenever officials want to deal with them. Not to mention the Guangzhou Station's substantial assets have long attracted many envious eyes. If this expedition against the Hairshorn pirates is real, I'm afraid officials and gentry scrambling to seize these purple character establishments will be fighting each other for the opportunity." At this, everyone fell silent. Over these years, the Guangzhou Station had enjoyed smooth sailing. The several people in charge had all become prominent figures in Guangzhou. When Yu Yi sent out a calling card, someone from Guangzhou Prefecture or Nanhai and Panyu counties would immediately step forward, and ordinary matters could be settled right away. Even reaching up to the Circuit Intendant's Yamen, the Provincial Administration Commission, or even the Governor's and Governor-General's Yamens, they had connections everywhere and could access channels at any time. Any news could be transmitted in real time. When the Guangzhou Station had used the Kiwei Escort Bureau to expand its inn, warehouse, and logistics operations, clashing with local strongmen and underground powers, the Special Reconnaissance Team had repeatedly done wet work in Guangzhou City. Murder, arson, wiping out entire families, they had done plenty of it. Because their official connections were strong and their backing substantial, not only had no victims sought justice, no one had even said a word. This situation had fostered a feeling that they were the hidden godfathers of Guangzhou, that the Guangzhou Station was as solid as a rock. In meetings at the safe house, mocking the Ming government's corruption, embezzlement, and incompetence had almost become routine. As long as you were willing to spend money, anything could be done. This had become the prevailing mindset of the Guangzhou Station personnel. Someone had even joked after drinking too much. Even if headquarters in Lingao were destroyed someday, the Transmigrator Collective could rebuild with the Guangzhou Station's foundation. Now, merely news of an impending attack on Lingao had struck them like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. They had never before so acutely felt their own dependence on the entire Lingao Collective. Without considering, weighing, or calculating anything, without the whole collective's support behind them, the Guangzhou Station's destruction would be a matter of moments. They were just a piece of fat meat. "We shouldn't panic," Yan Mouda said. "This news hasn't been verified yet, but since it came from the governor's yamen, I estimate its reliability at 90% or above. We should make some preparations." "I agree with old Yan's view," Zhang Xin said. "Though this matter has come somewhat suddenly, we can't be unprepared. My view is, people are most important. Goods and property don't matter. If things become urgent, we evacuate immediately. Should we activate Operation Muddy?" Operation Muddy was the Guangzhou station's total evacuation plan. It included personnel dispersal and evacuation, transportation, concealment and burial of materials and property, as well as handling of various commercial relationships. This plan had been formulated since the Guangzhou station's establishment, and as the station's scale had grown ever larger, the Operation Muddy planning document had grown ever thicker. Yi said, "Of course not. This is only a possibility for now. We needn't be overly nervous, nor should we lose our composure. Once they attack Lingao, there's no way we can hold on here," Zhang Xin said. "Whether they'll attack Lingao hasn't been confirmed yet," Yi replied. "We can't rule out the possibility that someone is trying to use our Australian connection to pressure us with this big hat." "You mean?" Zheng Shangji didn't quite understand. "Are you saying someone is using this expedition against Lingao as a pretext to force us to give up benefits, but whether they'll actually attack Lingao isn't certain?" "Correct. We need to consider this possibility. The Guangzhou station is a fat piece of meat, and there's no shortage of people eyeing it. In this city of Guangzhou, have there been few cases where people see someone running a good business and use intimidation to seize it? Our backing has always been strong, so if they want to take a bite of Zixi Enterprises, they have to undermine us at the root. By releasing this half-true, half-false news, they force us into disarray." "Are you saying the news might be false?" "No, the news might be true, but whether the expedition against Lingao will actually happen isn't certain. A drawn bow doesn't always release its arrow. These officials are experts at trimming their sails to the wind. So I say, even if there really is going to be an attack on Lingao, we needn't worry too much. The Guangzhou station has many stakeholders here. Once it collapses, many people's interests will suffer serious losses. They won't just stand by. Take Gao Ju, for example. Even if mutual debts and credits cancel out, he'd still lose his supply of Australian goods." "The loss outweighs the gain," Yan Mauda said. "For now, let's use various channels to verify the news. At the same time, let's reach out to our allies so they can speak up for us when necessary," Yi said. "Of course, this news must be reported to Lingao tonight. Starting today, Guangzhou developments are to be reported twice daily." "All right," everyone agreed. "There's also Meng Xian's side," Yi said. "Delong Bank has few public connections to the Guangzhou station, and it holds large amounts of private deposits from officials. I estimate it won't be too affected. You shouldn't come to the purple character establishments for now. If there's anything, send messengers. If something truly urgent happens and contact is lost, you can arrange evacuation or standby according to the situation." "All right," Meng Xian nodded firmly. "I'll hold on as long as I can. Also, you'd better take inventory of your silver reserves and see how much can be mobilized," Yi said. "I estimate that if this news is true, in a few days these purple character enterprises will face a large-scale bank run. You'll probably face runs too. Each location should prepare at least 50,000 taels in cash." End of chapter. Chapter 610 channels. All three purple character establishments under the Guangzhou station had absorbed substantial deposits. These deposits were actually stored collectively at Delong Bank. If Guangdong was going to attack Lingao, the fate of enterprises so closely connected to Lingao was obvious. Depositor runs were to be expected. Meng Xian kept shaking his head. Where would we get so much cash right now? Most of the deposits they had absorbed had been invested in the Guangzhou station's operations. Per instructions from the financial superintendent, deposits collected locally in Guangzhou weren't to be used for purchasing raw materials needed by Lingao. They were deployed in the Guangzhou station's various businesses and investments, opening new enterprises, purchasing goods for overseas trade, apart from sugar and liquor supplied by Liju and some products supplied by Lingao. The rest of the cargo for Lingao's Southeast Asia Company trading ships was all handled by the Guangzhou station. An operating lending business, including intermerchant lending, commercial loans, and small personal loans. "How much cash do you have on hand right now?" Yi asked. "Less than 60,000 immediately available. I've kept a reserve of 12.5%. DeLong Bank held deposits absorbed by the various establishments plus those it had collected directly, a total of 400,000 taels. This was no small sum in this time-space. Never mind the reserve ratio. You need to take inventory quickly. Each establishment should still have some working capital in silver. Go back and consolidate the silver first, count it clearly. How much cash is actually available must be reported daily. Outstanding accounts receivable should be collected as soon as possible. As for accounts payable, you was about to say, put off what can be put off. I think accounts payable should be paid without any delay, Meng Xian interjected. Otherwise, if word gets out that we're delaying payments, it'll immediately trigger a run. That's true. Right now this is only rumor. If we're the ones who start panicking, we'll be the ones who suffer. Having been in Guangzhou for so long, you knew well that commerce in this time-space lived and died by credit. Once word of instability got out, no matter how large your enterprise, it could collapse like an iceberg in an instant. After further discussion, they decided that Guo Yi and the others would return to their respective posts to handle business and social obligations as usual. Secretly, they would make certain corresponding preparations. Yan Mauda, you manage the Kiwei side. Pay more attention to the escort bureau system. Keep a tight grip on Sun Keqiang. If necessary, we can retreat through their network. That's no problem. Old Master Sun is very reliable, Yan Mauda said, but Kiwei has frequent contact with us. That relationship probably can't be hidden from others. It doesn't matter if it can't be hidden. Kiwei also has business dealings with many wealthy households. Self-protection shouldn't be a problem. Before the meeting adjourned, Guo Yi instructed Zhang Yuchen, take the radio and codebook and evacuate to Kiwei's backup liaison point first. And all the modern equipment in the safe house, pack it up and take it with you. Handle this personally. I'll take care of it as soon as I get back, Zhang Yuchen agreed. The Guangzhou station had set up multiple backup liaison points in the city to serve as refuges when necessary. These were watched by dedicated personnel and could receive evacuating staff at any time. Early the next morning, Guo Yi rose at dawn and had Sun Chang summoned. Since returning from review in Lingao, Guo Yi had formally freed Sun Chang from bondage. He was now Master Guo's chief steward, with a status and position very different from before. By the standards of this time-space, he was now a powerful house servant. Take my sedan chair, bring the Fujian spring tea that just arrived a few days ago and my calling cards, and deliver them to each household one by one, he instructed Sun Chang. If they receive you, go in and sit briefly, exchange a few pleasantries. If they don't see you, it doesn't matter, but remember, note each household's attitude carefully. Yes, Sun Chang nodded. Shall I follow the gift list? Correct. Get the tea from Purple Treasure Studio, 2 gin for each household. Yes, I'll go right away. Human connections are as thin as paper. This held true in any time-space. If the news was accurate, these people would certainly avoid Sun Chang and his gifts as if he were a plague god. The situation at Zhiming Tower remained unclear for the moment. Though reservations from important guests had decreased considerably, business conditions were still as good as ever. The situation looks bad. Zhang Shangji came running to tell her. Of the 6 VIP room reservations last night, 3 didn't show up. They stood us up. Pei Lixiu didn't need to look at the list to know which 6 had reserved VIP rooms for pleasure-seeking last night, and she could roughly guess which ones hadn't appeared. It seemed the matter was 90% certain. Prepare the sedan, Pei Lixiu suddenly called out. Where are you going? Zhang Shangji saw her face alternating between pale and flushed and was quite worried. To the Gao residence. Su Ai, Gao Shunking's beloved concubine, was her close confidant. Gao Shunking was the Guangdong provincial inspector, occupying a distinguished position among provincial officials. He would certainly not be unaware of matters involving military action against Lingao. News from Su Ai's side would be far more accurate than what filtered out from the advisors and deputies in the various prefectures and yamens. Pei Lixiu's sedan chair was famous throughout Guangzhou. To avoid being too conspicuous and having Su Ai refuse to see her, She had bearers carry only the small two-person sedan kept at the tower for guests and headed to the Gao residence. Because of her status, and since she was visiting a concubine, she naturally couldn't present her card at the main gate like a proper lady of a great household. She could only go quietly to the side gate and have a servant deliver her card. The servant at the gate, seeing only a two-person sedan and a card presented at the side gate, figured this wasn't anyone important, certainly not someone calling on the master or mistress. Without even asking whom she sought, he coldly replied, "Not at home," and moved to close the gate. Chunliu had seen plenty of such situations. She immediately slipped a string of cash over. "Please be so kind as to announce to Concubine Su that her sisters from the Purple family have called." Hearing she wanted to see Concubine Su, and having received the money, the servant's expression instantly changed, resuming a respectful manner. "Please wait a moment." In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Su Ai sent someone to escort her in. The sedan was set down at the middle gate. The old woman serving as guide led her and Chunliu toward the rear courtyard. Pei Lixiu had been here several times and knew that this beloved concubine of the Gao household, a former famous courtesan from Jiangnan, lived in the garden. They walked along a path bordered by flowering trees. After winding through covered corridors and along stone paths, they arrived at a small, secluded courtyard with its own gate. Pei Lixiu usually lost her bearings easily. Though she had visited several times, she still didn't know the way and just followed the old woman in confusion. But this place she recognized. This was Su Ai's residence. The flowers, trees, pools, and rocks in the courtyard were all tastefully arranged. A small three-bay building lay hidden amid dense tree shadows. A maid at the door took over, supporting her as they walked while calling out, "Miss Pei has arrived." Then came the sound of delicate footsteps. The bead curtain lifted and first emerged a maid. She curtsied to the guest, then turned and held the curtain high with both hands. After a moment, a tall, elegantly dressed beauty came gracefully out. This was Su Ai. By the standards of any time-space, Su Ai was undeniably beautiful, though her figure was somewhat slender. She hailed from Yangzhou. After coming to Guangdong, she found she couldn't speak the Cantonese dialect. The maids and servants around her were all brought from Jiangnan. Even the courtyard's layout, the house's furnishings, and the food were all in the fashionable southern style. Each time Pei Lixiu came here, she enjoyed a taste of Ming Dynasty Jiangnan elegance, quite different from Zhiming Tower's neither ancient nor modern luxury. Ordinarily, when close sisters met, there would be much to say. But Pei Lixiu had no patience for pleasantries now. Su Ai seemed to sense her sister's purpose and directly escorted her into the inner room for tea. After tea and refreshments were served, Su Ai instructed the maid to temporarily close the courtyard gate and keep away idle visitors. Only then did the two begin to talk. What Pei Lixiu inquired about was naturally the recent movements of the Guangdong government. "There's something I originally planned to come to Zhiming Tower today to tell you. Since you've come, that works too." She spoke softly. Su Ai told her. Gao Shunking had been drafting documents in his study every day recently. He seemed to be writing memorials. He frequently conferred with his advisors in the study and had specially sent people out to find books. "What books?" "Something about defending against the Waku, it seems." Su Ai spoke softly in her room. "From his manner, the government seems to be planning something against you all lately. What exactly is going on?" "Sister Su, please tell me what you know." Pei Lixiu was reduced to pleading. "Don't worry." Su Ai had always gotten along extremely well with Pei Lixiu and had received many favors from her. Seeing her close sister's master about to meet with disaster, she naturally couldn't refuse to help a little. "The one heading this matter is an advisor at the Governor General's residence, surnamed Lu or something." "Lu Yizhang." "Yes, that's him," Su Ai confirmed. "I don't know what this man is plotting, giving Governor General Wang such an idea." Governor General Wang was momentarily confused and listened to him. "Sigh, what trouble?" "Advisor Lu." Pei Lixiu felt as if struck by lightning. This Lu Yizhang was the Governor General's advisor. She had gone out of her way to cultivate him. Not only were the gifts for the 3 annual festivals and 2 seasonal greetings generous, but whenever he came to Zhiming Tower to entertain guests or meet friends, it was often at no charge. And this Lu Yizhang had always been very courteous to Gu Yi and herself. For any tricky matter, all it took was a note from Gu Yi, or even from herself, and it would be handled immediately. By any measure, their performance of the traditional Chinese official merchant collusion was exemplary by both ancient and modern standards. She had never imagined this seemingly upright, amiable old man could strike so ruthlessly. Thinking of how the empire Gu Yi and she had worked so hard to build was about to go up in smoke, Pei Lixiu trembled with rage. In sister's view, is there any way to salvage this? Pei Lixiu pressed urgently. That depends on Governor-General Wang, Su Ai said. However, Lu Yizhang is very much in Governor-General Wang's favor. Unless this man can be made to change his mind, I'm afraid things can't be salvaged. Could sister perhaps ask Master Gao to? Su Ai shook her head repeatedly. Don't even think about it. Perhaps feeling her refusal was too harsh, she softened her tone. You know my master's temperament best. He despises all who trade overseas. Just the other day, he was talking about cutting off food and water supplies to the Portuguese to force them out of Macau. Your Australians have been stationed at Lingao, and he's heard of it. Since he can't even tolerate the Portuguese, would he tolerate the Australians? Su Ai added. I advise you, sister, to quickly go back and talk to Mr. Gu. Have all the Australians at Lingao change their clothing and grow their hair, then send people to Guangzhou to obtain proper household registration. Why suffer in that pestilent place? With your abilities, you couldn't fail to establish yourselves here. Thank you for your counsel, sister. Pei Lixiu expressed her thanks, then asked if Su Ai could intercede to protect the 3 purple character enterprises. Sister probably knows that once word of the expedition against Lingao gets out, there are already many people eyeing Mr. Gu's properties. Once rumors spread, there'll likely be much trouble. I hope sister can obtain a calling card from Master Gao for protection. As she spoke, tears were already welling in her eyes. This wasn't affected emotion. She had genuinely been hit too hard. Especially Zhiming Tower, into which she had poured so much of her effort. If it were destroyed like this, how could she be reconciled? Don't worry, sister, Su Ai comforted her. Officials are very shrewd. They definitely won't make a move on Zhiming Tower right away. It's just that now that rumors have started, there'll certainly be villains using the opportunity to cause trouble and extort you. There may even be those trying to pressure you into making dedications. Dedications. Pei Lixiu naturally knew what this meant. Operating a business in the Ming Dynasty was extremely difficult. Merchants without backing often suffered extortion and harassment from various official and private malicious forces. Some merchants even went bankrupt from this. There were those who would dedicate their businesses to some gentry family in exchange for protection. Of course, a large sum of money had to be offered up front, with annual tribute thereafter. This was merely a commercial version of small landlords and self-cultivating farmers dedicating their land. That won't work, Pei Lixiu said dazedly. In times of danger, it's not a bad option. Su Ai consoled her. Don't you have excellent relations with the Gao family? The Gao family has connections to Eunuch Yang. If you dedicate to Eunuch Yang, then out of respect for the eunuch's authority, no one in Guangdong would dare touch you. Finally, Su Ai gave her a small visiting card case. Pei Lixiu opened it to see a large red calling card. It was Gao Shunqing's own. Take this card. But if some powerful figure is determined to seize your properties, I'm afraid it won't be much use. Su Ai reminded her. Thank you, sister. The silver, I'll definitely send it another day. Pei Lixiu knew that obtaining this calling card would normally cost at least 300 or 400 taels, not counting the expenses needed to grease palms throughout the Gao household. For Su Ai to simply give it to her was truly sisterly affection. Between us sisters, what talk of silver? Su Ai shook her head. You'd best not come here for a while. As for silver, there's time enough to give it after you safely weather this crisis. She hesitated. Also, the silver I have deposited at your establishment. Su Ai had 2,000 taels deposited at Zhiming Tower, her savings accumulated over many years. Now that Zixi Enterprises was in peril, however loyal she might be, she couldn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. Pei Lixiu quickly said, "Please give me your account booklet, sister. I'll have someone deliver the silver right away." "The silver can't be delivered here," Su Ai said hastily. "Too many eyes and ears." Yes, I was confused. This was Su Ai's private savings. How could it be openly delivered to the Gao residence? Then where would sister like it deposited? I'll take care of everything and send the new booklet over. I think DeLong would be fine. My master's remittances to the capital are mostly handled by that establishment now. Pei Lixiu's heart had been heavy, but now she almost laughed aloud. The silver was already at DeLong Bank. She had been worried it would affect DeLong's cash reserves, but it turned out to be merely a matter of transferring ledger entries. Good. I'll take care of it as soon as I get back. Her answer was quite decisive. Pei Lixiu returned from the Gao residence. She first sent Zaya to DeLong to make a ledger transfer, opening a new account under DeLong's name and having the booklet sent to Su Ai. Then she sat down to write a confidential letter to Guoyi, written in invisible ink. It contained a complete account of her visit to Su Ai and their conversation. As for dedication, there was no need to consider. Guoyi would never agree. Besides, it wasn't within his authority to decide. She had just finished writing the letter and sent it off with a courier when Pei Lixiu was about to find Zhang Shangji to discuss the current situation. But someone from the gatehouse came to report. Master Jiang from the governor's office has arrived. Master Jiang. Pei Lixiu thought for a long while before recalling. This was one of the advisors on Governor Li Fengji's staff. His position wasn't prominent. He specifically handled trivial matters for the Li residents. People like this had been a dime a dozen at Zhiming Tower in the past. But for him to suddenly come calling now, there must be a reason. Pei Lixiu pondered for a moment, then ordered, "Show him to the flower hall." She tidied her appearance slightly before proceeding to the flower hall. This Master Jiang was already waiting inside. The man was about 50 years old. Judging by his dress, he should be a Ziyukai or similar. His appearance and bearing were reasonably respectable. But the moment he saw Pei Lixiu, his eyes fixed on her. Perhaps feeling this was too rude, he quickly shifted his gaze to Chunliu. After they exchanged greetings, Chunliu served tea. Pei Lixiu then asked his purpose. This Master Jiang coughed once, assumed an air of official business at hand, and said imposingly, "I've come to call today because, as it's said, an official body is not one's own." Having been around Guangzhou for a long time, Pei Lixiu knew this was official speak, roughly meaning I'm here on official business, and official business must be handled officially. She was secretly alarmed. Could the Guangdong authorities be ready to make their move? She thought of Su Ai's warning and Guoyi's instruction at the meeting to stay calm. She merely nodded slightly and asked, "What instructions does the governor have?" "Please inform me, Master Jiang, so I may comply accordingly." Master Jiang hesitated a moment, then said, "First, there have been some rumors in the city recently." He watched her, hoping she would speak first. But Pei Lixiu had already made up her mind. It was best to say as little as possible. Seeing no response, Master Jiang silently cursed, then had to speak plainly. "There are rumors that your master fraudulently registered in Guangzhou but is actually an Australian from overseas. Though we're not Guangzhou natives, we're still subjects of the great Ming," Pei Lixiu said slowly. "As for being overseas Australians, I don't know where that comes from." End of chapter. Chapter 611. The etiquette of gift-giving. That single sentence blocked everything that might follow. The claim that they were so-called Australians was completely unsubstantiated. Besides, they weren't red-haired, green-eyed Westerners who were obviously foreign at a glance. Master Jiang's entire prepared speech of elaborations and insinuations couldn't be delivered. He squeezed his fan hard. Since this approach proved ineffective, he had to fall back on his backup plan. Time to invoke the big name and intimidate. He cleared his throat lightly. "Second, well, it's a long story. Let me speak frankly. Open the skylight and let in the light, as they say. He glanced at Pei Lixiu. The governor's venerable mother will soon celebrate her 80th birthday. Pei Lixiu nodded. This is already recorded in our formal gift registry. When the time comes, there will be no delay. We will certainly send a generous gift to seek her favor. Master Jiang smiled. That's just following the customary formalities for offering congratulations along with everyone else. How could that possibly please the master? Given the current situation, wouldn't your Mr. Guo want to bring extra joy upon joy to Governor Li's venerable mother? The extortionate demand in these words was now quite plain. Pei Lixiu secretly frowned but could only say, "I'll need Master Jiang to enlighten me." Only then did Master Jiang say, "The governor's honored mother has long heard that you have in your establishment a self-walking, self-chiming Australian clock. She very much wishes to borrow it for her birthday celebration, to cut a fine figure and let all the guests marvel at it." Pei Lixiu suddenly understood. So that was what they wanted, the large rosewood clock in her room. This thing wasn't actually that precious. If it weren't for Dr. Zhang Lishi insisting on waiting until all self-produced clock technology was fully developed before marketing, just the stock of modern mechanical clock components in Lingao numbered in the hundreds of sets. Have the skilled craftsmen at Purple Treasure Studio fit them with attractive cases, and they'd be ready immediately. If giving one to Li Fengji could ease this crisis, it wasn't too high a price to pay. But Su Ai's words floated back into her mind. With rumors flying lately, you must keep your composure. Don't get any wild ideas about finding channels. There are too many heartless beasts out there who eat people without spitting out bones. Moreover, she clearly remembered that Governor Li's mother's birthday wasn't in a few days, and the amount to send was already established by precedent. Someone wouldn't be specially dispatched to prompt them. Generally, they also wouldn't come specifically to request a particular item. She studied this sanctimonious, official face, watching his smug smile and his fan constantly opening and closing. She decided to test him. Since the honored lady has shown such favor, I'll have someone deliver the clock to the governor's residence as soon as I return. May we partake of the old lady's blessings and win her appreciation. No need, no need. I've already brought people. They'll take it away themselves. No need to deliver it. That wouldn't be proper. This congratulatory gift should be delivered on the actual day, draped in red and accompanied by musicians. I'll naturally also go in person to kowtow to the old lady. No need, no need. Pei Lixiu suddenly frowned and said softly, "Oh dear, this isn't right, not right at all." Master Jiang had been preparing to press his case about how there was truly no need to trouble herself when he suddenly heard her say, "Not right." He stared at her in stupefaction. "The item in my room is called an Australian rosewood grand clock. You surely know this, sir." "Indeed, indeed. Since this is a birthday gift for the governor's venerable mother, sending a clock would be. This. She shifted tone. "I'm afraid it's most improper. Sending a clock, Zhang, as a birthday gift, wasn't that the same as sending to one's end, Song Zhang? It was practically cursing the host." This Master Jiang had merely been crafting clever words, using the governor's mother's birthday as a pretext to seize this precious clock. It had never actually been intended as a birthday gift. How could he have thought of this connection? Pointed out by Pei Lixiu, he was struck dumb and completely speechless. Master Jiang departed in humiliated fury, unable to resist leaving a few veiled threats. Pei Lixiu couldn't be bothered to respond. She was now certain Master Jiang hadn't come on Governor Li's orders at all. He was simply exploiting the recent news about attacking Lingao to extort them. When Zhang Shangji learned of this, she was somewhat worried. After all, the man was someone close to the governor. What if he poisoned the well at a critical moment? HMPH, he doesn't have the standing, Pei Lixiu said lazily. On matters of such importance, the governor's yamen doesn't consult the likes of him. Besides, regarding the expedition against Lingao, even the governor-general's yamen hasn't settled the matter yet. What influence could a house guest in the governor's yamen possibly have? He probably doesn't even have clearance to know the secrets. No need to fear him. This rosewood clock, I'd rather send it to Governor Li's residence. It might actually prove useful. That's true, but shouldn't we discuss the gift-giving with Mr. Guo? I'm just saying. Right now our every move is significant. Of course he has to make the decisions. Pei Lixiu bit her lip, realizing she had forgotten to put on lipstick. On Guo's end, Sun Chang had already returned. He reported that most households had still accepted the tea, though only a handful had received him and offered reward money. Most just returned a calling card. Some households said the master wasn't home and it wasn't convenient to accept gifts. Gu Yi examined the gift list Sun Chang had made, looking for patterns. It appeared that the officials and gentry the Guangzhou station associated with had begun consciously distancing themselves, but not yet to the point of a complete break. This meant things hadn't reached the final stage. There was still room for maneuver on all sides. In summary, the Guangdong government clearly intended to use military force against Lingao, but nothing had been finalized yet. Guo Yi specifically went to visit Gao Ju. The great master Gao had also received similar news. He remained quite calm, telling him directly this matter was very suspicious. You needn't panic too much. This matter has all the signs of a drawn bow that won't release its arrow. This aligned somewhat with his own speculation, Guo Yi thought. He wanted to draw out details, so he feigned confusion and asked Gao Ju. To attack Lingao, where would the troops come from? Where would the military pay come from? Gao Ju laughed. Without troops or pay, would the fine lords and officials of Guangzhou City personally take up arms? He told Guo Yi that the Guangdong provincial treasury simply couldn't produce such a large sum. General He's soldiers haven't been paid for nearly a year. Unless Governor-General Wang can conjure up several 100,000 taels of military pay, attacking Lingao is nothing but empty talk. I see, so this is a false alarm. Not necessarily. At minimum, Governor-General Wang does have this intention, Gao Ju said. Think about it, Governor Qiong in Fujian is riding high on success. If Wang Zund has nothing to show for himself, how can he continue? And he's offended many people in Guangdong. When the time comes, he won't be able to account for himself to the court. You shouldn't let your guard down either, Gao Ju said. As things stand, your best strategy is to quickly find a solid backer and make a dedication. Gao Ju's meaning was the same as Su Ai's. They should dedicate to eunuch Yang, which would silence all the greedy hands reaching toward them. This subordinate cannot make such a decision. Yes, you need to ask Steward Wen's opinion. Gao Ju was in good spirits. Old Wen hasn't come to Guangzhou in ages. Could that godforsaken Lingao actually be better than Guangzhou? How dismissive of us. No. Guo Yi was about to make excuses for Wen Daisy when Gao Ju waved his hand. Go discuss with Steward Wen. His entrenching himself at Lingao isn't a long-term solution. Better to plan early. Comparing notes from multiple sources, Guo Yi had a rough understanding now. In his report to Lingao, he stated, the likelihood of the Guangdong Ming forces mobilizing in the short term was actually quite small. However, the spreading of this news made the Guangzhou station's situation increasingly difficult. Not only did Zhiming Tower's business volume plummet, but as Su Ai had predicted, over the following 7 or 8 days, the political climate in Guangzhou seemed to shift. Visitors to Zhiming Tower noticeably decreased, and reservations nearly dried up. A steady stream of various visitors began seeking audiences with Guo Yi and Pei Lixiu. Each of these visitors claimed impressive connections, if not a house guest of the Governor-General, then a relative of the governor, or else a personal attendant of the supervising eunuch. One by one they came calling, opening with demands to borrow silver. Some didn't want silver but claimed their master was interested in Australian curiosities and hoped to borrow them for viewing. One pretext after another for extortion and seizure. The slightest show of reluctance brought threatening language. Fortunately, Pei Lixiu had gotten the inside story from Su Ai, and Gao Ju had secretly warned them. Don't fear these people. They're merely using their masters' names to extort benefits. Even giving in to them would be useless. It would only invite wave after wave of such people. Eventually, Guo Yi simply had Sun Chang receive visitors, claiming he himself was unwell, and shut his doors to guests. But privately, he was constantly making various preparations for possible contingencies. He instructed Sun Kecheng to station more personnel near the various establishments to guard against anyone inciting disturbances. Through various channels, he secretly gathered cash to DeLong's main vault, ready at any moment to handle runs on the various establishments. Externally, all establishments continued normal business. Especially for those requesting early withdrawal of deposits, all were to be paid principal and interest as calculated, without showing the slightest difficulty. What somewhat consoled him was that Sun Kecheng, Shen Fan, and other indigenous managers, though they hadn't been vetted in Lingao, remained utterly loyal to the Guangzhou station. Not only did they show no sign of shirking or evading, they actually came forward to offer advice and strategies. Shen Fan suggested talking to Liang Kunhu. Not only are young Master Liang and his father benevolent, but they're also upright in their conduct. If the master wishes to make a dedication, why not dedicate Purple Treasure Studio to their family? Shen Fan was quite enthusiastic about dedication, considering it the best solution to the current problem. The Liang family is a major local gentry family. Their grandfather was a high-ranking court official. Their roots run extremely deep. With them backing you, no one in Guangzhou City would dare eye the master's properties. Moreover, Liang Kunhu and Guo Yi were already cooperating on the charity hall, so they had a personal friendship. This relationship made them different from ordinary shops. If it were an ordinary shop seeking to make a dedication, they might not even be willing to accept. Shen Fan seemed to be saying that their willingness to take your property for free was already an enormous favor. This made Guo Yi quite unhappy. That night, Guo Yi lay awake almost the entire night in his room. The environment of this time-space was indeed 100 times more complex than the old one. The official merchant collusion routine. He had thought he'd been overdoing it, giving these officials too many benefits. He had never imagined they would take the benefits and still want to swallow everything whole. What troubled him now was, how exactly could this crisis facing the Guangzhou station be resolved? Guo Yi wasn't the least bit afraid of the so-called expedition against Lingao. That would only bring about their own destruction. Lingao would certainly be fine, but the Guangzhou station faced an enormous crisis in all this. Dedicating one establishment to eunuch Yang or the Liang family wasn't inconceivable as a compromise. However, neither the Transmigrator Parliament nor the Executive Committee would approve it. He now fully understood. Lu Yizhang's scheme, while ostensibly catering to Wang Zun's eagerness to achieve maritime glory, was mainly aimed at the Guangzhou station's various establishments. The man didn't care at all whether the Australians could maintain themselves at Lingao. He just wanted to use this pretext to devour the Guangzhou station. But for a retired prefect, wasn't his appetite a bit too large? Could there be someone else behind him? Guo Yi grew alert. Lu Yizhang was just a retired prefect who could throw his weight around in the two Guangs only because of Wang Zun's trust. He held no real power himself. Even if the Guangzhou station obediently dedicated everything to him, he couldn't hold on to it. Thinking of this, he realized that whoever was plotting to seize the Guangzhou station must be of much higher status, at minimum a palace eunuch on the level of eunuch Yang, or a high court official. But this person still hadn't revealed their true face. He took a sip of tea that had gone nearly cold and stood at the window, gazing out. The moon appeared and disappeared in the night sky. To the north, there remained an impenetrable mass of dark clouds. The telegram from Guangzhou about the Ming's signs of military action against Lingao was sent with the most urgent designation. As soon as this Guangzhou telegram arrived, it was delivered to the classified communications room at Lingao Telecom. When Li Yongxing saw the full text, he was momentarily stunned. F***CK, hell yeah. He excitedly grabbed the telegram folder and was about to leave. Director, you haven't signed yet. The indigenous female radio operator responsible for encoding and routing called out to stop him as he took the telegram and prepared to leave. Right, right. Li Yunxing pulled out a pen and scrawled his signature in the log with a flourish. Then he hurried out of the classified room and ran back to his own office. His newly assigned domestic secretary and office secretary, Bei Jinyi, was tidying the documents on his desk. Li Yunxing strode into the office and swept everything on the desk aside in one motion, giving the half-finished Bei Jinyi a terrible fright. She thought he was dissatisfied with her about something and stood to the side, not daring to speak. Quick, make a copy immediately and send it to the office of the Chief of Staff's classified room. Li Yunxing spoke excitedly. This was excellent. The Ming army was finally coming to their door. Once this war started, those who'd been advocating the turtle strategy day in and day out would have nothing more to say. Lingao Telecom would become Hainan Telecom. Who knew? He might directly become the head of Guangdong Telecom. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, knowing that once this reached the executive committee, a full assembly would be called tomorrow at the latest. This was the Transmigrator Collective's first national war. Li Yunxing decided that at the upcoming Transmigrator Parliament Assembly, he would definitely jump up and speak passionately, firmly demanding an expansion of the war. They couldn't be satisfied with merely repelling the Ming attack. At minimum, they should pursue to Qiongshan County and completely destroy Ming rule on Hainan. The telegram was quickly sent to the office of the Chief of Staff's classified room, then printed into several dozen copies. By regulation, such dispatches went first to the Executive Committee, the Parliament Standing Committee, and the heads of relevant departments. An hour later, this news was posted on the BBS as a pinned announcement on the front page. The BBS, which had been lacking hot topics recently, except for the North American contingent still endlessly debating political system reform, and the colonial trade department people promoting liaodong trade, had been basically deserted. The news of a Ming expedition immediately caused a sensation. That evening, a flood of posts surged onto the BBS. For a time, all manner of ideas filled the forums, instantly creating a thread explosion. Early the next morning, the Transmigrator Parliament announced a full assembly. In the Parliament Hall, more than 380 transmigrators currently in Lingao who didn't need to remain at their posts attended the meeting. Because this was the first time a decision involving war and peace would be made, every transmigrator who could leave their post was present. The hall was filled with a heated atmosphere. Transmigrators stood or sat, each face showing excitement. From the crowd came occasional shouts. FCK, beat them till they SHT themselves. Wipe out Wang Zun's whole family. Guangzhou massacre. Dongyuan triple slaughter, and similar cries. Damn it, the war hasn't even started and they're already dreaming of being totters. Liu Zheng, representing most of the long-range exploration team, came to the parliament and couldn't help cursing when he heard such talk. Behind him came Zhao Zhu, Bai Guoshi's girlfriend. After Bai Guoshi's persistent pursuit and sworn promises to never take concubines, Zhao Zhu had finally agreed to be his girlfriend. As a single woman, her range of choices originally hadn't been too limited, but when this bunch of single otaku were all dreaming of 72 female slaves of various ethnicities and skin colors, her choices had become pathetically few. They seemed to be talking about women, Zhao Zhu thought. These men were truly tiresome. They want to, do that to all the women in Guangzhou and Dongyuan. HMPH, small-minded. Liu Zheng placed his personal wooden seat cushion on the brick seat engraved with his number. All around him was a large empty space. Almost everyone from the long-range exploration team was out on expeditions. Liu Zheng wasn't particularly excited about this news. Though he wasn't a Ming Dynasty fan, he was a Han nationalist. So he would have preferred to fight the Tatars or some other foreigners rather than the Ming army, though this conflict was also unavoidable. Still fuming, he suddenly spotted Ma Qianju sitting in his seat, signing autographs for a bespectacled young woman. He even offered a few words of praise, though the noise was so loud no one could hear what he said. HMPH, HMPH, Yumakayan, a piercing rendition of On the Moon Above, rang out over the assembly hall. Zio Zishan, chairing the meeting, had banged his gavel dozens of times without anyone paying him any attention. Finally, he had no choice but to crank up the amplifier and start playing On the Moon Above. End of chapter. Chapter 612. War Guidance Principles. The assembly hall gradually quieted. Zio Zishan first read aloud the full text of the telegram from Guangzhou. Then he called for the assembly to discuss the matter. Convening the assembly was, of course, not to discuss whether to fight or how to win. With the Transmigrator collective strength, defeating 10 or 20,000 punitive troops presented no problem. The main purpose of this meeting was to decide the scale of the war and what to do after achieving victory. The Transmigrators' determination was unanimous. If they were going to fight, they would cripple and terrify the Ming army so thoroughly that it would never again dare covet the Lingao regime, achieving peace through force. But on the question of how far to push before stopping, the meeting once again saw major disputes. Eventually, three mainstream positions emerged. The first was to maintain the current status quo of neither fighting, withdrawing, nor submitting, completely rout and destroy the invading Ming forces and call it done, continuing to entrench at Lingao. Supporters argued that the advantage of this approach lay in not completely tearing things apart with the Ming. It would still ensure that sea trade channels with Ming remained open, and would also help guarantee the safety of the Guangzhou and Lizhou stations. As long as the Guangdong authorities hadn't lost any prefectures or counties, they could still claim victory after their humiliating defeat. In other words, it would leave the Guangdong government its dignity. The second position advocated riding the momentum of a great victory to pursue the Ming forces to Qiongshan, destroy the Ming Navy at Baishan Naval Base, completely annihilate the main Ming forces on Hainan, then attack the prefectures and counties throughout Hainan, rapidly occupying the entire island. This would bring all of Hainan Island's human and material resources fully under the Transmigrator Collective's control, creating a situation of carving out Hainan as their territory. The third was an upgraded version of the second. It advocated not only occupying all of Hainan, but also launching a punitive expedition against Guangzhou. Some proposed deploying the Holy Ship and using the heavy guns on deck to bombard Guangzhou City, spreading panic throughout the region. Others proposed sending in the Special Reconnaissance Team to conduct a decapitation operation against officials in Guangzhou who had advocated military action against Lingao. Quite a few people suggested simply wiping out Wang Zun's entire family. Each of the three plans had a group of supporters, and they engaged in fierce verbal combat in the assembly, neither side yielding. Overall, the second and third plans were really just variations of degree. The third received active support from Si Kaide, who put forward a complete strategic proposal. First, seize all of Hainan. Since they had already torn things apart with the Ming government, they must take advantage of this opportunity to seize all of Hainan. Otherwise, the Transmigrator state couldn't develop. Second, strive to completely destroy the Ming army on land, not merely repel them at sea. This way, the Ming would be unable to attack for 3 or 4 years. Moreover, there would be large numbers of prisoners to serve as laborers and bargaining chips. Third, conduct a moderate counterattack on the mainland. Try to seize the Guangzhou periphery, even temporarily besiege Guangzhou City to thoroughly awe the Ming. But they shouldn't occupy Guangzhou. The Transmigrator state wasn't yet ready to contend for the mainland. Fourth, pay attention to propaganda and protect private property. Their policy was to oppose the Guangdong authorities' unprovoked suppression campaign, oppose corrupt officials using suppression as an excuse to plunder public wealth and kill innocents for credit. But they shouldn't oppose the court openly. Oppose internally, not externally, leaving room for peace talks. Protecting private property could win people's hearts. Fifth, Use war to force peace. Lingao wasn't afraid of Ming attacks, but for several years they didn't want trade with Ming severed. So after the war, the main approach toward Ming should be peace talks. If talks truly couldn't work, then fight again. Beyond these 5 points, Caid explicitly demanded creating panic in Guangzhou. He proposed following the British model of burning Copenhagen, launching Congreve rockets on a massive scale, or occupying Baiyun Mountain and setting up artillery there to bombard Guangzhou's government offices. Ma Qianzhu requested the floor. He walked to the podium. Fellow transmigrators. Whether to occupy all of Hainan after defeating the Ming army, whether to bombard Guangzhou, these must first serve our political needs. As they say, war is the continuation of politics. He coughed. Before we discuss how far to expand the war's scope, I propose we first sort out our collective's political and economic demands for the coming years. These so-called political demands were directly related to the Transmigrator Collective's economic demands. For now, we remain heavily dependent on resources, population, and sales markets within Ming-controlled territory, Ma Qianzhu said. If we employ overly aggressive military measures, not only will we fail to make the Ming submit through fear, we'll instead cause the Ming to impose comprehensive political and economic blockades, inevitably accompanied by constant military attacks. Even if such military attacks are completely ineffective, the Ming government will continue such offensives to maintain imperial face. The governor is promoting his turtle strategy tech tree theory again, someone whispered from their seat. He's not wrong. Fighting is great fun, but afterward you have to clean up the mess. Caid immediately stood up to object. When we set up cannons on Baiyun Mountain, let's see if Wang Zun can still get it up. If that's not enough, we'll launch 10,000 Congreve rockets from the Pearl River. Burn Guangzhou down. Lin Shen frowned from below. 10,000 rockets. These people really talked big. The first weapons design group had developed rockets long ago. They had even used them for fireworks. By now, though the Congreve rocket hadn't been used in combat, it was already on his list of weapons to retire. The first group had already test-fired several hail rockets of different calibers. This type of rocket was far more advanced than the Congreve and didn't require the long stabilizing rod. The Ming isn't the Qing. There's no Qishan-type official who sees the big picture and considers the overall situation, Jai Tuisi snorted. If we go around doing this, just wait for the court to levy a Qiang levy and fight us year after year. Are we afraid of the Ming army? Besides, wouldn't the Ming court levying a Qiang levy be seeking death, accelerating the collapse process? Caid countered. True, but the Ming's economic and population total is 100 times ours. If they get serious and send someone like a grand secretary to command, fighting all day every day would be very bad for industrial upgrading. Ma Qianzhu continued to insist on his view. What's wrong with fighting? The army has to be forged through battle. Wei Awen's heart had been blooming with joy since hearing about the war. He had drawn up a military expansion plan. He speculated that since the Ming Navy was weak, they'd definitely rely mainly on land forces, the perfect opportunity for the army to shine. Besides, with the Ming bringing tens of thousands of troops and the army including auxiliary units totaling fewer than 4,000, the Young Officers Club had discussed it and concluded this was the perfect opportunity to push a resolution for large-scale military expansion through Parliament. With an external enemy at the gates, and a land enemy at that, if not the army, who should expand? Wei Awen and Zhang Balin were counting on exactly this. Fighting costs money and consumes resources. It's pure consumption. Our style of warfare differs from this time-space's armies. It's a typical high-consumption war. If we can't occupy territory and population, such fighting is a losing proposition. Ma Qianzhu wasn't enthusiastic about the fighting proposals. I propose we simply take this opportunity to occupy Guangzhou, then control the entire Pearl River Delta. With that territory, we'd have population and resources. Use 4,000 land soldiers to occupy the entire Pearl River Delta. Defending Hainan has the Navy's support to offset the enemy's numerical advantage. On the mainland, that troop level wouldn't be enough, which is why we need to expand the army's size. Wei Awen had been waiting for exactly that statement. I firmly oppose investing too many resources in military projects at this critical moment of industrial upgrading. Wu Du immediately objected. Occupying the Pearl River Delta would inevitably drag us into long-term, large-scale military conflict, excessively consuming our limited strength. Qian Shuiding also objected. The army's scale is already sufficient for current tasks. Even for this operation, appropriate temporary reinforcements supplemented by militia would suffice. There's no need to blindly expand the standing army. Besides, given our situation, we don't need too much land army. What did you say? Wei Awen jumped up. In his view, this statement was publicly humiliating the army. You're slandering the army. I don't consider it slander, Qian Shuiding said, not backing down. The military's scale must match the current economic scale. I oppose all blind expansion of military operations. That's short-sighted behavior. Zhao Zishan pounded his gavel hard. Watch your language. No personal attacks, please. The motion to occupy the Pearl River Delta was quickly rejected. Most transmigrators felt this exceeded the collective's current capabilities. With shortages of military and administrative personnel, prematurely occupying densely populated areas would necessitate heavily relying on old ruling personnel and institutions. Moreover, Guangdong was an important source of fiscal revenue for the Ming government. They absolutely wouldn't stand by. Once mired in continuous military operations, industrial upgrading would be seriously impeded, affecting subsequent development. This was unacceptable, especially to the industrial division. Though the industrial people dearly wanted to see the weapons they manufactured perform on the battlefield, they wanted even more to see a modern industrial system established in their hands. As for the agricultural division led by Wu Nanhai, they strenuously opposed expanding the war's scope. The agricultural division worried about their pots and jars, even more than the industrial division. Industrial equipment at least had defensive measures. Agricultural land, irrigation systems, and other farmland infrastructure simply couldn't be defended. They also worried that the agricultural workers they had painstakingly trained would be conscripted for war. Therefore, the agricultural division's position at the meeting was the most conservative. They wanted only to repel the Ming attack. Of course, Wu Nanhai also wanted to completely destroy the enemy forces in order to convert prisoners into agricultural workers, but most people felt the time had come to occupy all of Hainan. Remaining restricted to just Lingao would severely limit future development space. It would also leave major hidden dangers. The court could always use local government institutions and resources to launch suppression campaigns. Moreover, the legitimacy of orthodoxy remained with the Ming. Lingao's commoners might feel they were following bandits. If the situation became slightly unstable, popular sentiment might collapse. Political Security General Administration investigations showed that many who had gotten rich first harbored anxiety about the future. Seeing the assembly mood clearly opposed to the plan of holding only Lingao, Ma Qianju decided to abandon Plan A of defending only Lingao and switch to Plan B. First, do we need to maintain a surface peace with the Ming? Ma Qianju said. From a strategic standpoint, this is absolutely necessary. If we want to maintain trade relations with the mainland, continue importing population and resources from the mainland, maintaining a surface state of peace with the Ming government is crucial, Ma Qianju said. So I oppose any approach that expands the war to the mainland. Once war spreads to the mainland, the Ming will certainly cut off trade and population movement with us. Of course, given the Ming's administrative execution capability and limited maritime operational capacity, such a blockade would certainly be incomplete, and the transmigrator collective needn't worry about finding sufficient agents to serve them. The mountain and sea routes commercial intelligence system under construction could also supplement, but such smuggling activities would far exceed normal trade in both scale and cost limitations. The measures we adopt must have strategic purpose. We must leave the Guangdong authorities a fig leaf, enabling Wang Zund, Li Fengji, and others to continue muddling through. To achieve this goal, the Transmigrator Collective couldn't use overly aggressive measures. No large-scale decapitation operations, no bombardment of Guangzhou, and preferably no open occupation of Hainan's prefectural and county seats. In short, leave the Guangdong local government face and excuses for cover-up. Second, should we occupy all of Hainan? Ma Qianju spoke eloquently. I believe this is essential. Someone below was muttering, this doesn't match the governor's stance from a few days ago. Relying solely on importing migrants from the mainland made population growth too slow. Occupying all of Hainan would bring at least 200,000 Han Chinese and an unknown number of Li and Miao peoples, the latter numbering at least 50 or 60,000, under the Transmigrator Collective's control. This was much faster than waiting for several hundred to several thousand mainland immigrants per month. Moreover, Guangdong's refugee numbers were unstable and couldn't provide a steady long-term supply. Before developing other population sources, locally developing the population was a good time-saving approach. Occupying all of Hainan would allow promoting the Lingao experience on a larger scale, reforming the civil administration system. This was also an experiment, but the scale had expanded from tiny Lingao County to all of Hainan Island, a test for the indigenous workers the Transmigrator Collective had spent years cultivating. The collective also needed this to summarize lessons from training indigenous personnel and local administration, preparing for governing even larger territories in the future. Simultaneously occupying all of Hainan while maintaining surface peace with the Ming authorities, that's extremely difficult, someone questioned. Losing even one county is a major matter that must be reported to the court, let alone losing a prefecture. Surely Wang Zund and Li Fengji can't pretend to be deaf and blind to that extent. So I suggest maintaining the Lingao model throughout Hainan, sweep away the clerk class everywhere, and have our indigenous administrative personnel take over, hollow out local officials, establish our actual rule over Hainan. The taxes and grain the court needs would be paid according to quota. Qiongshan Prefecture was remote. Ming rule there was extremely weak. Apart from Danju, Lingao, Qiongshan, and Wencheng, which were somewhat developed, places like Changhua and Yazhu had very weak local government presence. Basically, government orders didn't extend beyond the city gates. Several counties had long lacked any county magistrates, with minor officials deputizing. Hollowing out county administration and taking over government would be quite easy. Many places didn't really have county governance to speak of. Qiongshan had remained silent throughout the meeting. He felt this plan was somewhat wishful thinking. Lingao, as a single county, was one thing, but doing this for all of Qiongshan Prefecture would be very difficult. Qiongshan Prefecture had quite a few yamens. Qiongshan Prefecture, Qiongshan County, Hainan Circuit, a Provincial Administration Commission branch office, the Coastal Defense General. With this many officials, it wasn't as simple as Lingao. If even one hothead emerged who wouldn't just go with the flow and be hollowed out, someone insisting on diligent governance and making something of himself, the project of hollowing out local governments couldn't be done as perfectly as in Lingao. Moreover, Qiongshan County still had a garrison. If they continued maintaining the pretense of Ming authority, would the Qiangya Coastal Defense General's 2,000-plus soldiers and ships still be allowed to remain? This was the court's regular army, not the long-decayed garrison troops. Even if destroyed in combat, they would certainly be rebuilt. Could they really allow such a force at their bedside? Qiongshan thought. The most difficult part was this. Once the counterattacking land and sea forces reached the walls of Qiongshan City and destroyed Baisha Naval Base, The Qiongshan prefecture and Qiongshan county officials would either surrender or commit suicide for the dynasty. Either way, news that Qiongshan prefecture's capital had fallen would certainly spread. Wang Zund and others absolutely wouldn't dare pretend the prefectural capital hadn't fallen. But he didn't plan to raise these questions openly. When it came to actual implementation, there would be dedicated meetings to discuss these matters. Whether maintaining surface peace or completely tearing things apart, he supported occupying all of Hainan. Despite questions about whether this maintaining surface peace could actually be achieved, most transmigrators were quite enthusiastic about occupying all of Hainan. Lingao really was too small. Many people harbored a vague hope that once the regime expanded to all of Hainan, everyone could hold their own position. At minimum, they could go to other counties as some kind of administrative official. Finally, the Transmigrator Parliament passed 3 guiding principles for this war. 1. Completely destroy the invading Ming forces and all other enemies, while simultaneously eliminating the fighting capability of Ming forces on Hainan. 2. Under favorable conditions, occupy all of Hainan. 3. The war would be limited to Hainan Island and surrounding waters, not to be expanded to the mainland or other waters, unless approved by Parliament. This operation was designated Second Counter-Encirclement Campaign. Sikaid continued advocating his post-war peace talks proposal with the Guangdong local government. The specific plan was to quickly release several high-ranking prisoners to Guangzhou after the war, try to establish contact with prominent figures in the Guangdong government, and request peace talks. Then send dedicated personnel for negotiations. The negotiation site could be in Macau, with the Portuguese guaranteeing both sides' safety. If the Portuguese couldn't be trusted, other remote locations could be chosen. End of chapter. Chapter 613, Military Intelligence. We shouldn't use the Aosong name extensively in external communications for now, Yu Shui said. The Red Turban Army at the end of the Yuan dynasty did want to restore the Great Song under Sun and Moon. Zhu Yuanzhang was also a member of the Red Turban Army, but in the end he eliminated the young Prince of Song and established the Great Ming. The Ming court probably has some misgivings about Great Song descendants. For now, we can follow the Red Turban example in our external communications, using an army name temporarily in place of a state name. I propose we call ourselves the Fubo Army. It's very fitting. Actually, we could call ourselves the GLA, Wen Daisy said. Global Liberation Army. Sounds good, doesn't it, Secretary of State Ma? We can use that later. Calling ourselves GLA right now won't mean anything to Ming people, Ma Qianju said. I suggest that starting today, we begin using the Fubo Army designation in the signatures of our official documents and proclamations. Qiongshan returned to the Intelligence Bureau's office. As soon as he arrived, he received a call from He Ming instructing him to immediately ascertain the status of Guangdong's Ming forces. The Intelligence Bureau was just established a few days ago, and already here comes a concrete mission, Qiongshan said at the evening briefing. This is the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's first key project. We must deliver, otherwise we'll have trouble fighting for budget allocations in the future. Wang Ding cleared his throat and spoke first. Most of this intelligence can be queried from the archives of the General Intelligence Repository. The historical intelligence compiled by the Grand Library and materials collected over the years by the Guangzhou Station contain quite a bit we can use. I plan to search through these materials and compile them. Isn't that intelligence too old? Qiongshan expressed doubt. It's old in the sense of 2 or 3 years, but the Ming forces' situation won't have changed much. This matter mainly depends on intelligence from the Guangzhou Station, said Suki, the so-called Naval Military Intelligence Officer. If the Ming are going to attack Lingao, they'll have to cross the sea. The Guangzhou Station has informants positioned at key transportation points throughout Guangdong. As long as there's a concentration of warships or troop movements, news will come. Our guessing here is completely useless. These informants were the various branch offices and outer counters of the Kiwei Escort Bureau. Every 5 days they reported local observations to the Guangzhou headquarters via carrier pigeon. Though this intelligence wasn't particularly timely, given the extremely slow marching speed of ancient armies, such speed was acceptable. If we just sit waiting for Guangzhou Station intelligence and collect some archives and call that mission accomplished, there's no point to this foreign intelligence bureau, Qiongshan said. We need to send people to Guangdong, specifically to gather military intelligence. Since we've already trained personnel for overseas deployment, this collection of Guangdong Ming troop movements is an excellent practical opportunity. We should let them go try it out. Qiongshan isn't really anything. It's when they reach Guangdong territory that they'll truly be fish in the ocean. Whether the training succeeded or not, this will be the test. Su Qi was also interested in this proposal. If we're sending people, I'm willing to go. Isn't that a bit too risky? Since we're doing intelligence work, this level of risk should be expected. Of course, we can't ask intelligence personnel to do dangerous things like sneaking into a military camp to take photos, but they should at least have the ability to observe from a distance. If it's just observation from a distance, why send more people? The Guangzhou station has informants in many places. Sending more people would be redundant. Wang Ding objected. Guangdong intelligence work should be done by the Guangzhou station. If Station Chief Guo indicates insufficient manpower or other difficulties, we can send people to the Guangzhou station to assist, but we absolutely cannot dispatch people separately. That not only wastes human resources but also violates work procedures. Wang Ding continued. Intelligence work is ultimately about analysis. Rather than just providing a pile of fragmented details, we should focus our energy on analyzing and organizing existing materials. Submit a thorough and reliable report. Qiongshan thought Wang Ding, ever since becoming analysis section chief, kept proclaiming analysis is everything, obviously trying to elevate his own importance. But his words were hard to refute, and then Li Yan also chimed in to support his view. Exactly. I also suggest focusing our efforts on organizing, judging, and analyzing existing materials. As for what materials we're missing, just wire the Guangzhou station and have them collect it. That's their job. That depends on how long the Guangzhou station can survive. Guo Yi and his people are in a bad situation. Qiongshan thought of several telegrams the Guangzhou station had sent recently, including reports of greedy hands from all directions reaching toward them. Though the situation was currently unclear, once fighting broke out, whether the Guangzhou station's various businesses could survive was very much in question. Si Kaide is already discussing the situation of the Guangzhou Lizhu stations, Li Yan said. Though strictly speaking this is the Colonial Trade Department's business, our Intelligence Bureau also has an obligation to protect overseas stations. My view is very simple. Protect people, not property, Qiongshan said. As long as we can safely extract the people, that's fine. Money and goods are external things. If lost, so be it. We can get back 100 times as much in the future. Li Yan said, if possible, we should still try to preserve property. I think the expedient of saving the nation through a curved path, such as dedicating to local power brokers, is worth considering. At least that way the businesses can continue operating, and recovering them later would be easy enough. As for personnel safety, the scope should be broad. Qiongshan believed the Guangzhou station had just completed a large-scale personnel turnover and vetting process. Many personnel were workers transferred from Lingao. Losing them would be regrettable. As for locally hired craftsmen, servants, and managers, they should also be protected as much as possible. Even if they couldn't be evacuated to Lingao, measures should be taken to ensure their personal and property safety. This will greatly increase indigenous personnel's trust in us. They'll know that in times of danger we won't just abandon them and leave. There's also the Lizhu station. Lizhu is remote. This ill wind from Guangzhou won't reach them for a while, but we shouldn't let our guard down. If you ask me, Guangzhou can be evacuated, but Lizhu absolutely cannot, Wang Ding said firmly, rapping the table. If Lizhu is evacuated, the sugar company operation is finished. Guangzhou was purely in the circulation and commerce sector, apart from the distilled liquor workshop having some modern technology, using 20th century level distillation coolers. There was basically no modern industry. Purple Treasure Studio had a bit of manufacturing, but it was purely handicraft. After destruction, as long as the Transmigrator Collective could continue supplying Australian goods, rebuilding would be easy. Besides, there were many ways to avoid destruction. The Lizhu station was different. It was a dual manufacturing circulation facility. A modern sugar refinery in the hands of inexperienced indigenous people wouldn't operate long before completely breaking down. Moreover, the Lizhu station had already invested substantial capital in local cane farmers. If abandoned midway, not only would the losses be enormous, but the damage to cane farmers' confidence would be devastating. Guangzhou is the provincial capital, the focus of official attention, so Guoya's side will have trouble surviving. My view is, evacuate Guangzhou, protect Lizhu. Wang Ding offered his proposal. Lizhu, not just in the Ming era, even in the old time-space, was a place where the sky is high and the emperor is far. Ordinary people won't pay attention to it. There's a possibility of protecting it. Moreover, the Lizhu Peninsula was right across from Lingao. Half a day's voyage could reach Zhuwen. Whether secretly dispatching the special reconnaissance team for wet work or openly sending a marine expeditionary force for punitive action, intervention was much more convenient than sailing for several days to reach Guangzhou. If anyone in Lizhu attempts to harm the Lizhu station's properties, we can request the executive committee to deploy the special reconnaissance team. After a few rounds of wet work, no one will dare target Lizhu. We could even adopt more extreme measures, completely control the information flow between Lizhu's one prefecture and 2 counties and Guangzhou. Let's draft a memorandum for the executive committee and copy it to Sikaid, Li Yan said. As for the military intelligence, let's focus on what we have locally first, put existing materials to use. Wang Ding added, this is our first project. We not only need to succeed but also need to stand firmly on solid ground. Everyone present nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. We'll proceed according to your thinking. Qiongshan yielded. He had somewhat caught the implication in Wang Ding's words. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau subsequently issued intelligence collection instructions to the Guangzhou station, requiring them to focus on gathering information about Guangdong Ming troop movements, force strength, and personnel information on commanders, especially troop movements. Whether the War Department planned to engage the enemy outside their borders or conduct a defensive counterattack, grasping Ming troop movements was always paramount. Regarding military intelligence, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau spent several more days collecting and consulting various materials before finally producing an intelligence report. Most of this report's content was copied from historical records, then analyzed and summarized based on fragmentary materials collected over the years by the Guangzhou and Lizhu stations. Although we lack sufficient materials on the Guangdong Ming forces' mobilization capability, based on the forces Yu Zhigao deployed to the Pescadores to drive out the Dutch in 1624, we can roughly deduce how many forces the Ming can mobilize to attack Lingao. When Yu Zhigao attacked the Pescadores in August 1624, he deployed over 10,000 men and more than 300 ships. The Dutch he faced had only 14 vessels large and small, and the East India Company garrison on the Pescadores numbered only 800. From the force ratio alone, it was clear the Ming forces were fully aware of the military gap between themselves and Europeans, so they adopted a quantity-over-quality approach, relying on 10-to-1 overwhelming numbers to force the Dutch out. We believe the Guangdong Ming forces will likely repeat this approach this time, still using the overwhelming force model to achieve the goal of making us voluntarily demolish our fortress and withdraw. Wang Ding explained the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's analysis item by item to attendees at the General Staff's military conference. The Ming military commanders couldn't possibly be unaware that the Transmigrator Collective had built a fortress at Lingao and trained militia, and the reputation of the Australians' formidable ships and guns had long since spread. The Ming commanders could certainly conclude that the enemy they faced was stronger, not weaker, than the Dutch of that era. So if they came to attack Lingao, the forces assembled would definitely be no fewer than Yu Zigao's. This time the Ming will bring more troops, not fewer. Otherwise, their military operation cannot succeed. That's the first point, Wang Ding said. Second, when Yu Zigao went to the Pescadores, it was a long-distance maritime deployment. Limited by the number of ships and sailors, he couldn't project more forces. Moreover, the Pescadores area was basically uninhabited islands. Apart from water, grain, firewood, and everything else had to be supplied from the mainland. Yu Zigao's logistical pressure was enormous. Landing with just over 10,000 men was probably already at the limit of force projection. But Lingao was different. Hainan Island had numerous prefectures and counties where some food could be acquired locally. They could also requisition laborers, livestock, and carts along the way. Logistical pressure would be much less. In summary, we estimate the Ming will ultimately mobilize between 20 and 30,000 troops by land and sea. The main force should be the Guangdong Regional Commander, He Rubin's garrison's Central Battalion, and his household retainers. This portion numbers about 2,000. Parts of the governor's garrison and the governor-general's Central Battalion may also be deployed. Where does this figure of 2,000 for the garrison come from? Dongman Chuyu asked. How many men are in the garrison isn't a secret in Guangzhou City, Wang Ding said. Everyone knows. No inflated headcounts, empty positions to collect pay. Inflated headcounts probably only happen in ordinary units. Core tactical units like this wouldn't. Any cavalry. Guangdong's Ming forces have few horses. Only a small number of horses are maintained for officers to ride, for pack transport, for scouts, and for messengers. Cavalry as an assault force essentially doesn't exist, so we needn't worry about dealing with cavalry. This wasn't just because horses were expensive or hard to obtain in Guangdong. Guangdong's climate was also unsuitable for horses. In all of Guangzhou City, large livestock like horses, donkeys, and mules were rarely seen. The military rarely kept them either. What about firearms? Plenty of firearms, Wang Ding explained. Originally, the Guangdong Ming forces' firearms equipment ratio already exceeded 60%. Moreover, firearms quality had improved significantly recently. Wang Zun's cannon casting production campaign had dramatically increased the number of knockoff Red Barbarian cannons in service. So they'll definitely bring lots of cloned Red Barbarian cannons. Wang Zun's knockoff Red Barbarian cannons, according to Guangzhou Station reports and intelligence we've gathered through Fashion channels, are mainly 9-pounder and 12-pounder guns. 12-pounder cannons are too heavy. The Ming lack draft animals for towing and probably can't use them in field battle. They'll bring 9-pounders, plus various old-style cannons like phalangy. Guangdong Regional Commander He Rubin is known for his expertise in firearms. He even has a firearms treatise called Western Fire Attack Divine Weapons. He should have some understanding of cannon power and employment. We must pay attention to him. Zhang Balin, having taken the artillery route, paid close attention to old-style firearms technology. He read every issue of the military history reference materials compiled by the Grand Library. He Rubin was an anti-Catholic figure. He was implicated in the Nanjing Church case of Wanli year 44. At that time, Western firearms knowledge was entirely controlled by Catholics and missionaries. This anti-religious figure probably doesn't have any connection with Western priests. The origin of his treatise is also suspicious. He claims the book was written in Wanli year 34, yet the preface mentions Ningyuan, and before Wanli year 34, the court hadn't purchased any Red Barbarian cannons. Yu Eshui laughed. So I'd say if he comes to command the punitive expedition, his command of operations and employment of firearms won't be any different from any other regional commander of this time-space. Ming firearms aren't worth mentioning, Ying Yu said. Even if we trade shots with them using our 12-pounder cannons, they'll still be completely defeated. The infantry probably won't even fire before the enemy routs. Let's not underestimate the enemy, Ming said. Continue. According to your estimate, about when will the Ming forces begin military operations? Yes, Wang Ding nodded. Our projection is that Ming forces will start no earlier than the second half of this year, approximately in October. Isn't that estimate too broad? The Dutch second landing on the Pescadores was in July 1622. The Ming government's determination to force them out through military action wasn't made until after October 1623. Yu Zigao's troops didn't deploy until August 1624, nearly a full-year interval. That's probably the time needed to mobilize over 10,000 Ming troops. Tens of thousands of troops couldn't normally be concentrated in one place. They were necessarily garrisoned in dispersed locations. For Wang Zun to concentrate his forces wasn't something that could happen overnight, and according to Guangzhou Station intelligence, the Guangdong authorities hadn't even raised the military funding for the army to march. Actually, strictly speaking, Guangdong's military operations haven't even formally begun. Everything has to wait until military funding is secured before things really get moving. But in the first half of the year, the Ming wouldn't have much usable time. Lingao was about to enter summer, and summer meant the start of the rainy season. The Ming army wasn't a modern force that could conduct operations in adverse weather conditions. If they couldn't begin the offensive before June, the attack would have to be postponed until after autumn. After autumn, Lingao faces the threat of typhoons. If the Ming forces plan a combined land-sea attack, they probably won't begin until October at the earliest. Is there any possibility of Zhang Zhilong's involvement? Chen Heiyang asked. Wang Ding nodded. Zhang Zhilong's forces are in a constant state of combat readiness and can deploy at any time. They're our biggest threat. However, Xing Wenken won't curry favor with Wang Zun by lending him Zhang Zhilong. And his own ability to restrain Zhang Zhilong is quite limited. Unless Zhang Zhilong sees profit in it, he won't wade into these murky waters. Is attacking us unprofitable? I'd say it's very profitable. He still has many opponents to deal with first. He can't possibly cross swords with us. He hasn't even finished off Li Qiuqi. According to our latest intelligence, Wang Ding produced a document. Li Qiuqi's forces were recently destroyed by the combined attack of Zhang Zhilong and Zhang Bin. Li Qiuqi's destruction made everyone's hearts tighten. Each time Zhang Zhilong eliminated a major enemy, his forces and influence expanded considerably, while there was one fewer power to restrain him. Zhang Zhilong's steps were drawing ever closer to Lingao. Note, Li Qiuqi should have been destroyed in the second year of Qiongshan. I misremembered it as Zhang Bin. Actually, by this time Zhang Bin was also nearly destroyed. Correction noted here. End of chapter. Chapter 614. The battle plan, so he'll be dealing with Liu Xiang soon. Fortunately, Liu Xiang serves as a buffer. Otherwise, Zhang Zhilong would be quite a handful for us to deal with. But this basically confirmed that Zhang Zhilong wouldn't provide assistance for Wang Zun's punitive campaign. Guangdong would have to rely on its own forces, greatly reducing the military pressure Lingao faced. Here are several military intelligence reference booklets compiled by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau based on existing materials, for everyone's reference. Wang Ding then distributed the booklets. They were titled Guangdong Ming Force Designations and Garrison Distribution, Guangdong Ming Military Officer Roster, Captain and Above, Ming Military Weapons and Equipment Illustrated Catalog with Main Specifications, Army, Navy, Volume, Ming Military Organization Quick Reference, and Ming Military Tactical Characteristics. These booklets were partly compiled from historical records and accumulated research materials, and partly from fragmentary intelligence gathered through various channels since D-Day. The latter came from extremely diverse sources. Some were military intelligence specifically collected by the Guangzhou and Lizhu stations. Some were extracted from Qie Escort Bureau's routine reports. The most valuable were interrogation records of surrendered Ming soldiers and county yamen military archive clerks, as well as military files from the county yamen's archive storage, not a few of which were genuine first-hand source materials. Wang Ding and his colleagues had also taken the trouble to specifically visit Linshen. In the Weapons Research Institute's warehouse, various cold and hot weapons used by Ming forces and pirates were stored by category. From the beginning, Linshen had consciously rescued quite a few captured Ming-era weapons from the steelworks. After cleaning and oiling, they were preserved. He had even specifically petitioned the executive committee to set up a testing range for conducting lethality tests on captured Ming-era weapons. These lethality tests covered not only firearms, but also cold weapons like spears, bows and arrows and swords. They also tested casualty effects on personnel both armored and unprotected. Lin Shen's only regret was the lack of ballistic gelatin. As for using livestock as targets, the cafeteria certainly wouldn't agree. Meat made into a mangled mess with a rusty iron smell wasn't something anyone would want. They had to make do with clay and similar substitutes. Without these actual test results, relying only on historical records with their contradictory and often scientifically implausible descriptions, the booklet on Ming weapons performance couldn't have been compiled at all. Everyone found the booklets very convenient. Officers who had served in the PLA in particular were quite familiar with such materials. They were a simple and effective way to understand the enemy. "These booklets are excellent. You've done good work." He Ming nodded approvingly. Seeing smiles appear on the faces of He Ming, Chen Heiyang, and others, Wang Ding knew the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's round-the-clock work in recent days hadn't been in vain. At minimum, the military had already gained some recognition of their intelligence work. "All right, let's speculate on the Ming force's specific military actions," He Ming said. "Then formulate several contingency plans." Dongmen Chuyu stood up, beaming. Since transferring to the general staff, he had quickly been appointed Secretary General, responsible for overseeing daily general staff operations. The Chief of Staff position, being too powerful, couldn't be given to anyone without controversy, so it currently remained unfilled. Dongmen Chuyu had originally maneuvered for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff position, but that also seemed too prestigious, so he became Secretary General instead, presiding over joint meetings. He functionally served as the Chief of Staff. "Gentlemen, for the Ming to launch a military attack on Lingao, the most likely approach is a simultaneous land sea offensive." He pulled back the map curtain behind him, revealing a large-scale map of northern Hainan. Given the Ming force's training and equipment level, deploying tens of thousands of troops would require carrying large quantities of weapons and supplies. Not just in the 17th century, even in the 20th century, landing large numbers of troops with supplies in the face of an enemy was an extremely difficult and risky undertaking. Given the Ming force's organizational capabilities and fighting spirit, a full-force assault landing at Bapu was certainly not going to happen. The various units would cross the sea in batches to Qiongshan County to concentrate forces. Once troops had assembled and rested, the main force would advance along the coast. The Navy would sail along the coast in a combined land-sea advance, providing mutual support. This was the safest and most likely approach. Whoever commanded this attack, the general pattern would be the same, and the Ming force's concentration point would certainly be Qiongshan County. Not only did it have a large harbor convenient for military transport, it was also the Ming government's main garrison base and administrative center on Hainan, making coordination easier. Could the enemy come from the Danju direction? The Ming loved to play the multi-pronged suppression game. "That's possible," Dongmen Chuyu said. "Danju has one of the Ming government's official granaries on Hainan." Launching from there would reduce the prepositioned grain requirements and ease logistical pressure. Ancient armies frequently employed divided column convergence and multi-pronged advance tactics during operations. This wasn't just for strategic and tactical reasons. It was also largely to reduce marching organization and supply difficulties. Additionally, Lingao sends over 2,000 Shi in supplementary provisions to Danju annually, indicating Danju's garrison military households still maintain considerable numbers and have some combat capability, Wang Ding reminded everyone. We can't ignore the possibility that the Ming may mobilize Danju's garrison to expand that column's size. So we'll also need to deal with enemies from the Danju direction. The Qiongshan Ridge area only has a security company and a fortress artillery battery. Ming flipped through his notebook. Approximately how many enemies could the Danju direction deploy? Dongmen Chuyu said. That depends on how many Guangdong troops the Ming government plans to ship to Danju. If they only conscript local military households, 500 at most. If the Ming commanders plan to forage locally, the troops shipped to Danju won't be too few, Ming said. According to the intelligence department, if the Ming deploys 20 to 30,000 men, at least 3 to 4,000 should be shipped to Danju. Adding locally mobilized garrison forces, figure 5,000. This column marching overland would cause enough commotion along the way. If the Transmigrator Collective had to prepare to meet enemies on two fronts, their forces would be stretched thin. Dongmen Chuyu said, I propose the Navy establish a blockade line and directly intercept these forces. Guangdong troops shipping to Danju must pass through the Qiongshan Strait. We don't even need to leave Lingao territory. We can intercept in the Dinglongjia waters. Capture this entire force directly. The Navy will handle this. Ming noted this in his notebook and asked Chen Heiyang, does the Navy have any difficulties? No, but the Navy can't guarantee capturing all the enemy. If they don't cooperate, we'll have to sink a few to make a point. Where should the blockade line be set? In the waters west of the Liju Peninsula to Danju. We'll need to deploy 2 patrol boat squadrons for day and night patrols. 1 sailing cruiser patrol squadron should be on standby in port ready to reinforce at any time, Chen Heiyang said. We can't just patrol near Dinglongjia. The Ming may also march overland to Liju and board ships there, so we need more vessels. He studied the map carefully. If Liju could provide shipping intelligence, it would be much easier. We just blockade the ports directly. I don't think that's a problem. Our system in Liju should be able to manage that, Li Yan said. Bai Wei said, leave this to the Special Reconnaissance Team. This is military reconnaissance, our specialty. The Special Reconnaissance Team guarantees mission completion. The Danju enemy column is only a possibility, Ming said. This threat will be the Navy's and Special Reconnaissance Team's responsibility. Next came discussion of a topic hotly debated in Parliament, whether to proactively engage outside their borders or conduct a defensive counterattack from prepared positions. On this issue, not only was Parliament internally divided, but the military itself had differing opinions. Most people advocated defensive operations from prepared positions. Their main arguments were, the highest-ranking military officer among the transmigrators who had served had only been a PLA company commander. No one had experience facing a war of this scale. There would inevitably be many command and coordination problems. Defense was relatively easier than offense. Second, the soldiers had plenty of training but little combat experience. They needed battle to test them. When fighting an enemy with numerical superiority, organizing combat was easier for the defending side, and soldiers' psychological pressure was much less. More importantly, using a defensive victory to build soldiers' confidence. After a defensive victory, then begin pursuit. Rear area order would be easier to maintain. A defensive victory would greatly encourage civilians who favored the transmigrators, intimidate hostile elements, and bring fence-sitters to the transmigrators' side. Finally, the strategy of defense first, then counterattack, fit well with the traditional Chinese way of thinking. Don't fire the first shot. Let them start the trouble. Tolerance has limits. The transmigrators would gain moral high ground. Propaganda could emphasize that what the transmigrators had done in Lingao wasn't like harmful pirates at all. Rather, they had attacked pirates and evil gentry, developed production, taken in refugees, and stabilized society. They could be called model gentry. Being suppressed despite all this was completely unreasonable. This would lay good groundwork for future expansion. Given the Ming force's scale, organization, and Hainan's road conditions, the enemy's advance route can only be along the post roads, advancing county by county. This way they can more conveniently obtain supplies along the way. Marching is also easier. After all, the Ming will be carrying large quantities of supplies and firearms, requiring certain road standards. Dongmen Chuyu pointed at the large map. This gives us the advantage of choosing our battlefield at will. We just need to select terrain favorable to our weapons anywhere along the Qiongshan Lingao Post Road and deploy our forces. We can even conduct battlefield construction in advance, dig trenches, build bastions, even transport heavier artillery to positions. The advantage is very clear. Unexpectedly, Dongmen Chuyu's eloquent argument was immediately refuted by Armored Corps Inspector General Bai Yu. Not only did he refute it, he first stuck a defeatist label on Dongmen. We know the Ming's attack route. We have radio and map advantages. We should exploit our mobility advantage to concentrate forces and defeat the enemy piecemeal. Some could even be routed at the Pearl River estuary, fully demonstrating our technological superiority. Our army indeed lacks combat experience, but our soldiers are well-trained, well-fed, and commanded by modern military talent. Defensive warfare isn't necessarily easy. The enemy outnumbers us more than 5-1. Pure defense will only lower our morale. Finally, attacking pirates and evil gentry, developing production, taking in refugees, and stabilizing society, that's evidence of rebellion. It's called buying hearts and minds. For the Ming government, that's more heinous than burning, killing, and raping. His argument was, the Transmigrator Collective was in an absolutely advantageous position and should definitely take the initiative to attack and seize battlefield control. When facing a severe disparity in forces, seizing initiative was even more important. Defensive operations actually placed the weaker side in a passive position. Defense demanded more of soldiers and created greater pressure than offense. Not proactively attacking, but waiting for the enemy to attack wasn't moral high ground but weakness. Lingao's ability to protect the interests of the vast majority of people under its rule was the greatest moral high ground. The Transmigrator Collective had to demonstrate its strength and determination to protect its people. Only then could it lay good groundwork for future development. Finally, he strongly demanded that after annihilating the Ming forces, they bombard Guangzhou City. If explosives permitted, they should preferably blow down a section of the city wall to give officials and gentry sufficient shock. The two sides debated this question extensively, ranging from military tactics all the way to political significance and economic construction. Those favoring engagement outside borders had another concern. Defensive counterattack was certainly safe, but what about the infrastructure already built within Lingao? Farmland, water systems, roads, power poles, these couldn't be defended. If the imperial forces systematically destroyed infrastructure during their advance, setting aside the loss of facilities and materials, people's hearts would become unstable. It would be extremely disadvantageous for post-war reconstruction. Chen Haiyang wasn't enthusiastic about decisive battle outside borders either. He said, "I have doubts about our current army's capability for decisive battle outside borders. The Navy lacks sufficient large vessels. Our long-range attack and projection capabilities are insufficient. If the Ming concentration point is in the Pearl River Delta rather than the Lijiu Peninsula or Hainan Island, though our forces could inflict heavy casualties, unless we send troops to plunder the surrounding area, our prisoner captures and material seizures would be relatively limited. That's the first problem. Second, fighting on the mainland places higher demands on our intelligence, logistics, and military organization. This is our first large-scale operation. Being slightly more conservative, letting them land on Hainan, then completely destroying the invaders, isn't a bad option. He pointed at the display board. I believe from all considerations, the Ming will set their concentration point near Qiongshan Prefecture City. This is also what the General Staff just hypothesized in their operational planning. In that case, we needn't let the enemy enter Lingao. Instead, we take advantage of their concentration at Qiongshan, attack with land and sea forces simultaneously, and destroy them in one fell swoop. Whether we actively assault the city or set up positions outside Qiongshan County to lure the enemy to attack, either works. Ming forces concentrating at Qiongshan County will certainly disturb the local area considerably, but they're still imperial troops. They won't go so far as to burn, kill, and rape. Damage to the region won't be too great. We can take over afterward without major relief work, and we even gain a point in public opinion. Also, he said, I personally favor active attack rather than setting up defenses and waiting. When Ming forces are at our doorstep, seeing a vast army with no retreat available, soldiers' pressure is even greater. Letting them attack proactively actually reduces pressure. Once they fight one engagement and see the enemy is just clay chickens and tiled dogs, the pressure naturally disappears. Chen Haiyang's proposal won most people's approval. The final battle plan was, the Navy would establish a blockade line in the Qiongshan Strait, preventing enemies from entering Lingao waters and blocking them from directly landing forces in Lingao for harassment operations. The Army would dispatch small units and the Special Reconnaissance Team for screening operations toward Qiongshan. Keep enemy scouts and small units from entering areas near Lingao. Once the enemy main force concentrated and left Qiongshan, the Navy would first destroy the Ming naval forces, cutting off the Qiongshan Strait connection with the mainland and preventing sea retreat. The Army would seek opportunities for decisive battle with the enemy main force in the field, using naval warships for mobility if necessary. After destroying the enemy, ride the momentum to take Qiongshan Prefecture City. Wei Awen then stood up to speak. I have no objections to the battle plan itself, but I hope the planned battle is a proper, dignified field battle, at a time and place of our choosing, fight a magnificent great battle, and film the entire process for future repeated viewing. This is a political battle. We want everyone to understand our power. Especially for our soldiers, many of them don't yet realize what the weapons in their hands mean. Centuries of habit make them believe common people can't beat officials. Even with powerful weapons, if they've truly experienced it through practice, they'll have an earth-shaking transformation of consciousness. After the battle plan was formulated, the General Staff and Foreign Intelligence Bureau conducted consultations. Both sides decided to send out 2 joint military reconnaissance teams on a staff tour. The focus would be a comprehensive survey of terrain, key passes and roads, towns and administrative seats, and garrisons along the Qiongshan-Lingao line. These materials had been collected before. This would be a verification pass. Additionally, the reconnaissance teams would conduct comprehensive reconnaissance and evaluation of possible Ming concentration points and possible battle sites, preparing relevant contingency plans. Also, to determine how many port ships could approach along the Qiongshan-Lingao coast, and to measure hydrological conditions, Naval Intelligence Officer Su Qi would lead another reconnaissance team for surveys. Also, we need to conduct maintenance and reinforcement of existing units, Zhiming said. Currently, the Army has considerable shortfalls. Many auxiliary units are under strength. Artillery has even more vacancies. We'll need to temporarily conscript personnel for supplementation. However, this involves mobilization issues and must be coordinated with the Council of Administration. End of chapter. Chapter 615, propaganda preparations, directly conscript militia from the various communes. We not only need to reinforce troops, but once the main army leaves, Lingao will be in a vacuum. The common people will think we've run off with our forces, causing public unrest. Besides, we also need to guard against other forces seizing the opportunity, like Liu Xiang or foreigners, Dong Menchuyu said. In addition to commune militia, we need to arm workers at all factories to form guard units, Zhiming said. Once operations begin, apart from a small naval force, both Army and Navy must fully deploy. Lingao's main base must have a certain number of troops for defense. This portion will have to be mainly militia. All transmigrators must also be mobilized. When the common people see that the transmigrators are still in Lingao and personally taking up arms, their morale will stabilize considerably. They can also serve as a final reserve, said Panda, the engineering corps chief who had returned from Sanya to transport explosives. Additionally, we need to fortify Lingao's important facilities, especially Bapu and Meiniao. These two are critical points. We must prevent the enemy from infiltrating with small units and landing. Wei Awen said dismissively, "You're overestimating them. Strategically despise, tactically respect. If the enemy employs tactics like disguised raids, killing even a few transmigrators would count as a severe loss," Panda replied. Zhiming nodded. If the enemy has sufficient determination and a few bold, aggressive commanders, they might well employ infiltration and surprise attack tactics. History has no shortage of precedents. Soon, the battle plan and mobilization proposal were submitted to the executive committee. After supplementing and revising certain content, implementation officially began. The Level 2 mobilization order was subsequently issued. The orange alert was transmitted to all units. The entire Transmigrator Collective's mobilization machinery began to turn. Liu Yoren returned from his family's fields. Summer planting was approaching, and he had personally gone to check the soil condition and the newly built irrigation canal. After Zun Suji had earned the Liu family's full trust in the first year, he began suggesting some larger-scale agricultural projects in the second. These projects mainly involved farmland water systems. The Liu family's land was relatively concentrated, making large-scale water system construction feasible. The Tiandahui and Delong Bank together had launched a special water system loan for this purpose. Starting in winter, Liu Yoren had mobilized his clansmen, tenants, and hired laborers to build the first irrigation canal under Tiandahui guidance. After construction through winter and spring, this canal was finally completed. Built to modern agricultural standards, along with matching sluice gates, reservoirs, and branch channels, though it couldn't compare with the Meidai Plain Management Project or the school field renovation, it was still first class among Tiandahui's major clients. Liu Yoren examined place after place and felt quite satisfied. According to Zun Suji, with this canal built, the soil moisture level could be maintained at a constant level. Excess water would drain away, insufficient water could be irrigated. As long as there wasn't a major flood or drought disaster, harvests would be guaranteed. This was certainly no exaggeration. Liu Yoren had visited other counties, and some county seats had government-built channels that indeed benefited countless people. Now his own land had the same, which left Liu Yoren not only excited but amazed at his own boldness. This project had cost a fortune. Apart from labor, which he mostly provided himself, all materials were ordered from the Australians, and nothing was cheap. Just that gray powder that became mud in water and hard as stone when dry cost 50 circulation vouchers per bag. Even the sand, gravel, and bamboo used in the project were processed by the Australians and sold by the kilogram. Technical guidance was free, though, because he was a Tiandahui priority client and had already paid service fees. There was no way he could have afforded this construction expense himself. Even his entire clan together couldn't have managed it. Most of the project cost came from Delong Bank loans, with his land as collateral. If this year's harvest was poor and he couldn't repay the first loan installment in autumn, he would lose everything. In the past, he never would have dared make such a large gamble, but now he had developed a kind of blind faith in everything the Australians did. He felt the Australians were right about everything and never failed at anything. In short, following them would definitely never lead to loss. Now he was even more eager to arrange Liu Meilan's marriage to Zun Suji. He had developed a vague notion. If he didn't marry into their circle now, he might not have the chance later. He changed clothes and returned to his workspace. Liu Guangbao had already arrived, holding the newspaper just purchased from Dongmen Market. Liu Yoren had developed the habit of reading the Lingao Times daily. He knew that though this Australian thing wasn't the same as the Ming Dynasty's official gazette, it had similarities. Namely, it revealed the Australians' recent political trends and governing policies. One could even discern shifts in power dynamics within the Australian group. For example, recently the newspaper mentioned the Transmigrator Parliament much more often than the Executive Committee. Though Liu Yoren didn't know what the Transmigrator Parliament or Executive Committee were, he knew these were the two main governing offices of the Australians. More mention of Parliament meant Parliament was starting to take charge. If only he knew the Australians' political system and official structure, then he might be able to maneuver within it. Liu Yoren took the newspaper and casually flipped it open. The newspaper was 4 pages in broadsheet format. Lingao Times was written in bold, vigorous, regular script. Below was a line of small characters whose meaning he didn't quite understand. Public Distribution Edition. The front page headline was about the Parliament Standing Committee's 14th meeting. He skimmed through it, and when he reached the end of the report, strongly protest the unjust treatment of our overseas trade personnel. His eyelid twitched. Then he flipped further and found an article about the Ming government's harsh policies toward overseas merchants. Such articles had been rare in the past but appeared frequently since the land survey. The content attacked the Ming's contemporary problems and chronic ailments, and they were generally timely. For example, around the time of the land survey, the newspaper had published many articles about the flaws of Ming taxation systems, explaining in detail the changes, evolution, and problems of Ming taxation through the dynasties. It had also published numerous confessions from tax collectors, essentially detailing how they had cheated and enriched themselves through the tax system. What did today's article mean? He read it carefully. When he put down the newspaper, he felt somewhat puzzled. The Ming had always treated merchants who traded overseas or even settled abroad as abandoned subjects. This he knew. But he didn't understand why the Australians suddenly took interest in this. They weren't Ming subjects. But one thing he knew clearly: such articles in the Lingao Times were always some kind of signal, hinting at what the Australians were preparing to do. However, he couldn't discern any clues from these articles. Liu Yoren decided to set this aside for now and deal with more pressing matters first. How are the wedding preparations for Meilan and Zun Shuzheng going? In response to Third Uncle, Meilan's horoscope card was sent over a few days ago. Liu Guangbao had originally suggested marrying Liu Meilan to the Australians out of private revenge. Seeing the Australians becoming ever more powerful, his attitude had changed considerably, becoming very enthusiastic. He had started showing special warmth toward Liu Meilan's family. Good. Has Zun Shuzheng's horoscope been sent back? Not yet. Liu Guangbao said, for Australians' marriages, they require approval from the Chief of Staff's office. Zun Shuzheng says the officials there haven't approved the application yet. Also, according to Zun Shuzheng, Australians don't have birth horoscopes. Nonsense! How can anyone not have a birth horoscope? Liu Yoren scolded. Don't they claim to be descendants of the great Song? How can they not even have birth horoscopes? According to Master Zhang, they really don't practice this. They neither need parents' consent nor matchmakers' words. Master Zhang was Zhang Yufu, the county's foremost expert on Australian affairs. Whenever anyone had trouble understanding things when dealing with the Australians, they consulted him. This is too frivolous. Can they really not even have a birth horoscope? Even though it was just a clan granddaughter being married off, she was still a Liu family girl. It couldn't be handled so casually. Go tell Zun Shuzheng that we still need a horoscope card. Even if there isn't one, they need to make one as a gesture. Yes, I understand. Liu Guangbao hesitated. About this, should we still have someone match the horoscopes? Of course, matters of propriety cannot be skipped. Liu Yoren set the tone. This must be done quickly. Summer will be here in the blink of an eye. Surely we won't hold the wedding in the height of summer. Go on now. Yes, Liu Guangbao acknowledged but didn't leave. Instead, he stepped forward and said in a low voice, I have some news. I don't know if I should mention it. What nonsense. Between an uncle and nephew descended from the same ancestors, what's there to not mention? Out with it. I heard from a former laborer from our estate. He now works at the Australians' factory. The Guangdong government will be sending troops soon. Is this true? Liu Yoren couldn't help but lower his voice. True, Liu Guangbao nodded. The Australians are conducting mobilization at every factory, training militia, preparing to defend the city. He says their factory has recently started producing firearms. So the Imperial Army is really coming, Liu Yoren nodded. Third uncle, what should we do? Liu Guangbao asked quietly. Liu Yoren thought, the court using military force against Lingao really didn't make sense. The Australians were doing fine in Lingao. The county magistrate was doing fine as an official. The common people had good livelihoods. Things were getting better every day. Why wouldn't the court let everyone have a good life? Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling resentful. These officials are planning to use common people's heads as stepping stones for promotion again, he said. Liu Guangbao looked at his uncle with some fear. Such treasonous words, and his uncle said them aloud. Third uncle, now's not the time to say such things. Once the Imperial heavenly troops arrive, won't the Australians immediately crumble? At worst, they can escape by ship. What about us? Are we supposed to flee with them? In your view, can the Imperial troops defeat the Australians? He asked in return. Well, even Liu Guangbao, just a small rural landlord who had only ever been to Qiongshan Prefecture City, could see the disparity. In your nephew's view, the Australians have swift and fierce firearms, strictly disciplined ranks. The Imperial forces are absolutely no match, Liu Guangbao said. But the Imperial forces have overwhelming numbers. Coming at 10 to 1 like Mount Tai pressing down, the Australians might not be able to resist. Your concerns have merit. Though Liu Yoren said this, he actually strongly disagreed. He had seen the power of Australian cannons. Even if the Imperial Army brought tens of thousands, they would only add to the casualties before Australian cannons. The outcome would depend on whether the militia the Australians had trained dared to fight the Imperial Army to the end. He considered for a moment. Summon all the elders of the various branches of our clan. I want to discuss things with them. Also, first take all the grain from the storehouse, except for 1/3, and hide it securely. Whether Australians or Imperial Army, war meant requisitioning grain from the people. This was what worried Liu Yoren. For the Australians, since Tiandahui had helped him grow grain and build the canal, contributing some grain was only right. Besides, they knew his situation exactly. Fortunately, the Australians did things reasonably. They wouldn't requisition arbitrarily, and there would be no underlings inventing pretexts to line their pockets. The burden wouldn't be too heavy. As for the Imperial Army, if they happened to attack Lingao, some tribute would be unavoidable. Otherwise, if the Imperial troops attacked the stockade, his village alone couldn't hold. Also, have people repair the stockade wall quickly. Stock up on lime jars, rolling logs, bricks, and stones. Bows, arrows, and firearms should be inspected too. Damaged ones should be repaired quickly. Third uncle, our stockade walls can't stop Australian cannons. You're really confused, Liu Yoren glared at him. Liu Guangbao immediately understood. These military preparations weren't to defend against Australians, but to deal with the Imperial forces. Once the Imperial Army arrived, whether they could defeat the Australians was one thing. But one thing was certain. there would inevitably be many small groups scattering everywhere to forage for grain. This foraging had evolved from simply collecting grain to soldiers taking the opportunity to plunder everywhere. Unlucky villages and households even faced the danger of massacre. After all, when the time came, slapping a rebel collaborator label on them meant no honest official would bother seeking justice. The heads might even be passed off as enemy chieftains for rewards. A well-fortified stockade meant at worst being shaken down for some grain, meat, and wine, not being looted clean and losing their lives. Yes, I understand, Liu Guangbao quickly acknowledged. Then he asked, "What about Meilan's wedding?" Liu Yoren closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then suddenly opened them as if he had made a decision. Proceed. The news that the imperial army would soon attack Lingao spread like the wind throughout the entire county. The atmosphere in Lingao immediately grew tense. The executive committee had never intended to keep this secret anyway. Such secrets couldn't be kept. Rather than frantically covering up and letting everyone speculate wildly, it was better to gradually let everyone know. Ding Ding's propaganda department was the first to mobilize. He had already prepared a complete series of articles, planning to release them from small to large, building momentum and shaping public opinion. What Liu Yoren had seen was just the beginning. More articles were prepared. Australian overseas Chinese in Guangdong suffer unjust treatment. Ming government groundlessly confiscates, expels, and kills our overseas Chinese and their property. Special feature. Overseas wanderers return sincerely to the homeland, find no path to serve, instead meet persecution. Special feature. Crying to heaven without response. The tragic plight of expelled Australian overseas Chinese. Court incompetence leads to death of millions. Commentary on the Liaodong debacle. Useless in external war. Expert at internal strife. Commentary on Ming government's groundless expulsion of our Aosong citizens. How Zhang Zhilong used the blood of Ming citizens to exchange for Ming official caps. Commentary on Zhang Zhilong's submission. The later commentaries were later compiled into pamphlets and widely distributed throughout the Ming. Of course, there were even more potent pieces, specifically several special correspondent commentaries personally written by Ding Ding, advising the Guangdong authorities to pull back from the brink. What can be borne, what cannot, do not say you were not warned. Besides writings, Ding Ding intensified propaganda activities. Puppet shows like The Test in Paradise began large-scale touring performances throughout the county. The propaganda department's puppet troupe expanded to 2 sub-troupes, one performing, one rehearsing, ensuring a troupe was always touring. Fragrant Grass Garden Student Drama Club also began rehearsing stage versions of these 2 scripts. Ding Ding also organized some living newspaper performances for students to perform on street corners. Wei Awen ordered the entire army to conduct, today, themed squad meetings, having soldiers trained by the political propaganda department speak from experience, openly discussing the differences between the new army and the Ming army, letting soldiers fully appreciate the differences between old and new armies. The Political Security, General Administration, and Police Headquarters strengthened internal control of streets and alleys to prevent spies from infiltrating Lingao to gather intelligence or spread rumors. Of course, if any internal malcontents attempted to speak or act out of line, the Political Security General Administration wouldn't mind gaining more free labor. Parliament urgently passed supplementary budgets for military industry. The Planning Institute announced the startup of a hand grenade workshop to replace the previous miscellaneous hand grenades. If our grenadiers still go into battle wrapped in fused cord, it'll look pretty pathetic, Lin Shen said. Now that our chemistry capabilities are up to standard, this should be solved. Despite the limited killing power of hand grenades, they played a decisive role in enhancing infantry firepower. Technical personnel from the 1st and 2nd Weapons Design Institutes and Mechanical Department believed that current industrial and chemical levels were sufficient for manufacturing hand grenades. After discussion, Lin Shen, Li Yongxing, by you, and others decided to copy a mature product that was safe to carry and use even under crude production conditions. The Type 67 wooden handle hand grenade. More precisely, the simplified wooden handle hand grenade prepared for militia during the Cultural Revolutions, prepare for war, prepare for famine era. This type of hand grenade had simplified production processes and used materials that could be sourced locally wherever possible. As for production equipment, it was simplified to the point where only 7 people were needed to relocate and produce. With raw materials, hand grenades and landmines could be manufactured at any location. It was a typical product of the whole people as soldiers' mentality. End of chapter. Chapter 616. New weapons. Jiang Muzhai and Li Chiqi had improved the new gun carriage, solving the locking mechanism and switching to higher quality ball bearings. It finally passed the range and 50-kilometer march tests. This major improvement led the General Staff to decide that, during the first 5-year plan, all newly manufactured cannon carriages would switch to metal carriages, with existing old wooden carriages also to be gradually modified. The mechanical department urgently manufactured new carriages for 3 field artillery batteries. Subsequently, even the gun limber frames were improved. Despite the lack of sufficient horses requiring the use of human draft teams, the gun limber remained essential, not just for carrying ammunition, but mainly because cannons have a high center of gravity. When being towed, maintaining balance is difficult, and the slightest carelessness can cause the cannon to flip forward. The limber supports the gun carriage's trail during towing, balancing the center of gravity. It also distributes the pressure of the heavy gun barrel, so horses or men pulling the gun only need to provide forward pulling force. After improvement, the cannons move much more nimbly. Ying Yu inspected the new cannons lined up on the range. Under officers' commands, artillerymen constantly ran back and forth, simulating firing procedures. According to artillery training manual requirements, each gun's 8 crew members had to cross-train in all positions, maintaining fire capability even with casualties. Per manual requirements, a well-trained crew should still be able to continue firing with only 2 men remaining. According to Lin Shen, during the American Civil War, there were examples of a single gunner keeping a cannon operational, though that was enough for a medal. If only we had horses. Lin Shen looked with some regret at the gunners running back and forth, training according to the artillery manual he had written. 110 horses per battery, that was just a dream. You said you were working on new ammunition. Any results? The gunners still need to familiarize themselves with loading and firing the new shells. Zhang Balin came hurrying over wearing a tank top. Soon. The new shells are only easier to use than the old ones. Lin Shen yawned as he spoke. The laboratory would have its red lantern lit again this afternoon. Originally, to simplify manufacturing, the Army's cannons were only mass-equipped with 2 of the simplest ammunition types, solid shot and canister. Explosive shells were also produced in small quantities, but only for training, not stockpiled. The explosive shells fired by smoothbore cannons all worked on similar principles. The cannon's propellant gases ignited a time fuse on the shell, which then detonated the shell. Loading required special care. The fuse hole had to face the muzzle. Otherwise, if burning gases rushed directly into the fuse hole, the shell would detonate in the barrel. To withstand the high chamber pressure, the shell casing had to be very thick. A 12-pounder spherical shell could only hold 900 grams of black powder. Its explosion produced fragments with an anti-personnel effect actually inferior to solid shot. Artillery equipped with explosive shells was mainly useful for attacking buildings and ships, plus for intimidation. Explosive shells were still quite rare in this time-space. What he was developing was shrapnel. Shrapnel had a more complex structure than other spherical shells. Multiple iron or lead balls were loaded into the shell body along with a bursting charge, controlled by a time fuse to detonate at the appropriate altitude and distance. The bursting charge would blow open the shell body, and the balls inside would maintain their previous velocity as they flew toward enemies ahead, equivalent to a close-range canister shot. Shrapnel's killing effect at medium to long range was far superior to solid shot or explosive shells, especially against enemy formations in dense array. If the fuse timing was well controlled, it could instantly knock down large numbers of enemies. However, early shrapnel was neither accurate nor particularly safe. The balls inside the shell rubbing against each other during firing could easily prematurely detonate the gunpowder inside. Lin Shen chose the shrapnel improved by British Army Captain Boxer in 1840. It had a greatly improved structure, though also more complex. The balls were loaded in the front of the shell body, separated from the bursting charge in the rear by an iron partition plate. The tail had a cup-shaped base pad that both prevented the shell from tumbling in the barrel and expanded under propellant gas pressure to seal the bore. This structure made the entire projectile heavy at the front and light at the rear. Combined with the unique shape from the base pad, the shell's flight was quite stable, with much better accuracy than contemporary shrapnel. When the time fuse ignited the bursting charge, as the shell body blew open, the iron partition would push the balls forward, ejecting them in a cone rather than scattering irregularly like other shrapnel. This further enhanced its killing power. When firing shrapnel from a 12-pounder cannon, it was effective at 1,100 meters, far superior to explosive shells that only produced 20 large fragments. With this device, the Fubo army could effectively kill rapidly moving cavalry formations at medium to long range, without waiting until 200 meters to use canister. Originally, there was no need to mass-produce shrapnel for dealing with the mainly infantry Guangdong Ming forces, but competing for the mainland was inevitable sooner or later. Might as well take advantage of the Ming punitive expedition to test it early. Finally, he needed to improve the time delay fuses used by artillery. With shrapnel, using safe and reliable fuses became very important. Previously, Zhang Balin's smoothbore artillery used the simplest time fuses when training with explosive shells, so simple that everyone thought it was too easy. A hollow wooden tube open at both ends. The transmigrators had even dispensed with the effort of processing hollow wooden tubes, directly using thin bamboo tubes, filled with slow-burning powder with a very stable burn rate. The fuse tube was marked with scales. When using, the gunner first estimated the firing distance, looked up the flight time corresponding to the distance and shell type in the artillery manual, cut the fuse to the corresponding length according to the scale, inserted it into the shell's fuse hole with one end exposed outside the shell body, and the other end touching the explosive inside, then loaded the shell into the barrel, making sure the fuse faced forward. Later, they simply attached a wooden sabot directly to spherical shells using time fuses, ensuring correct orientation during loading. This fuse was intuitive and convenient to operate, but because the fuse tube was inserted by hand, insertion depth affected the detonation result. Also, the fuse hole and fuse tube couldn't perfectly seal together, making it sometimes unsafe. Lin Shen decided to directly copy the Borman fuse, the best, most reliable time fuse available for smoothbore cannons. It was a flat metal cylinder with external threads that screwed into the fuse hole. The top surface was marked with times. When using, you just punched a hole at the needed time mark, then screwed it into the shell's fuse port. The Borman fuse had a maximum time of only 5.5 seconds, unsuitable for slow-velocity mortar shells. After drawing the 3-view diagram of the fuse, he handed the drawings to the mechanical department. "This thing requires some precision to manufacture. I'll need transmigrators to make it," Zhan Wuya said after examining them. "Brass? Yes. The size is fairly small. Brass won't consume too much." Zhan Wuya looked at the dimensions. "How about making 1,000 first?" "No problem. I imagine Zhang Balin's gunners won't get the chance to fire 1,000 explosive and shrapnel rounds. One more thing, since we're now mass-producing explosive shells and shrapnel, We can make fixed ammunition for these two types, Lin Shen said. After all, fixed ammunition fires much faster. So-called fixed ammunition meant attaching a cloth powder charge bag below the wooden sabot of explosive shells and shrapnel. This combined the previously separate steps of loading powder and loading shell into one. On the range, cannons thundered as the Army intensified preparations. The Navy was also busy with new equipment trials. The Navy's mission was blockade while also defending Lingao's coastline, especially the two key ports of Bapu and Mainao. The Navy would dispatch most of its ships for the maritime blockade mission, while simultaneously continuing to transport supplies to Sanya. Ships directly protecting the ports would be greatly reduced. Bapu's defense system mainly relied on heavy guns with strong long-range firepower, but direct port defense was somewhat weak. Mainao had only one gun tower and one marine platoon. Defense was even more sparse. Our garrison at Mainao is too thin, Chen Haiyang said at the operations meeting. Mainao is our salt chemical raw materials supply base and has a modern salt refinery. The garrison is only one platoon and one gun tower, equipped with just a 12-pounder mountain howitzer. If the enemy breaks through the naval blockade and lands at Mainao, there's a steam salt refinery, windmills, boilers. Just one fire would cause severe losses. Mainao had a shallow water port, well suited for the small tonnage vessels the Ming forces used for infiltration landing operations. It's a bit late to talk about building fortifications now. No, 1 month would be enough, said Mei Wan, who had come to attend the meeting. Give me sufficient resources. In 1 month I can build a large bastion capable of housing an infantry company garrison equipped with heavy artillery. Is that possible? The attendees whispered among themselves. Ming nodded. I'll fight for it, but you must ensure completion within a month. I guarantee completion, Mei Wan said. Rather than building a bastion, why not manufacture some naval mines to blockade the port and defend against enemy ship infiltration? As harbor master and fortress commander, Li Dai was constantly thinking about mines. Mines? I'm more worried about blowing up our own ships. Chen Haiyang understood mine effectiveness well, which made him even more hesitant about using them. Contact-triggered moored mines were technologically simple, but the Navy had no minesweeping equipment. Once mines needed sweeping, it would be very inconvenient. If drifting mines broke loose from their anchors, given the width of Qiongshan Strait, they would be an indiscriminate ship-destroying weapon. Previously, the Navy and Weapons Design Department had considered manufacturing command-detonated electrical mines for deployment in port channel defenses. But the problems of waterproofing and leakage of underwater electrical cables, plus mine anchor breakage, were never satisfactorily solved. Eventually, the electrical mine plan was abandoned. Another option was the spar torpedo boat that Wen Dacey had proposed. The initial design was an armored rowing boat with an armored deck covering, propelled by human rowers. After the explosive charge was fixed to the target's hull, an electrical wire would be let out connecting back to the spar torpedo boat. The boat would then quickly back-paddle to safe distance before electrically detonating the charge. Though this design fully considered the spar torpedo boat's safety, actual simulated testing with rowing boats revealed that rowing was inconvenient. Sailors had difficulty maintaining a steady rowing rhythm under enemy fire. Human-powered spar torpedo boats weren't as maneuverable as imagined, and electrical detonation brought back the old problem. Waterproof cables couldn't be solved, so the spar torpedo boat project had been shelved. Currently, inner harbor patrols were handled by a few transport boats equipped with typewriter chain guns, high firepower but insufficient power against large vessels. We can now mass-produce steam-powered Type 3 boats. We can completely modify existing equipment. Wen Dacey was enthusiastic about this and began promoting his spar torpedo boats again. The so-called Type 3 boats were standardized motorized boats manufactured by the shipyard for unified near-coastal and inland waterway small transport vessels. They came in 3 sizes according to volume: large, medium, and small. Wen Dacey's proposal was to use the wooden-hulled medium Type 3 boat as the base vessel. This boat had a full load displacement of 15.5 tons, overall length of 13 meters, beam of 2.9 meters, depth of 1.5 meters, an average draft of 0.78 meters. It was equipped with one switchout type small steam engine. Full load speed was 4.5 knots. Though somewhat slow, maneuverability in ports and coastal inlets was more than adequate. With mobility, the electrical ignition previously required for safety was no longer necessary. This new spar torpedo boat used the steam-powered medium Type 3 boat as the base vessel, with sloped iron plating installed as armor. The iron didn't need to be very thick, just enough to stop arquebus fire. At the bow was a metal spar that could retract into the hull. The spar's tip had a detachable clasp that connected with the spar torpedo. The torpedo itself was a flat cylindrical wooden box containing 30 kilograms of black powder. Its front was flat with many barbed nails, designed to grip ship planking. The tail had a release mechanism connecting to the clasp at the spar's tip. Once attachment was complete, the crew inside immediately pulled the mechanism to separate torpedo from boat. The release mechanism on the spar was connected to a pull cord on the firing device. Once released, the pull cord was pulled by the separation force, and the friction igniter ignited the fuse, which began burning until the delay ended and detonated the spar torpedo. The spar torpedo's ignition device used the wooden handle hand grenade firing mechanism, simple and reliable. Manufacturing posed no difficulty for the transmigrator collective's industry. After torpedo boat separation, the spar torpedo boat could retreat to a safe zone, retract the spar into the hull, reload a new torpedo, and attack again when opportunity arose. Because it used steam power, the spar torpedo boat's mobility was guaranteed. Though small tonnage and slow speed limited its usefulness on the open sea, it would be highly effective in chaotic close quarters fighting in narrow inner harbors. Mobility and armor ensured it couldn't be attacked or boarded in close quarters melees, while the spar torpedo could be reloaded multiple times. These boats were inexpensive and could be rapidly mass-produced, perfect for protecting ports. Is the adhesion between torpedo and target ship reliable? You'd probably need considerable impact force to fix the torpedo to the hull. Rowing probably couldn't do it, but steam power should be sufficient. We can add something sticky, like tree gum, to increase adhesion. With this fully enclosed armor, how do the crew observe? Armored louvered shutters, Wen Dacey said. See this circular armored turret protruding from the hull. The turret body has 6 armored observation windows arranged in a ring. The control turret was 2-person. A helmsman in front steering, the boat captain sitting slightly higher behind the helmsman. His seat could rotate, observing outside conditions through the louvered windows. The helmsman steered according to his commands. The captain could also direct the entire boat through internal speaking tubes. There are 2 engine room crew for the steam engine, 2 sailors to operate the spar torpedo, plus 1 backup. He can help with coal. 7 men total for the whole boat. Besides 1 preloaded torpedo, 4 more are carried in reserve. Wen Dacey pointed at his design drawings. According to Wen Dacey's conception, until the transmigrators developed flywheel torpedoes, these spar torpedo boats would be perfectly adequate for port defense. They had at least greater destruction capability than machine gun boats. 1 spar torpedo was enough to destroy or severely damage a vessel of several hundred tons. Deploy 4 at Maineo, 10 at Bapu, half in steam-up-ready status, half resting. Just destroying 2 or 3 enemy ships would be enough to send them fleeing in terror. An immediate decision was made to submit an emergency shipbuilding request to the Planning Institute for 16 spar torpedo boats and 8 machine gun boats. Wu Du immediately approved this shipbuilding order. As for whether spar torpedo boats would actually be useful, in his view that wasn't a major problem. If useless, just strip off the armor and use them as transport boats. No waste. Zhan Wuya received explicit orders from Zhiming to organize militia in all factories. 1 hour daily for military training. Military training with spears. Start with spears for bayonet drill and formation skills. Rifle handling can use training rifles for now. Also grenade throwing. Halen has already transferred over several hundred practice grenades. Take 100 for worker training, Zhiming said. I've already submitted a request to the Planning Institute for emergency expansion of rifle production. Then everyone will have rifles. You need to select the most politically reliable and resolute elements from the worker militia as core militia, ready for deployment at any time. What? You're going to send workers to fight? Zhan Wuya was shocked. Industrial workers cultivated with such difficulty, even losing one would be a huge loss. They're to serve as reserves and garrison troops. They won't be deployed for offensive combat, Zhiming explained. Besides factories, communes and local villages also need mobilization, but worker self-defense forces will be the main force. End of chapter. Chapter 617, The Suppression Campaign Strategy. The Fubo army wasn't born from any established military tradition, Zhiming said, struggling to find the right words. It's an army without history, without lineage. It lacks, he paused, searching, a soul. I think Young Wei's political education program is going quite well. That's not what I mean. Zhiming shook his head. You've served as a soldier yourself. You should understand. The Fubo army's organizational structure, its tactics, even Wei Awen's political education, all of it was designed and imposed by us. No matter how well-drilled these men become, they remain merely an armed force. Only an army that has spilled blood on real battlefields, that has fought and bled together, can forge its own soul. You're overthinking this. Am I? Zhiming gave a rueful laugh. Every resource this group has painstakingly accumulated over 3 years has suddenly been placed in my hands. How can I not be afraid? Victory in this battle was a foregone conclusion. The technological and temporal advantages were simply too vast, but the slightest setback would turn parliamentary opinion against him. Wu De understood his thinking perfectly. The question is whether the road renovation can be completed before the fighting actually starts. Of course it can't be finished in time. We'll extend it as far as possible. Every additional meter toward Qiongshan County reduces our logistical burden. Besides, the ultimate purpose of building roads is for governance, Zhiming replied. If the enemy truly delays as long as some predict, with the Ming forces not attacking until October, this road might actually reach Qiongshan County City. We shouldn't count on that. The Ming forces may well arrive earlier. Better to overestimate the enemy, Zhiming cautioned. The Planning Institute had evaluated the proposal for road construction beyond their territory. According to estimates from the General Staff and Foreign Intelligence Bureau, Chiang Mai itself lacked the strength to resist cross-border construction. Simply renovating the existing post road would neither disturb local residents nor conflict with their interests. On the contrary, the construction teams could expand Australian influence by hiring local laborers and purchasing materials locally. The officials in Chiang Mai County would hardly welcome such activity, but neither would they organize resistance. Everyone knew that leading a few hundred village militia and garrison soldiers against the Australians would be suicide. Chiang Mai's officials would simply report the situation to their superiors and otherwise turn a blind eye, not unwilling to act, but unable. Any local gentry foolish enough to make trouble could be eliminated outright as a demonstration of power. The real constraints were materials and manpower, Wu De reflected, having worked his abacus half the day. From Lingao to Qiongshan was roughly 100 kilometers. Even building to minimal road standards using only human labor would take at least 2 years. With mechanical equipment, perhaps 6 months. The war likely couldn't wait that long. Of course, road construction had never been solely about warfare. Since they intended to genuinely control the entire island, this road would need to be built eventually. Better sooner than later. Only with roads could they speak of regional control. The road effect was already evident in Lingao. Wherever the transmigrator regime's roads reached, government orders flowed smoothly. Today marked the 5th day of the 5th month, the Duanwu Festival, when dragon boat races filled the Pearl River. Excitement reigned inside and outside the city walls. Even in the Little Ice Age's Guangzhou, the weather during Duanwu remained cool enough for lined jackets. The Governor-General's yamen stood under heavy guard. Governor Li Fengji's grand sedan chair entered first through a side gate. Subsequently, civil and military officials arrived one after another. Regional Commander He Rubin, Provincial Inspector Gao Shunking, the Guangdong Provincial Administration Commissioner, the Hebei Circuit Intendant, the Hainan Circuit Intendant, and the Guangzhou Prefect. Beyond the main hall of the Governor-General's yamen, past one courtyard, lay the second hall. Besides its central chamber, the second hall contained side rooms designated for meetings and private discussions. Wang Zund occupied the western side chamber, conferring secretly with Guangdong's principal officials about military matters. That suppressing the short-haired pirates at Bapu would require the province's full strength had already become consensus. Once all principal officials had assembled, Wang Zund opened the proceedings. Having committed himself to military action, he had already held multiple private discussions with provincial officials and roughly achieved agreement. The Provincial Administration Commissioner had already consented to advance 20,000 taels of silver for repairs to weapons and ships and for initial marching expenses. The remaining funds would be addressed later. Today, we discuss the urgent matter of suppressing these pirates. The Shorthairs have occupied Bapu, privately opened a trading port, constructed fortifications, and recruited local traders as soldiers. Their power has grown formidable. I hear they possess iron ships and rapid-firing cannons, and their firearms are devastating. If left unchecked, they will certainly become a grave threat to all of Guangdong Province. I invite each of you to share your insights. How do we drive the short-haired pirates from Qiongshan? The officials exchanged glances. All had heard something of the Australians in Lingao. Their firearms and iron ships were legendary. On the whole, except for Inspector Gao and Regional Commander He, none harbored enthusiasm for confronting the Australians directly. The Australians had caused no trouble along the Guangdong coast, no killing, no plundering, no arson. They conducted business properly. Their several establishments in Guangzhou City were impeccably behaved, never failing to provide the customary gifts for the 3 annual festivals and 2 seasonal greetings, occasionally presenting novel Australian items as well. As for Zhiming Tower, it was a favorite haunt where many had sampled Australian secret pleasures. Now, to drive them out and suppress them, some actually felt a twinge of reluctance. Moreover, some believed Governor-General Wang was stirring up unnecessary conflict. The imperial forces might not match the Australians. If things went wrong and they suffered defeat, they might instead provoke the Australians into wreaking havoc along the coast. But since Wang Zund had made up his mind, no one would contradict him openly. Some were already calculating other matters. Once the Australians were driven out, how to divide up the properties they would leave behind. After all, the Australians maintained not only 3 businesses in Guangzhou, but reportedly manufactured many Australian goods in Lingao. They had also privately opened a trading port at Bapu. How much wealth must there be in Lingao? After winning the battle, the Australians couldn't possibly take all their belongings when they fled. Everyone would benefit. Gao Shunking most emphatically supported the Governor-General's decision. He had always despised these overseas visitors. He had originally wanted to drive out the Portuguese, let alone these Australians of unknown origin. He cleared his throat. These so-called Australians have never been seen offering tribute in past years, nor are they Western or Eastern barbarians. Even the red-haired Dutch and the Portuguese don't know their origin. They peddle nothing but clever gadgets and toys, corrupting the hearts of gentry and commoners alike. Such creatures have secretly become a canker in the heart of our Guangdong province. Everyone murmured agreement. But no one had any practical idea how to actually drive out the Australians. Regarding the Australian-specific situation in Lingao, Apart from a few dispatches from Qiongshan Regional Vice Commander Tang Yunwen, everyone knew only scattered rumors, that they claimed descent from Song survivors of Yashin, that they were skilled craftsmen, and so forth. Even Vice Commander Tang's dispatches said only that the Australians had built gun emplacements at Bapu with giant cannons, that they possessed iron-fast ships that moved without sails or oars, as if flying. Also, that many traitorous Fujian and Guangdong people had joined as false short-hairs to serve as their vanguard. Beyond this, no one knew how many people the short-haired pirates had in Lingao, how many cannons, how the great iron ships moved. No one even knew how many false short-hairs there were. However, Wang Zund had received dispatches from the Fujian and Guangdong coasts. He knew that after Zhu Keilao's defeat and death, a contingent of men and ships had defected to Lingao. Subsequently, scattered remnants from various pirate groups had also fled there. All told, there should be over 10,000. The true and false short hairs in Lingao total over 10,000, he Reuben said. They also possess cannons and iron ships. Suppression will not be easy. As a military officer, he Reuben could only offer suggestions on operational strategy, not make decisions. But since he would actually execute military operations, his views carried weight. Lu Yizhang quickly spoke up. The false short-hairs merely seek petty profits from the short-haired pirates. If the governor issues a proclamation explaining the dangers of following rebels, then when the imperial army moves, the false short-hairs will naturally scatter. They pose no threat. HMPH, this matter may not be as simple as the advisor suggests, he Reuben countered. Most false short-hairs are remnants of pirates like Zhu Keilao, men who have already staked their lives on the seas. Now they've joined forces with the short-haired pirates. The short-haired pirates can sail iron ships across 10,000 miles of waves, clearly men skilled with boats. These two groups are in league. If we cannot destroy them in one blow and they scatter, our Guangdong waters will never know peace again. The short-haired pirates aren't like ordinary pirates who only seek money. The Australians call themselves descendants of China. Having come to the great Ming, they neither send envoys to pay court tribute nor submit petitions seeking incorporation. In one corner of Lingao, they privately build city walls and recruit drifters. They clearly harbor disloyal intentions. His tone grew stern, immediately placing a heavy political label on the Australians. General Yinjai. He Reuben quickly rose, hands clasped and bowed. I dare not, Your Excellency. You hold the court's hereditary commandery and are numbered among the provincial military officers. This governor has always relied on you as Guangdong's Great Wall. For suppressing the short-haired pirates, what strategy do you propose? He Reuben bowed respectfully and answered. In this humble officer's view, suppression faces three difficulties. Which three? First, false short-hairs are indistinguishable from true short-hairs. During the Jiajing era's Waku troubles, there were also true and false Waku. True Waku were only 1 or 2 in 10, yet they still ravaged the coasts for decades, becoming a major threat to the court. Wang Zund nodded. Second, the short-haired pirates in the Guangdong area have taken in drifters and conducted fair trade, neither robbing merchants nor seizing ships, quite effective at winning hearts. Once our troops move, traitorous commoners among the rebels will certainly inform them. Military secrets will be hard to protect. A fair point. Third, the short-haired pirates possess strong ships and sharp cannons, and their firearms are formidable. Our army cannot compare. In this humble officer's view, I fear they surpass even the red-haired Dutch and the Portuguese. Wang Zund stroked his beard and smiled. What strategy does the general propose? I dare not presume, Your Excellency. He became even more deferential. Your Excellency's divine calculations surely include a strategy for pacifying the short-hairs. Please reveal your plan. At today's meeting, speak freely and withhold nothing. As you command. He Reuben's strategy differed little from what Lu Yizhang had envisioned. The Australians held the advantage in ships and cannons. Sending merely a few thousand men and 100-odd ships to make a show of force wouldn't compel them to withdraw. Heavy forces were essential. A combined land and sea army of 20,000 was required, with at least 6,000 combat troops. They must bring abundant firearms, especially red barbarian cannons. The enemy excels with boats and has gathered remnants of various pirate groups. Our forces absolutely must not engage them in naval battle on the open sea. Reuben lacked a naval background, but he clearly understood the provincial navy's capabilities. Never mind the great iron ships and fast iron vessels. Even fighting against the red-haired Dutch's great two-masted ships, they would be outmatched. Without fire ships, they simply couldn't oppose the enemy. In his strategy, the Guangdong Navy would handle only transport, ferrying participating troops in batches to Haikou Garrison, with the entire army concentrating at Qiongshan County. Although the Australians are powerful, they haven't yet captured even a single county seat. This suggests they lack skill at land warfare. If we advance with heavy land forces, we can achieve double the results. According to Reuben's estimate, most false shorthairs were remnants of pirates like Zhu Keilao. At sea, the imperial army might not match them, but on land, when deployed in proper battle formation, they wouldn't dare engage head-on. They would surely retreat to defend Bapu. He would personally lead the main army overland. The rebel-sympathizing commoners in Lingao would no longer dare supply the Bapu shorthairs with vegetables and meat. The army need only maintain a siege for several months to half a year, and they could force the pirates to dismantle their fortress and leave. Wang Zun found his plan quite satisfactory, but by custom, formulating strategy wasn't for military officers to decide. It wasn't his place to declare whether it was good or bad. He merely stroked his beard and smiled. "Governor General," Li Fengji spoke up, "if we send only land forces for suppression, the short-haired pirates can still come and go freely by sea. Even if the traitorous people of Lingao cannot supply vegetables and meat, too many greedy traitors in Fujian and Guangdong seek profit. Things may not proceed as the general hopes. You have a better strategy. Liu Leixing is a menace to our Guangdong. If we could follow Cao Ludai's strategy and offer him amnesty, using bandits to attack bandits, wouldn't that be an elegant arrangement?" The words made sense, but who would make contact with this great pirate? Liu Leixing had been harassing the Pearl River estuary. Imperial troops and local militia had skirmished with his foraging parties many times, but still didn't know where his main force was based. The Portuguese had tried multiple times to destroy Liu Xiang without success. They even wanted to launch a joint suppression campaign with the Ming. Pacifying such a great sea pirate couldn't be accomplished without a year or two of back-and-forth negotiations. The so-called strategy of using bandits to attack bandits was mere empty talk. Though Wang Zun smiled, he inwardly disagreed. This matter requires further consideration. If he can be pacified, that would certainly be wonderful. He paused. But who in our province is the Cao Ludai for this task? Yuegang Maritime Defense Vice Magistrate Cao Ludai had been the principal handler for Xing Wenqian's pacification of Zhang Zhilong. All matters following Zhang Zhilong's submission were also handled by him. The strategy of using bandits to attack bandits had originally been Cao Ludai's proposal. Wang Zun saw no similarly bold and capable official in this province who also thoroughly understood pirate affairs. But Li Fengji had his own calculations. Someone on his staff had made contact with Liu Leixing and was urging him to accept amnesty. From his advisors, he had learned that although Liu Xiang's power had expanded quickly, he was extremely worried about Zhang Zhilong's expansion. Once Zhang Zhilong destroyed Zhang Bin, he would certainly move eastward to Guangdong to destroy him. Li Fengji believed that since Liu Xiang harbored such concerns, the possibility of pacifying him was quite good. Recently, he had been intensifying efforts on this matter. To avoid Wang Zun's interference, he kept it secret. His raising it now wasn't actually to use Liu Xiang, but merely to get Wang Zun to take a position on pacifying him. Now that his goal was achieved, he said nothing more, simply stating, "This humble official will certainly do his utmost." Wang Zun's suppression strategy was as follows. He Reuben would command the entire army, departing Guangzhou with proper farewell ceremonies before heading to sea. They would cross in batches to Qiongshan Prefecture, concentrating at Haikou Garrison. 300 naval vessels would be deployed. The Navy lacked sufficient large ships, and there wasn't time to build them, so the shortfall would be filled by impressing civilian ships along the coast. Total mobilized forces would reach 15,000. The corps would be He Reuben's Garrison Central Battalion and household retainers, supplemented by portions of the governor's and governor-general's garrisons, a total of 6,000 combat troops. Qiangyang Vice Commander Tang Yunwen's forces would also be under his command. Thus, the Ming punitive expedition would total 20,000 by land and sea. Wang Zun also planned to order the Hainan Circuit Intendant to mobilize militia from Qiongshan, Chiangmai, and Lingao, along with any usable local garrison soldiers, to assist in the campaign. Provisions and pay for these forces would be handled by Qiongshan Prefecture itself. Once force concentration was complete, the land army would advance along the post road toward Lingao. When the land army had surrounded Bapu, the Navy would act as circumstances warranted. Wang Zun had no expectations for the provincial Navy's combat capability, so he didn't specify their tasks. The proposal to borrow Portuguese warships and cannons for assistance was strenuously opposed by Gao Shunking. He had originally wanted to submit a memorial cutting off trade with the Portuguese. If this borrowed-for strategy succeeded in driving out the short hairs, the court would view the Portuguese as useful allies. How could his memorial be approved? So even though he knew Portuguese large ships and heavy guns would be useful for suppressing the short hairs, he still firmly opposed. Wang Zun didn't want to argue with him, so he dropped the matter. Since the Imperial Navy couldn't contend with them directly, Wang Zun invoked the time-honored weapon of maritime prohibition. He immediately ordered Qiangyang Vice Commander Tang Yunwen to lead the Navy on patrol near Haikou, prohibiting all civilian vessels from entering the Qiongshan Strait. Your Excellency, why not request troops from Guangxi? After the meeting, Lu Yizhang was puzzled that his employer hadn't summoned Guangxi officials. Guangxi had some fierce and capable native soldiers. In past Li rebellions on Hainan, the court had transferred Miao, Yao, Dong, and other ethnic native soldiers from Guangxi to cross the sea and fight. This is Guangdong's affair. Guangdong's troops are better suited. Wang Zun spoke nonchalantly. Guangxi has poor land and impoverished people. Better to conscript less from there. After a moment's thought, Lu Yizhang grasped his meaning. Guangdong affairs settled by Guangdong. Your Excellency is wise. Not at all. Wang Zun nodded with dignified composure. Then he inquired of Lu Yizhang about the detailed situation of the short-haired pirates in Lingao. Lu Yizhang served essentially as the Governor-General's chief of staff. All manner of news, dispatches, and documents passed through his hands first. However, dispatches received from Hainan and Guangzhou contained only fragmentary details. Far too little was known about the short-hair situation in Lingao. Wang Zun immediately ordered notices posted in Qiongshan Prefecture seeking knowledgeable individuals, recruiting people who understood Lingao's pirate situation and were familiar with local waters and geography. He also ordered He Reuben to dispatch additional spies to Lingao to investigate. There is one person I believe might be worth questioning. Who? The Lingao County Magistrate, Wu Mingjin. Lu Yizhang reminded him that Lingao County seat hadn't fallen. The county's officials were all alive and well. Regarding the short-hair situation, the county magistrate should know most clearly. Why not summon him to Guangzhou under the pretext of debriefing? The local situation and the short-hair's internal affairs could all be learned in a single interview. Note: He Reuben's original hereditary rank was Suzhou Guard Commandery. His courtesy name was Yinjai. Wang Zun addressing him this way was a polite form. Li Fengji was the governor, but Ming Dynasty governors had far lower status than in the Qing. Their rank wasn't clearly defined. Generally, they held the title of Vice Censor-in-Chief, only a fourth-rank civil official. He could properly address the Governor-General as this humble official. End of chapter. Chapter 618. Dedication. Lu Yizhang had specifically verified this at the Provincial Administration Commission. It turned out that this magistrate Wu of Lingao had recently become something of a famous, capable official within the province, much beloved by the Provincial Administration Commission. He had submitted several reports of major victories in bandit suppression, and had sent many pirate and bandit heads to the prefectural yamen, including quite a few wanted criminals named by the prefecture and province. During the most recent typhoon relief, he hadn't requested money or grain from the prefecture or province, but handled the relief himself, without creating refugees. The county's registered population had actually increased. Last year's tax and grain levies had also been submitted in full. Magistrate Wu had received outstanding ratings for 2 consecutive years. At this rate, promotion to prefect was already expected. On one hand, the short-haired pirates occupied Bapu. On the other, Lingao's county magistrate had become an unprecedented, capable official. There had to be official pirate collusion here. At minimum, they were maintaining some sort of understanding. Presumably, Magistrate Wu had received considerable benefits from the short-haired pirates over these years, Lu Yizhang reasoned. If he came this time, they could have a thorough heart-to-heart discussion with him. If Wu Mingjin proved sensible and understanding, not only could he keep his Lingao magistrate position, he might even rise higher. While the advisors were devising strategy, Li Zijiu asked, "Why not immediately arrest Guoyi, Pei Lixiu, and the others? They're at least false short hairs. A single interrogation would reveal the true short hair's internal affairs. If we don't arrest them now, once they hear the news they'll certainly flee and military secrets will leak." "That won't do." Lu Yizhang shook his head emphatically. "The purple character establishments are in plain sight of all Guangzhou City. Who knows how many people have their eyes on them? Once sealed, they'd be extremely difficult to handle. Better not to act for now. As for Guo Yi and the others, they're merely fish in a pot. Just have Nanhai County and Guangzhou Prefecture assign more officers to guard the perimeter. With such a large business in Guangzhou, how could he be willing to abandon it and flee? Precisely because the 3 purple character establishments were such fat meat that everyone craved, they couldn't be touched yet. Once Guo Yi and the others were arrested and imprisoned, the establishments would naturally be sealed as rebel property. How to handle them then would become an extraordinarily difficult matter. Without even looking far afield, right here in Guangzhou City, quite a few powerful figures wanted a peace. Some were local gentry, some were well-connected officials, some were eunuchs, meritorious nobles, or imperial relatives who could reach from afar. When all these people came swarming in, handling rebel property would become a hot potato. Thinking of this, Li Zijiu couldn't help but admire his colleague's prudence. After all, Guo Yi doesn't have short-haired pirate written on his forehead. Not arresting him is reasonable. Arresting him would be effortless. Lu Yizhang already saw Guo Yi and the others as meat on the chopping block. Guo Yi at this very moment was spinning at the center of a conspiracy's vortex. He knew perfectly well that the Guangzhou station didn't have many days left. No matter how much futile struggle he made, the Guangzhou station's fate would be decided by the great battle about to unfold on Hainan Island. This was unavoidable. Though he had contemplated many times that this day would eventually come, he still felt a pang of sadness thinking about what he was about to face. Everything he had built with his own hands. The storm facing the Guangzhou station drew ever closer. Even in the secret room on Huifu Street, he could feel the bone-chilling cold approaching. Many hands were reaching toward them. The small fry who had been borrowing the tigers might have disappeared. Now appeared the true great predators, circling the target, eyeing the fat meat of the 3 purple character shops, preparing to swallow it whole. The safe house no longer possessed its former composure. In the fire basin on the floor lay a heap of ashes, remnants of telegram drafts and materials hastily burned before Zhang Yuchen's departure with the radio. He had now retreated to a secret location within Guangzhou City, maintaining contact with Lingao. In Guo's hand was a telegram from the Colonial Trade Department in Lingao. Though Sikai had endorsed the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's approach of evacuate Guangzhou, protect Lizhu, he still clung to a slim hope of preserving the Guangzhou station. In the telegram, he again requested that while preparing for retreat, they should strive to find possibilities for continued presence in Guangzhou. The Colonial Trade Department agreed. If there was no other choice, dedication could be considered as a way to preserve property. Gao Ju or Liang Kunhu were both suitable candidates. HMPH, it's already too late for that. Guo Yi already knew who had their eyes on the Guangzhou station, all heavyweight predators. Never mind Liang Kunhu's background. Even eunuch Yang behind Gao Ju probably wouldn't dare provoke them. He was lost in thought when the bell in the room suddenly rang. He quickly struck a match, lit the telegram draft, and threw it into the fire basin. Only after watching it turn completely black did he open the door and walk out. The courtyard housing the safe house could only be entered by the most trusted servants, all indigenous workers who had passed strict vetting. Others could only register with the gatekeeper at the Moon Gate and ring the bell to request an audience. According to Guangzhou station discipline, transmigrators couldn't be summoned from the safe house except for urgent matters. The visitor was Sun Chang, quite unusual. Given Sun Chang's position, he had to handle many matters. He wouldn't suddenly come seeking an audience without good reason. What is it? Someone wishes to see you. Didn't I say not to receive anyone we don't know? Guo Yi knew that people coming now were certainly not bringing good news. Meeting them would only lead to complications. Better to refuse. The visitor has a very big name. Sun Chang stepped forward and whispered, he's a family servant of the Tian imperial relative. What? Guo Yi didn't quite understand. The Tian imperial relative, that's Consort Tian's father. Sun Chang knew Guo Yi was an overseas person with limited knowledge of Ming Dynasty figures. Consort Tian is the emperor's favored concubine, so he's an imperial father-in-law. Guo Yi immediately thought of the imperial father-in-law characters from period dramas, generally not good people. Such impressions were usually fairly accurate. Yes, he's a Kiwan. Sun Chang used the contemporary term. Kiwan referred to relatives of the imperial family by marriage. As the current Kiwan, Tian imperial father-in-law's daughter was presently in favor, so his reputation and power were quite different from others. Tian imperial father-in-law's prestige is second only to the Marquis of Jiading. The Marquis of Jiading was Empress Zhou's father. Why would he come to Guangzhou? Guo Yi found it strange. Shouldn't Tian imperial father-in-law be in Beijing? He wouldn't come to Guangzhou without reason. It's not him personally. It's one of his servants specifically here to handle affairs for him. Sun Chang's expression darkened. I'm afraid this person hasn't come with good intentions. Nothing more than coveting our properties. Guo Yi had originally intended to refuse but then reconsidered. It might be better to meet him. Since several parties had now revealed ambitions toward the purple character establishments, letting them check each other might serve as a delaying tactic. Walking last was a round-faced man about 40 years old. He wore a six-panel unity cap, a parrot green lined silk long robe, and three-layered official shoes, an outfit neither noble nor humble. When he entered the courtyard and saw that Guo Yi hadn't come down the steps to greet him, he planted his legs, put his hands behind his back, and with a sunken expression rotated his small eyes to glare viciously at Sun Chang. A mere abacus pusher, yet dares to be so presumptuous. He cursed quietly, then ascended the main steps. Guo Yi exchanged greetings with him and learned the visitor was named Tianda, a family servant of Tian Hongyu's household. According to Ming Dynasty regulations, the spouses of emperors, empresses, consorts, and imperial sons-in-law were all selected from commoner, virtuous families. Such families were generally not great households. So-called family servants were basically opportunists who had attached themselves after their masters became wealthy. Among them were quite a few local villains, who used the imperial relatives' power to act maliciously outside, profiting both their masters and themselves. This Tianda didn't look like someone born into servitude. He looked more like a local troublemaker or market bully. Master Guo, Tianda began, his gaze on the maid serving tea lingering until she had withdrawn from the room. You're truly worthy of being Guangzhou's richest man, so prosperous. Not at all. I'm merely an outside merchant who made a fortune selling some foreign goods. To call me the richest man is far from the truth. Guo smiled mildly. Tianda didn't hide his purpose. He straightforwardly proposed that the Guangzhou station dedicate the 3 Zishi establishments to the Tian family. According to him, Guo, you would pay the imperial father-in-law 40,000 taels of silver up front, then 6,000 taels annually thereafter. Once it becomes property of the Tian imperial father-in-law, no official in all the realm will dare trouble you, Tianda declared, spittle flying. And no one will dare call you sea pirates. This figure made Guo gasp, a lion opening its mouth indeed. Setting aside that he had no such intention, even if he did, agreeing to these terms would get him vilified in Parliament. This is a major matter. Please allow me a few days to consider. Consider or not, it's up to you. But if you keep considering much longer, you'll be considering from inside a jail cell. How can Master Guo be so uninformed? Tianda rudely pointed his fan at Guo's nose. The court is about to send troops to attack your Australian nest. When that happens, your entire estate will be confiscated and sold. Even the grass under your feet won't bear your name anymore. Dedicate now to my master. A mere 100,000 taels or so protects both your person and your property. Quite a bargain. After finally seeing off this Tianda, Guo received several more envoys who either explicitly or implicitly wanted him to make dedications. Even Gao Ju sent his chief steward twice, informing him that little eunuch Yang was coming to Guangdong to purchase ivory. If he wanted to dedicate to eunuch Yang, now was a golden opportunity. Eunuch Yang is very pleased with the Australian goods you've presented. If you dedicate to his gate this time, Eunuch Yang will certainly look upon you with new eyes. Guo, you could only express, let me consider for a few days to each proposal, playing for time. Though the Colonial Trade Department had already agreed that dedication could be considered in emergencies to preserve property, he was very clear that once this was done, it would certainly cause an uproar in Parliament. Looking at the bright side, dedicating to Tian imperial father-in-law or eunuch Yang would be a good path. Both could provide powerful protection and establish very extensive contacts in court and outside. However, he was equally clear there was no such thing as a free lunch. How large were the appetites of eunuch Yang and Tian imperial father-in-law? What were their temperaments? All unknowns. They agreed to 6,000 taels annually now. What if they wanted to increase it later? What if they wanted to directly interfere with personnel and management of the 3 purple character establishments? Or worst case, as legal owners, they could throw Guo Yi and the others out at any time and directly seize the 3 establishments. He had already seen this many times in Guangzhou. How many small and medium shops that had sought refuge with gentry ended up bankrupt and ruined when their dedication masters suddenly turned ruthless. This is a matter of principle, he muttered. In his confusion, he suddenly understood. The Guangzhou station's destruction was unavoidable, and Lingao's cannon fire would also herald the Guangzhou station's rebirth. Letting it exist under a different identity now would only increase future complications. Now he saw clearly. Purple Treasure Studio, Zhiming Tower, Purple Treasure Shop. Without Australians and Australian goods, they were soulless shells. Whoever wanted them could take them. He hurried back to the safe house and quickly drafted a telegram reporting his specific plans. In the telegram, he explicitly opposed dedication. It would only increase complexity when they returned to Guangzhou in the future. Once the establishments belonged to others, recovering them would be extremely difficult. Continuing to operate them would create uncontrollable problems. Guo Yi reported his response plan in the telegram. He was prepared to begin evacuation operations immediately, withdrawing most vetted indigenous workers, not necessarily all the way back to Lingao. They could first disperse to counties under Guangzhou Prefecture. Local employees and craftsmen would be given half a year's severance and temporarily dismissed. Guo believed the Guangzhou station would be closed for a few months at most, a year at the outside. As Lingao's military situation clarified, it could reopen. Of this he was quite confident. Once the policy was set, execution became much easier. Guo immediately convened a secret meeting of Guangzhou station personnel. They decided that DeLong Bank would immediately settle accounts with the purple character establishments. All deposits and debts would be offset and cleared, in case the purple character establishments were sealed, and officials came to DeLong pursuing deposits. As for inventory, he had already sent Sun Chang to the Gao family to negotiate. All inventory from Purple Treasure Studio would be sold on credit to the Gao family. The Gao family would certainly accept under present circumstances. The Mei Duanwu collection day has arrived. What they owe us and what we owe them, we need to settle accounts, Zhang Xin said. Try to balance the accounts. Guo Yi replied. Withdraw any surplus silver for ready use. Use for what? Handling withdrawals. Many with deposits at the purple character establishments had now heard the rumors and were requesting withdrawals one after another. Many didn't even ask for interest, just wanted their principal back. This money was actually deposited at Guangzhou's DeLong, but for safety now, Guo didn't want any more money dealings with DeLong. He decided only to do book offsets with DeLong. The purple character establishments would handle deposit repayments directly. As for other merchants' payments owed to the Guangzhou station, they were to be collected immediately when due. Zhang Xin had previously considered somehow shipping silver back to Lingao or purchasing goods to ship back. But that was probably impossible now. According to subordinates' reports, many official eyes had recently appeared nearby. Large silver transports and transactions probably couldn't be moved, and even if moved, couldn't be hidden. Guo Yi instructed him to use collected silver entirely to settle accounts. What others owe us, no need to press for repayment. They won't dare not repay later. What we owe others, pay in full. Silver left in hand just enriches Guangzhou's corrupt officials, Guo Yi said firmly. When we leave, we want to leave behind the reputation of Australians keeping their word and honoring promises. Understood. Zhang Xin nodded. I was originally worried about handling the deposit run. With this batch of collected payments, it should be enough. As for account books, land deeds, property deeds, indentures, promissory notes, receipts, all manner of documents, he had already had people pack everything for transfer. The account books involving DeLong had all been secretly destroyed. Most people here didn't know DeLong's true identity. It might well survive. This is our change of regime ledger, Guo told Zhang Xin. When we return in the future, this is the proof for recovering our capital. Zhang Xin asked. How do we move out these dozens of boxes of account books? Guo said. Transfer them in batches. These books should ideally be shipped back to Lingao. If that can't be done immediately, store them temporarily at secret locations. As they were talking, a servant came to report. Shen Fan had arrived. Show him in. Guo Yi had been meaning to discuss Purple Treasure Shop's handling with Shen Fan. Master, Shen Fan arrived in great haste, even dispensing with his usual courtesies. Is the government really going to seal Purple Treasure Shop? How can this be? Shen Fan wiped his sweat anxiously. Didn't I suggest dedicating to the Liang family? Even if we dedicated to the Liang family now, they wouldn't dare accept. Guo Yi told him about Tianda's visit. What? Even Tian imperial father-in-law is interested. Correct. With his hand reaching in, who else would dare accept? Guo Yi shook his head. My mind is made up. I'd rather be shattered jade than a whole tile. Guangzhou City can't accommodate us. We'll simply leave. You're going back to Australia, Shen Fan said anxiously. He had worked for Guo Yi for over 2 years. Master and servant had complemented each other well. He had felt quite pleased that in his old age, he could still manage such a prosperous establishment. Now suddenly hearing the government was going to seal it and Master Guo had to return home, Shen Fan couldn't help thinking, how was it that this great Ming realm couldn't accommodate people doing honest business and living decent lives? I need to go into hiding, Guo Yi said quietly. If I stay here, I'll probably end up in some inexplicable lawsuit. Is it that serious? Indeed. I also wanted to discuss Purple Treasure Shop's handling with you. Yes. Shen Fan saw his grave expression and knew it wasn't empty talk. Remembering that this young man had saved his grandson's life and had treated him well, watching this flourishing, prosperous business about to be destroyed, he couldn't help feeling sad and heaved a heavy sigh. How much inventory remains at Purple Treasure Shop? Not much. He took out a booklet from his robe. Here's the inventory record. He quickly added, these past few days, more people have been coming to the counter to withdraw deposits. End of chapter. Chapter 619. Before running, use these goods for the retail trade, Guo Yi instructed. Inventory the gold and silver for jewelry making in the warehouse. When people come to withdraw deposits, use those to pay first. I'll also transfer silver over. Don't worry. Yes. Hearing that Master Guo had prepared silver to handle the run, Shen Fan felt much calmer. Not a few of the clients with deposits at Purple Treasure Shop had been brought in by him personally. If the shop were sealed, the government people were the type who gnawed bones without leaving scraps. There would be no hope of recovery. He would lose face built up over many years. Should the craftsmen be sent home? You need to maintain appearances here for now. Guo Yi considered. If they started large-scale dismissals now, it would certainly arouse official suspicion. They might even seal and arrest people ahead of schedule. They had to maintain the appearance of normal operations. These local craftsmen simply kept their heads down, worked, and collected wages. Though grateful toward such a generous employer as Guo Yi, they were ultimately outsiders among outsiders, knowing little of the Guangzhou station's secrets. Even if the government sealed the shop, it wouldn't do anything to them. No need to rush their dismissal. To prevent people from noticing he was preparing to leave, Guo Yi ostentatiously rode his sedan chair the next day to visit clients in the city. Very few were willing to see him now. Guo Yi simply left his calling card at each door and moved on. He was just announcing his presence. After making the rounds, his luxurious grand sedan was carried to Zhiming Tower. It was still brightly lit, but this once drunken gold pleasure palace of Guangzhou was now deserted, with only an empty great hall remaining. Zhang Shangji and others who usually kept low profiles had already evacuated one after another. Only Pei Lixiu board showed her face here daily. At this moment, she was reclining on a Xiang Fei couch in the second-floor pavilion, drinking alone. She was a woman who loved excitement and admired splendor. Usually, sitting in this pavilion at the center of the second floor, watching through the fine bamboo screen as people came and went in the great hall below, with laughter and music filling her ears. How delightful it all had been. Now the great hall stood empty. Even the fountains dripping could be heard distinctly. Seeing Guo Yi arrive, Pei Lixiu greeted him with a cavernous yawn. How is it? No customers. Not a single one. Pei Lixiu took a sip of kvass. Only people coming to withdraw silver. Can you handle it? No problem. The big depositors withdrew long ago, she said. The small ones don't amount to much silver and they're not even asking for interest. She poured a cup for Guo Yi as well. You drink too. We can't take the kvass with us. Leaving it just benefits others. Might as well drink it all ourselves. Though it's like soda, it does have some alcohol. You should drink less. Guo Yi took a sip and found it mixed with rum. We need to be ready to flee at any moment. How can you run if you're drunk? Do you think we can come back? She suddenly asked. 3 months at the shortest, half a year at most, and this will be your territory again. This half year will be so hard to get through. She looked at her red fingernails. Otherwise, you could go back to Lingao. I hear they're going to open a Lingao version of Zhiming Tower there. Pei Lixiu laughed. Little Guo, she seemed oddly unaccustomed to the informal address now. Can we really go back? My jewelry boxes full of ornaments, my dozens of trunks of clothes, your concubines' maids, were completely incompatible with Lingao now. Yuya's heart tightened. This was exactly what he had been worrying about. He took a sip of kvass. Don't think about it that way. At most, we're just among those who got rich first. The executive committee will understand what we've done in Guangzhou. You've been in the bureaucracy too long. You're talking like a party official now. Pei Lixiu was a bit tipsy. I don't want to go back to Lingao at all. Stop talking nonsense. Yu nervously glanced around. No one else was in the pavilion. Without Lingao, there'd be none of what we have in Guangzhou. Don't you understand even that? Right now Guangzhou is full of dangers. Do you want to be arrested and beaten with boards, shackled and made to kneel in chains in prison? At this, Pei Lixiu shrank back slightly. She said hesitantly, surely not. I think the Ming officials seem quite refined. They're all rather chivalrous toward women. Once you fall into official hands, you'll learn how the jailers show chivalry. Yu sneered inwardly. Never mind that this was the 17th century, even in the 21st, a trip through the dictatorship apparatus to have a cup of tea would be quite enough. PEPI really spent all day immersed in romance novels and had forgotten what era this was. Yu knew discussing further with her was pointless, but since she was still holding on here, she could attract many eyes. The purpose was achieved. He gave PEPI a few more instructions, then got up and went to the safe house in the back. Zaya was in the safe house burning documents. He knew this girl was actually a graduate of the Political Security General Administration's Classified Communications class, professionally trained and very reliable. He gave her additional instructions. Just then, one of his servants who specialized in handling secret matters came to whisper a report. Everything was prepared. Only then did he go to Pei Lixiu's boudoir. There, several sets of servant and shop boy clothes and shoes had already been prepared for him to change into. After smearing some soot on his face, he quietly opened a secret door in the room and descended a hidden staircase to the rear courtyard. 2 security personnel sent by Zhang Xin were already waiting there. The Guangzhou Station's security department consisted of young men selected from the Qiyue Escort Bureau who, after vetting, had secretly gone to Lingao for training. Organizationally, they were independent and had few connections with the Escort Bureau. The 3 men slipped out of Zhiming Tower among a group of shop boys and cooks, walked down back alleys to the main street, twisted and turned until reaching an uninhabited area. After confirming no one was following, only then did Yu board a waiting sedan chair. This way, everyone believed he had gone to Zhiming Tower and was spending the night at his concubine's place. In the past, such elaborate precautions hadn't been necessary. Now he had to be extremely cautious. The sedan traveled down small streets for a long time before being carried into a dark little courtyard. This was a property he had purchased earlier, used for secret meetings when there were confidential matters to handle. Tonight he was meeting Sun Keqiang. The Qiyue Escort Bureau was one of the Guangzhou Station's pillars, but Qiyue's semi-independent status gave Yu considerable concern about their attitude. Though the station controlled Qiyue's entire finances, most of the people inside hadn't gone through Lingao's screening and political vetting. He had to guard against Sun Keqiang or his disciples suddenly defecting to the government. Escort bureaus always prided themselves on running a legitimate business and were compliant toward officials. What Sun Keqiang's attitude was, he had to find out tonight. This concerned future cooperation. On the blueprint for national deployment, the Qiyue Escort Bureau was also an important component. Sun Keqiang was already waiting inside. Seeing Guo arrive in disguise, he was immediately startled. Master Guo, has the situation become this urgent? Sun Keqiang dispensed with pleasantries. The news that the government was going to move against the Australians had already spread. Within 10 days to half a month there'll definitely be a resolution. Guo, you didn't conceal what might happen. I naturally need to avoid this storm. It's just that the Qiyue Escort Bureau has always had many dealings with us. I'm afraid you'll be implicated. That's no problem. I have my own ways. Sun Keqiang waved his hand. What about you? Seeing his apparently sincere manner, Guo Yi deliberately said, We're prepared to hide here for a while first. Master, please don't speak so distantly. Sun Keqiang shook his head. How many people can this little courtyard hold? You have many people. Why not stay at my place? I bought several properties in the countryside years ago. However many of you there are can stay there. Guo Yi was non-committal, merely saying there were still many things to handle. He might hide here for a while first. Once things were settled, he'd decide. Let's set that aside for now. Once the government moves against us, how will you respond? He asked. No problem. We escort and guard. We deal with the wealthy and powerful. We still have some small reputation. They won't make things too difficult. When officials leave office, they count on us to escort their accumulated wealth and women back home. What good does it do them to shut down Qi? The silver and goods in the bureau all belong to clients. You think officials are going to personally escort goods and run-ins? Sun Keqiang said. Besides, without you pulling us up back then, Qi was just a small bureau living hand-to-mouth. Now it's become a major establishment in Guangzhou City. Several hundred people depend on it for their livelihoods. Everyone at Qi is eternally grateful. Though Qi doesn't dare break the law, we're not fools who only know how to kowtow. Everyone's heart is clear as a mirror about right and wrong in this world. Though he had ascertained Sun Keqiang's attitude and was quite confident about Sun Keqiang's character, Guo Yi still didn't dare entrust the most important matters to his safekeeping. He was reliable, but that didn't mean all his subordinates were. After much consideration, he decided to have Sun Keqiang look after the local employees and craftsmen, and also hide some of the workers transferred from Lingao along with bulkier goods. He also instructed Sun Keqiang to prepare a secret escape route. They agreed on code signals. If escape became necessary, they would meet using the codes. But when it actually came to running, he still wouldn't completely trust them. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau had already cabled that they were preparing to dispatch a mixed team of special reconnaissance team members and intelligence personnel as a reception squad to Guangzhou, ready to help them escape by force if necessary. However, there were no signs of the government actually moving to seal the Guangzhou station. Guangzhou's officials seemed intent on giving Guo Yi and the others ample time to consider dedication targets. The three purple character businesses were simply left alone. Meanwhile, an endless stream of people came to discuss dedication. Tianda visited almost daily to press him. Guo Yi simply refused to see anyone. Master Tian has come to call, the gatekeeper announced. Lu Yizhang was just about to go out. He had to sit back down again and sighed. Quick, show him in. He had been running around for days on army deployment business, so busy his feet never touched the ground. After the strategy conference had decided on expedition plans, Reuben wanted to proceed carefully. Having served in Guangdong for many years, he knew something of Hainan's climate and geography. Summer with its rainy season was imminent, and early autumn brought typhoons. So he advocated simply waiting until October to March. By then autumn grain would be harvested, making it easier to procure provisions along the way. Autumn's cool, crisp weather would also make army marching and encampment less likely to cause epidemics. But Wang Zund wanted quick action. By now provisions and pay for departure were prepared, and Reuben couldn't delay further. He had to decide to move some troops in early June. Outside Guangzhou City, men shouted and horses neighed as various armies assembled. With so many military affairs to handle, Lu Yizhang was already overwhelmed. Then he also had to deal with Tianda coming every few days demanding he quickly settle the Zhiming Tower matter. He was crying bitterly inside, regretting he should never have taken on this business. Originally, he had been over 90% confident that once Guo Yi heard the court was sending troops against Lingao, he would be scared out of his wits and obediently dedicate his properties to Tianda. Not only would he please Tian imperial father-in-law, but he would also pocket a nice profit. Tianda had originally promised him 3,000 taels after the deal was done. He had never expected this Guo to be so stubborn, refusing to budge no matter what. Not only did the three establishments continue operating normally, but after seeing Tian Da and the others once, Guo had refused all further meetings. So Tian Da came to make trouble here, demanding he immediately arrest Guo and force him to dedicate his properties. Idiot! Lu Yizhang silently cursed upon hearing his brilliant idea. But he was helpless. This idiot could give him orders and he had to smile along. Arresting someone was easy, he just had to tell Nanhai County. But once arrested, the properties would be confiscated and sold. What dedication then? As for who would end up with them after confiscation, that was another matter entirely. Tian Imperial father-in-law was far away in Beijing after all. Not everyone would defer to his reputation. No matter how Lu Yizhang explained, Tian Da kept pressing. After all, he was just a servant, throwing his weight around only by virtue of the imperial father-in-law's power. He had no actual influence in Guangzhou City. As long as officials stalled and deflected, he couldn't get things done. Lu Yizhang had intended to keep stalling him. Unexpectedly, this person suddenly made another demand. I've long heard that Zhiming Tower's Pei Lixiu is a gorgeous woman from Australia. This time, besides having that Guo fellow dedicate his properties, this woman must also be presented to the imperial father-in-law. Lu Yizhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now he wanted someone's concubine too. He had seen this Pei Lixiu several times, a woman of 24 or 25. Though her features were refined, she was rather sturdy. Her height alone exceeded most men's. Would the Tian imperial father-in-law really be interested in such a barbarian woman? Perhaps Tian Da wanted her for himself. Thinking that he was currently assisting with military affairs, yet also had to scheme to help a servant snatch a woman, Lu Yizhang felt extreme disgust. How absolutely absurd. He had originally intended to stall and send Tian Da away. Then a sudden thought struck him. Arresting Guo wouldn't work. Arrest him and the properties would be confiscated. But arresting his concubine was another matter entirely. Pin any charge on her and bring her in. A case of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, forcing Guo to come dedicate on his own. As for whether Pei Lixiu would eventually be returned to her owner, that wasn't his concern. This is easy. Leave it to me. Lu Yizhang readily agreed. Really? Tian Da had been put off by him too many times recently and was suspicious. Really? Lu Yizhang nodded. 3 days from now, I'll naturally deliver the person to you. Once you have this little beauty, won't that damned Guo obediently offer up his properties with both hands? She's his heart's treasure. Good, I'll trust you this once. Tian Da slapped the table. I'll come here in 3 days to take delivery, he sneered. Advisor Lu, don't you go back on your word now. Lu Yizhang saw Tian Da off, then immediately went to his study and wrote a note. Immediately arrest Guo family's Pei surnamed Lixiu from Zhiming Tower. Nanhai County, take note. Below he wrote his personal mark. When the ink was slightly dry, he summoned a servant and ordered him to deliver it to the Nanhai County Yamen. That evening, Chunliu was watching the back gate. Zhiming Tower's staff had been greatly reduced now. She had to watch the back gate herself, waiting for the courier's news. Yan Maoda, Zhang Xin, and the others had all gone underground, but communications between them had never been interrupted for a single day. All messages came via courier. The courier was disguised as a snack peddler carrying a shoulder pole. He never came inside. Chunliu knew this peddler passed by every evening, but whether there was a message depended on the pinwheel on his pole. Placed on the left meant no message. If placed on the right, she should go buy a snack and bring the secret message back to give to Pei Lixiu. The peddler had just passed. Chunliu was about to close the gate and go to sleep when suddenly, a dark figure slipped over from the foot of the wall. Chunliu was trained. She immediately jumped back behind the door and called out the code phrase. Dry weather, beware of fire. The code served both to identify the visitor and to alert security personnel behind the door and in the rear courtyard that someone was approaching. But the visitor didn't respond with the code. He came straight to the door. Not caring that the door was about to close, he stuck his foot in directly. Don't close the door, the visitor called out urgently. Who is it? Chunliu demanded. I'm Wu, the visitor hurried to remove the eye mask from his face. It's you. Chunliu almost cried out. Wasn't this Wu Zhixiang? She quickly signaled the security personnel not to move. This Wu Zhixiang was a regular, familiar customer at Zhiming Tower. He often came to court pay Lixiu's favor, and had also deposited a large sum of silver at Zhiming Tower's counter to earn interest. But since he had suddenly brought people to withdraw his deposit half a month ago, he hadn't been seen for over a month. What's happened to you? Chunliu hadn't yet recovered from her fright. This scion of an official family, even a Ziyukai sneaking around dressed like this in the dead of night, what was he doing? Is Miss Pei here? He asked without even catching his breath. Note, eye mask was a Ming Dynasty accessory, similar to an eye patch. End of chapter. Chapter 620, Departure, the Mistress has retired. Chunliu immediately sensed this person's secret late-night visit must mean important news to convey. She quickly added, I'll wake her right away. No need, Wu Zhixiang said unexpectedly. Just quickly inform Miss Pei that rotten-hearted villain Lu Yizhang has sent a note to Nanhai County, ordering them to issue a warrant for Mrs. Arrest. Please have your mistress flee immediately. Chunliu had thought this scholar Wu was merely a greedy, lustful dandy. She never expected him to show such chivalrous spirit at a critical moment. Her heart warmed and she curtsied. Thank you, young Master Wu, for your righteous deed. Don't thank me. Just have your mistress quickly find a place to hide. Once she's in prison, even immortals would be skinned alive. Besides, her case is too serious. No one would dare to vouch for her. Wu Zhixiang pulled his eye mask back on as he spoke, then quickly turned and disappeared into the darkness. News that Nanhai County was about to arrest Pei Lixiu quickly reached Guoyi. Though he didn't know why they were targeting her first instead of him, Guoyi knew the time for retreat had come. If they couldn't catch Pei Lixiu, they would turn to him next. He pondered for a moment, then had someone summon Sun Chang. Immediately send someone to Zhiming Tower and evacuate everyone according to plan. Leave the bulky goods. Employees from outside can hide at Manager Sun's place. Have some unfamiliar faces wait near Zhiming Tower tomorrow morning to intercept local employees before they go to the shop. Tell them not to go in. If Nanhai County couldn't catch the principals, they would probably arrest a batch of employees still in the building to fulfill their quota. No need to let them get caught up in this. Guoyi gave Sun Chang a bank book and seal. This is an account opened at DeLong in Sun Kechang's name. Give it to him to pay everyone's severance. Understood. I'll go right away. Sun Chang hurried off. Guoyi was busy packing, processing documents, and transferring items. Before he knew it, dawn was breaking and he was famished. He had someone bring breakfast. He had kept his own cook before but had dismissed him a few days ago. Now he and the remaining people ate from the common kitchen. While eating, Sun Chang rushed back to report everything was done. Eat quickly too. Then go to Purple Treasure Shop and tell Manager Shen to close up shop today. He'd best go to the countryside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Yes. Sun Chang saw that Purple Treasure Studio had become completely empty and couldn't help feeling sad, suffering this disaster for no reason. Master, can we come back? Of course. Guoyi remained composed. We'll be back in just a few months. Yes. Sun Chang saw his confidence but didn't know where it came from. In his view, the Australians were skilled at making things and making money, but they couldn't win against the great Ming. Were they going to Beijing to seek powerful connections? While he was lost in thought, a servant quietly came to report. Someone was asking to see him. I won't see them, Guoyi said. There was no need to deal with anyone anymore. The visitor says it's urgent. Who is it? Where's the calling card? The visitor won't say, just says it's urgent and can only be discussed face-to-face with Master Guo. Very well, I'll see them. The visitor was a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance. After exchanging greetings, he glanced hesitantly at Sun Chang. I have confidential matters to report. Sun Chang quickly withdrew. I'll be frank. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. I've been sent to inform you. Guangzhou Prefecture has received orders. Tomorrow morning, They will take Master and all personnel of the 3 purple character establishments into custody. Yu Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had expected the arrests and seizures, but hadn't expected someone to come specifically to warn him. He usually maintained some arrangements at various yamens, but only vague information had filtered out so far. This was the first time he had received such clear news. "Thank you, sir, for coming to inform me," Yu Yi said. "Who is your superior? I must properly thank them another day. It's inconvenient to say who my employer is. I'm only to relay one message. Leave cleanly, don't leave behind any documents or papers. No need to panic. Guangzhou Prefecture will definitely come tomorrow." Having said this, the visitor stood up and took his leave. Though Yu Yi didn't know the man's background, his message was 99% credible. The instruction he gave was the key point. What did "don't leave behind any documents or papers" mean? Clearly, whoever sent the messenger was afraid the purple character establishments might have left behind something important that could damage his interests. Though he couldn't guess who it was for the moment, this person must be in official circles and of no low rank. That final line, "No need to panic, Guangzhou Prefecture will definitely come tomorrow," wasn't it plainly telling him he had an entire day to escape and could even swagger out openly with his people? With this realization, Yu Yi immediately ordered all remaining personnel on Huifu Street to assemble. Across the Huifu Street residence, Purple Treasure Shop, and Purple Treasure Studio, some 30 to 40 people were still keeping up appearances. Most were from outside areas and couldn't go home immediately. Yu Yi had already arranged with Sun Keqing to place this group with him. "Everyone left home and came here to work for our purple character establishments. That's our fate. The purple character establishments have never shortchanged anyone. Your monthly wages and year-end bonuses are the best in all Guangzhou City. Our purple character establishments have always done legitimate business here in Guangzhou, never anything illegal. Not just imperial taxes, even the gifts to officials have never been stinted. This time, as you probably know, the government won't let us do business in peace and wants to seal up our shops." Many employees were in tears. They had been here for 1 to nearly 3 years. There were many large establishments in Guangzhou, but none that treated their workers as considerately as the purple character establishments. Not just better monthly wages than elsewhere, but year-end bonuses based on ability, medical care for the sick. When employees died, the shop not only provided coffins, bought grave plots and held funerals, but also brought their families over and placed them at outer branches. Even if old people, children, and women couldn't do heavy work, they were given light tasks and paid a few months' wages to live on. Such a benevolent employer was now being forced to close. Everyone felt indignant at their master's fate while worrying about their own bleak future. The shop being sealed doesn't matter. As long as our people are still here, the purple character establishments will always exist, Yu Yi said loudly. 3 months at shortest, half a year at most, Yu Yi will be back. I'll stand here again, stand here. He had only intended to stabilize morale and keep everyone together, waiting for their return. But now, recalling his days and nights with his colleagues in Guangzhou, he was overwhelmed with emotion and momentarily didn't know what to say. After a pause, he continued, setting off firecrackers together with everyone to reopen the establishments. Then he ordered 6 months' wages paid to everyone. Those who wanted to return home would be given travel expenses. Those who didn't want to leave could work at Sun Keqing's place first. The employees took their money and reluctantly departed in batches. Yu Yi had no time for sentiment. He quickly led people to search each location, checking for any important items left behind. He was busy until nearly lamplight time before slipping away in disguise, blending into the crowd. Meanwhile, other warning signals had arrived. At the door of the Huifu Street residence, someone had left a shattered black clay pot. This was the signal from his informants placed in the Nanhai, Panyu, and Guangzhou yamens, indicating that officials were about to move against him. By now, The entire Huifu Street residence and businesses, as well as Zhiming Tower, were completely empty. Each location had only 2 employees and 10 Kiwei escort guards left to watch the properties. Everyone gone. In a side chamber, a middle-aged man of impressive bearing in brocade robes and jade belt casually asked while leafing through a book, "Reporting to Your Excellency, now only a few escort guards are watching the properties at each location. Has Nanhai County sent anyone?" "No." The book-reading middle-aged man was none other than Guangdong Governor Li Fengji. Early that morning, the Nanhai County magistrate had personally come to consult him. Lu Yizhang had given him a note ordering immediate arrest of Pei Lixiu. Should he proceed? Normally, the magistrate wouldn't have come to consult him. When the Governor General's advisor wanted someone arrested, there was no reason to refuse. But arresting Master Guo's concubine was a different matter entirely. Quite a few important people besides Tian Hongyu and Eunuch Yang had their eyes on the 3 purple character properties. The Nanhai County magistrate feared that if he helped Lu Yizhang arrest the woman and thereby delivered the properties into the Tian imperial father-in-law's hands, then if Eunuch Yang and other powerful figures were angered at him, he couldn't afford the consequences. So he hurried to report to the governor. "If Advisor Lu wants to arrest someone, let him. However, your county's charity granary should be inspected." "Why don't you go inspect the charity granary first?" Li Fengji said ambiguously. Yes, this humble official understands." The magistrate caught his meaning perfectly. After the magistrate left, Li Fengji paced several circles in his study. He summoned a constable. "Go to Guangzhou Prefecture. Have them prepare the warrants for arrest. Prepare to mobilize to arrest Guo Yi and the other Australian criminals." Then he summoned a trusted advisor and gave him detailed instructions. Now, hearing the report from the advisor he had sent, everything was proceeding according to his plan. He felt quite pleased. "HMPH, let's see how you people with your wishful thinking can make this work." Imagining Lu Yizhang's embarrassment when he couldn't account for this to Tian De, Li Fengji smiled with satisfaction. The next day, runners from Nanhai County and Guangzhou Prefecture mobilized in force, separately sealing the Huifu Street residence, Purple Treasure Shop, Purple Treasure Studio, and Zhiming Tower. Of course, they caught neither Guo Yi nor Pei Lixiu, not a single principal. Even Sun Chang, Shen Fan, and other witnesses to be brought in for questioning had all vanished without a trace. Only a dozen or so escort guards watching the properties were taken to the yamen. These guards naturally knew nothing, just that Master Guo had hired them to watch the properties. Sun Kecheng had long prepared the big threshold, calling cards and silver. Before evening, he had bilayed out all the guards. Wanted posters with portraits were immediately posted at all city gates for Guo Yi and the others, but everyone knew this was futile. Those who knew the inside story of the seizure all knew the Australians had left very leisurely, obviously planned long in advance. Wang Zund was extremely displeased. The search results were highly disappointing. Whether Huifu Street or the 3 purple character establishments, the seized goods and valuables, Australian merchandise, were plentiful enough. But important documents and correspondence were completely absent. Land deeds, property deeds, account books, all gone without a trace. As for personnel, never mind principals. They couldn't find any significant employees. Hearing Guangzhou Prefecture's report, he knew someone must have leaked the information. He couldn't help feeling secretly resentful. Who could it have been? Li Fengji had ordered Guo Yi's arrest. Since he wanted the arrest, he certainly wouldn't have tipped them off. Think as he might, he couldn't figure out who would have leaked this information. Thinking that someone in Guangzhou City didn't prioritize the court but instead tipped off the Australians, Wang Zund was extremely vexed. He wanted to investigate but couldn't figure out where to start. The Governor General's Yamen, the Governor's Yamen, Guangzhou Prefecture, and Nanhai County all knew about the seizure and arrests. These 4 yamens together had several hundred officials, large and small. Any of them could have known. Could it be that all of Guangzhou City was full of traitors colluding with the short hairs? Great worry rose in Wang Zun's heart. Just then, Lu Yizhang came seeking an audience, asking how to handle the seized pirate properties. How much was seized? Ever since someone had secretly informed him that Advisor Lu had privately sent a note to Nanhai County ordering the arrest of Pei Lixiu, Wang Zun's trust in this advisor had greatly decreased. He had always looked down on meritorious nobles and imperial relatives, believing they either coasted on ancestors' achievements or rode on women's coattails, possessing no real talent, only knowing how to plunder for themselves. That advisor Lu associated with such people made him quite contemptuous. This person was simply too fixated on fame and fortune. Guangzhou Prefecture and Nanhai County are still tallying. A detailed list will be submitted shortly. Here's a brief summary. Lu Yizhang's expression was dark. He had given Tianda his guarantee, but the Nanhai County magistrate happened to be away from the Yamen that day. Other county officials either claimed to be busy or said it was inconvenient to act without the magistrate. The result was a one-day delay in making the arrest, and Zhiming Tower was already empty. Then Guangzhou Prefecture's runners came to seal everything. Not only had the dedication completely failed, but Tianda's desired Pei Lixiu hadn't been caught either. Tianda had flown into a rage. He had accomplished nothing on this trip to Guangzhou. How could he report back? At Lu Yizhang's residence, he cursed him roundly and threatened to strip him of his advisor position, leaving Lu Yizhang utterly humiliated. Wang Zun casually flipped through the list. Besides the properties on Huifu Street and Zhiming Tower, there were various commercial money-making tools, chairs and benches, and some small machines of unknown purpose. Wang Zun wasn't interested in these. What concerned him was how much could be confiscated. Much was seized from the various properties, but no silver. He looked again. No gold or silver at all. Besides leftover merchandise, there were only ornaments and decorations. The most valuable items were the full-length glass mirror and big mahogany clock in Pei Lixiu's room. No gold, silver, or valuables, Wang Zun asked. He had originally hoped the confiscated valuables could be used to reward the soldiers when the expedition departed. Besides various merchandise, only several hundred pieces of brocade women's clothing were found, also several hundred bolts of silk and fabric, and several dozen boxes of women's jewelry. What use is this? Wang Zun shook his head in disappointment. These things couldn't reward the army, let alone supplement military pay. As for converting seized goods to cash, that would take months. Besides, he knew well how subordinates handled such matters, inevitably enriching themselves. If 3 or 4 taels out of 10 taels worth of goods actually made it to the treasury, that would be good. He suddenly grew suspicious. Had the subordinates privately embezzled a lot of gold and silver? But then he thought they might embezzle half at most. They absolutely wouldn't dare omit everything from the list. I heard the purple character establishments had extensive dealings with major establishments in Guangzhou. Aren't there deposits elsewhere? Wang Zun asked. Without account books, we don't know the names or amounts. No way to pursue. HMPH. Immediately post a notice requiring all establishments to self-report with a deadline for payment. Anyone who fails to report or pay, this governor will not be lenient. Yes. Lu Yizhang thought the Governor-General's bluster to force merchants to hand over Australian payments probably wouldn't work. Gao Ju alone wouldn't comply. With account books, there would at least be some evidence. However, not producing any silver at all would look too bad. Lu Yizhang's mind quickly calculated. When the time came, no matter what, he would have to pressure establishments that had dealt with the purple character establishments to contribute some silver as a token. This way he should be able to scrape together 50 or 60,000 taels. Not quite enough for military pay, but enough for rewards and bonuses. Lu Yizhang knew this business with Tianda had cost him Wang Zun's trust. He decided to try to recover some ground in this matter. While Guangzhou City was in an uproar over the Guangzhou Station's leftover assets, Gu Yi and the others had already left the city. However, they weren't far away. Zhang Xin was stationed at the Kiwei Escort Bureau's Dongyuan branch, directing the bureau's operations. Now their main eyes and ears were the Escort Bureau. Some of the indigenous workers evacuated from Guangzhou were also temporarily under his command, scattered out to gather news, especially news of Imperial Army movements. As for DeLong Bank, Meng Xian had also prepared for transfer. Though everyone judged DeLong's risk was low, he had made backups of all account books. The originals had all been transferred to a secret location for storage. The most important were several secret exchange accounts, all belonging to Guangzhou's high officials and nobles. Some materials, just leaking a hint, would make excellent fodder for censors' hearsay memorials. For safety, Meng Xian had also temporarily moved to a safe house in the city to hide, leaving the manager to handle all counter business. Others dispersed to various county towns in the Pearl River Delta, hiding and waiting for opportunities to act. Yan Mouda simply went to Lizhu to discuss the next steps in sugar industry cooperation and Vietnam trade with the Lizhu station. As for Guoyi, he decided to take this opportunity to return to Lingao once, partly to report, partly to discuss next steps with the Colonial Trade Department and Foreign Intelligence Bureau. End of chapter. Chapter 621. Before the Battle, Part 1. News that the court was about to launch a punitive expedition against Lingao finally swept through the entire county by late May. Though in truth, the local people had already learned from those close to the chiefs, from newspapers, bulletin boards, and street corner discussions. Everyone knew the officials in Guangdong couldn't stand seeing Lingao's people living in peace and had decided to drive out the Australians, supposedly because the Australians refused to give Guangdong officials 1 million taels of silver annually. So the government was launching an expedition, and they would massacre Lingao's people, sparing only the young women. Newspapers were filled with articles about imperial troops killing innocents for credit, burning, killing, and raping, recording their achievements. Every account included time and place. This puzzled Ma Qianju. Where had Ding Ding obtained these materials? Some came from interviewing indigenous people, some from historical records, and some were written by the propaganda department. Ding Ding's material fabrication was carefully orchestrated. First, when publishing such reports, one fabricated story was mixed with every 3 true accounts, using truth to carry falsehood. Second, they worked closely with the Grand Library. Such fabricated materials were first sent to the Grand Library for review and verification, to avoid revealing flaws in the details. Beyond this, Ding Ding had requested that the Civil Affairs People's Committee Personnel Department find scholars among the refugees they had taken in, specifically for writing work in the propaganda department. This time, some of the fabricated materials were created in the form of local scholars' private notes. After all, in the Ming, publishing or copying private notes required no license, and their authenticity was impossible to verify. "You fabricated so much, won't you scare the common people to death?" Ma Qianju was worried. He feared a mass evacuation. What if the people flooded into the county town or showed up at 100 Fathoms Fort Gate requesting shelter? Would they let them in or not? Before this campaign, Lingao's people will inevitably play the role of bystanders. Getting them to eagerly fight to defend the Lingao regime is impossible, Ding Ding explained. "My idea is to remind them that defending Lingao means defending their home, protecting home and country, is always said together." This news made the people very uneasy. Many secretly prepared to flee when the time came, but everyone could see the Australians' forces growing day by day. Every day, new troops singing songs marched past on the roads for target practice and drill. These soldiers wore brand new uniforms, carried gleaming new muskets, and blue gleaming double-wheeled gun carriages were pulled along. Gunfire on the range was deafening all day. Rumors spread that new forces had arrived from Australia. Some swore they had personally seen ships come to Bapu at night, with rows of soldiers and many cannons disembarking. and the Australians continued to appear everywhere. Agricultural technicians still went to the countryside to guide summer harvest and planting. Limei still did business at Dongmen Market. The great iron ship in the harbor remained motionless. Many who had been panicking calmed down again. If the Australians aren't afraid, what are we afraid of? Many secretly hoped the Australians could defeat the Imperial Army, so the peaceful days they had enjoyed for just a few years could continue. Clans, major families, and local strongmen worried that the Australians might not match the Imperial Army, feared war would implicate them, but dared not resist given the Australians' powerful military and their invincible cannons and firearms. Thus, whether conscripting laborers, requisitioning materials, or having villages organize militia for mobilization, there was little resistance. The transmigrators were assembled for military training. Originally, training was held weekly and was quite rigorous. Recently, however, high-intensity training had tapered off, with only weekly target practice maintained to preserve gun-handling skills. But the enemy's impending invasion put the transmigrators' military role squarely on the agenda. When the proposal was raised, it drew pained groans. All transmigrators 18 and above, regardless of gender, would uniformly wake at 6 a.m. daily for morning exercises, first running, then formation and bayonet drill, until 8 a.m. when regular work began. Sunday rest was cancelled, replaced by half-day cross-country and long-march training. Sweat now or bleed later. Zhiming was uncompromising in Parliament. You've all been sitting at desks and your bellies have grown. Zia Zishan offered reason. Better fitness means improved physical functions overall. Everyone's been assigned personal secretaries after all. Amid the groans, the proposal passed. Everyone understood their lives were on the line. The entire transmigrator body was formed into a transmigrator battalion. They were divided into squads by department, each roughly platoon-sized. Larger squads, like Mechanical Squad, were subdivided into Squad 1, Squad 2, and so on. Each squad elected a captain and vice-captain. Zhiming appointed Ying Yu as battalion commander. 3 emergency assembly points were also designated. In emergencies, all transmigrators would concentrate at 100 Fathoms, Bapu, and Gayashan Ridge camps, awaiting orders to deploy. When they need us to fight, we're probably already done for. Dugu Qiyuhun was assigned to Tiandahui Squad 1 and was grumbling. Who's mumbling? Ying Yu had been a soldier for many years. Though he had been out for years doing it, his intimidating glare still carried plenty of force. Battle, always plan for the worst. Don't think having a few SKS rifles makes us invulnerable. From now on, it's wartime. Stay armed at all times, ready to fight. Ying Yu then inspected everyone's weapons and gear with thorough precision. He discovered many people's personal GLOCK-17s hadn't even been cleaned. Some women transmigrators' pistols still had their factory oil seals on. The SKS rifles, since they were used for weekly target practice and inspected for maintenance afterward, were actually in good condition. Incredible. Ying Yu shook his head irritably, but he couldn't blame everyone. Ordinary PRC civilians weren't even allowed to keep dogs. How would they know the importance of weapon maintenance? The fault lay with not emphasizing it enough when planning military training. Uniforms, puttees, and boots all basically met standards. Everyone also carried a small bottle of huge field powder and a packet of salt tablets. All units move out, Ying Yu ordered. Excluding those in Sanya, those serving in military units, those posted abroad, and those on duty at various posts, over 300 transmigrators set off in the Transmigrator Battalion. Many transmigrators from administrative departments complained bitterly. Long office work had degraded their physical function. What little muscle they had built before the crossing had disappeared amid desk work. Transmigrators working in agricultural and industrial sectors were sturdy, dark-skinned, and didn't find it hard at all. The transmigrators shouldered rifles and backpacks, wore military boots, and gasped for breath as they marched along the highway. Their equipment was much heavier than indigenous soldiers. Indigenous soldiers at least wore light rattan helmets. transmigrators all had heavy steel helmets. To maintain the chief's dignity, all transmigrators had to look dignified and martial. Accompanied by drums and fifes, several hundred pairs of military boots tramped on the road, raising clouds of dust. Indigenous people laboring in the paddies had become accustomed to such sights. Recently, several units passed back and forth beating drums almost daily. Only a few indigenous people familiar with the transmigrators noticed the marchers were all transmigrators and felt surprised. "Chests up, everyone. You look like a bunch of women." Li Jun stood at the front of the formation, watching the finance squad soldiers. This platoon was entirely composed of financial, banking, and accounting personnel. Li Jun was the only one in the finance system who had been a soldier, so he became temporary sergeant responsible for leading the whole squad. Everyone show some spirit. Military Songbook, page 5. The army fears no long march. Li Jun seemed to have reverted to his years as an armed police squad leader. The finance squad warriors began belting out the song. Though the lyrics had been changed, many still unconsciously sang "The Red Army fears no long march." The mechanical squad wouldn't be outdone and immediately started singing Bapu's song. This military anthem, adapted from La Marseillaise, was stirring in melody but somewhat awkward to sing. Why bother changing the lyrics? Just sing the PLA military anthem, Du Wen commented from the civil affairs squad. But the mechanical squad was numerous, mostly brawny men with large lung capacity. They quickly drowned out the finance squad and other squads singing. The soaring strains of Bapu, Bapu, drifted over the highway. After the Transmigrator Battalion reached Bapu, they didn't enter the camp or port but continued for another kilometer before taking a long rest. Though Bapu had a canteen, Yingyu, commanding this training march, wouldn't let anyone leave the road. Everyone drank cold water and ate dry rations. The next leg went from Lingao Point toward the Mainao Peninsula. All squads maintained silence. No chatting, no wasting food. Those who need to relieve themselves go now. Men on the left of the road, women on the right. "Commander, the right side is also open ground." "It's not convenient for the women. Could you have someone set up a latrine?" Dong Weiwei came over to ask while chewing dry rations. "When you're in battle and need to defecate, will you set up a latrine first?" Yingyu replied stone-faced. "The grass and bushes are high enough." Dong Weiwei had been rebuffed, but she had worked in a government office and knew this wasn't the time for complaints. She retreated awkwardly, found a few companions, selected a spot with dense bushes by the roadside, cleared a space, placed a few gathered stones, and checked all around for gaps before completing a simple latrine. Perhaps because the battlefield atmosphere was already thick, no one wanted to be called out for not knowing priorities at this juncture. Besides some quiet complaining, the women made no further noise, each going to the roadside bushes to relieve themselves. Yingyu walked back and forth checking if anyone's gear had come loose, asking if anyone's equipment felt uncomfortable, and personally helping readjust everything. After the rest, the Transmigrator Battalion resumed marching along the newly built road toward Mainao. The weather wasn't too hot. Though they had already walked over 10 kilometers that morning, it hadn't exceeded everyone's physical limits. Even the women in each squad kept up. Everyone watched the newly developed fields and migrant settlement points along the way, morale high. When they had landed on this soil 3 years ago, it had been desolate, with impoverished land and people. Bapu had been overgrown with weeds. Apart from a watchtower and the inspector's building, there had hardly been any sign of human activity. When they had arrived, they had no people, no grain. The rice, flour, and salt they ate were unloaded from ships. They drank river water with bleaching powder. They slept in tents. By day, they did heavy physical labor. By night, in the pitch-black darkness, they stood guard in a tottering watchtower clutching rifles. In less than 3 short years, this place had been transformed, and this transformation had been created by their own hands leading the indigenous people. Our Lingao regime finally looks like something. These days they had eliminated local tyrants, defeated pirates, controlled the county town, recruited refugees, won hearts, built the embryo of an early modern industrial society on a blank slate, trained hundreds of indigenous people, established a military and administrative apparatus. Thinking of all this, unprecedented pride welled up in everyone's hearts. Whoever dares invade my dream, I'll smash them to pieces. As if infected by this mood, someone started singing. Forward, 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 our army marches toward the sun, treading the vast earth beneath our feet. First a few people sang, then the entire column joined in. The resounding military anthem echoed over the highway, soaring to the clouds. Farmers working in the fields straightened up, watching this force roll past. The transmigrators' marching drill raised morale among some. When indigenous soldiers, civilian personnel, and commune members knew the Australians wouldn't abandon them and flee, that at critical moments they too would take up arms to defend Lingao, they naturally felt united against the common enemy. Of course, it also frightened some, thinking that if even the Australians were drilling with guns, who knew how powerful the Imperial Army must be? Some took the opportunity to go to the county town to stay with relatives. The county magistrate was still in the Yamen, so it was still Great Ming territory. When the Imperial Army came, they wouldn't massacre the county town. For a time, rents and housing prices in the county town suddenly soared. Most of the vacant property in Lingao County Town belonged to the county Yamen, which meant it effectively belonged to the Transmigrator Collective. Xingbayu was genuinely pleased that suddenly all the ramshackle buildings in the county had become hot properties. Assets had been activated, but Mei Wan's construction company wasn't pleased at all. The sudden surge in building repairs had made the local lime supply suddenly tight. The construction company originally had its own lime kilns. Besides gathering raw materials themselves, they also purchased some from the public, limestone and oyster shells. Now the sudden increased demand had driven up raw material prices sharply. In response to his situation report, the Planning Institute immediately took action, announcing raw lime materials were controlled. Wood had also wanted to announce controls on grain circulation, but the executive committee felt that since there was no grain panic buying situation, there was no need for grain controls. Too many material controls would only intensify the atmosphere of panic in the county. But the finance and banking department was growing nervous. Yifan's Cheka was copying sales figures daily from shops at Dongmen Market, monitoring price changes and sales volumes of various commodities, especially the three major livelihood goods: grain, fabric, and salt. Finance and banking worried about a possible run on circulation vouchers. Though circulation vouchers had established strong credit in Lingao, this was entirely built on the Transmigrator Collective's dominant presence. Once signs of instability appeared, circulation voucher credibility would take a hit. A concentrated run was very possible. Finance and banking knew the circulation vouchers were actually overissued. If a run occurred, consequences would be very serious. Yifan couldn't worry about auditing anymore. He focused all attention on market conditions. From the data, no run on circulation vouchers had appeared yet. To ensure market stability, large quantities of rice were imported from Vietnam. The Planning Institute also prepared quantities of plundered goods, ready to throw onto the market immediately if panic buying or a run started. But finance and banking's worries didn't materialize. Market conditions remained quite stable. But we're not out of danger yet, Cheng Dong pointed out at the Finance Work Conference. Due to this mobilization, that month's circulation voucher issuance had increased 37%, mainly for capital construction investment, military expenses, and material mobilization. This expense was ongoing. The rate next month probably won't be as high, but the absolute number won't be small. Cheng Dong sighed. Only when we mobilized did I realize how small our total economic volume really is. If we keep mobilizing like this for 3 or 4 months, inflation becomes inevitable. Wu Dai pondered. Foreign exchange expenditure has also been substantial recently. To meet suddenly expanded military production, emergency imports of large quantities of pig iron, coal, and fabric had been arranged. With the loss of the Guangzhou station as their main silver source, foreign exchange reserves were falling sharply. The finance and banking system felt enormous pressure. Their most profitable luxury goods without the Guangzhou sales channel could only pile up in warehouses. Bulk consumer goods were better off since much was picked up by traveling merchants themselves. If we have to temporarily reduce imports, Cheng Dong instructed, we must keep some silver as emergency reserves. Who knows when the war will end? Isn't it supposed to be 3 to 6 months? 6 months, if we keep mobilizing like this before the Ming collapses, we'll mobilize ourselves to death, Wu Dai said grimly. I think we should know when to stop. Some projects can't be stopped now. We have to push through. Cheng Dong looked at the temporarily added project budgets. All three read passed in Parliament. I need to talk to Si Kaide. Without the Guangzhou station, we still need to find other channels to export goods. We need to earn more foreign exchange quickly. End of chapter. Chapter 622, Before the Battle, Part 2, Bad news arrived in rapid succession. First, the Haiwide Shipping Company under the Kiwei Escort Bureau was seized, and over 20 of its twin-masted vessels were commandeered by the government. This wasn't merely a matter of losing ships. The Haiwide Shipping Company's regular Lingao-Guangzhou route was the preferred mode of transport for many small merchants coming to Lingao for goods, as well as the main transport line between Lingao and the Qiongshan and Pearl River Delta regions. Then came news that Tang Yunwen was intercepting civilian vessels near the Haikou Coastal Defense Battalion, forbidding them from entering the Qiongshan Strait. Subsequently, a ban was issued prohibiting all vessels from sailing to Lingao. Not only was the channel for importing materials from the Pearl River Delta severed, but the outward shipment of coke from the Jiazi coal mine was completely interrupted. Fortunately, only the coke supply is affected. Wu-de-new coke wasn't an immediately urgent material. Iron ore was nowhere in sight anyway, but coal for chemical and power use was the main concern. The latter was shipped from Vietnam and Liuzhou. Tang Yunwen's execution of the order to blockade the Qiongshan Strait was half-hearted. His ships and manpower were only sufficient to block the eastern entrance. He couldn't manage the western entrance, and he was even less willing to meddle with affairs inside the strait. The Navy stated that breaking Tang Yunwen's maritime blockade would be easy, taking out the Beishui Water Fort's base would be trivial. As long as Zhiming gave the order, the fleet would set out immediately. Zhiming considered it repeatedly and concluded that displaying the Transmigrator Group's immense naval power right now might be counterproductive. If the Ming army were scared witless and didn't come at all, wouldn't their elaborate preparations be wasted? In the end, he decided not to break Tang Yunwen's maritime blockade for now. After the Guangzhou station and Haiwide Shipping Company were successively seized, trade with the Pearl River Delta had stagnated anyway. Many merchants had temporarily halted plans to buy and sell goods in Lingao, taking a wait-and-see attitude. Trade volume had dropped significantly, so this transport line had temporarily become less important. When Shi Nioran returned to his office, he was exhausted. This damned all-hands military training was killing him. Shi Nioran actually had good physical fitness, but the health department had been too busy recently. He hadn't slept a full 6 hours for several days. The health department was short-handed. Even indigenous nurses weren't enough. Some had gone to Sanya, and the remaining staff had to handle basic health care while stepping up training for indigenous medical personnel. Shi Nioran was run off his feet. Yesterday, Ma Qianju had summoned him to produce a medical support implementation plan for the anti-encirclement campaign. He had actually drafted this plan long ago and continually revised it based on changing conditions. He discussed specific implementation measures, including the Army's health organization, establishing field dressing stations, evacuation systems, and setting up field hospitals. He planned to divide medical service work into 2 stages of support. The first stage would be handled by unit medics. Currently, they had achieved a preliminary level of 1 per company, though mobilized militia and accompanying laborers didn't have medics yet. The medic crash course is still running. Giving it another month will allow us to fully staff everyone. Medics were responsible for daily basic health and hygiene in the army. During combat, they would direct accompanying militia stretcher teams to collect the wounded. The wounded would first be debrided and bandaged at frontline dressing stations, while being triaged according to the severity of their injuries. Depending on their condition, they would receive treatment and evacuation. Because the health department's overall personnel were limited and transport capacity was weak, a 3-tier evacuation system wasn't adopted. Field hospitals would deploy directly at the Field Army Headquarters location. Wounded treated at dressing stations would be carried by stretcher or walked to the field hospital for further treatment. Of course, ultimately they'll be evacuated to Lingao. After all, Lingao has complete facilities and medicine is readily accessible. Our health department plans to open a hospital at Maineo as an army hospital, Shinaoran said. The scale is 300 beds. Besides treatment, it will also serve for rehabilitation. He added, "It's just that there aren't enough medical personnel." "Aren't there too few beds?" Ma Qianju commented. 300 beds not enough. Shinaoran was somewhat surprised. By his estimate, army casualties would be at most 100 or 200, preparing 300 beds already accounted for future army expansion scenarios. Put it this way, the focus of medical work in this operation is how to treat surrendered Ming soldiers, Ma Qianju explained. Save as many as possible. Understand? People traveled all the way to Hainan Island by ship, and we injured them. As long as they're not beyond saving, we must try our best to keep them alive. Even if they're disabled, it doesn't matter. Missing an arm or a leg doesn't stop them from working. We're short of people. Shinaoran suddenly understood. So that's what not enough beds meant. However, he indeed hadn't considered the treatment of prisoners. He thought for a moment and asked, "I really can't estimate this. How is the Ming army's combat effectiveness? Will they rout at first contact or fight to the death? There's a substantial difference, making it hard to estimate how many wounded we'll need to treat. According to He Ming's estimate, we'll probably capture over 12,000 prisoners in the end. There shouldn't be too many wounded. There will always be over 1,000 light and severe casualties. We mainly use firearms. Those heavily wounded probably won't survive, so mainly consider the lightly wounded. All right, I'll go back and create a specialized treatment plan for wounded prisoners. You need to discuss this with Yang He. He's organizing the POW camp, preparing to take in prisoners. Even if there aren't many wounded, the purification and health work for so many prisoners is a huge task. Everything must be prepared in advance." "Understood," Shinaoran nodded. Of course, he didn't have time to discuss things with Yang He personally. He would let He Ping, the health department's office director, handle it. "Where will the POW camp be located?" "Also over at Maineo," Ma Qianju said. "The Maineo Peninsula is now our forward base. He Ming has even moved his headquarters there." "Looks like I need to send someone to Maineo quickly," Shinaoran thought. Not just to handle the POW camp and field hospital matters, but because thousands of troops had already gathered there, and laborers and militia conscripted from the county were still streaming in. With 10,000 people eating, drinking, and defecating in such a confined space in hot weather, it was a critical moment for epidemic prevention. They needed to install several sets of water purification equipment. Otherwise, with over 10,000 troops gathered at Maineo without clean drinking water, an epidemic of enteritis or even cholera would break out immediately. Since Ma the governor said Maineo would be a base, might as well install a large fixed water purification unit directly. He also thought about the medical student training class, which was still 2 months from graduation. Could they catch this campaign? Regardless, Shinaoran decided to pull all intern medical students and nurse trainees to Maineo when the time came, adopting a policy of replacing study with combat practice. Lingao's traditional Chinese medicine practitioners had all been concentrated. A few could be selected to serve at Mainao. Nioran had been sleepy, but thinking about these matters energized him. After repeated consideration, he decided simply not to let Ping return and to hand over all matters at Mainao to him, coordinating all health work for this operation. Though Ping didn't know medicine, he was intimately familiar with the health department's situation and workflow, so coordination would be easier. Just as he was thinking about this, Zhao Yanmei came to discuss the pharmaceutical factory's production increase plan. Regarding pharmaceuticals, the health department's inventory was quite sufficient. Since the coal chemical plant went into production, crude sulfanilamide had gradually formed a stable supply. The pharmaceutical factory used crude sulfanilamide as raw material to further purify and process it into oral doses and external anti-inflammatory powder. Indigenous production of casugamycin and oxytetracycline had also taken shape, providing preliminary guarantees for the most crucial antibiotic supplies. Because of the impending war, Zhao Yanmei intended to shift a significant portion of the factory's capacity to manufacturing medical instruments and first-aid medicines. Demand for surgical first-aid supplies like cotton, gauze, tourniquets, bandages, and splints would be high. Reserves of alcohol, disinfectants, and saline also had to be increased. Although these things are easy to make, consumption is high. Without sufficient reserves, shortages will occur when the time comes, Zhao Yanmei said. We need to prepare for treating at least 3,000 person-times of casualties from both sides, plus first-aid kits for the expanded troops. That's also a large number. What's the current holding quantity in the troops? How much inventory? The army has about 10,000 first-aid kits. We have less than 1,000 in our own inventory, Zhao Yanmei said. Actually, some first-aid kits are early manufactures and don't meet current standards. They've been around a long time. It's best to recall and dispose of them. That was far too few. Nioran hadn't been a soldier, but he could do the math. This meant each soldier in the army only averaged 2 kits. Ming told me first-aid kits get used up fast. Hold off on scrapping and recalling. Wait until after the war. I'll notify the army to prioritize using new products. Keep the old ones for emergency use. All right, Zhao Yanmei nodded. My documents for adjusting capacity and applying for raw materials. Arrange production as you see fit. No need to run everything by me. Saying this, he signed the documents Zhao Yanmei had brought. She had applied for many materials controlled by the Planning Institute. Zhao Yanmei was very pleased to receive full authority from the minister. She had many ideas for the pharmaceutical factory's production, and with his support, she felt much more motivated. One more thing. This is the latest version of the medic's medical kit. She placed the medical kit she had brought onto the table. Take a look, anything need adding. If there are no issues, I'll order mass production. Nioran opened the medical kit with reinforced corners. This was a kit for medics, emphasizing portability, so it wasn't made of wood but of multi-layered aged cowhide or donkey hide. The interior was scientifically partitioned, with various items categorized. Wooden stethoscope, simple surgical instruments, disinfectants, first-aid medicines, antibiotics, and dressing materials. Almost everything was manufactured by the health department's pharmaceutical factory. No wonder Zhao Yanmei looked proud when showing it to him. Compared to 2 years ago, the first batch of medical kits for nurses had contained almost nothing besides alcohol, stethoscopes, dressing materials, and a few locally made patent Chinese medicines. Now they even had painkillers and antibiotics. With this, a medic is a miracle doctor in this timeline. Nioran sighed, half joking. Just missing syringes. If we had syringes, it would be complete. Soon. Rolling needle tips is skilled work but not high-tech. After the war, we can definitely mass-produce them. Nioran checked the medicines inside one by one and thought some medicines for common ailments should be added. Stock more effective patent Chinese medicines like huge field powder. Medics can't just think about combat. Soldiers get headaches and fevers in daily life too. As Zhao Yanmei was about to leave after discussing business, Shi Nioran stopped her. I need to borrow your husband for a few days to go on a business trip. Zhao Yanmei tensed. Is he going to the mainland? Of course not. I want him to inspect the Mainil base as the health department representative. Then just send him. We aren't newlyweds who need to be glued together every day, Zhao Yanmei said with a smile. After leaving, she immediately rode her electric scooter back to the pharmaceutical factory. A pile of work was waiting for her there. The pharmaceutical factory had trial-produced a batch of new drugs for the war, using up all the opium purchased from Macau. In the past, she had used this batch of opium to make cough syrup, painkillers, and astringents for diarrhea, which were very popular. For the war, she had refined most of the remaining opium into morphine hydrochloride injection. To facilitate use by medics without syringes, she had also made oral painkillers from opium. However, she worried about making morphine. Its addictiveness was far stronger than the coca leaves and opium preparations currently used by the health department. And these drugs would be distributed into medics' kits. Zhao Yanmei doubted whether these hastily trained medics could appreciate the terrifying nature of this drug. Having been in this timeline for a long time, she knew the lack of medicine here was shocking. Although the county town had the Runchatang medicine shop, and there were a few herbalists in the county, the vast majority of people had neither doctors nor medicine when sick, leading to a belief in witch doctors. Anything from a witch doctor was treated as a panacea for all ailments. Thus, fast-acting drugs like opium and morphine could easily be treated as universal cures and abused. Zhao Yanmei really had no confidence whether the medics could appreciate the potential danger of the drugs in their hands. The factory was bustling. To expand production, they had not only added formal workers but also transferred many women from villages and communes as temporary labor. Under newly built mat sheds, pots of cotton were being boiled with caustic soda to degrease. The smell was pungent. Female workers wearing masks constantly fished out the boiled cotton to rinse in clear water, then dry. After degreasing and drying, the cotton and rolls of gauze from the textile mill were taken to the sterilization workshop for sterilization and packaging. Some dressing materials didn't need sterilization. After washing and rinsing with soapy water in the mat sheds, they were dried directly in the yard. Bandages and triangular bandages fluttered on racks everywhere in the sunlight. Seeing her enter, the female workers stopped and stood respectfully. They hadn't been at the factory long, and were amazed that a young wife like Zhao Yanmei managed such a big medicine shop that could make so many miracle drugs. Seeing her rush in on a mechanical mule made them crane their necks as if watching a peep show. Zhao Yanmei was used to such gawking. Smelling the pungent odor in the yard, she frowned deeply. This dressing material workshop needed expansion. Open-air production was unhygienic and polluted heavily. She asked the technician in charge of production. The technician said there were no technical problems, but raw materials were intermittent. Cotton supply was particularly tight. At this rate, absorbent cotton production would halt. Didn't the Planning Institute approve a cotton quota? Zhao Yanmei was puzzled. The technician shook his head. Zhao Yanmei realized the technician only managed production and knew nothing of material allocation. She hurried back to her office. On her desk were several newly trial-produced drugs, belladonna injection for first aid, and a new ginseng injection, said to have excellent effects on tissue recovery and regeneration for the wounded, though unfortunately the pharmaceutical factory had little ginseng in reserve. The ginseng had been borrowed from Runchatang. Liu San's Chinese medicine factory had also provided several new patent medicines, all for stopping bleeding and removing stasis, especially a golden sore medicine said to be from an ancient book formula. Liu San himself didn't know if it was truly that miraculous, but had still manufactured a batch for trial on the battlefield. Zhao Yanmei didn't have time to examine them closely. She summoned her secretary to ask about material allocation. Only then did she learn that the cotton quota allocated by the Planning Institute had to be used not only for absorbent cotton but also for gauze. Gauze, triangular bandages, these were entrusted to the textile mill for production. Minister Mo said, "The textile mill needs a cotton quota to produce these orders, otherwise they don't have cotton to use either." Cotton supply is this tight, Zhao Yanmei was surprised. Although the transmigrators didn't grow cotton themselves, sporadic cotton planting on the island wasn't insignificant. Cotton was a major product exported from the Li regions, and most of the transmigrator group's cotton cloth was imported, so they didn't need much raw cotton. The textile mill mainly spun yarn to make various knitwear. Demand for cotton itself wasn't huge. Chemical disinfectants aren't quite sufficient either, the secretary reported. "All right, make a list of shortage materials affecting production for me first. I'll solve them one by one." Zhao Yanmei remembered she hadn't checked the newly set-up oxytetracycline fermentation tanks in the workshop, so she hurried off to examine the mycelium growth. While Zhao Yanmei was frantically busy, He Ping accepted the mission to inspect Mainao. Besides inspecting health conditions, he was responsible for opening a hospital there. Shi Nioran gave him the title of Health Department Plenipotentiary Representative. He Ping spread his hands. "Letting me handle this is fine, but what about doctors? I don't know medicine, let alone how to act as a doctor." End of chapter. Chapter 623, Before the Battle Part 3, Doctors will be sent over when the fighting starts. For now, I'll give you a few nurses and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to maintain basic health care. Once you arrive, the medics among the troops and laborers should also have been sent back. After He Ping left, Shi Nioran buried himself at his desk again, using unskilled techniques to draw diagrams on a board. His idea was to create several standard procedures for the medical staff currently in training. He knew the indigenous medical staff had poor quality, low education, and low aptitude, so he wanted to use illustrated manuals to simplify the difficulty of education. "Damn, this thing looks truly magnificent." Meiwan watched the locally produced steam engineering machinery approaching slowly from the distance, puffing black smoke and steam. Rather than driving, it was more like crawling. The speed was so slow that movement was almost imperceptible. Even the ox carts streaming endlessly on the highway overtook them one by one. "New equipment, huh? Looks like it performs much better than the Meteor I locomotive." The support team led by Shan Daoqian, despite using ox carts, had arrived unexpectedly far ahead of the engineering machinery. Road repair had been fully entrusted to Shan Daoqian, who had been recalled from Sanya. Shan Daoqian had completed the construction of the simple railway in Sanya. He had delegated the road construction in Sanya to Jai Runjai. The design plans were all done, and the road construction team had experience. Jai Runjai only needed to supervise progress. Renovating the post road this time was almost an entirely new attempt for Shan Daoqian. He used no modern construction machinery, relying entirely on local industrial support in Lingao. The machinery department had manufactured several bulldozers and road rollers using switch steam engines. Steam road rollers and bulldozers using the locomobile principle, belching steam and black smoke, crawled slowly up the highway from the 100 fathoms industrial zone at less than 3 kilometers per hour, followed by a crowd of workers and technicians, plus several ox carts filled with spare parts and repair equipment. Although these steel monsters performed poorly, leaked steam and smoke everywhere, and made creaking noises, the sight of these steel beasts twisting their bodies and shambling forward shocked the roadside commoners far more than modern agricultural vehicles and jeeps. But for Shan Daoqian, the reliability of these devices was poor indeed. The 3 steam-powered road rollers and bulldozers stopped and started, requiring frequent repairs and adjustments. It took nearly a full 24 hours to reach the construction section, but once they arrived at the section, the power of machinery was revealed. Although steam equipment was inconvenient to use and broke down constantly, efficiency was still a cut above manpower and animal power. Stone rollers pulled by oxen couldn't compare to steam road rollers. As for bulldozers, although they operated for less than 6 hours a day, the earthwork they accomplished was enough for 100 people working all day. Shan Diakian started from Meiniao to renovate the post road to Chiang Mai. The first batch of army troops and militia mobilized served as laborers, repairing the road while advancing toward Chiang Mai. As for Mei Wan himself, he presided over the construction of the Meiniao base. Meiniao, as an important salt production base for the Lingao regime and located at the junction of Lingao and Chiang Mai, had originally been planned by the Planning Institute to host a local administrative organ, Meiniao Commune, filled with some new immigrants as the eastern support point of the small cross-road plan. In the preparations for this anti-encirclement operation, the Meiniao Peninsula was put on the agenda as a target requiring key defense. Fortification work began immediately. According to Mei Wan's original plan, Meiniao fortification only meant building a European-style bastion fort, garrisoning a company inside, equipped with 12 cannons to control the port and salt works, ensuring the enemy couldn't conduct roving sabotage locally. But in the formally implemented plan, Meiniao became a fortress city. Not only was it preparing to station a considerable scale of troops long-term as an army base, but it would also store large amounts of military supplies and possess certain weapons repair and maintenance capabilities. The General Staff was preparing to make Meiniao Fort the Army's main military base henceforth, where the future Army main force would be garrisoned. For this, large training grounds and shooting ranges were planned nearby. According to He Ming's revised operational plan, all Army forces participating in the anti-encirclement operation, 4 infantry battalions, 1 artillery battalion, and 1 engineering company, would successively concentrate at Meiniao for training and reorganization, forming a field army. They would wait for the Ming army to complete assembly in Qiongshan before setting out for battle. Although Meiniao Fort was still under intense construction, He Ming, his staff, and most officers had already arrived at Meiniao, setting up the field army headquarters in the original blockhouse. He Ming's move to Meiniao also served to avoid the overly dense concentration of transmigrators in 100 Fathoms and Bapu. Although he had already informed the Senate that he would not receive any transmigrators on non-official business, they could still find various reasons to come to the headquarters. Each one was very enthusiastic about offering advice for the future battle. Since the Senate was no longer discussing this issue, talking directly to military officers had become a more convenient method. Some discussed strategy, some discussed tactical application, and others offered their own new weapon proposals. He Ming was annoyed by such visitors, so he simply moved the headquarters staff to Meiniao early. Because of Saltworks Village's special importance, a wired telegraph system had been opened next to the blockhouse long ago. After He Ming arrived with the headquarters, the wired telegraph station was immediately expanded. Not only were telegraph operators added, but equipment was also augmented to serve the military effectively. Li Yunxing had specially sent a telecom engineer, Hu Mui, to hold the fort at the 100 Fathoms Telecom Bureau responsible for equipment maintenance. He also brought a radio as backup. Hu Mui took his equipment and hitched a ride on a slow ox cart departing from 100 Fathoms. Also on the cart were He Ping from the health department, Wu Zhiming from the Lingao church, Yang He the head of the quarantine camp, and others. These people had different specific tasks, but the general purpose was the same, to prepare for the expected prisoners. The group chatted along the way. Departing at dawn, they only reached Meiniao around noon. From a distance, they could hear the sound of military drums and flutes, with white cooking smoke and black industrial smoke curling up. Gunfire and cannon blasts could be heard occasionally. On the flat training ground, squads of infantry were drilling in formation to the accompaniment of drumbeats and flutes. Non-commissioned officers shouted commands with elongated voices. Sometimes bursts of uniform shouting drifted over. Kill! 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 And shouts of fire. Around the unfinished earthworks of Maynale Fort, patches of grayish-white tents dotted every leeward, sunny hillside and hollow. Rows of cannons and vehicles were parked neatly in open spaces. Cooking smoke curled from field kitchens. Soldiers in gray uniforms shouldering rifles marched past occasionally. On the post road leading to Chiang Mai, crowds of laborers, soldiers, and engineering machinery were busy. Steam road rollers puffed out bursts of black smoke from time to time. In the distance, people could be seen erecting a bridge over the river's surface. A few more kilometers past here is Hesh. Past Hesh is Chiang Mai County territory. Wu Zhiming, due to his missionary work, knew more about Lingao's geography. Now that our road is being built through, the Chiang Mai magistrate's days must be hard, probably like an ant on a hot pan. He could play deaf and dumb like Magistrate Wu and be a CPPCC member or something later. Knowing to play deaf and dumb means he's smart, just afraid he won't know life from death. Then we'll have to send him to the west. So many carts, He Ping suddenly exclaimed. Ox carts transporting grain, baggage, ammunition, and construction materials moved slowly one after another, stretching into a long line on the highway with no end in sight. It looked truly magnificent. They usually understood the power of industrial society in the abstract, but seeing the immense energy displayed by the industrial society they had created with their own eyes, everyone felt extremely stirred. The periphery of the Maynale city construction site was completely under martial law. Barbed wire, abattis, watchtowers, and trenches were everywhere. Their ox cart was intercepted by sentries as soon as it reached the turning intersection, checking everyone's IDs and order documents. He Ping saw that besides fixed sentries, small roving patrols were everywhere. Seeing such strict precautions, He Ping felt it really had a pre-war atmosphere. They reached the headquarters easily. He Ming wasn't there. Duty Staff Officer Dongmen Chuyu arranged things for them according to their purposes. As for opening a field hospital, Dongmen naturally welcomed it very much. Currently there are no prisoners for you to treat, but with frequent drills lately there are some injuries. Also epidemic prevention. Several thousand people have gathered in this small area successively. Although every company has a medic, we'll feel reassured having someone from your health department here to oversee things. I'll check the camp first. Especially latrines and drinking water. If those are good, there won't be large-scale epidemics. Sure, take a look first. The health department gave us a centralized water purification station. Now it's mandated that all troops must fetch water from the station. Dongmen Chuyu took everyone to a camp area where several rows of prefabs had already been set up, with signs hanging at the doors. These were office and accommodation spaces for representatives of various departments sent to Maynale to coordinate work for this operation. He Ping's health department office was ready. Inside was only a wooden plank bed and a folding table. Without a chair, he sat on the bed to work. Dongmen Chuyu said, "Conditions are crude. Everyone just bear with it for now. The Maynale Hospital just started construction. Move there when it's built." "It's fine. I'll look around at the epidemic prevention situation first." "Zai Shu," Dongmen Chuyu called out. "Here." A young officer immediately stepped out from behind them, standing at attention and saluting. He Ping looked him over. This person was probably in his early 20s, dark-skinned with regular features, hair cut very short like all soldiers. He wore an army uniform with Army second lieutenant rank insignia, but red staff officer bars were sewn on his sleeves. This was likely an indigenous probationary staff officer. Zai Shu is a probationary staff officer in charge of logistics. He'll accompany you. Then he ordered, "Take the special commissioner comrade to inspect the health support situation." "Understood." Zai Shu asked with a voice full of vigor, "Chief, where would you like to inspect first?" "Start with the water supply station." He looked at the water purification station first. He recognized the medic in charge. He had graduated not long ago from the health department's medic training class a few months prior. His name was Niu Yushin, and he had fled to Lingao from the mainland 3 months ago. 15 or 16 years old, very fair-skinned, and spoke softly. When assigning roles, staff felt he was too delicate, so he was assigned to the health sector as a medic. Medics wore white armbands on their uniform sleeves, printed with the health department symbol, a blue snake winding around a wooden staff. Ping asked about the station's status. He learned this mobile water purification equipment used by the Army was recently shipped. It used fine sand and activated charcoal to filter water, then disinfected with bleaching powder. Drinking water also underwent a boiling procedure. The entire water supply station could be disassembled and pulled by livestock. Very convenient to use. Ping checked the equipment condition and whether activated charcoal and sand were installed and replaced correctly. He checked the bleaching powder dosing records. After viewing, he concluded the station itself had no problems, but water supply volume was insufficient, especially when he discovered this station had no pumping equipment and relied entirely on manpower to carry water. Ping shook his head. Such supply volume could barely guarantee the field army's daily training use. Supplying during marches would be difficult. This set is battalion-level field water supply equipment, Zai Shu said. It's not quite enough to supply so many troops. Ping knew this was likely a sample from the machinery department used for experiments. He secretly considered this reckless, given Maineo's current garrison and population scale. Establishing a waterworks would be appropriate. Let's go look at the camps. The field army's units were garrisoned separately by battalion and company. Deer abattis surrounded every garrison area. Small blockhouses were stacked with stones at the front and rear camp gates, with firing ports. Each blockhouse could hold up to 3 people for sentry duty and shooting. In a surprise attack, they could resist for a while, buying time for troops to assemble. Rows of military tents were pitched neatly in the camp. An open space in front of the main gate had been leveled for assembly and roll call. Roads in the camp were orderly and swept very clean. Various vehicles and equipment were all categorized and stored. Each camp had latrines set up according to soldier numbers, with disinfectants prepared. The soldiers had gone out for drill, leaving only a few cooking staff and logistics personnel guarding the camp. Seeing a chief coming to inspect, everyone stood up together, standing neatly side by side in silence to salute them. Even a layman like Ping could see this military camp had strict discipline and well-trained soldiers. He couldn't help praising, "These troops are really well-trained." "It's all due to the chief's effective training," Zai Shu said. To Ping, this sounded a bit like flattery. He couldn't help glancing at this young officer, seeing his face frank and extremely sincere, seemingly not fawning at all. "Oh, this Australian method of governing the army hasn't really fought a war with real swords and guns yet. How do you feel it compares to the Great Ming's border troops?" Zai Shu said seriously. "Just the 4 words orders strictly enforced make it far superior to any army of the Great Ming." Discipline was indeed one of the biggest differences between modern and ancient armies. That this young officer didn't talk about the transmigrators' huge firearms advantage, the thing that shocked indigenous people most, but discussed discipline first made Ping look at him with new appreciation. He became interested. "I heard the discipline of government troops is bad. No, by orders strictly enforced. I don't mean whether discipline toward commoners is good or bad, but that the chiefs can drill troops to advance and retreat freely like controlling one's own limbs." Ping nodded, feeling his insight was really not bad. He couldn't help being interested in him. "Where are you from?" "I'm from Tanchuan, Shanxi." "You're from a border army background, right?" Hearing he was from Shanxi, Ping thought northerners were pitifully scarce here, mostly deserters from government troops. "No," Zai Shu smiled. "My family were originally small grain merchants. My father was a scholar. In the Tianqi years, rogue bandits plagued our hometown and we couldn't stay. Bandits and government troops took turns ravaging us. The whole family had to flee to the Central Plains. My father said the Central Plains was a battleground and we couldn't stay, so we ran south, running all the way to Guangdong." "How did you end up in Lingao?" "The family did some small coastal trading to scrape by. Government extortion aside, in the end, our boat was robbed by sea lords. My father got angry and said, "Everywhere getting bullied by thieves and officials, might as well become thieves ourselves." Zai Shu suddenly realized he was implicitly calling the chiefs thieves too and quickly stopped talking. He Ping laughed. "We are indeed thieves, we are hair thieves. The chief's conduct, never mind sea lords and local bandits, even the great Ming isn't 1/10 as good," Zai Shu said. I considered myself well-read in military matters at home. I read many books like Wujing Zongyao, Wu Beizhai, and Jixio Zinshu. I admired Qi Jiguang most. I pondered how to train a strong army myself. Only after joining the Fubo army did I realize my thoughts. He didn't continue, just shook his head. He Ping found this fresh. Most indigenous officers, soldiers, administrative staff, and students he met were refugees, either bitter with deep hatred or desperate. Their gratitude and worship of transmigrators came from the bottom of their hearts. But Zai Shu's worship had no flavor of gratitude, nor the bitterness of hatred. When he spoke of his family affairs, there was even a bit of mocking irony. Moreover, this young man's speech and attitude were completely different from indigenous people. If not for his strange Mandarin, He Ping would almost have thought he was a transmigrator he didn't know. "Aren't you afraid of being exterminated by the government army for following us thieves?" He Ping asked intentionally. "The government couldn't even exterminate the rogue bandits in my hometown," Zai Shu laughed. "Fighting the eastern barbarians, they lose more than they win. Defeating the Fubo army is even more delusional." "There's a dressing station below that slope over there," Zai Shu said. "Does the chief want to see it?" "Of course," He Ping asked. "A dressing station is already set up." End of chapter. Chapter 624, Drill. A siege drill will be conducted shortly. A few people always get injured during drills. Chief Dongman instructed that medics should also enter the field and participate. "There's a drill. I want to watch. Please follow me." Zai Shu led He Ping to the hillock where the dressing station was located and fetched him a pair of binoculars. It was merely a small mound, but quite a few officers were already standing on it. He Ping spotted He Ming there too, observing something through binoculars. Standing behind him was a group of army officers. He Ping saw Wei Awen, Ying Yu, Zhang Balin, and others, wearing gray uniforms and puttees, binoculars hanging on their chests and leather map cases slung over shoulders. Some held map boards and pencils. Several staff personnel were spreading maps on folding tables, busily working. Behind them stood a dozen orderly soldiers and guards, carrying short Minié rifles or Lingao version revolvers. They stood holding their breath, awaiting orders. Incongruous in this typical 19th century war scene was a radio set, where several female operators were calling out codes. Seeing He Ping approach, He Ming nodded slightly to him without speaking. He Ping silently took an unobtrusive spot and looked in the direction they were watching. About 2 or 3 kilometers from the hillock stood a temporarily built earthen-walled city. This earthen city was extremely small. The distance between the two opposing gates was only about 150 meters. Though small, it had everything: crossroads inside, shops and houses on both sides of the streets, and a drum tower in the center of the crossroads. It had all the defensive measures common to Ming city walls. A moat surrounded the outside. Beyond the moat, abattis were deployed. The defenses looked quite tight. This was built by the 3rd Battalion in cooperation with the engineer company over 3 days, Zai Shu said. The outside of the walls isn't clad in brick or tile, and the main gate is improvised from tree branches. More than a kilometer away from the earthen city, through the thin mist, He Ping could see troops already arrayed. The scale looked about the size of an infantry battalion. 12 cannons were lined up behind gun emplacements, with artillerymen rushing back and forth. He knew a siege drill was about to unfold. Looking through binoculars, he could vaguely see figures moving on the city wall, probably soldiers playing the defenders. A flag fluttered on the drum tower in the city center, but he couldn't make out what was written on it. Suddenly, a green signal flare flew into the sky. 5 minutes later, 3 red signal flares rose. The 12 cannons deployed at the front fired one by one. White dense smoke sprayed from the muzzles. It was the first time Ping had seen such concentrated artillery fire. The trajectories of 12-pounder cannon and 24-pounder howitzer shells drew white smoke trails in the air. Round shots smashed onto the earthen city. Dirt and tree trunks flew through the air. The power of the 12-pounder solid shot dumbfounded Ping. Some shells knocked battlements and parapets flying. A dummy cannon used as a target was hit by a shell, broken in two, and sent flying. 24-pounder grenades swept the human-shaped targets serving as defenders on the wall. Black smoke filled the top of the wall, and fragments flew wildly. A watchtower on the wall took concentrated fire from 12-pounder cannons and quickly collapsed. A red signal flare rose into the sky. Amidst rapid drumbeats, the attacking troops began charging in company column formation. Ahead of the columns were grenadiers deployed in skirmish lines. Soldiers ran forward to charge. Many carried bundles of fascines, and some carried lightweight scaling ladders. The artillery began extending fire, suppressing enemy reinforcements heading toward the city gate. Howitzer shells flew over the wall, landing on streets and houses near the gate inside the city. Debris and timber flew. At this moment, war drums thundered, shaking heaven and earth. Soldiers loudly roared, "Kill!" The charging soldiers had fixed bayonets, gleaming white. Cannon fire also sounded continuously from the wall, with smoke rolling. Grenadiers rushed to the foot of the wall, firing at the top to suppress enemy fire. Infantrymen quickly chopped open abattis with axes or pulled them away with hooked poles, opening gaps for advance. While they destroyed abattis to clear gaps, others shouted and fired fiercely and continuously at the wall top. Above and below the wall, killing shouts were deafening, gunfire thundered, and smoke shrouded everything. A gust of wind blew, dispersing the smoke slightly. In the blink of an eye, 3 company columns had opened gaps. Bundles of fascines were thrown into the moat, and scaling ladders were quickly erected. Grenadiers originally responsible for suppression fire began climbing the wall while constantly throwing hand grenades onto the top. In a flash, grenadiers had cleared the enemy from the wall top. Some riflemen continued climbing to expand the breach, while others began attacking the gate tower, preparing to open the gate. The defending enemy relied on the gate tower's height advantage to fire weapons in fierce resistance. Grenadiers fired and threw grenades, advancing quickly to the foot of the gate tower and clearing the defenders. Moments later, the city gate opened wide and the drawbridge was lowered. All infantry providing suppression fire outside rushed in. A government army flag fluttering on the drum tower was pulled down. 3 red signal flares rose into the sky, announcing the end of the assault operation. Incredible! Ping couldn't help sighing. He checked his watch. From the first shot to the end of combat, the whole process took only 34 minutes. Not only was the firepower intense, but the coordination of soldiers' offensive movements was extremely smooth, worthy of well-trained troops. Officers around Ming were commenting, "We should have concentrated artillery fire on the gate tower at the start. Then the enemy couldn't rely on it to suppress the gate-seizing troops." Grenadiers still had too few hand grenades. Some ran out once they attacked the gate tower. Artillery should accompany infantry. Our lightweight 12-pounder mountain howitzers can absolutely advance with assault columns. If the enemy gathers a large reserve near the gate, once we open it, their countercharge could very well push the siege troops out. With howitzer suppression fire, the enemy can't mass troops behind the wall. If we had cavalry, we could wait out of enemy range until the gate opens, then charge. No need to brave artillery fire to gather near the gate. Ming offered no opinion. Only after everyone's comments paused did he say, "3rd Battalion fought well. Coordination between units was smooth." He asked, "Who commanded the grenadiers?" "Platoon leader Huang and 1st Platoon, Grenadier Company, 3rd Battalion." "To command the whole battalion's grenadiers like this for the first time is very good," he said. His decision-making when the gate assault was blocked was very decisive. "This Huang An seems to be from the Ming army, right?" Yes, Wei Awen hurriedly said. He was a battalion soldier from Shandong and a clansman of Huangsheng. They are cousins within 5 degrees of kinship. Huangsheng. Ming quickly recalled this person. He was among the earliest army personnel and of Ming officer background, so Ming had some impression. This man is very valiant. Seems he was in the first batch promoted to second lieutenant. Where is he now? Leading the mine guard platoon at Jiazi coal mine. Ming nodded. He thought of the security issues of several dispatched outposts besides Lingao. Jiazi coal mine's safety wouldn't be a problem for a while. There was a mine guard platoon and hundreds of militarily trained miners, and the place was remote. As for the Lizhu sugar factory, although its combat power was weaker, it still had several hundred workers. Lizhu was far from the emperor and government control wasn't strong. The sugar factory's strength was sufficient for self-defense. If there were any mishaps, Zhuan was opposite Lingao. Rescue was very convenient. Even without the army, navy reinforcement alone would suffice. However, just issuing instructions for them to pay attention to defense wasn't enough. Someone would definitely nitpick during the post-war review meeting. At the very least, a label of disregarding Senate safety would definitely be slapped on him. The crowd didn't know he was thinking about this. They assumed he wanted to see Huang An. Unexpectedly, he only said, "Does anyone else have views on this drill?" Panda said. "Artillery power is very strong. My assault engineers were useless." In the operational plan, if seizing the gate didn't go smoothly, Panda's engineers would deliver explosives to blow it open. This city is small scale. If we fight a big city, your assault engineers will be useful, Ming said. After all, it's acting. It can only partially test combat effectiveness. Against a big city, our modest firepower isn't enough. Lin Shen said. If attacking a heavily fortified big city with determined enemy resistance, then proceed according to formal siege warfare. Dig zigzag trenches to approach, then bring siege guns close for direct fire at the gate, breaking right in. Armstrong rifled guns aren't large-caliber smoothbores. No need for zigzag trench approach fire. Even if accuracy is lower at distance, firing from a kilometer away is sufficient, Ying Yu said. Using zigzag trenches to approach the enemy city for infantry assault is still a very good tactic, covered by mortars. City walls were a major siege subject for the Fubo army. The Ming Dynasty was an era that emphasized fortification. Even county town walls were built very solidly. Never mind 19th century artillery. Even in the 20th century war of resistance and civil war, modern high-explosive shells were often helpless against many county walls. Sometimes artillery would riddle a wall with holes, but rarely collapse a whole section. If we can launch rockets on a large scale, we can further disrupt enemy troop movements inside the city and lower enemy morale. It just does too much damage to civilian buildings and people inside. Ping wasn't interested in listening further. He saw another team heading toward the earthen city with wheelbarrows, tools, and building materials. Zai Shu told him they were going to repair the city. After this earthen city was repaired, it would continue to be used as a training facility. Take me to see the dressing station. Yes, Chief. Zai Shu led him down the slope. What were you writing during the drill? Ping had seen him fully absorbed in watching the drill, writing something in a notebook. Zai Shu said, I was recording the drill process and some of my own observations. Really? You're devoted to tactics and the art of war. Ping said, why be a logistics staff officer? Why not an operations or training staff officer? Because your war is fighting logistics. The Fubo army system, never mind government troops being far inferior, even purely military books through the ages haven't written about it, he said. Everyone knows fodder and provisions precede troop movement, but that's just a general saying. The Fubo army is different. Everything is calculated to the utmost. That is modern warfare. What did you say, Chief? Nothing, Ping said. Being a logistics staff officer is very trivial. You don't mind the tedium. I don't mind. Although being this provisions officer is indeed trivial, everything is orderly and has regulations. especially methodical, Zai Shu said. I heard government troops also have set rules and various thresholds for handling pay, uniforms, and weapons, but the clerks handling them treat it as secret family knowledge hidden from others. Military books don't record it in detail either. He Ping found it increasingly curious. When discussing these things, this person's eyes shone, rather like a modern military enthusiast, thinking, is this person reliable? How did the army recruit such a character? How did you think of becoming a soldier? You look quite respectable, and the great Ming always values literature over martial arts. Zai Shu was slightly embarrassed. He nodded. My family actually had some silver when we came to Lingao. My father did quite well here. I joined the army after seeing the Fubo army's drill. I felt that besides firearms, the Australians' art of war was equally endlessly profound. Thinking I'd read countless Chinese military books but knew nothing of Australian art of war, I joined up when I encountered recruitment. Just like that, He Ping found it incredible. Just like that. Zai Shu nodded solemnly. What does your father do in Lingao? Zai Shu gave him a strange look. He works as a doctor under the health department. He Ping suddenly remembered that the health department had indeed recruited quite a few Chinese medicine practitioners from immigrants and local indigenous people, about 20 people of varying quality. There was indeed one surnamed Zai among them. You're Zai Yao's son. That is my father, He Ping laughed. Zai Yao was a very interesting person. His family had indeed actively defected to Lingao, settling in Jialai commune. He wasn't actually a doctor, just someone who had read many medical books and liked treating people. His medical skills weren't actually high. When the health department scoured for doctors among immigrants, he had insisted on enlisting, saying Australian medical arts were profound and he wanted a glimpse. Not only did he insist on being a doctor, he insisted on learning surgery. This father and son were quite alike. Both had strong thirst for knowledge and practiced what they preached. He pinged toward the dressing station. A dozen wounded had been sent here, all injured in the drill just now. Most injuries weren't serious. The most severe case was someone hit by wood sent flying by a cannonball because he didn't dodge in time, appearing to have a broken bone. A bone-setting doctor was treating him. Others mostly had contusions or burns. Medics applied medicine and bandaged them up, which was sufficient. He Ping inspected the dressing station, including instruments and equipment. Medicines and instruments were well prepared. This was a battalion-level station, mainly responsible for collection and initial treatment. Besides 2 or 3 Chinese medicine doctors, there were medics. He Ping checked the casualty registry, seeing every wounded soldier's service number, name, and unit registered clearly. Each person also had their own medical record. Management was very standardized. He nodded in approval. He Ping checked other hygiene and epidemic prevention measures, pointing out many deficiencies, which Zai Shu recorded one by one. By the time inspection finished, it was evening. Dongman Qiuyu sent an orderly to invite him to dinner. He Ping went gladly. On the way, he met Wu Shimeng and Yang He. The 3 went to the officer canteen together. He Ping had already visited the officer canteen once during his afternoon hygiene inspection. It was a shed built of bamboo poles and reed mats, for use by officers of second lieutenant rank and above. Actually, unit officers ate in their own companies. Only headquarters and direct unit officers dined here. It was quite empty inside. According to general office policy, He Ping and the others had collected meal tickets before leaving. This was one of Yi Fan's specific measures for integrity building, completely cutting out official entertainment expenses. Personnel on business trips collected daily meal tickets before departure. With tickets, they could collect a standard meal at any unit, or eat assigned meals at village offices along the route, with the hosting unit settling accounts with the Ministry of Finance afterward, facilitating audits at any time. Amazing, there's actually spam today. Dongman Qiuyu, back from getting food, raised his eyebrows. This stuff is becoming rarer and rarer. On the tray was bitter melon stir-fried with spam. The spam was cut into domino sizes. Though small, the quantity in the dish wasn't small. At least 1/3 was spam. Of course, it'll expire if not eaten. Ping thought of the last inspection of old timeline food in the Planning Institute's direct storage. There were still many untouched cans nearing their expiration dates. They had been reserved for the most critical moments. This time they were probably all being brought out. Meals in the officer canteen were simple but nutritious. Facing a major war, even kvass containing trace alcohol wasn't supplied. Everyone drank tea instead of wine. Once the POW camp is built, our church wants to set up a small chapel to guide these lost lambs, Wu Zhiming said, taking large bites of bitter melon and spam. The army won't like you training future soldiers into believers. Future soldiers? Wu Zhiming shook his head. How can this kind of Ming professional soldier serve as a soldier? They're all soldieroos and old sweats. The army has no interest in absorbing them in large numbers. At minimum, they must serve as laborers for a few years to transform their temperament and habits. At most, the army just won't recruit believers. I think 9 out of 10 will be sent to Sanya or Vietnam. Sending them to Taiwan for development would be good too. I think Southeast Asia is better. Make a colony, mine, grow rubber or something. Since we want to go south, these soldier ruffians may not have great skills, but their ability to plague commoners is first-rate. Let them go for military colonization in Southeast Asia. End of chapter. Chapter 625. The Guard Battalions, the POW camp is ready. I even crash-trained a batch of women to shave heads, Yang he said enthusiastically. He had spent the whole afternoon discussing the POW camp's site selection and construction with Mei Wan. The start date for construction was settled, but the large amount of supporting facilities for the camp required cooperation from other departments. Speaking of the imminent capture of large numbers of government troops, everyone felt invigorated. Only Dongmen Qiuyu smiled without speaking. He had attended several military meetings. Capturing as many prisoners as possible wasn't as simple as it sounded. Several wargames suggested a high probability of a rout. Once 20,000 government troops scattered, rounding them up into POW camps would be troublesome. The Fubo army lacked cavalry, the most potent arm in pursuit warfare. Destroying Tang Yunwen's navy and occupying Beishui water fort would certainly cut off the government army's retreat to the mainland, but Hainan Island was large, with plenty of room for maneuver. The government army could retreat to Wenchang and other places. Scattered soldiers could easily turn into small bands of bandits, causing great harm to the locality. The meeting had decided, after routing the enemy in land battle, they should let the Ming remnants retreat as intact as possible into Haikou Coastal Defense Battalion City or Qiongshan County City, then catch them like turtles in a jar. His repeated drills of troop siege techniques these days were born of this consideration. After a week of training, coordination between infantry, artillery, and engineers was quite proficient. This earthen city was actually built scaled down from the Haikou Coastal Defense Battalion City, but wall height, thickness, and defensive facilities were basically one, with no shrinkage. After dinner, Dongmen Qiuyu returned to headquarters. A field army battalion-level officer meeting would continue in the evening. Ming convened this meeting under pressure from the executive committee. Planning Institute President Wu De had expressed worry in several coordination meetings. The army was mobilized now, but the economic situation couldn't support such wartime operations long-term. Additionally, Cheng Dong, Ma Qianju, and others had asked what the specific combat plan was. Ming knew they all hoped combat would start soon. Some hoped to expand rule to all of Hainan quickly. Others worried the transmigrator group's economy couldn't bear such consumption. He knew everyone had their reasons, all valid when brought to the table, and the Senate's general sentiment was hoping to destroy the enemy quickly. Although neither Senate nor Executive Committee had legal right to interfere with the Minister of War's strategic and tactical decisions, the 90-day deadline weighed heavily on Ming. If he couldn't achieve decisive victory within 3 months, he would have a hard time passing the Senate meeting discussing the Minister of War's reappointment. Zhiming knew a quick victory was the only good choice now. But intelligence from Special Reconnaissance Team members sent to operate near Haikou Coastal Defense Battalion, and from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, indicated that not a single great Ming soldier had landed on Hainan Island yet. Only a few thousand troops were gathering in Guangzhou. As for whether they planned to assemble fully before crossing or arrive in batches, the intelligence didn't say. The great Ming army hadn't moved yet, which Zhiming, accustomed to being a modern soldier, found hard to understand. For a landing operation like Hainan Island, the first priority was seizing the initiative, securing a bridgehead on the island so follow-up troops and supplies could be sent continuously. He and his staff had conducted many map exercises. Every hypothetical Ming operation started with small units reinforcing Haikou Coastal Defense Battalion. Staff officers believed, based on intelligence regarding Ming maritime projection capability and troop mobilization speed, the Ming army would inevitably adopt a small batch, multiple-trip method to ferry troops, and the best port available in northern Hainan was Haikou's Shenyang harbor. But to date, reconnaissance teams hadn't found any signs of reinforcement at Beishui Water Fort or Haikou Coastal Defense Battalion City. This surprised him and threatened to foil his plans. To start fighting quickly, he had to change his originally cautious plan and decided to adopt measures to provoke the Guangdong authorities, forcing the enemy to move troops onto Hainan Island sooner. Zhiming came from a junior officer background and didn't have many hidden calculations. Since he wanted everyone's ideas, there was no need to conceal anything. He simply stated the situation facing the field army. The executive committee has difficulties. Our foundation is thin. Supporting over 10,000 Army and Navy personnel plus over 2,000 laborers and militia, we must win quickly. Let's pool our wisdom. How can we pressure the enemy to land early? Officers agreed with his operational plan to pressure the enemy into invading early. Some suggested besieging Chiang Mai. Some suggested sending light troops to feint attack Haikou Coastal Defense Battalion City. Others proposed the Navy sortie to bombard Guangzhou's gateway, Human and Shajiao. I'll take the 4th Battalion to besiege Chiang Mai, 4th Battalion Commander Yu Leiahu said. Newly promoted to battalion commander, he was eager to prove himself. Guaranteed to take the city in one day. Dongmen Chuyu finally spoke. These methods are all good, but taking Chiang Mai County City too early would make too much noise. Currently, opinions on war and peace differ in the Senate and Executive Committee. We shouldn't take the county seat too early, should leave some leeway for Wang Zund. Besides, intelligence says the government thinks we're poor at land warfare. If we take Chiang Mai County City immediately, showing we're not only good at land warfare but can take cities, the enemy won't come to battle us so confidently. Another officer said, we need to besiege Chiang Mai to make the Hainan situation look urgent, but also make the government army underestimate us. Best if they think we're easy pickings. Everyone's opinions are excellent, Zhiming said. Let's work on multiple prongs. Then he ordered Yu Leiahu to lead part of his troops to besiege Chiang Mai. Take 1 infantry company from the 4th Battalion and mobilize another 200 militia to go with you. Bring plenty of gongs and drums. Feint attack under Chiang Mai's walls. Make the act convincing so the magistrate in Chiang Mai rushes to send distress calls. Yes, Yu Leiahu stood up and saluted. Mission guaranteed. He continued, can you allocate me 1 or 2 cannons? We bandits are known for sharp firearms. It won't look right without big guns. Take 2 12-pounder mountain howitzers, Ying Yu said. Light and convenient for you to carry. And firing solid shot at city walls has mediocre effect. Good, I'll set out tomorrow morning. Assign me a few good gunners. I'll smash Chiang Mai's gate tower. No, I can give you more guns, but take student soldiers from the training unit as gunners. Bring more ammo, let the students practice. Ying Yu knew Ming wanted the Ming army to underestimate their combat capability, so he nodded. Do it that way. Go with great fanfare along the way. Requisition grain from villages along the route. If any refuse, break them first. Ming gave instructions. The 3 disciplines and 8 points of attention are basic principles. Watch your militia, but if anyone wants to oppose us, smash them to bits. Kill a few more landlord tyrants and clan heads, then let a few escape. Understood? Yuleahu's dark face flushed with excitement. Little Yi. Here. Yimenjian stood up. After Ming became Minister of War and formed the field army, Bai Wei had transferred Yimenjian's detachment directly to his command. Take your detachment and infiltrate Haikou Coastal Defense Battalion. Conduct harassment operations, Ming said. Kill a few people with fanfare, then capture a few officers as prisoners. Understood. Yimenjian was very excited. He had executed reconnaissance actions forward to Qiongshan several times. Being able to go all out this time greatly increased his enthusiasm. Little Wei, Ming then called Wei Awen's name. Here. The Senate and Executive Committee are preparing to take over various Waisuo garrisons in the county. I'm handing this to you, Ming said. Waisuo combat power isn't worth mentioning. It's mainly a political battle. Key is winning hearts. You take charge. I'll give you a company. Get it done quickly. Understood. Return to 100 Fathoms first. Meet Wu Du and Ma Qianju. Hear their handling opinions, Ming said. Also, let a few ringleaders go so they rush to Qiongshan to raise the alarm. Wei Awen naturally understood the intent. He said happily, Understood, definitely done within a week. The Waisuo troops have 2 encampments on the edge of the Li region with several hundred men. Relatively combat-capable forces, Ming said. After taking over these 2 camps, don't disband them temporarily. Just arrest unpopular officers. Make the county supply pay and grain as usual. Ming worried that canceling these 2 camps would allow Li people to launch riots, so he required keeping them temporarily. I understand, Wei Awen said with regret. Actually, we could recruit Li and Miao soldiers. Talk about that later. Handle this Waisuo mess first. Early next morning, Wei Awen led an infantry company back to 100 Fathoms. The company commander was Lin Fu, originally a villager of Saltworks Village, one of the first indigenous personnel to join the army. He was the first indigenous company commander in the army. Just as Wei Awen marched out of camp, he saw Yuleahu carrying a border army great saber. Ever since seeing Wen Daci's private collection, Yuleahu had wanted such a dominating weapon. For this expedition, he had pleaded and cajoled until he borrowed the sword from Wen Daci. Now he walked triumphantly beside the column leading the troops to besiege Chiang Mai. Over 300 militia with machetes at their waists and spears in hand, some pushing wheelbarrows, others carrying bows and old-style firelocks. 3 mountain howitzers were interspersed in the column, each dragged by 7 or 8 young men. If not for the orderly infantry company, they looked exactly like a band of bandits. Little Wei, Yuleahu saw him and shouldered the great saber. Going for land reform again. This time representing hired hands and beggars. Are you taking this bunch to handle bandits? Wei Awen retorted. Can you use that knife? Don't just carry it all the way to Chiang Mai. Going to Chiang Mai to watch Daddy chop a few heads, blooding this knife, Yuleahu said. Otherwise it's useless as a decoration at Old Wen's place. Wei Awen led the team back to 100 Fathoms. Wu Du had already prepared everything. The Planning Institute's raid team was assembled, mobilizing militia with carts to transport supplies. Lingao's Waisuo was formerly called the Rear Battalion under the attached guard of 5,000 households. It had 2 garrison locations, one near Nanbao, a formal battalion city, the other not far from Gaoshan Ridge. Both were fortified stockade structures. Though old due to the long-term threat of Li disturbances, both garrisons had undergone some repair, were well-armed, and even had firearms. Defense status was better than inland Waisuo's. The Transmigrator group had long grasped the Waisuo situation. The battalion city had over 100 military households, over 500 men, women, and children. The other location had only 30 or 40 households. Taking over the garrisons and main camp met no resistance. Military households had few able-bodied men, lacked training, lived in poverty, and had zero fighting spirit. The Australians had been in Lingao a long time. Everyone knew they acted benevolently and fairly. Surrendering promptly not only saved lives but promised a better life. So when Wei Awen appeared with troops under the stockade, they surrendered immediately. Planning Institute personnel took over weapons, supplies, and livestock while counting the population. For the soldiers in the two anti-Li camps, Wei Awen only arrested all officers, appointed a few prestigious soldiers as temporary acting leaders, and ordered the soldiers to remain stationed locally pending reorganization. However, a small battle occurred at the rear battalion city. When Wei Awen led the infantry company to approach the stockade wall, Battalion Commander Liu led several personal guards to shut the gate first, then forced all able-bodied men in the stockade to climb the wall for defense. Wei Awen hadn't expected the Weisyu dared resist. He ordered an indigenous clerk of the Planning Institute Special Search Team who spoke military dialect to step forward and shout, demanding immediate surrender. Battalion Commander Liu shouted from the gate, "We've always stayed out of each other's way. I never hindered your affairs. Don't you come provoke me. This is the court's established territory. Capturing this stockade means raising a rebellion, and the court will send a great army to conquer." Wei Awen was furious. He told the shouter, "Tell the military households on the wall, quickly grab the officials and open the gate to surrender. Otherwise, when we break the stockade, neither chickens nor dogs will be left." Commotion erupted on the stockade wall. Military households didn't want to fight. This wasn't a life-or-death fight against the Li people. They knew the Australians didn't indulge in killing and looting and treated subordinates generously. Muddling along under them might not mean enjoyment, but it couldn't be worse than under battalion and company commanders. "Who dares move? Who dares move?" Battalion Commander Liu roared, waving a big sword. His guards shouted too. Though just a small battalion commander, his family had been officials here for generations and kept up martial arts to suppress the Li. His accumulated prestige remained. Scolded by his stern face, none of the military households dared utter a sound. Seeing no movement on the wall, Wei Awen was annoyed. His company had marksmen who could kill Commander Liu with one shot, but he secretly hoped someone among the military households would actively resist, preferably sparking armed conflict. That would make future political education much easier. Military households would also completely despair of the government. "Shout!" Wei Awen's face was iron blue. "Commander Liu can't save himself. Tell military households not to sell their lives for him. Resist quickly. What benefit is being his underling to ordinary households?" Agitation rose again on the wall with the shouting. Households didn't want to die for him anyway. Now incited by Wei Awen's barrage, many felt risking their lives guarding the stockade for the master wasn't worth it, and the stockade couldn't be held anyway. Seeing the situation turn, Commander Liu scolded and threatened, then desperately shouted, "This is the court's territory. The hair thieves dare not attack. Defend with all your might. Those who slack or clamor get beheaded. Those who exert themselves get one tael of silver." However, this reward couldn't hold hearts. Suddenly someone threw down their sword and spear and ran toward the wall base. Instantly, the disunited defenders dispersed in an uproar, throwing down weapons and running down. Personal guards immediately hacked away, beheading a fleeing household. But this didn't help. Instead, it ignited the crowd's fury. Some turned to attack them. The commander's guards were outnumbered and almost all killed. The commander himself was protected by remaining retainers and fled down the wall. Households instantly began killing chaotically inside the stockade. Usually domineering company commanders, guards, retainers, and managers were hunted down. Households dragged out enemies' families, chopping off heads one by one. Women were dragged out, violated, then killed. The stockade fell into chaos. Wei Awen remained calm, not rushing to enter. He guessed chaos had erupted inside and only hoped it would be thorough. Once households killed court officials, they would follow the transmigrators to the death. Just then a group of households opened the gate, lowered the drawbridge, and shouted outward, "Come in quick, come in quick!" Lin Fu drew his saber, looking back at Wei Awen. Wei Awen nodded. He immediately shouted loudly, "Whole company, assault!" He charged first. Before the bugler could blow, the whole company galloped forward behind him, leading the infantry company quickly into the city. Though his first time here, intelligence had mapped the internal structure clearly. Lin Fu had assigned tasks to each platoon and squad. Upon entry, troops dispersed according to plan, seizing grain stores, stables, and key points. Someone banged a gong demanding households lay down weapons and await orders. Some households still killing in a frenzy who continued hacking were seized and subdued. Order in the stockade was restored quickly. Only then did Wei Awen lead other personnel in. Corpses were seen occasionally on streets and under walls. Wei Awen arrived at the central drill hall, where disarmed, able-bodied households sat on the ground awaiting judgment. Lin Fu reported. The entire stockade was controlled, order restored. Several fires had been extinguished. End of chapter. Chapter 626, Harassment Warfare. Have the battalion commander and other officers been caught? Battalion Commander Liu has been caught. Most officers were killed, didn't catch many alive. Did anyone escape? No one escaped. Good, bring all the officials up. Inside the battalion city, officers from small banner leaders upward, including company commanders, probationary company commanders, and personnel with specific duties but no rank, totaled over 20. More than half had been killed in the riot before the breach. Only a dozen were brought before Wei Awen. Hands bound behind their backs, hair disheveled, some bleeding, panting heavily, still seemingly in shock. Which one is Battalion Commander Liu? Just as Wei Awen asked, the commander roared, "Rebels, rebels, the court will deal with you sooner or later, rebels." Wei Awen understood some military dialect. Hearing his curses, he frowned. "This is that Commander Liu," Lin Fu said. "That's him. This dog had several guards protecting him with their lives to save him. Any guards caught alive? One, a half-grown kid, took a knife cut. Cursed endlessly. If we hadn't snatched him, the households would have killed him." Lin Fu asked, "Keep him alive?" "Of course. Forgot the 3 disciplines and 8 points again," Wei Awen said dissatisfiedly. "Have a medic look at him, save him if possible. He's just a small guard. How great a sin can he have?" Lin Fu hurriedly responded. "Yes." Wei Awen swept a glance at the captured commander but didn't sentence him immediately. "How are the households?" "I placed the ringleaders in the drill hall. The rest of the able-bodied men are waiting for judgment in front of the hall," Lin Fu said. "Call them over." "Good, bring the ringleaders," Wei Awen pondered. 2 ringleader households were brought forward. Seeing Wei Awen standing among the crowd, knowing he was a high-ranking officer among the Kun, they knelt quickly. "Get up, we don't do that." Wei Awen spoke in military dialect. "What are your names?" The 2 households were Hao Guixin and Qiongshan, both around 30, stick-thin and haggard. Let alone soldiers, they looked worse than local peasants. Wei Awen asked and learned Hao Guixin was a blacksmith here, Qiongshan a horse groom. Wei Awen chatted casually with them, learning they were locally born and bred military household sons. Because of suppressing the Li, the garrison's arms were fairly complete, and men drilled often. Not only were weapons and armor complete, but they also kept horses and mules. From conversation, Wei Awen learned they deeply hated this group of masters. Garrison hereditary officers and households were originally comrades in arms, but gradually had become landlord masters and serfs. Garrison official land theoretically belonged to the state, farmed by soldiers for rations, but in reality harvests were almost entirely taken by officers. Ordinary households only got a pittance to subsist. Households were not only state serfs but slaves of officers, used unpaid like servants for generations, impoverished and often abused or killed at officers' whims. Wei Awen already knew this. Seeing households killing and violating officers' families after entering the city, sparing neither women nor children, He knew the hatred was deep, far beyond ordinary conflict. "Since it's so, today I'll let you suffering brothers vent your anger," Wei Awen said. "I'll hand the people over to you shortly. You trial and judge them yourselves. Beheading or feeding to dogs, you have the say." Hao Guixin and the others hadn't known how the Kun would handle things. They feared the rebels would accept surrender and amnesty, sparing Commander Liu and others, and felt uneasy. Hearing they could vent their anger, they were overjoyed and knelt to kowtow quickly, saying, "These heartless dogs, we've wanted their lives for a long time." "Good, take them away." He ordered soldiers to escort most of them to the drill hall for the households to hold a struggle session, then hang them all. Only the clerk managing accounts was kept for checking supplies, plus one company commander. The Planning Institute search team took prisoners to check and seize supplies from warehouses and residences one by one. There were no exciting valuables in the battalion city, just grain, weapons, and livestock. The most valuable capture was over 20 horses and mules. The horses were small, probably the fruit tree horses common in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. Inventory and the struggle session took all day. In the fanatical atmosphere of the session, Commander Liu and his group were all hanged on trees outside the stockade. How to deal with their families caused arguments among households. Some wanted to distribute the women, some advocated killing them all. The dispute almost came to blows. Finally, the rooting out weeds opinion prevailed. Households dragged officers' families and lackeys to the river beach outside the stockade, made them kneel, and beheaded them one by one. While households were killing, Wei Awen called the specially kept company commander forward. This commander had been scared out of his wits. Seeing Wei Awen, he collapsed on the ground, begging for mercy. "I'll spare your dog life," Wei Awen said. "Scram immediately. Go to Haikou Coastal Defense Battalion and raise the alarm with Tang Yunwen." I dare not. Go quickly. If you dare not raise the alarm, I'll hand your whole family to the households." Wei Awen tilted his head toward the river beach, where screams came continuously. Yes, I'll go for sure." The commander scrambled up. Wei Awen called 2 soldiers and instructed them to escort this commander to the Lingao-Chiangmai border. Subsequently, all military households in the 2 garrisons were relocated. They were dispersed and settled in various communes. As for the houses, materials, and land of these 2 garrisons, the Civil Affairs People's Committee took over to settle other immigrants. As for Hao Guixin and Qiongshan, one was assigned to the machinery factory for training as a worker, the other to manage horses under Nick. Wei Awen recruited a batch of hot-blooded 16- and 17-year-olds from the households to fill the training unit, preparing for political training after initial cultivation. Now their hands were bloodied. No fear they wouldn't follow the transmigrators to the end. Yuleahu led his 300-plus men boisterously across the Lingao-Chiangmai County border. He regretted the flag wasn't ready. Marching lacked majesty. This special detachment's mission was creating noise, so Yuleahu could march slowly. Resting at every village encountered, villagers fled at the sight of them. Yuleahu didn't send men to chase, only instructed everyone to mind discipline, forbidding unauthorized entry into homes or taking commoners' things. Before leaving, they pasted slogans on walls. Encountering larger fortified villages, Yuleahu sent men to requisition grain. Seeing they had cannons, villages dared not refuse, giving 10-odd pickles of grain to cope. Yuleahu didn't ask for more. Spreading news of the Fubo army's arrival was enough. Thus his troops marched and rested, stopping and going, taking an entire day just to reach Chiangmai County City. This speed felt incredibly slow to Yuleahu, though by normal official post-road schedule, Qiongshan to Chiangmai was half a day, Chiangmai to Lingao exactly 1 day. When Yuleahu's scouts reached the city wall, summer days being long, the city gates actually hadn't closed yet. Villagers went in and out with no sign of war preparation. Only when the main force appeared did the county town panic, rushing to close gates. Yuleahu knew if he wanted to seize the city, even a running charge would succeed. But since Ming didn't want him to occupy Chiang Mai, there was no need to bother. He ordered camps set up on high ground outside the city. This infantry company's commander was also a transmigrator named Yu Zhiqian. Yu Zhiqian was a fair-skinned youth who loved reading, quite scholarly. He was half a military enthusiast, but his passion was modern military. He had zero interest in contemporary stuff, belonged to the line infantry party, because he loved reading and often styled himself staff officer or strategist. Yuleahu simply treated him as his chief of staff to offer advice. Old Yu. Yuleahu called everyone Old X. Even Du Wen was Old Du. We're at Chiang Mai now. Looks like we scared the surrounding commoners plenty, but don't know how scared the officials inside are. The commander wants huge fanfare. How do you think we should posture? Of course, pose for a siege. Yu Zhiqian was confident, but just firing guns outside won't form pressure. Stop analyzing the situation, just say what to do. The county town isn't going anywhere. I think we should harass the countryside. Yu Zhiqian proposed leaving some troops to monitor the city while others conducted armed parades nearby, requisitioning grain, hitting big households, and conscripting many commoners to fell trees for siege engines, dig trenches, and build camps under the walls, posturing for a big fight. We have few people, and those on the wall aren't blind, so we must act like an advance force with a main body coming behind. Then the county people will panic. They'll have to go out and beg for help. Yuleahu laughed loudly, slapping his shoulder. You've got it. Good, we rest well tonight, split forces to harass Chiang Mai tomorrow. Let's arrange camping now. Army regulations required digging trenches, building earth walls, and erecting abattis whenever camping. Yuleahu estimated harassment wouldn't end in a few days, so camp defenses should be solid. He had specially drawn rolls of barbed wire before departure. Then soldiers built a 10-meter simple watchtower, giving a clear view of every move on Chiang Mai's south wall. The 3 mountain howitzers also got emplacements, and range shelters were built for guns and ammunition carts. Yuleahu led men to inspect tents. Soldiers aside, militia morale was high. Guessing they would attack the city tomorrow, everyone discussed how to break in quickly. Yuleahu didn't reveal the mission was only harassment. Following regulations, he checked hygiene in every platoon, urged cooks to boil water for foot soaking, and had medics treat blisters and apply Liu San's herbal medicine so they could walk long distances tomorrow. Compared to regular infantry, militia rarely had long march training and had been hauling cannons and baggage. Many collapsed asleep as soon as tents were up. Yuleahu urged militia captains to wake sleepers for food and foot soaking. Inspection done, Yuleahu and Yu Zhiqian went up the watchtower to observe the wall with night vision binoculars. Many torches and lanterns were lit on the wall, with more men patrolling. Compared to Lingao's irregular shape, Chiang Mai was a textbook square county town. North gate built but never opened, walls not high or thick, defenses not tight. Marching here, they noted Chiang Mai had slightly more population than Lingao and better land development, perhaps due to proximity to the prefectural city. Next morning, Yu Zhiqian took half the men deep into Chiang Mai territory to forage and conscript. Yuleahu led the rest to wave flags and shout under the walls, militia firing firelocks occasionally to bluff. Seeing some leave and only 100-odd remain, courage grew on the wall. Curses came constantly. Arrows flew down occasionally. The Fubo army was 500 or 600 meters away. Even city cannons couldn't hit. Both sides cursed at each other. Yuleahu stood on a mound surrounded by guards, directing the harassment. Watching militia crackle away with single and triple-barreled firelocks was lively. He knew they had no iron shot, just noise. He laughed. This fighting was rare. Did it count as sparrow warfare? Amid stray thoughts, the drawbridge suddenly lowered. Over 200 trained braves and militia swarmed out, crossed the moat, and charged shouting. Yuleahu hadn't expected the enemy dared sortie, but necessary precautions were in place. The infantry platoon covering the militia immediately formed a double-line traverse. Fire! The indigenous second lieutenant commanding the platoon slashed down his saber. Minié rifles thundered. Yuleahu clearly saw the dozen braves in front fall backward as if hitting a wall. The braves probably hadn't expected the Kun firearms to be so powerful, killing and wounding from half a li away. Charging steps hesitated instantly. Infantry soldiers reloaded immediately, followed by second and third volleys. Minié rifle fire rate far exceeded all contemporary firearms. Within minutes, another dozen braves fell. The rest panicked and ran back toward the city chaotically. Sons of Turtles wanted melee, Yuleahu spat. Retracted just like that. He felt regret. His militia had hefted spears and formed up, ready for slaughter. He wanted to test the border army saber's power himself. Battalion commander, let's set up cannons and blast their mothers. The artillery student team leader ran over excitedly asking to fight. Kill the majestic air of those dog officials inside. Yuleahu looked for a while, then said, "Forget it for today." From scout reports, he knew a dozen men had rappelled down from other gates at midnight. Scouts followed orders not to capture, just tracked them, found 3 or 4 heading to the prefectural city, the rest to various places in the county. Yuleahu analyzed the county must be sending men to gather braves to reinforce defense. The more braves gathered, the wider the news of besieging the county town would spread. So he didn't intercept these messengers, letting them seek help everywhere. That the town militia dared sortie today showed they had prepared to gather quite a few people. In his heart, he yearned to fight a big battle at Chiangmai and win major merit. And he was full of confidence in his firepower and soldiers, believing as long as vigilance was maintained, he could repel any number of attackers. Next day Yu Zhiqian brought back dozens of pickles of grain and 200 or 300 laborers. The two started major works under the city, repairing the camp on one hand, felling trees to make cloud ladders and battering rams on the other. Gentry on the wall saw the Kun, though few in number, driving laborers to make siege preparations, plus knowing the rebels had sharp firearms and felt very afraid. They constantly sent men to raise the alarm and gather county braves. More and more braves in the city, Yuleahu observed. If we take the city, we can grab a big batch of prisoners. Yu Zhiqian didn't speak. He felt that since their strength hadn't increased, city defense was relaxing again, so he suggested shelling the city. We don't have enough people, might be underestimated. Give them a taste of shells. Good, saves having militia haul ammo back. To increase tension, Yuleahu approved shelling the south gate. 12-pounder mountain howitzer shells couldn't destroy the wall but smashed half the gate tower and many battlements, killing and wounding many defenders. Especially the high-explosive and incendiary shells shocked the defenders greatly. They had never faced such fierce artillery. Fires started in the city. Some houses were destroyed. After continuous bombardment, defender morale crumbled. If not for Zhiming forbidding a breach, Chiangmai could be taken instantly. Yuleahu felt this wasn't severe enough. He discussed with Yu Zhiqian, rather than waste shells here, better use howitzers to break a few stockades, eliminate a few big clans. While fighting, wipe out some local power factions, laying foundations for future rule. Also earn more spoils. Didn't the executive committee cry, can't afford war daily? Capturing people and looting grain and wealth could silence them somewhat. End of chapter. Chapter 627, Raiding Qiongshan. Selecting targets for the stockade raids required careful deliberation. First, the victims had to possess notorious reputations among the common folk. Second, they needed to wield considerable local influence. Only by striking such figures could the operation serve as a warning to others without terrorizing ordinary peasants or inadvertently uniting them against a common enemy. Finding suitable targets proved straightforward enough. Ever since consolidating their hold over Lingao, the intelligence department had been methodically gathering information on neighboring Danju and Chiangmai counties in preparation for future territorial expansion and military operations. The Transmigrator Group now possessed a remarkably comprehensive understanding of conditions throughout the region. After careful review, Yuleahu and Yu Zhiqian circled several local tyrants, all textbook examples of landlords who colluded with corrupt officials to oppress their villages. More importantly, these targets were predominantly clan landlords. Destroying a single family would shatter an entire clan's stranglehold over the locality, an outcome far more consequential than merely eliminating a handful of petty despots. Over the following week, Yu Zhiqian led his troops on an armed parade through Chiangmai County, breaking 2 stockades and compelling numerous villages to provide grain and laborers. They seized substantial quantities of money, grain, and manpower. Most prisoners were dispatched under militia escort to Lingao for dispersed settlement, while Yu Zhiqian retained only 100-odd able-bodied men and several dozen captured tyrants and their lackeys, marching them to the foot of Chiangmai County's walls. There, the men were put to work digging trenches and constructing earthworks. Yuleahu had originally intended merely to bluff, but with ample grain and manpower now at his disposal, and having witnessed Chiangmai's utter lack of elite soldiers or capable commanders, a small skirmish beneath the city walls changed everything. Though casualties were few, the sight of township militia routing at the first crack of Mini-A rifles sent morale soaring among both transmigrators and indigenous soldiers alike. With the aid of 12-pounder mountain howitzers, Mini-A rifles, and high explosives, breaking stockades, an operation of considerable difficulty for ordinary bandits or even Ming regular troops, proved almost effortless for Yu Zhiqian's unit. Their total casualties amounted to a mere 9 wounded infantrymen, 1 militia killed, and 11 militia wounded. Had they not spent so much time collecting supplies, they could have broken several more fortifications. After each stockade fell, Yu Zhiqian always allowed a few survivors to flee toward the prefectural city to raise the alarm. Yuleahu, however, had long established ambush posts outside Chiangmai's city gates. Anyone attempting to enter and sound the warning was seized and hanged from the roadside trees. Eventually, no one bothered trying to reach the county seat anymore. The captured tyrants and their henchmen were executed in batches, their bodies strung up on the great trees lining the official road between Chiangmai and Qiongshan. For a time, all of Chiangmai County trembled. Terrified gentry and merchants fled by night through the east and west gates in droves. Yu Zhiqian instructed his hidden sentries not to capture these refugees, but to let them scatter in panic. Yuleahu and Yu Zhiqian conferred. With grain and men now in hand, why not establish a stockade beneath Chiangmai's walls as a forward operating base? They dispatched a messenger back to Miao requesting instructions. Seeing the scale of their operation, Ming reinforced them with another infantry company and several squads of student soldiers from the training unit. Yuleahu set the laborers to constructing formal earthworks around Chiangmai while sending crews to repair the docks and dredge the harbor at the coast. Mei Wan contributed an engineering team to supervise the construction, putting the conscripted labor to work improving the roads as well. While Chiangmai descended into chaos, the special reconnaissance team led by Yi Menjian was conducting equally aggressive operations along the Qiongshan Heikou Coastal Defense Battalion Chiangmai corridor. Leading a 30-man team, he infiltrated all the way to Qiongshan County, establishing several reconnaissance posts en route and extending the early warning network to the very walls of the Heikou Coastal Defense Garrison. From there, he led his men along the Nandu River to the Jiazi coal mine. Tang Minglong had long since received warning that the Ming army might soon launch a punitive campaign against Lingao. In theory, the Jiazi coal mine was a high family asset, and officials had no business touching it. Moreover, its remote inland location and poor transport links made military action against it impractical, but the potential for attack always existed. The Administration Council's instructions to Tang Minglong were clear. Halt all coal shipments, suspend high family wharf operations, retain only essential local personnel with specific duties handled by Lin Beiguang. At the mine itself, production was to be scaled back, military training for miners intensified, and fortifications strengthened. By the time Yi Menjian arrived at the Jiazi coal mine, production had ceased entirely. Only the coal washing plant and briquette factory continued processing existing stockpiles. The miners had been fully armed and were drilling bayonet techniques in the open. Tang Minglong had constructed several new blockhouses at the wharf and mining area, each capable of garrisoning 5 or 6 soldiers, and stocked with numerous bamboo tubes packed with explosives. He Ming has obtained authorization from the executive committee. If necessary, you can lead your people out, Yi Menjian told him. You can withdraw now if you want. You've only got 1 platoon and 30-some mini-A rifles here. If the enemy's main force attacks, you can't possibly hold. Why would the government army bother attacking this coal mine? Tang Minglong replied with an unconcerned shrug. You walked the mountain road on your way here. Would the government army ignore their actual objective, bypass Lingao entirely, and march all this way just to pick a fight? Besides, this mine is technically high family property. This is just a precaution, Yi Menjian said. I've delivered the message. If you want to withdraw, do it quickly. The main government force hasn't reached Hainan yet. Coordinating your evacuation now would be straightforward. Tang Minglong considered for a moment. I won't withdraw. We have several hundred people here, men and women both. Evacuation would be extremely inconvenient. If we were intercepted by government troops en route, the losses would be catastrophic. Besides, there's a tremendous amount of equipment and infrastructure here. It cost a fortune to build. If we abandon it, the mountain bandits and local villagers will strip the place clean. Rebuilding after we defeat the enemy would require another massive investment. Since Tang Minglong had resolved to stay, Yi Menjian didn't press the matter. He left behind the explosives and hand grenades he had brought, along with a squad of special operations soldiers to assist in the defense. Yi Menjian led the remaining men back through the mountains toward the Haikou area. His secondary mission was to harass local government and garrison troops in Qiongshan. The special operations team was small but well-equipped. Lacking heavy weapons, however, besieging a city like Yuleahu was not an option. Knowing that sniping a few passing messengers would accomplish little of strategic value, he simply led his team to Danying Mountain, which overlooked Qiongshan County from the outside. Set up a cannon on this high ground, and Qiongshan would surrender immediately, Yi Menjian muttered, lowering his binoculars. He wore a civilian version U.S. military jungle camouflage BDU from the Vietnam War era. A VZ-68 submachine gun hung from his shoulder. He wore no helmet. Behind him sat 12 young men hand-picked from his detachment, dressed identically except for their use of the less convenient SKS semi-automatic rifles. The Spec Ops soldiers sat silently in the woods, eating rations and drinking water. The entire city of Qiongshan lay spread beneath him. Built against the mountains and facing the water, a great river flowed past the south and east gates. Outside the west gate stretched a man-made moat. Only outside the north gate was there nothing. Like most Hainan County seats, Qiongshan's north gate had been built but never opened. Though it possessed a tower and a gate, the interior was bricked shut. The city's defenses were clearly poor. Even by 17th century Ming standards, they were merely passable. Yi Menjian observed that all 3 functioning city gates stood wide open, completely unguarded. Having infiltrated all the way here, aside from sentry posts and small patrols positioned 10 li outside the Haikou coastal defense garrison, he had encountered no reconnaissance or precautionary measures along the entire route. Could this seriously be called a pre-war footing? It was practically child's play. The thought filled him with contempt for Ming officialdom. Detachment leader, we've sneaked all the way to Qiongshan. What now? One team member asked. Higher-ups want harassment, Yi Menjian smiled. I think this place can't withstand much harassment at all. If we charge down there, we could probably take Qiongshan County outright. Tricky situation. The streets outside the city are bustling. Why don't we set a fire and burn down the Qiongshan suburbs? Another member suggested. Once the flames go up, Old Wang Zund will have no choice but to force the government army across the sea. Yimenjian chuckled. Terrible idea. What if everything burns out of control? He thought to himself that it would actually be an effective method to rattle Wang Zund, but the Planning Institute, the Administration Council, and the Senate would never forgive him, each for their own reasons. Burn the suburbs, and after we win we'll have to provide relief to the victims, he said aloud. Think of something else. At noon that day, Yimenjian led the Special Operations team down from Danying Mountain. He had decided to make the East Gate Market Street outside Qiongshan's East Gate his demonstration site. The area was crowded with pedestrians and shops, perfect for causing maximum sensation. He positioned a covering group with automatic rifles on high ground outside the market. If a large enemy force rushed out from the city, they would use automatic fire to pin them down. He himself led 7 or 8 men to the entrance of the East Gate suburban street. Although outside the city walls, the area had a wooden barrier guarded by 2 militiamen. When they saw Yimenjian and his motley-clothed, gear-festooned companions approaching, the militiamen's first reaction was not fear or alarm but curiosity. One of them, carrying a spear, even stepped forward for a better look. The moment he noticed their close-cropped stubble, sudden realization dawned on his face. Terror-stricken, he dropped his spear instantly and bolted toward the city gate, screaming at the top of his lungs. "The Kun are here! The Kun are here!" Yimenjian gestured with his submachine gun. His team members swarmed forward. 2 men quickly secured the barrier entrance while he led the rest charging straight up the street toward the city gate. It wasn't a market day, and few pedestrians wandered the street. When they saw the strange-looking group surge in, everyone froze momentarily. A handful of militia at the city gate seemed to snap to attention. Seeing how few attackers there were, they let out a battle cry and poured out of the gate tunnel with swords and spears at the ready. One of Yimenjian's men immediately lobbed 2 hand grenades. The grenades exploded inside the gate tunnel, filling it instantly with smoke and the sounds of wails and groans. The street devolved into chaos as pedestrians dove into shops and side alleys. Yimenjian knew his force was too small to linger. He quickly pasted 2 Fubo army notices on the fence beside the gate. After affixing them, he didn't withdraw immediately but instead called out to the commoners hiding along the street, announcing that they were Fubo army troops who had come only to warn the government, not to harm civilians, so there was no need for fear. Shopkeepers on both sides held their breath and listened, but none dared respond. Yimenjian then turned and withdrew. Just then, SKS rifles cracked one after another. Several militiamen on the gate tower who had been trying to knock arrows were cut down by the covering group before they could even draw their bowstrings. After pulling back from Eastgate Street, Yimenjian's squad marched several li before he ordered everyone to set up an ambush at a bend in the post road. Sure enough, within minutes, over 100 militiamen and village braves came chasing after them, led by a mounted man wielding a long spear. They soon closed to within 50 meters. Yimenjian tapped the marksman in his squad. "Shoot the one on the horse." At the gunshot, the mounted leader toppled from his saddle. The surrounding braves fell into disarray. A volley of hand grenades from the squad exploded amid the densely packed pursuers, knocking down a swath of men. Those not killed or wounded turned and fled back toward the county seat. The team members positioned at the rear threw another salvo of grenades, inflicting further casualties. What remained of the enemy force collapsed entirely. Abandoning the road, they scattered in every direction. Having executed a textbook ambush and knowing the enemy wouldn't dare pursue again, Yimenjian ordered the leader's horse retrieved. His men urged him to ride, but he shook his head. "I don't know how to ride." Privately, he thought that bringing a horse along would make further harassment operations impossible, but he couldn't bear to abandon it. The animal was a Mongolian horse, a rarity in these parts and far more impressive than the diminutive local ponies bred for orchard work. Having made quite a scene at Qiongshan, that seemed enough for now. Better to retreat to Chiang Mai to rest for a few days before returning. With that thought, he gave the order, "Bring the horse." We returned to Chiang Mai first. His men quickly policed the battlefield. Yimenjian ordered the pursuing leader's head severed and hung from a roadside tree. One of his soldiers found a beautiful short sword on the body and presented it to him. "Captain, this thing is gorgeous. You should keep it." Yimenjian examined the short sword, a dark green leather sheath inlaid with filigree patterns of gold and silver, ancient in style, clearly no ordinary weapon. "All captures go to the common pool. Turn it in." Yimenjian had no interest in so-called divine weapons of the cold steel variety. He simply thought it looked nice. He tossed it into his backpack and ordered everyone to pack up and withdraw immediately. To avoid interception by Haikou Coastal Defense garrison troops, they left the main road and took a circuitous route. Within a few hours, they had retreated safely to Yuleahu's camp beneath Chiang Mai's walls. Yuleahu's camp had grown into a substantial stockade. He had 700 or 800 male and female laborers at his disposal. Under militia guard and engineering team supervision, they spent their days building fortifications and leveling roads. Yuleahu threw a banquet for Yimenjian in his headquarters. His so-called headquarters was a temporary shed, though furnished quite comfortably inside, various chairs, even a large red mahogany bed. Clearly, all of it was loot from the big households in the countryside. When he heard about Yimenjian's dramatic raid on Qiongshan's Eastgate suburb, Yuleahu grew visibly excited. He was a chaotic neutral type who loved stirring up trouble. Such theatrical scenes fascinated him. "Little Yi, you really showed off this time." Yuleahu slapped his thigh. "Things are much duller here. Just sticking our butts out, fixing roads and building stockades while staring down at a lousy county town all day." As he spoke, he instructed the company quartermaster to prepare food and provisions for Yimenjian's team. Soon an impressive spread covered the table, centered on a large platter of spare ribs. Each rib glistened reddish gold, fragrant and inviting, crispy on the outside, tender within, and intensely flavorful. "The handiwork of a cook old Yu captured." Yuleahu gnawed one clean with astonishing speed and grabbed another. "His skill is superb." Yu Jiqian smiled. "Strictly speaking, we're violating discipline." "Discipline?" Yuleahu started to say "screw discipline," but caught himself. He might get called out for it later. "Anyway, whether we send him to Lingao or keep him here, he's still a cook. I'm just using him first." He gestured at the ribs. "These are marinated with honey, crispy and sweet, a bit like Cantonese char siu but not quite, an endless aftertaste. When I get back, I absolutely have to make my aide-de-camp learn from this cook." Besides the ribs, there were several plates of fresh vegetables and other dishes, everything but wine. "The food is excellent. Where does it all come from?" Yimenjian wondered aloud. There was no way logistics would be sending fresh vegetables and raw meat. Old Yu got it all from hitting the big households: chicken, duck, fish, meat, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, enough of everything. Yuleahu shook his head in mock regret. "There's actually plenty of wine too, but we can't drink it." He smacked his lips wistfully. "The vegetables and grain were all requisitioned from the various stockades. Since we broke a few and killed a bunch of people, every stockade in Chiang Mai is scared witless. They'd hand over their own wives if we asked. The meat hasn't been quarantined. Don't eat it if you don't want to." Yuleahu was already starting on his fourth rib. Seeing the ribs disappearing fast, Yimenjian hurriedly joined in the feast. While the three men ate and drank, an orderly reported. The Planning Institute representative had arrived. "Our good days are over." Yuleahu shook his head. "Tell him to come in." Naturally, Yu Jiqian's campaign against the big households in Chiang Mai had attracted the Planning Institute's attention. To bring the captured materials and manpower properly into the system, Wu De dispatched a special search team led by a Planning Institute representative. "Local use of spoils always ends in a messy accounting," Wu De had said seriously when issuing orders to the representative. "Right now, Yuleahu's detachment is striking local tyrants around Chiang Mai and acquiring considerable wealth, grain, and manpower. Go there and register the spoils." Some grain and provisions can be allocated locally to the detachment, but the procedures must be sound. End of chapter. Chapter 628. The General Part 1. Wu Mu studied the freshly copied official documents that had just arrived from the postal inspection station at the Guanrong post. Although all of Lingao had long since fallen under their control, the policy of Ming on the outside, Australia on the inside, required keeping the postal roads open at all times. After Shan Daoqian took charge of the transportation department, he not only repaired the postal roads, but also took over the post stations along the route, restoring the crumbling buildings and ensuring the destitute courier soldiers received their pay. Thus, fast horses carrying all manner of official government documents continued to gallop unimpeded along these roads, which gave the Political Security Bureau an excellent opportunity to monitor the movements of government offices across the island. Zhao Mengsheng had specifically established a postal inspection office at Guanrong Post, the station closest to Lingao. Every official document passing through was first opened, copied, resealed, and sent on its way. Of course, Ming Dynasty official documents bore seals and wax, and important correspondence was stitched and sealed shut. But these posed no real difficulties for the transmigrators. Whether using specialized tweezers to roll letters out of their cases, applying steam jets to melt paste, or even forging government seals outright, there was always someone capable of doing it. And even if no one knew how, they could always look it up in the database. Not only could they access documents addressed to Lingao County at any time, but they also copied all passing government correspondence and forwarded it to the Political Security Bureau. Now, a duplicate was sent to the Foreign Intelligence Bureau as well. Wu Mu routinely reviewed these documents. Although most were written in the vernacular of the period, they contained numerous official terms, and 17th-century vernacular differed considerably from modern Mandarin. Full comprehension proved challenging for modern readers, so he maintained a team of advisors composed of clerks from the county yamen whose specific duty was to explain the precise meanings contained in the documents. Most of the material held little value, routine administrative correspondence between counties, with more than 90% concerning taxation and criminal case dispositions. Such documents might prove excellent primary sources for someone researching Ming history, but they meant nothing to Wu Mu. Correspondence between the Lingao County Yamen and Qiongshan Prefecture received the most careful monitoring, particularly any indication that Wu Mingjin or his subordinates might be privately reporting Lingao's true situation to their superiors. Both official documents and private letters underwent the strictest inspection. Recently, as tensions mounted, the volume of passing documents had increased substantially. Wu Mu was surprised to find that correspondence destined for Danju, Changhua, and other locations continued to pass through Lingao station by station without interruption. It seemed Ming authorities didn't care at all whether their documents could transit safely through the bandit zone. From intercepted documents, the Political Security Bureau and Intelligence Bureau easily confirmed that the Ming army had no plans to deploy troops from Danju. The correspondence merely ordered local authorities to prepare grain for eventual shipment to Lingao. There were no instructions for the Danju garrison to assemble and prepare for deployment, nor any orders for the garrison to clean and test their firearms in readiness for action. He opened several documents, finding nothing remarkable. When he opened the next one, his eyes widened. It was an official order summoning Wu Mingjin to report immediately to the provincial capital for debriefing. A copy of this letter reached Xingbaiu's hands within minutes. Then it reached the executive committee, and 10 minutes later the field army headquarters at Mainao received the news as well. Obviously, we cannot allow Wu Mingjin to go to the provincial capital. Xingbaiu stated his position simply and directly. First, if he reaches the provincial capital, he will almost certainly tell them everything. Even if he doesn't reveal everything, he possesses an enormous amount of first-hand information and exposing even some of it would be disastrous. Second, this man still has value in our hands. If he goes to the provincial capital, whether he lives or dies, we can no longer make use of him. Forbidding him to go is easy enough, Wu De said, frowning. But if we intend to maintain the Lingao model afterward, I'm afraid he won't be able to remain in office after openly defying a direct order. It doesn't matter. Just have him send a distress document, Xingbai replied. Isn't he Ming already sending small units to harass Chiangmai and Qiongshan? Let's add fuel to the fire. Say the hair thieves are besieging the county seat, and he's doing his utmost to defend it and cannot leave the city. Will that work? Master Wang can handle it. Inside the county yamen, Wu Mingjin and his household languished in a state of profound depression. News that the government army was coming to suppress the bandits had already reached the yamen. Although the yamen runners had either been replaced or no longer dared contact him privately, the inner yamen staff remained his personal servants, so he could still hear outside news through them. The news had begun as rumors but grew steadily more concrete. Reports from all directions indicated that the Governor-General's troop deployment was imminent. His servants told him the Australians were mobilizing forces. The roads were filled with soldiers and cannons. Ships in the harbor were preparing to sail. Moreover, rumors claimed Australia had sent fresh troops, preparing for a fight to the death against the Great Ming. Wu Mingjin's heart churned with conflict and pain. He knew that a moment's weakness had prevented him from taking his own life or escaping alone to the prefectural city to raise the alarm. Now there was no way out. He could only share his fate with the Australians. If they prevailed, he, this ambiguous magistrate, could probably continue in his post, though not necessarily as the Great Ming's magistrate of Lingao. The thought stirred a wave of grief for his native dynasty. But if the Great Ming won and the Australians weighed anchor and fled, he could not flee with them, abandoning his ancestors' graves to become an Australian. He could only stay behind and await death. These thoughts kept him awake through sleepless nights. He understood with painful clarity that once the Great Ming recovered Lingao, they would never consider him a loyal minister who had defended an isolated city. Not only would his life be forfeit and his reputation destroyed, but his family would face collective punishment as well. His wife and children were in Lingao. When the time came, they would likely perish together. Wu Mingjin endured more than 10 days in this tormented, conflicted state. Xingbai, informed by the insider planted among the inner yamen servants that the magistrate was suffering, worried he might suddenly take his own life. Following the executive committee's directive to protect Wu Mingjin as a priority, the insider among the servants was instructed to watch the magistrate closely and prevent any suicide attempt. Additionally, Yu Guotuan received orders to strengthen security at both the inner yamen and the county gates to prevent any escape or attempts to send private messages. Xingbai decided to discuss the matter with Wang Zhaimin. After all, the magistrate's official seal remained in Wu Mingjin's possession, and seizing it by force would be inconvenient. Although Master Wang had lost his former influence, he had become a senior consultant to the Administration Council and showed no dissatisfaction with such a life. He held no official degree nor drew a Ming government salary. Now he collected double allowances from both the magistrate and the Australians, kept a concubine, and lived quite comfortably. He hoped only to muddle through peacefully until Master Wu left office. Wang Zhaimin had learned of the impending Ming army suppression earlier than most, yet he did not believe the Australians would be defeated. Unlike Wu Mingjin, he dealt frequently with Australians and had visited many of their facilities, understanding clearly that their strength was formidable. The Ming army's campaign of encirclement and suppression would inevitably end in failure. The worst consequence of this suppression was that his employer's position as Lingao magistrate probably couldn't be preserved. But this bore little relation to his own vital interests. He, Wang Zhaimin, could simply find another employer and continue his career as a secretary. Xingbai consulted him and showed him the official document. Wang Zhiming agreed with the judgment that Wu Mingjin could not go to the provincial capital and expressed approval of the plan to send a distress message. "There is actually no need to inform Master Wu about this matter," Wang Zhiming said, adhering to the traditional style of secretaries, acting decisively on one's own initiative. "He is currently in a state of extreme anxiety. Troubling him further will only deepen his embarrassment. The seal is right here in the signing room. Drafting and stamping documents was always my responsibility anyway. I will handle this." "Excellent. Then we rely on Master Wang's skilled brush." Wang Zhiming immediately began composing the distress document. He crafted it with great care. Although he knew nothing about the current situation in Guangdong, judging from the order summoning Wu Mingjin to the province, official circles in Guangdong had only a vague understanding of conditions in Lingao and knew almost nothing about the Australians. However, the fact that Australians had been in Lingao for 3 years could not be concealed. Wu Mingjin had sent quite a few distress documents to the prefectural city in the early days, and Guangdong officials would certainly consult those original garrison reports now, perfectly explaining why the local county yamen had taken no countermeasures regarding the Australians' 3-year presence would be difficult, especially now, when suppression was the priority. Any justification would invite scrutiny. Only when public opinion eventually shifted toward pacification would contradictory statements cease to matter. After turning the problem over repeatedly in his mind, Wang Zhiming concluded that since constructing a perfect lie was difficult, it was better not to try. He would simply send an extremely urgent letter stating that Lingao was currently under siege by Thieves, who were setting up cannons and building scaling ladders outside in preparation for storming the county seat. The magistrate was rallying the entire city's forces, soldiers and civilians alike, to defend to the death, and so forth. After finishing the draft, he reviewed and edited it thoroughly until satisfied. Then he copied it cleanly, affixed the seal, and presented it to Qingbayu for review. "Finding someone to deliver this letter will require some effort," Master Wang said, stroking his beard. "Although the document only needs to reach the prefectural city, in case the prefect or regional commander Tang asks questions about the county's situation, we need someone eloquent and unafraid of death. That presents no obstacle. I have my own candidate." Qingbayu took the document and went not to his own office but directly to the Political Security Bureau. After studying the letter repeatedly with Wu Mu, Li Yan, and others, and determining that no problems existed, they summoned a locally born indigenous intelligence officer currently studying in Class A of the Intelligence Training Center, and ordered him to deliver the letter to the prefectural city. Li Yan instructed him point by point on how to answer if questioned. He also outlined the potential dangers he might encounter and urged him to proceed with caution. News that the Thieves had broken the Lingao Weisyu garrisons, harassed Chiangmai, and laid siege to Lingao County seat finally reached the Governor-General's yamen in Jiaqing via Hainan's Express garrison report. Wang Zund was already displeased by his failure to capture the Thieves in Guangzhou. Now, hearing that Lingao's Thieves had broken local garrisons, besieged Lingao and Chiangmai County seats, and were rampaging through the region unchecked, he flew into a rage. He issued strict orders to He Ruben to assemble troops as quickly as possible and cross the sea immediately for suppression. To supervise He Ruben's combat operations, Wang Zund appointed the Hainan sub-prefectural magistrate Zhao Ruyi as supervising censor. Then he appointed Lu Yizhang as a military advisor attached to the army, with the rank of expectant intendant. Thus, before He Ruben had even moved, he suddenly had 2 supervisors watching over him. Setting aside Zhao Ruyi, who was stationed in Qiongshan County and couldn't leave his post without authorization, this Lu Yizhang was a trusted confidant from the Governor-General's personal staff. He had been sent specifically to press for war and inevitably interfered constantly with army affairs, demanding that He Ruben send troops quickly. Lu Yizhang had extorted various shops in Guangzhou City that regularly traded with the Australians, using bluff and intimidation to finally raise 40 or 50,000 taels of silver. Even the influential Gao family had been compelled to contribute several thousand taels as a send-off. Although this sum fell short of satisfying Wang Zund, it at least salvaged a measure of trust. While sternly urging the Grand Army to march, Wang Zund stepped up the collection of fodder, gunpowder, and armor in preparation for shipping from Guangzhou to Qiongshan for storage. The summer sun blazed overhead, but gusts of cool wind swept in from the seaside. Although this stretch was still technically the Inner Pearl River, the waterway was broad, and the wind and waves rolled as forcefully as if they were on the open sea. Waves rose and fell in endless succession, crashing against the shore and shattering on the reefs. Because of Governor-General Wang Zun's embargo, ships were forbidden from entering or leaving the Pearl River estuary. Moreover, merchant vessels knew the government was currently commandeering large ships at the estuary, so they dared not appear. Thus, only a handful of fishing boats and patrolling naval warships dotted the river's surface. In the bay before Human Stockade, however, many vessels lay concentrated, their masts rising like a forest. There were ships of the Guangdong Navy as well as temporarily commandeered civilian vessels. Some large ships, fully laden with grain and military ordnance, had already raised their white sails and were sailing west toward Hainan Island. On the open ground before Human Stockade, a sea of military tents had sprung up like scattered stars. Flags covered the wilderness, swords and spears bristled like a forest, drums and horns echoed back and forth. The military display was truly imposing. On the Yanyangsi battery opposite Human Stockade, banners fluttered in the wind. This was one of the main batteries guarding Guangzhou's periphery. Earthen stockades, arrow towers, and blockhouses had been constructed all around, garrisoned by a substantial Ming force whose flags snapped in the breeze. He Reuben, accompanied by a retinue of subordinate generals, staff officers, and personal guards, sat on horseback by the river, surveying the grand army assembled from across the province. Not since expelling the red hairs from Penghu in the late Tianqi years had Guangdong province gathered such a large force. Supplying this army required not only the grain accumulated over years in government granaries on Hainan Island, but also substantial additional shipments. Knowing the Hare Thieves possessed formidable firearms and preparing for a potentially long siege, he Reuben had ordered large quantities of newly cast cannons and matchlocks transported from Fashan, along with ample supplies of gunpowder. In a sheltered, sunny spot behind Yanyangsi Mountain, a new gunpowder workshop had been established. Saltpeter, sulfur, and willow charcoal, transported continuously from all over the province, were being manufactured into gunpowder at this location. With elite soldiers and abundant provisions, Your Excellency will surely achieve total victory in a single battle, one staff officer offered in flattery. According to the reports, the Hare Thieves' morale has not declined. Not only do they show no intention of retreating, but they have broken our garrisons and besieged our Lingao and Chiangmai counties. It seems a fierce battle will be necessary to determine the outcome. Warfare is a dangerous affair. There must not be the slightest negligence. He Reuben was puzzled by the Hare Thieves' sudden burst of activity. They had lived quietly in Lingao for over 3 years. Why attack everywhere now? Could it really be, as Lu Yizhang claimed, merely retaliation for the government's seizure of the Australian factory? He sensed vaguely that the situation was not so simple. A middle-aged civil official sat on horseback nearby. This was Lu Yizhang, dispatched by Wang Zund with the rank of expectant intendant to serve as military advisor to He Reuben's army. Although he arrived bearing the title of advisor, everyone understood he was the supervisor sent by Wang Zund. The formal supervisor, Hainan Sub-Prefectural Magistrate Zhao Ruyi, remained in Qiongshan County. He would not travel to Guangzhou just to offer his opinions. Lu Yizhang was far less easy to dismiss. Shortly after joining the army, he began constantly urging He Ruben to cross the sea to Hainan as soon as possible. Hearing He Ruben's words, Lu Yizhang immediately chimed in. The commander speaks very truly. The hair thieves know their doom approaches. Like cornered rats lashing out, they require deterrence. Our army can only cow such petty villains by crossing the sea swiftly. Everyone recognized advisor Lu's words as yet another exhortation to advance. In reality, the Suppression army, officially claimed to number 50,000 but actually closer to 20,000, had so far assembled only about 10,000 men. This already represented accelerated progress, since the troops were being transferred from within the province. According to Ming and Qing military custom, mobilizing and concentrating such a large force could not be accomplished all at once. Localities simply could not provide food and lodging for so many soldiers and horses simultaneously. So troop units departed daily in lifts of 200 or 300 men. Since they were marching to war rather than vacationing, soldiers and officers naturally walked as slowly as possible, often covering less than 20 li per day. Taking 3 or 4 months for tens of thousands of troops to fully assemble was perfectly normal. At this pace, another half-month would be needed for the entire army to finish concentrating. Moreover, these troops had been hastily cobbled together. Although nominally under He Ruben's command, he had no real familiarity with all the scattered generals from across the province who now served under him. Mutual unfamiliarity between generals and their soldiers was a grave taboo in warfare. He Ruben had originally intended to assemble the entire army in Guangzhou, then use the leisure afforded by Hainan's rainy season and subsequent typhoon storms to review and train locally for a month or two before finally deploying in early autumn. But Lu Yizhang's relentless pressure had forced him to dispatch the grain, armor, and his town headquarters Central Battalion across the sea ahead of schedule. The wind and waves are tremendous today. He Ruben watched the fleet sailing away with sails spread, unable to suppress his worry about their safety. Just a few days earlier, several ships transporting grain and armor to Hainan had capsized, resulting in significant material losses. "Rest assured, Your Excellency," a staff officer said soothingly. "These sailors are accustomed to the sea, and the vessels are large local ships commandeered by the government, capable of sailing to the Western Ocean. The voyage to Qiongshan will pose no difficulties." Returning to the main camp, He Ruben discussed march strategy with his staff. The Governor-General was anxious for him to cross the sea and engage the enemy. Beyond his eagerness for a quick result, there was also the issue of exhausting the troops and draining the treasury. This 20,000-strong army, not yet fully assembled, had already cost the Guangdong provincial treasury over 100,000 taels of silver, and that didn't include expenses for grain, ships, and firearms. Once they arrived at Lingao, besieging the hair thieves for months would consume even more. For all these reasons, he had to make some gesture. He would let his most reliable troops cross the sea first. Watching the first wave depart, He Ruben seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. At least he now had grounds to mollify the Governor-General. But profound anxiety stirred within him. He knew almost nothing about the hair thieves' true condition. He had originally hoped to question the Lingao magistrate face to face upon his arrival, but unexpectedly the hair thieves had suddenly besieged the county seat, trapping the magistrate so thoroughly that he could not travel to the provincial capital. End of chapter. Chapter 629. The General Part 2. He Ruben had already posted notices throughout Guangzhou and Qiongshan, recruiting anyone who understood the internal workings of the hair thieves and knew Lingao well. He also tracked down sailors and merchants who had visited Lingao and interrogated them about the hair thieves' particulars. But what these people could tell him amounted to little more than commonplaces. The hair thieves possessed great iron ships and swift boats, and they were skilled at commerce. None of this was useful for making war. As for the hair thieves' combat effectiveness, He learned from these sources that the enemy wore no armor, used only bird guns, kept orderly ranks, and maintained strict discipline. In addition, there was the widely circulated claim of formidable firearms. Such fragmentary observations were naturally insufficient evidence. Merchants and sailors were not military men, and had paid little attention to the Thieves' weapons or martial capabilities. Their accounts lacked detail. Some were greedy for reward money or cowed by official authority into speaking, while others simply talked nonsense and fabricated stories. The many contradictions left him more confused than before. It seemed he still needed to find local gentry and scholars. How could ordinary illiterate folk possibly clarify such weighty matters of military and state affairs? With this thought, he asked the staff officer beside him, "Have there been any recruits from Qiongshan or Guangzhou?" The staff officer replied, "A few, but upon slight questioning of their backgrounds, most turn out to be ambitious men hoping to advance themselves by offering clever strategies for defeating the enemy. Not a single person truly understands the Thieves' internal situation." Upon returning to the main camp, Reuben found the latest Hainan garrison report, forwarded from Zhiming by express horse, waiting on his desk. Recently, garrison reports from Hainan had increased significantly. He opened it and saw it contained the freshest intelligence on the war situation in Chiangmai and Lingao, sent by the Hainan sub-prefectural magistrate. The first document concerned Lingao. Sun Tianbiao, 100 household officer and the only surviving officer of the rear 1,000 household office under the Lingao attached guard of 5,000 households, had arrived in Zhiming and personally recounted the circumstances of the 1,000 household city's fall. According to his account, originally, under 1,000 householder Liu's supervision, everyone had fought bravely for 6 days and nights. The Thieves could never breach the walls, and the 1,000 household city remained as steady as Mount Tai. However, several hand traders secretly suborned by the Thieves lurked within the city. Taking advantage of a moment when the defenders were off guard, they suddenly rebelled, assassinated 1,000 householder Liu, and covertly opened the city gates, causing the fortress to fall. These hand traders then used the command arrows and documents captured in the city to trick open the other agricultural station posts and the main camp. This resulted in the total annihilation of the entire rear 1,000 household office of the Lingao attached guard. Since this garrison report constituted first-hand testimony, far more valuable than rumor-based intelligence gathered by spies, Reuben read it with great care. Next came the inquiry into the siege of Lingao. According to Sun Tianbiao, who had fled back to safety, he had heard the Thieves had coerced over 10,000 local troops, civilians, and able-bodied men to besiege Lingao county seat, but he knew little about the specific situation, only hearing cannon fire shaking the heavens and seeing roads everywhere filled with thief soldiers. He himself had abandoned wife and child, and forgetting life and death to break out. This was nonsense. Reuben recalled the content of the previous garrison report. When Sun Tianbiao fled to Qiongshan, news of Lingao being under siege had not yet arrived. The county's distress messenger only appeared several days later. As for Lingao's siege, there was no specific intelligence beyond a single distress document sent by the Lingao magistrate. After Chiangmai fell under siege as well, the postal road had been completely severed, and news became almost entirely unavailable. With the postal road cut off, reports from Danju and Changhua could not get through either. Garrison reports now had to circumnavigate the island in the opposite direction or be shipped to Liju before reaching Qiangshu's prefectural city. Where is the person who delivered the Lingao distress document? The letter was delivered to Qiongshan, then forwarded to the province by the Qiangshu prefect. The messenger is probably still in Qiongshan, a staff officer said. 7 or 8 days have passed, though. He's probably returned to Lingao by now. Reuben regretted not having instructed Tang Yunwen to detain the messenger. That person could certainly have provided substantial intelligence on the Hair Thieves. The second letter contained news from Chiang Mai. Reuben had originally assumed Chiang Mai must have fallen. He understood the scale of county seats on Hainan Island. Most cities had crude defensive facilities and insufficient artillery. As for the garrison, it was practically non-existent. Expecting the weary and decrepit soldiers of the Waisu system to rescue a county seat was simply wishful thinking. A force of 2,000 or 3,000 men could not fail to take it if they attacked with deadly determination. But when he opened the garrison report, he saw it had been dispatched from Chiang Mai County. The city was apparently still in government hands, and external communication had not been cut off. The Hair Thieves have proclaimed themselves the Fubo Army. On this day, approximately 1,000 infantry and artillery troops with dozens of cannons established a stockade outside the south gate. Thief troops gathered outside the city walls. The city's militia and village braves sortied to engage them, claiming hundreds of rebel heads. However, the enemy force was large and their firearms fearsome. Our troops suffered a minor setback. The Hair Thieves pressed their advantage to assault the south gate. Military and civilian defenders within the city resisted to the death. The gate tower changed hands dozens of times before the Hair Thieves finally lost momentum and rooted. Dozens of rebel leaders, great and small, were beheaded, including 3 true Hair Thieves. According to prisoner confessions, among the beheaded true Hair Thieves were one falsely entitled director and one false defender. Disregarding their own lives, the Hair Thieves actually snatched the corpses away. Seeing that the county seat could not be taken, the bandit chiefs Yu Leahu and Yu Zhiqian split their forces to raid in all 4 directions. Many gentry households have suffered. They have coerced thousands of militia to construct siege lines and fortified stockades. They also bombard us with giant cannons, arrows, and shot fly everywhere. Countless military and civilian casualties have occurred inside the city. Houses have burned, and debris lies everywhere. Women and children sleep exposed to the elements, their wailing unceasing day and night. The situation is unbearable to witness. This must be reported in the garrison report. Reuben breathed a slight sigh of relief. It appeared that the Hair Thieves' land warfare capabilities were indeed weak. A tiny county seat like Chiang Mai had not fallen despite the enemy deploying thousands of men and their supposedly formidable cannons. No wonder Lingao County seat had managed to hold out for over 3 years. This reinforced his conviction in his strategy of relying solely on land forces rather than naval forces. He had originally considered ordering Tang Yunwen to immediately reinforce Chiang Mai. Tang Yunwen's headquarters plus local village militia could mobilize roughly 2,000 men. Chiang Mai lay only half a day's march from Qiongshan, requiring no additional deployment or extra pay expenditure. Simply forcing the Hair Thieves to lift the siege would count as a minor victory. He instructed someone to summon the staff officers immediately for a discussion of the Chiang Mai relief operation. His principal advisor was, of course, not Liu Yizhang. Although Liu Yizhang considered himself quite knowledgeable about military affairs, he was, after all, sent by the Governor-General and therefore operated at a certain remove. Reuben wanted to hear the opinions of staff officers whose interests were more closely bound to his own. The staff officers read the garrison report and concluded that the Hair Thieves must know the court intended to encircle and suppress them, hence their attacks on county seats everywhere. Their intent was merely to create momentum and frighten the government army into hesitating to advance. Reuben smiled and asked, "I am considering transferring General Tang's troops to relieve Chiang Mai. What do you gentlemen think?" The staff officers believed that, although the Hair Thieves possessed formidable firearms, their failure to take either Lingao or Chiang Mai proved their land warfare was indeed incompetent. Tang Yunwen's troops were considered relatively capable of fighting among Ming forces in Guangdong. Sending him to relieve Chiang Mai would surely succeed. So long as the Hair Thieves besieging Chiang Mai were driven off, the constant pressure to advance from the Governor-General could also be buffered. Overall, the majority opinion among the staff still tended toward prudence. They did not wish for the entire army to land on the island and launch a crusade prematurely. One staff officer among them, however, shook his head repeatedly. "Your Excellency, General Tang's troops are mostly naval forces. Field battles and siege breaking are not their specialty. If we rush to relieve Chiang Mai and suffer a setback, morale could waver." This staff officer was named Chang Qingyun, a Jurin degree holder. He had considerable interest in the study of statecraft. Although he had never served as an official, he was thoroughly familiar with the workings of bureaucracy. He was one of He Rubin's more trusted advisors. He Rubin nodded silently, reflecting that although Tang Yunwen's forces were nominally 5,000 strong, actual combat soldiers numbered only about 2,000. Most were sailors, unaccustomed to infantry warfare and possessing few land warfare firearms. These troops were also scattered across multiple counties in Hainan. Relieving Chiang Mai would therefore have to rely primarily on Qiongshan's village militia. Although village militia possessed strong fighting spirit, their morale suffered considerably once they left their native territory, requiring substantial rewards to fight hard. According to the garrison report, the Thieves had constructed siege lines and fortified stockades beneath Chiang Mai's walls. Their defenses must be formidable. When the opponent defended entrenched positions with fierce firearms, Tang Yunwen might not gain any advantage. Wouldn't the government army then find itself trapped in a stalemate beneath Chiang Mai's walls? Considering all this, he temporarily shelved the idea of having Tang Yunwen dispatch troops to relieve Chiang Mai. However, if Chiang Mai did fall, Tang Yunwen, as regional commander of Qiangya land routes and concurrent commander of the Baisha Water Stockade coastal defense, would bear the greatest responsibility. But He Rubin himself was the military chief of Guangdong and the principal general of the expedition against the Thieves. Responsibility for a fallen county seat could not escape him either. In this student's view, Your Excellency might simply issue a personal order to Regional Commander Tang immediately, instructing him to act according to circumstances and relieve Chiang Mai quickly. The staff officers nodded one after another. Since it was both quickly and according to circumstances, this was indeed clever. Commander He would have issued a relief order regardless. The ball of whether or not to actually relieve Chiang Mai was kicked directly to Regional Commander Tang. Even if Chiang Mai fell, blame could not be traced back to He Rubin. His central battalion troops had already crossed the sea. No one could claim he hadn't attempted a rescue. That was one consideration. Second, even if Chiang Mai fell temporarily, once the Grand Army was fully assembled, recovering the county would require only a minor effort en route. Furthermore, in this student's view, the Thieves lacked the capability to breach city walls, Chang Qingyun said. If they possessed such capability, why would they force laborers to construct siege lines and fortified stockades? This must be their strategy for a prolonged siege. The Chiang Mai magistrate need only maintain a careful defense to ensure the safety of the entire city. The immediate priority is to send someone secretly into the city to deliver a letter stating that the Grand Army will definitely come to the rescue. Upon reading it, the military and civilian population will certainly defend with full strength while awaiting relief. He Rubin approved of this idea and instructed a secretary handling correspondence to prepare the personal order for Tang Yunwen. He then wrote a note by hand urging Chiang Mai's officials, gentry, and people to hold firm. To Magistrate Qiu of Chiang Mai and the defending officials and gentry of Chiang Mai, this commander will personally lead the Grand Army to reinforce within days. Hold fast and maintain vigilance while awaiting the lifting of the siege. He did not write a date below, only his signature. Upon reflection, he wrote a second identical note, changing only the addressee to Magistrate Wu of Lingao and the defending officials and gentry of Lingao. After finishing, he ordered 2 elite soldiers fluent in the Qiongshan dialect selected from the army, rewarded each with 20 taels of silver, and dispatched them to carry the 2 letters across the sea for immediate delivery. Having accomplished these 2 tasks, Reuben felt somewhat cheered. Reflecting that Lu Yijiang's constant pressure to advance had prompted him to send the Central Battalion across the sea first, it actually turned out to be a fortunate stroke. He smiled and asked the assembled staff, "For this cross-sea expedition, we know little of the Hare Thieves' particulars. Of the 20,000 troops I have brought, after subtracting empty quotas and the old and infirm, only about 10,000 are actually capable of fighting. I wonder whether we can match the Hare Thieves." Predictably, everyone offered flattery. "Once the grand army arrives, the ugly kind shall be cleansed. A great display of punitive might. A magnificent demonstration of military power," and so forth. Half of this was mere sycophancy, but half represented the staff officers' genuine convictions. In their view, the Hare Thieves relied solely on strange tricks and clever devices, firearms of somewhat superior power. If they actually formed up for a proper field battle, they would absolutely be no match for the court's grand army. Thus, no one harbored doubts about the war's outcome. One staff officer observed that although the Hare Thieves posed no real concern, they did possess sturdy ships and powerful cannons, and had gathered tens of thousands of traitorous Fujian and Guangdong people. Moreover, the government still knew very little about the Hare Thieves' internal affairs. They did not even know the name of the Hare Thief leader. The government's only sources of intelligence remained garrison reports and various market rumors. Iron ships floating on the sea, swift boats moving without oars or sails. Isn't that simply monstrous? Reuben had consistently refused to believe such tales, only crediting them 30% after receiving Tang Yunwen's garrison report. But generals exaggerating enemy strength to shirk responsibility or inflate their own achievements was commonplace. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Our army knows itself but not the enemy, Chang Qingyun sighed. That Sun Tianbiao fled back from Lingao and must know much about the Hare Thieves' internal affairs. Why not transfer him to the army for use? A staff officer suggested. An excellent point. Reuben nodded. Sun Tianbiao had escaped from Lingao and was an officer. He must know a great deal. Having him serve before the command tent would yield much useful information. I will immediately request that the Governor-General transfer this man. Appoint him to an acting squad leader position to start. Chang Qingyun spoke up. Your Excellency's campaign to suppress these bandits will certainly achieve total success. That goes without saying. However, the suppression must be handled beautifully. If it resembles Commander Yu's campaign of years past, ending only in forcing the enemy to retreat with their entire force intact, it would fall far short of the glory of the Xiongyu victory. Reuben had always harbored great wariness toward overseas peoples. Back then, driving away the Red Hares by military force had only been avoided because civil and military officials believed the disparity in combat power too great. Even if they won, the excessive losses could not be explained to the court. Hearing Chang Qingyun say this now, he suspected Wang Zund was merely repeating the old strategy. Chang Qingyun believed that since the Hare Thieves possessed great iron ships and swift iron boats, merely forcing them to destroy their city and stockades and withdraw would only result in their choosing another location to rebuild their fortifications. How could such overseas barbarians, who had braved 10,000 li of ocean waves to trade in China regardless of life and death, give up so easily? They would certainly seek another lair. Although the Dutch had retreated before the government armies might in the past, they had ultimately secured a promise allowing merchants to trade on Taiwan. Moreover, they immediately turned to Taiwan to construct fortresses. To this very day, Red Hare barbarians remained a scourge on the great Ming coast. What is your meaning, sir? The Hare Thieves are skilled on the water. Although our army cannot engage them on the ocean waves, we can defeat them with a strategy of surprise forces, Chang Qingyun said with great confidence. A staff officer laughed. "Are you perhaps imitating Zhuge Liang's old trick? The hair thief ships are mostly made of iron, difficult to burn with fire." Another staff officer objected, shaking his head in disapproval. But Chang Qingyun's surprise weapon was not fire ships, the traditional Chinese naval weapon and primary means by which the Great Ming and Great Qing navies had resisted foreign aggression. His surprise weapon was the underwater muddy river dragon, a traditional Chinese naval mine. According to various books, the underwater muddy river dragon was a primitive moored mine, its historical significance comparable to the nest of bees, being considered the ancestor of modern rocket artillery. However, due to serious problems with the ignition mechanism and difficulties in deployment, this type of moored mine had never played a practical role and had gradually become merely a divine weapon, existing only in books. Reuben naturally knew of this device. The late Ming was an era of explosive growth in Chinese firearms. Any literate person talked about inventing and creating firearms, though most were simply hoping to gain promotion and wealth through such schemes, as Song Yinxing had observed. The underwater muddy river dragon possessed no practical value whatsoever. Reuben understood this clearly. But Chang Qingyun's surprise weapon was an improved version, something closer to a drifting mine. Chang Qingyun immediately used tea as ink to sketch a rough diagram on the table. The concept was roughly this. Gunpowder would be sealed in a clay pot, then bamboo poles bound crosswise on all four sides to provide buoyancy and make the device easy to hook onto ships. The raft would then be covered with straw or similar material. Specialized soldiers skilled in swimming would push it to the side of a hair thief ship, then ignite the fuse. Alternatively, no soldiers may be needed at all. Simply send small boats at night when the tide flows into the harbor, release 100 or so muddy river dragons outside the harbor entrance, and let them drift in with the tide. Inside each muddy river dragon, use slow-burning incense for ignition, Chang Qingyun explained. Releasing drifting mines in this fashion naturally offered no accuracy whatsoever. So many would have to be deployed, 100 or 200 at a time. Even if none hooked onto ships, the explosions alone would serve to disturb the hair thieves. If they could sink or damage the great iron ships that the hair thieves relied upon as their great wall, the enemy could only surrender. Chang Qingyun's new tactics sparked a discussion among the staff officers. They clearly understood the significance of this muddy river dragon. If large numbers were released in Bapu Harbor, not only would hair thief ships be damaged, but any surviving vessels would not dare remain long in the harbor. They would inevitably sue for peace early. Reuben wondered whether this device would actually work, but it cost little. He didn't quite believe such a thing could sink great iron ships, but sinking a few iron swift boats would constitute a notable achievement. So he agreed to have a batch produced on a trial basis first. It would be best to have soldiers skilled in swimming push these devices into the harbor, Chang Qingyun suggested. Your Excellency might consider establishing a mine regiment, selecting 100 or so water braves skilled in swimming for training. It will surely achieve miraculous success. A local staff officer spoke up. This province has the Tanka boat people, a low-caste population living adrift on the water. Many are treacherous rogues, but their swimming skills are excellent. Why not recruit them as water braves and employ them to release the muddy river dragons? This would achieve the effect of using poison to fight poison, and even if there are casualties, they are not to be pitied. It would not damage Heaven's prestige and could also eliminate a local nuisance. From this starting point, the staff officers launched into a discussion of firearms. The late Ming was an era when everyone talked about firearms. Various books on the subject were numerous and readily available, so staff officers could generally contribute something to the conversation. Reuben was himself an expert in this field and had even published writings on the topic. Once the discussion began, he grew eloquent as well. Because rumors claimed the hair thief firearms were fearsome, everyone was eager to devise fiercer methods to counter the enemy. Reuben pondered for a moment. He could not make the decision to recruit water braves on his own authority. He would need approval from the governor-general and provincial governor. But this was not a bad path to victory. Recruiting 200 or 300 water braves would cost little. Even if the muddy river dragon proved useless, the men could still be employed in combat. End of chapter. Chapter 630, Red Barbarian Cannons. The discussion was still underway when a personal guard suddenly reported that the cannon consecration ceremony was ready to proceed. To counter the Hare Thieves' formidable firearms, Fashion had recently delivered 10 freshly cast, Red Barbarian cannons, Hongyi cannons. Reuben had ordered an auspicious day chosen for him to personally consecrate and test fire the weapons. Today was that auspicious day. Reuben led his staff to the drill ground. All his principal generals were present, and Liu Yijiang had also attended, looking about with obvious interest. 10 glistening bronze cannons were mounted on newly constructed, sturdy elm carriages with 2 wheels and 2 stabilizing legs, presenting a robust appearance. An altar table stood before the cannons, upon which rested a red paper spirit tablet inscribed Spirit Position of the Great General Cannon. Before the tablet were arranged offerings of 3 livestock, clear wine, incense burners, candlesticks, and other ritual implements. Reuben, accompanied by Li Mado, the commander of the firearms battalion holding the rank of defender, washed his hands and burned incense, then bowed devoutly 3 times to the cannon god. He also recited a prayer drafted beforehand by his staff, then poured a full cup of wine onto the ground. 10 gunners first knelt and bowed to the commander-in-chief and the assembled officers, then moved to the cannons, knelt once more, and kowtowed 3 more times before proceeding to man their weapons. Next came the cannon demonstration, the so-called auspicious cannon firing. Test firing newly cast cannons was standard practice in weapon manufacturing. However, once cannons entered military service, traditional Chinese siege weapons like battering rams and trebuchets immediately paled in comparison. Cannons inevitably acquired a mystical aura, leading to the development of various rituals. Since the Yuan dynasty, cannons had been given titles and received sacrificial offerings. Reuben attached great importance to the cannon consecration ceremony. On one hand, he believed it would boost morale. On the other, he wanted to assess the power of these provincially manufactured Red Barbarian cannons for himself. He was among the early adopters of Red Barbarian cannons. When they were first introduced during the Tianqi era, he had observed test firings, studied Western gunnery, and even obtained a book on firearms. By this time, the technology for manufacturing Red Barbarian cannons had matured considerably. The cannons produced at Li Loyu's foundry used guns borrowed from Macau as models, and he kept a German Jesuit missionary, Johann Adam Schall von Bell, concealed in his household for constant guidance. After returning from Lingao, Li Loyu had constructed some improvised equipment based on what he had observed at the Lingao gun foundry, supplemented by instruction from the Europeans around him. He had applied the technique of boring barrels smooth with a rotating cutter. Consequently, the Red Barbarian cannons cast at his foundry were visibly superior to those produced elsewhere. "These cannons are well made," Reuben praised. He could already see that this batch consisted of lighter-weight Red Barbarian cannons. "Who cast them?" "Answering your excellency, they were cast by the Li family foundry in Fashion," Li Mado reported. "Their foundry differs from others. Their cannons are particularly excellent." Reuben thought for a moment and asked, "Would that be Li Loyu?" "Exactly." "I understand he was most eager in this cannon casting endeavor, specifically requesting that the governor issue a letter to borrow cannons from the Franks for use as models. No wonder his cannons are so well made. Manager Li is practically half a foreign barbarian," Reuben laughed. "I heard he served as an altar boy for Frankish foreign monks in Macau when he was young and developed quite intimate relations with them. His sympathies with Franks are indeed different." Everyone laughed heartily. It was well known that Reuben strongly disliked foreign religions and naturally harbored distaste for people who were Christians or maintained deep ties with the Macau Church. "Please give the order, Commander," Li Madao said, clasping his hands. "Shall we fire the cannons immediately?" Upon receiving Reuben's consent, Li Madao waved the command flag in his hand. By the commander's order, test fire immediately. At his command, 10 gunners rushed forward and pushed out one of the cannons. Red Barbarian cannons were extremely heavy. Even this field artillery piece, designed to fire 5 caddy balls, weighed 1,500 caddies. To bear the weight and ensure durability, the carriages were made of particularly thick and heavy materials, with many iron nails and hoops reinforcing the wheels. The whole artillery piece was cumbersome in the extreme, and the 10 gunners strained to move it. The gunners pushed the cannon into position. One of them first used a gunner's quadrant to measure the elevation angle. Red Barbarian cannons were essentially culverins and were generally fired at lower angles for maximum range. The gunner reported loudly, "Quadrant height 6 fen." Then another gunner used a hammer to strike the wooden wedge inserted between the barrel and the carriage, gradually raising the muzzle. A quadrant height of 6 fen corresponded roughly to a 45-degree angle, the elevation for maximum range from a smoothbore cannon. At a barrel elevation of 6 fen, the shot can reach 1,053 paces, Reuben explained to the staff and generals. If the elevation is 7 fen, the shot falls shorter. He had personally compiled Western fire attack divine devices and knew this material by heart. Li Madao replied respectfully, "Your Excellency's insight is most accurate." Once the barrel was elevated into position, the gunner shouted again, "Use 2 caddies 6 tails of powder." 2 other gunners quickly retrieved a porcelain jar from a pit. This jar was specifically designed for storing gunpowder, glazed inside and out, with a constricted neck for tying and a rattan or bamboo casing for carrying. The gunner broke the sealing clay, removed the porcelain saucer covering the mouth, measured out gunpowder scoop by scoop with a wooden ladle, and poured it into the barrel. One gunner used a long rammer to push the powder to the bottom of the bore, then inserted a fuse made of paper and powder into the vent near the breech. They continued loading powder and rammed it tight, inserted a wooden wad, and finally loaded the iron ball. Li Madao instructed everyone to retreat 10 zhang away. Other officers and soldiers also withdrew to a safe distance, prepared for accidents. Li Madao himself retreated only 1 zhang. He waved the small flag in his hand and said, "Fire!" A gunner touched the fuse with a burning torch. The gunners immediately retreated to Li Madao's side, their faces tense, all watching as the fuse hissed and sparked, shortening rapidly. Although cannons were powerful, cannon casting at this time lacked proper process management. Material quality varied widely, and consistency could not be guaranteed. Inexperienced gunners learned from translated Western gunnery manuals that ignored unit conversions. All this caused many cannons to explode on their first firing, often killing or wounding numerous personnel. The fuse burned into the vent with hissing sparks. Suddenly, red light flashed at the vent, followed by fire erupting from the muzzle and a thunderous boom. Everyone felt the ground shake, and thick smoke instantly enveloped the front of the cannon. When the piece fired, the staff and officers instinctively hunched over and the gunners squatted down sharply. Li Madao bent at the waist. Upon seeing the red flash, he quickly opened his mouth wide. After the detonation, he sprinted to the cannon, inspected it carefully, touched it with his hand, and felt relieved. He hurried back to report, "Your Excellency, the cannon is intact." Reuben and his staff and officers approached. They examined the barrel and carriage. Both remained solid as before. All were highly satisfied. After a while, a personal guard galloped back from a mound 2 li distant to report. The cannonball had sailed over the mound and shattered a tree behind it. "The Hare Thieves claim to possess fearsome firearms. How do they compare to this cannon?" Reuben laughed. "However fearsome Hare Thief cannons may be, they are merely this," Chang Qingyun declared. This is only a small cannon firing a 5-caddy ball. If it were a large cannon firing a 15-caddy ball, one shot could devastate 3 or 4 li. The Hair Thieves' firearms, however formidable, amount to no more than this. Reuben was confident. Defender Li, how many large cannons does the firearms battalion currently possess? Reporting to Your Excellency, including these 10 red barbarian cannons, new and old cannons total 164 pieces. Excluding crouching tiger cannons and the like, excluding these small guns, how many? Reporting to Your Excellency, 38 pieces. Good. Reuben was quite satisfied. Here are sample specimens of newly cast Western cannonballs sent by the Ministry of Works. Test fire them one by one. If any prove useful, order the foundry to rush production immediately. Yes, Your Excellency. This batch of new-style cannonballs had been cast under Johann Adam Schall von Bell's supervision and distributed to Liaodong, the capital region, Shandong, Fujian, Guangdong, and other places equipped with red barbarian cannons for field testing. These cannonballs bore various names: dragon roar shot, chain shot, drill shot, chisel shot, and others. They were numerous and strange-looking. Li Madao loaded and tested them one by one, but no one could discern any specific function for these unusual projectiles, and their ranges were much shorter. Only the enormous whistling sound produced by the dragon roar shot impressed everyone as having some deterrent value. As for the chain shot, which split into 2 hemispheres connected by a chain after firing, and the bar shot, with a fixed iron bar between 2 hemispheres, and the expanding shot, 4 hemispheres connected by chains to a central iron knob, they looked impressive but achieved much shorter ranges. The staff officers concluded it would be more effective to simply fire solid balls and grape shot. Defender Li, what do you think of these cannonballs? Reuben asked. Your Excellency, the dragon roar shot sounds like a dragon's roar and may serve to break enemy morale, but it is not the orthodox method. As for the others, Li Madao found these oddly shaped projectiles useless. This humble officer believes they can be used, but they waste labor and material and do not shoot far. Those foreign monks only know how to tinker with strange gadgets to impress people. Reuben laughed. We shall not use this assortment. Reuben then inspected the firearms battalion itself. This battalion had been specially established to deal with the Hair Thieves, gathering many cannons and constructing many new carriages. Seeing the firearms battalion's orderly ranks, excellent armor and weapons, and soldiers busily drilling or maintaining equipment with no idlers in sight, Reuben felt very satisfied. Defender Li, Your Excellency. Li Madao hurried forward. You lead your troops well. All thanks to Your Excellency's commanding presence. Reuben nodded. I hear you are skilled with firearms. The Hair Thieves have earned a reputation for formidable weapons. What do you think? Reporting to Your Excellency, Li Madao said cautiously, this humble officer has never seen Hair Thief firearms. I have only heard they possess giant cannons capable of shooting over 10 li. In this humble officer's opinion, such rumors are mostly exaggerated. How so? This humble officer has served in the army for 16 years. I began as a 3-barreled gunner and have handled countless firearms, large and small. The ranges of firearms are almost always overstated. From what I have observed using cannons over the years, the medium Frankish breechloader shoots no more than 200 paces, the crouching tiger cannon no more than 30 or 40. Yet books claim they reach several li, even tens of li. Even red barbarian cannons, though classified as 1,000, 2,000, or 5,000 caddies, actually shoot at maximum no more than 3 li. Giant cannons do not necessarily shoot far. Reuben appreciated these words, thinking that only someone with actual combat experience could speak so practically. He sized up this 30-something officer, square face, tall and sturdy build, powerful physique, clearly a man suited for battlefield combat. Have you seen action? Reporting to Your Excellency, this humble officer once followed Garrison Commander Zhou of the Zhejiang Battalion in the Sarhu campaign. After the Eastern Route Army was defeated, I led my brothers to defend a high ridge, resisting the enemy with firearms until dusk, when the barbarian soldiers slackened their assault. Then I broke out in a single charge. Li Madao spoke of this history with evident pride. Liaodong's solid defense relies greatly on firearms. He Reuben asked, now that the Hare Thieves possess firearms no inferior to ours, if both sides face comparable danger, how should firearms be deployed? Li Madao's face flushed with excitement. The commander-in-chief consulting him on strategy was an enormous honor. He had pondered this question many times, so he steadied himself and replied, in this humble officer's limited view, although the Hare Thieves may number tens of thousands, their forces consist of either Fujian and Guangdong traders or coerced commoners, a mere rabble. They definitely will not dare engage our army in open field battle. Their strategy is undoubtedly to imitate the Red Hare's old tactics at Penghu, constructing strong stockades and mounting heavy cannons to defend a corner. After our troops surround them over time, and since the range of enemy cannons differs little from ours, our forces can dig trenches advancing to within half a li or 1 li of the enemy stockade walls. The trenches must be wide and deep enough to accommodate cannon carriages. Our cannons can advance forward along the trench bottoms, approaching the stockade gates and walls to fire. My cannons can reach the enemy, their cannons cannot harm me. What if the Hare Thieves sortie to capture our cannons? At each cannon position, deploy 2 squads of infantry equipped with crouching tiger cannons and 3-barreled guns, ready to fight at any moment. Our troops have deep trenches for cover. Enemy cannons cannot reach us. If our strength should falter, fresh reinforcements can be committed at any time. He glanced at Reuben and quickly added, this humble officer presumes to lecture before an expert. This is merely a humble opinion. Reuben had never heard of such tactics, digging ditches on flat ground and having cannon carriages move along the trench bottoms. His first impulse was to dismiss it as absurd. But upon reflection, this method might have some merit. If the Hare Thieves refused to retreat, it could be worth attempting. Yet he said neither good nor bad. Expressionless, he departed amid his retinue. Li Madao respectfully saw the commander off with great care. He felt uneasy, uncertain whether his speech had pleased or displeased the commander, or whether it had suited his tastes. Commander He's favor was crucial to his career. He had spent 16 years climbing to the rank of defender, and had only recently become a battalion commander. He cared deeply about his future prospects. Master, was the commander satisfied with the firearms battalion? Several trusted 1,000 household and 100 household officers crowded around after Reuben's departure. How the hell should I know? Li Madao replied impatiently. Just lead the brothers well. It looks like our firearms battalion will see major action in this expedition against the Hare Thieves. After his subordinates dispersed, Li Madao glanced at the strange cannonballs awaiting collection by soldiers. He walked over, squatted down, and studied the projectiles cast under the foreign monk's supervision. Although the new ammunition had performed poorly in the test, Li Madao sensed vaguely that each type must have its own purpose. He simply didn't know what those purposes were. If only I had someone around who understood Western gunnery, I could ask and learn, Li Madao thought. Speaking of Western gunnery, commander He was certainly the foremost authority in the Liangguang army, but Li was merely a minor defender. How could he presume to question the commander-in-chief casually? Once the barrel is scrubbed clean, prepare to harness horses and return to camp, he ordered. Soldiers set about cleaning the barrel and packing up. Soldiers brought newly purchased Sichuan horses to harness the cannon. Sichuan horses were small and weak. Not only were the carriages made very clumsily, but lacking limbers, the draft horses had to pull forward while simultaneously bearing weight on their backs. The efficiency of animal power was extremely poor. 7 or 8 horses could barely move the piece. Li Madao knew that Mongolian horses were rare in the south, and Jiangnan and Guangdong did not raise mules, so he had to make do with Sichuan horses. These horses have too little strength, not even as good as mules, a squad leader beside him observed. These are the small Sichuan horses of the south, smaller than a Shandong donkey, Li Mado said. For pulling carts they can't even match a donkey. They're passable for carrying loads on mountain paths, but for pulling carts or cannons they're inadequate. This humble officer sees many oxen here. Why not use oxen? Oxen frighten easily. He shook his head. And they're too slow. Once the guns start firing on the battlefield, won't the oxen panic and ruin everything immediately? Yet oxen did possess endurance and greater strength than these Sichuan horses that could barely drag the cannons. The battalion had over 30 cannons exceeding 1,000 caddies. At 4 oxen per cannon, that meant over 100 oxen, plus corresponding handlers. He didn't know whether Commander He would be willing to fund this additional expense. Returning to camp and settling the cannons, Li Madao proceeded to the gunpowder workshop on the slopes below Yanyangsi Mountain. About 5 or 6 li from the camp battery, a sprawling collection of sheds served as a gunpowder manufactory. Materials for making gunpowder, sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter were shipped here day and night from throughout the province. Occasionally other materials arrived as well: dried human feces, toxic herbs like aconite, lime, tung oil, and the like. As commander of the firearms battalion, Li Madao's greatest concern was gunpowder supply. Although the government army did not lack for gunpowder, its quality varied enormously. Poor powder only puffed black smoke. Sometimes cannonballs simply fell out of the muzzle. Other times the mixture was too potent and burst the barrel, often causing heavy casualties among the gunners. For this expedition, Reuben had commissioned him to oversee gunpowder and projectile manufacturing concurrently. For the commander of the firearms battalion, gunpowder and ammunition were matters of life and death. He could not afford to take them lightly. Many large iron cauldrons had been set up in the sheds, boiling something that emitted foul odors. Li Madao recognized this as the process of purifying saltpeter and sulfur. Not far away, 3 large stone grinding mills pulled by Sichuan horses crushed charcoal. Many laborers were pounding ash with rhythmic thump-thump sounds, while others sifted the ash to produce fine black powder. Still others mixed sulfur, saltpeter, and other substances into the charcoal powder according to prescribed ratios to make gunpowder. The prepared gunpowder was transferred to stone troughs, where craftsmen continuously pounded it with thick wooden pestles. Elderly master craftsmen sat nearby, occasionally rubbing the powder between their fingers and adding clear water. The gunpowder had to be pounded as fine as possible. Li Madao recalled that the manuals prescribed over 5,000 strokes. He had no idea how the craftsmen kept count. Other workers sprayed slightly viscous water, soaked from wheat, onto spread-out gunpowder, then used bamboo sieves to shake out granular powder of various sizes. End of chapter. Chapter 631. The Hair Thieves' background granular gunpowder represented a significant improvement over powdered gunpowder. The powdered form absorbed moisture readily, and during storage and transport, the mixture gradually separated due to jostling, more charcoal powder accumulating in the upper layer, more sulfur powder settling toward the bottom. This uneven distribution was detrimental to both the power and safety of the gunpowder. Li Madao watched the craftsmen granulating with keen interest and inquired about the details. It turned out this technique had also been introduced by Westerners. The craftsmen explained that such gunpowder not only ignited reliably, but was also far less prone to absorbing moisture, much superior to the powdered variety used previously. Another Western innovation. Li Madao felt a growing hope that he might simply meet a Westerner and ask him directly about the proper use of these Western firearms. "How much gunpowder has been produced?" he asked. The manager of the Gunpowder Bureau reported, answering the master, 10,000 caddies so far, mostly propellant with a small amount of explosive powder plus toxic gunpowder and powder cakes. That's far too little. 10,000 caddies won't be nearly enough. Yes, but the hemp stalk charcoal we need is difficult to source, so we are switching to willow charcoal, the manager explained. Making gunpowder now is different from before. Both saltpeter and sulfur must be purified before use. Purifying raw sulfur alone requires beef tallow and lard. 10 caddies of sulfur consume 2 or 3 caddies of fat. Procuring such quantities takes considerable time. Leaving the gunpowder bureau enclosure, Li Madao saw black smoke billowing into the sky 3 or 4 li distant. This marked the location of the blacksmith battalion. Most military weapons were made of iron. Although the government maintained specialized bureaus to manufacture weapons, the army still carried some blacksmith tools, iron stock, and charcoal to repair weapons on the move and rush-produce high-consumption items like arrowheads and iron shot when necessary. Right now, the blacksmith battalion was working day and night to cast cannonballs and bullets. Inside the camp, the clanging of forging and sword repair work echoed from a shed, while in the open air 7 or 8 iron smelting furnaces burned fiercely, melting pig iron to cast cannonballs. The ground was covered with clay molds of various sizes. Li Madao surveyed the stockpile yard on one side, piled high with various iron materials, iron bricks and rods purchased from ironworks, as well as assorted discarded weapons and objects from the army. Used crucibles and broken clay molds were heaped into mounds several feet high. Newly cast cannonballs of various sizes filled rattan baskets that covered an area the size of several mu. Li Madao knew that small baskets held large cannonballs, while large baskets contained grapeshot. The 1,000 household officer managing the camp hurried out to greet him upon seeing his arrival. Like gunpowder, Li Madao's urgent priority was producing more cannonballs as quickly as possible. Cannonball consumption during battle was enormous, particularly since they were preparing for what might be a prolonged siege. If the situation arose where the firearms battalion ran out of ammunition and missed a battlefield opportunity, his head would be forfeit. He examined the large cannonballs in the baskets. The casting quality was inconsistent. Some were very round, others showed significant deviations in diameter. The surface finish of the projectiles also varied. Some large cannonballs were extremely rough, almost honeycomb-like in texture. More critically, even among the nominally identical 5 caddy cannonballs, sizes actually differed slightly. Some variations were visible to the naked eye. These large cannonballs must be sorted, he told the 1,000 household officer managing the blacksmith battalion. Only the roundest and smoothest can be used in the red Barbarian cannons. The others can serve only as grapeshot. The dimensions must also be sorted. Some are too large, some too small. Li Madao understood that oversized or rough cannonballs like these were acceptable as grapeshot for older-style cannons like the Crouching Tiger, but using them in breech-loading Frankish cannons or red Barbarian cannons would cause loading jams or, in serious cases, barrel explosions. Years of experience firing firearms had taught him that if a projectile wasn't sufficiently smooth and round, even the best cast cannon would leak gas, failing to shoot far or worse, exploding entirely. The following day, Reuben was conferring with his staff in the main tent when someone suddenly reported that a person from Qiongshan had answered the recruitment notice, claiming to be a Lingao native who had fought the Thieves and understood their internal affairs in thorough detail. He wished to serve before the army. Excellent. Send a dispatch to Guangzhou immediately to have this person escorted here. Reuben's spirits lifted. So far, he had not recruited a single Lingao local, let alone someone claiming to have actually fought the Thieves. According to the Qiangzhou prefect's report, this person is named Gu Chengshuan. He was stripped of his Ziyukai degree by the province for colluding with bandits and is also wanted by the county. I fear he may not be a trustworthy individual. Colluding with bandits. Reuben wondered, could this man have actually worked for the Thieves? If so, he would be easier to control. If he were a proper Ziyukai, courtesy would be required, but since he was a fugitive accused of bandit collusion, he could mold him however he wished. Have Qiangzhou Prefecture send him here as quickly as possible. Gu Chengshuan had escaped from Lingao several months earlier. During the autumn tax collection, he had waited for the local gentry and landlords to stir up trouble so he could exploit the chaos and create a massive disruption, making the hair thieves suffer. Unexpectedly, Huang Bingkun had disdained any alliance with him. Acting alone, he had failed completely, allowing the hair thieves' land survey program to succeed. Having failed to instigate a revolt, he could no longer remain in Lingao County seat. As the transmigrator group took over the county yamen, a massive campaign of cleaning and reorganization began throughout Lingao County seat. Beggars and vagrants who had formerly scraped by in the city were all arrested. Gu Chengshuan realized that continuing to disguise himself as a beggar in the city would not work. If the hair thieves caught him, even if his identity wasn't exposed, he'd be conscripted to quarry stones or dig sand, suffering under Fu Yaoti's whip. He quickly retrieved clothes and a small sum of silver from a hiding place and fled the county seat under cover provided by the Lai brothers. Seeing that he could not remain in Lingao, Gu Chengshuan had no choice but to flee. He left Lai Zio, who worked in the county school, to continue lurking in the city, while he took Lai De and ran to Qiongshan County seat to settle temporarily. However, Gu Zunli, the sworn brother whose protection he had sought at Bayapang Mountain, remained missing. With no news of his father, the family fortune lost, and no path to revenge, Gu Chengshuan nearly drowned himself in despair. Fortunately, Lai De followed and talked him down. When he heard in Qiongshan that the court intended to suppress Lingao, Gu Chengshuan, who had already given up hope, finally felt that heaven had opened its eyes. Seeing the recruitment notice for people with knowledge of hair thief internal affairs, he enlisted immediately. After being questioned for a time in Qiongshan, Gu Chengshuan and Lai De were sent to the main camp in Guangzhou by the Qiongshan magistrate. He arrived at Human Main Camp wearing a Kang collar and lock like a prisoner. As soon as he stepped off the boat, they unlocked him and had him wait in a tent. Gu Chengshuan's heart churned with anxiety. It seemed the government was treating him quite rudely. Was it because his crime of colluding with bandits was known to the authorities? This accusation had to be refuted at all costs. Before he could even catch his breath, a personal guard came to summon him. By order of the commander-in-chief, summon Gu Chengshuan to enter. Yes, please lead the way, Deputy Master. Gu Chengshuan felt a surge of nervousness. This was his first time being granted an audience with such a high official. He couldn't help trembling as he hastily tidied his clothes and cap, then followed the guard toward the Central Army tent. A group of guards standing at the camp gate blocked his path with horizontal blades. The guard leader looked him up and down and asked, "You are Gu Chengshuan?" "Yes, this lowly person is Gu Chengshuan," he answered in a subdued voice, trembling slightly. "Do you carry any knives or swords? This lowly person is merely a poor scholar. Cut the nonsense, do you or not?" The gate guard leader looked impatient. "No, truly no." Gu Chengshuan defended himself hastily. The guard leader still wasn't satisfied and searched his person before allowing him to enter. A soldier led him inside, where he was made to kneel before Reuben's desk. His heart pounded like a drumbeat. Not daring to raise his head, he said, "This lowly commoner Gu Chengshuan pays respects to Your Excellency the Commander." "Are you the one who answered the recruitment notice, claiming to understand the hair thieves' internal affairs?" "It is this lowly person." "You say you know the hair thieves' internal affairs. Then you must serve the court earnestly, and the court will naturally make use of you." Reuben sized him up and decided the man looked shifty and untrustworthy. He didn't tell Gu Chengshuan to rise, merely sipped his tea slowly and asked after a considerable pause, "You claim to know all the hair thieves' particulars. Who are you yourself?" "Answering Your Excellency, this lowly person is surnamed Gu." Gu Chengshuan first recounted his background, naturally not daring to mention the Gu family's illustrious history in Lingao, harboring pirates, acting as local bullies. He didn't even dare mention that he had once been a Ziyukai, fearing they would ask about his stripped degree. After all, he remained a wanted criminal named by the government. He said only that the Gu family was ordinary local gentry. When the Hare Thieves first landed, lacking grain and manpower, they had targeted Gu family village, gathered troops to breach the stockade, slaughtered his eldest uncle's entire household, robbed grain and wealth, and coerced all the villagers. Only he and his father had escaped with their lives. When he reached the painful parts, Gu Qiongshan wept quietly. But here inside the central army gate, he dared not cry aloud. He simply narrated the events from beginning to end. Reuben observed him speaking through gritted teeth with reddened eyes, judging that his words were likely true and that he was unlikely to be a spy sent by the Hare Thieves. He asked, "Both you and your father are wanted criminals named by Lingao County for colluding with bandits. What do you have to say for yourself? Speak truthfully." Gu Chengshuan's mind went blank. This was exactly what he feared most. He steadied himself before kowtowing and weeping. This lowly one has been truly wronged. As he spoke, countless thoughts raced through his mind. First was whether to expose Wu Mingjin's collusion with the Hare Thieves. He wanted desperately to sink his teeth into that magistrate, but he didn't dare. Officials protected each other, who knew what backing Wu Mingjin might have. If he made accusations, silencing him would be easier than crushing an ant. For now, he could only push all blame onto the Hare Thieves. It would not be too late to take revenge after he had secured the government's full trust. This lowly one was framed by the Hare Thieves. Gu Chengshuan sorrowfully fabricated a story. After destroying his family's village, the Hare Thieves feared government prosecution, so they bribed corrupt county clerks to deliberately plant pirate flags, documents, and seals to incriminate him. As for who this corrupt clerk might be, it didn't matter. The county clerks had either been killed by the Hare Thieves or had completely joined them. None could bite back. Master Wu listened to villain slander, believing my entire family had colluded with pirates. This lowly one has been truly wronged. I beg your excellency to see clearly. He bowed repeatedly as he spoke. Reuben didn't care whether he was truly wronged. He merely wanted to use this to beat him down so he would obey orders submissively. Seeing him kowtow as if pounding garlic, he said, "Whether you were wronged or not, you will receive your explanation after we defeat the Hare Thieves. For now, you must do your utmost. Even a guilty man can atone for his crimes through meritorious service. If you truly distinguish yourself, earning a degree is not out of reach." This lowly one thanks the commander for his immense grace. Hearing that his crime would not be pursued, and that he might even earn a scholarly degree for meritorious service, Gu Chengshuan wept with gratitude, banging his forehead loudly on the ground. "This lowly one will surely give his utmost to repay your excellency's grace, as high as heaven and thick as earth. The Hare Thieves' firearms are reputed to be formidable. Have you ever seen them yourself?" "Answering your excellency," Gu Chengshuan said carefully, "the Hare Thief firearms are indeed formidable. The most fearsome are their bird guns and volley guns." He then explained that such bird guns came in two types, one used by the submissive fake hares, and one used by the true hares themselves. Regardless of whether true or fake hares, the issued bird guns required no match cord and could fire immediately upon being raised. The guns used by fake hares are called miniers. They are similar to the bird guns used by government troops, but they require no match cord or incense stick to fire. One simply places a copper cap on the nipple and the gun fires. They can shoot even in wind and rain. Each gun uses only one ball, but the power is tremendous. Not only does it pierce iron armor, but the range exceeds 400 paces. Everyone in the central tent displayed expressions of disbelief. A bird gun shooting beyond 400 paces. Could that even be called a bird gun? Even medium Frankish cannons couldn't hit targets at such range. Gu Chengshuan then added that the bird guns used by true hares were even more powerful, requiring no reloading after each shot. Ammunition was stored in an iron box attached to the gun body, and soldiers could fire at will. These were called repeating bird guns. Now the disbelief deepened further. Gu Chengshuan sensed they didn't trust his words, so he hurried to explain. In the days just after the Hare Thieves landed, Magistrate Wu led thousands of county militia to storm the enemy camp. But the enemy bird guns rained down bullets, and the militia were mostly killed or wounded before they could even get close. This is known to everyone in Lingao. This lowly one does not deceive the lords. What is a volley gun? A volley gun consists of more than 10 bird gun barrels connected together. The gunner pulls a trigger and the gun fires continuously, either 3 or 4 shots, or 7 or 8, or all at once. The power of each bullet is no different from the Minier, piercing iron armor at 400 paces. A burst of astonished exclamations arose in the tent. Although Ming people had never seen repeating guns, they could grasp the terrifying power of rapid-fire weapons. Sitting to one side, Chang Qingyun couldn't help interjecting. Pure nonsense. All firearms in the world require ignition. Without match cord or fuse, without an incense stick to light the vent, how can you ignite gunpowder? Firing by placing a copper cap, isn't that sorcery? The other staff officers were equally skeptical. After all, this exceeded contemporary common sense by too wide a margin. Lu Yizhang was more measured, saying, "Overseas lands contain many strange things, like crystal mirrors, self-striking clocks, iron-swift boats. The hair thieves are known for their strange skills. Possessing such firearms is not implausible." Seeing that Gu Chengshuan dared not speak, Reuben said, "Don't be afraid. Continue." "Yes, yes." Seeing someone defend him and the commander raise no objection, Gu Chengshuan's courage grew. "The Australian know, the hair thief firearms actually use gunpowder no different from the great Mings. Only their gunpowder manufacture is more refined, and they possess several secret compounds used on guns and cannons that specifically resist wind and rain and ignite themselves." "Do you know how to make these secret compounds?" "The secret compounds are all made in the hair thieves' 100-fathom stockade. All manufacturing passes through true hair hands. The fake hairs only perform menial labor. Thus, this lowly one does not know the method." Gu Chengshuan then explained that hair thief land soldiers all wore no armor, only short cloth jackets and rattan helmets. None carried swords, spears, or shields. All used Minier rifles equipped with triangular short bayonets, extremely sharp. The hair thieves shoot from afar and stab with triangular bayonets up close. Hearing that the hair thieves wore no armor, only cloth and rattan helmets, several generals couldn't help laughing scornfully. Rumors had already circulated that hair thief troops didn't wear armor, not even cotton armor. As for wearing rattan helmets, that was stranger still. Were they imitating the rattan-armored troops from Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Does the entire hair thief army use bird guns? Do they not drill with swords and spears at all? Yes, this lowly one only saw the hair thieves firing bird guns and occasionally practicing stabbing techniques. However, the coerced commoners do include some trained in long spear use. "I have heard the hair thieves mounted a giant cannon on the Bapu beacon tower, capable of shooting 10 li. Do you know of this?" "This lowly one knows. There is one on the beacon tower and one on the deck of the great iron ship." "Can a single shot really reach 10 li? Gu Chengshuan had personally witnessed the test firings of both cannons. The Bapu Naval Fort Artillery conducted live-fire drills every month. He had seen the astonishing range of the shells for himself, but the officials' reactions just now made him hesitate. Should he cater to them and understate the range? Yet if he understated it, the moment the hair thieves opened fire, his lie would be exposed immediately, perhaps leading directly to his beheading by the government army. He considered for a moment before answering. This lowly one has not witnessed it firsthand, but every firing shakes the earth for 10 li. People say it can indeed shoot balls 10 li away. Reuben asked again, "How many troops do the hair thief land and naval forces have? How many true hairs among them?" "Answering your excellency, the hair thief land forces number over 10,000. Gu Chengshuan naturally knew the Australians didn't actually have so many troops, but he decided to exaggerate to avoid angering the officials with too low a count. "The Navy also numbers 10,000. He quickly added. "Among them, true hairs are very few, only about 1,000. The rest are all Fujian and Guangdong maritime traders and coerced commoners from everywhere. How many cannons do the hair thieves possess? From what this lowly one has seen, they are practically everywhere. Gu Chengshuan explained that Australian cannons could be seen all over Lingao. Many road towers had small cannons mounted on them. As for field cannons, he had seen more than 10. He also told He Reuben and the others that hair thief cannons were lighter than red barbarian cannons. Their barrels were not thick, their carriages very light, and they could be easily towed by horses. The smallest cannon carts could be pulled at speed by a single Sichuan horse. The hair thieves lack mules and horses, so they use conscripted laborers and fake hares to drag their cannons. One cannon requires dozens of men. Therefore, in field battles they use only light cannons, not heavy ones. So the hair thieves have no red barbarian cannons. From what this lowly one has seen, indeed they have none. Gu Chengshuan hesitated before answering. How powerful are the hair thief cannons? End of chapter. Chapter 632, continuing the hair thieves' background. Although the hair thieves' cannons are not heavy, their power cannot be dismissed lightly. Gu Chengshuan proceeded to describe the scene of the firepower demonstration during the military parade. He even shrank his neck when recounting the violent explosion in the target area during the bombardment. The hair thieves merely buried sulfur and saltpeter beneath a mound and ignited them with cannonballs, that is all. He Reuben smiled and addressed his attendants. This kind of trick is nothing new, it only frightens ignorant locals. The staff and generals offered another chorus of flattery. Your Excellency possesses such keen insight. You perceive everything as clearly as fire. Your foresight illuminates like a candle, and so forth. You said you fought the hair thieves yourself. What formations do they employ when engaging? What methods do they primarily use to break stockades and storm cities? How do they fight? Explain each point in detail. Gu Chengshuan winced inwardly. Claiming he had fought the hair thieves was pure fabrication. When the Gu family village was massacred, he had already fled with his father. How could he have witnessed how the Australians attacked the stockade? He had only learned afterward from others that they ultimately breached the walls by using gunpowder to blow up the gates. As for Australian field tactics, when Huang Xiaodong led the county's village militia to attack Bairn Stockade, the Gu family village had contributed more than 10 braves. Although he hadn't gone to the front personally, he had learned a great deal from the survivors who returned, enough to bluff convincingly. He then narrated the process of the transmigrator group attacking Gu family village and Huang Xiaodong's militia assaulting Bairn Stockade. Naturally, much of it was fabricated, but Gu Chengshuan was a Ziyukai after all. His literary training lent his account a logical coherence and eloquence far superior to typical rural tyrants and commoners, so he spoke quite cogently. The staff and generals listened with rapt attention. He Reuben posed several more questions about military matters. Gu Chengshuan actually knew very little about the transmigrator group's military operations. After all, he had been merely a commoner who dared not linger near training grounds or ports to watch events too frequently, for fear of arousing suspicion. His knowledge came almost entirely from street gossip. Yet even so, he was considered someone with substantial insight into hair thief, military affairs. What Gu Chengshuan actually knew more about was intelligence on the transmigrator group's civil administration, infrastructure, and social relations. But He Reuben showed little interest in such matters. The hair thieves building roads, digging canals, and constructing dams held no meaning for him. For questions He Reuben asked, Gu Chengshuan answered as fully as he could. For topics he didn't understand, he made things up on the spot. He also selected details he knew Ming people would find novel and described them with considerable embellishment. For instance, the hair thieves maintained a group of women specifically responsible for nursing patients, and there were women in the hair thief army, organized into a separate unit for running errands and carrying messages, and so on. The hair thieves claimed descent from the Great Song. I think that even if true, having lived overseas for so long, they have been infected with the customs of overseas barbarians, one staff officer commented. The hair thieves are truly a gang of licentious and lustful people. Chang Qingyun couldn't help interjecting. Actually employing women in the army. The military is a place of supreme yang energy. Mixing women into it violates the heavenly way. How can they possibly avoid defeat? That statement is incorrect. Women have served in armies since ancient times. There is nothing strange about it. Although Reuben had been very courteous to Lu Yizhang since he joined the staff, and had presented generous gifts, he obviously held him at arm's length and rarely engaged him in serious discussions. This left Lu Yizhang, the advisor renowned for understanding military affairs, quite unhappy. Chang Qingyun in particular, relying on his status as the commander's confidant, was usually the most prominent voice. This time Lu decided to deflate him severely, so he spoke up immediately. From Princess Pingyang of the Tang Dynasty in the distant past to Pacification Commissioner Qin of our own dynasty more recently. Just last year, when Pacification Commissioner Qin led troops to serve the emperor, she was granted an audience on the palace platform and bestowed 4 imperial poems, an honor still celebrated throughout the realm. What is so strange about the hair thieves having a few women in their army? This was not only a heavy cap but an inescapable one, citing both ancient and contemporary precedents. Qin Lingyu's reputation was enormous at the time, and she had received the emperor's personal commendation. Chang Qingyun had no room to defend himself. His face flushed red, and he fell silent in embarrassment. Because there existed a precedent from the current dynasty, and because Lu Yizhang had invoked the emperor's brand, no one dared utter further words about women in the camp violating the heavenly way. Your excellencies may not know this, but among the hair thieves there are many female officials and female generals. Seeing that the assembled lords were very interested in this subject, Gu Chengshuan sensed he had found the right topic, so he hurriedly listed the famous female senators in the transmigrator group one by one. Although there were dozens of female senators among the transmigrators, for a local outsider like Gu Chengshuan who wasn't part of the system, the most familiar were those who frequently appeared in public: Li Mei, Du Wen, and Dong Weiwei. Hair thief women are mostly tall, many exceeding 5 kai. They claim descent from Huaxia, yet they are very different from Chinese women. Gu Chengshuan stole a glance at the expressions of the staff and generals. Seeing no signs of impatience or displeasure, he continued. The hair thief women were not only tall but also possessed larger frames than Chinese women, with very fair complexions. All had natural, unbound feet and walked and ran with complete freedom. They could read and write and even practiced using firearms. He spoke with flying spittle, adding many rumors and fabricated details. Everyone listened, captivated. Chang Qingyun thought to himself, wondering what these hair thief women with thin waists, broad shoulders, ample bosoms, rounded hips, fair skin, and large eyes actually looked like, and couldn't suppress a surge of restlessness. He calculated that once victory was achieved, he must find a way to acquire a few true hair women for thorough interrogation. Finally, Reuben coughed, and Gu Chengshuan's discourse on hair thief women came to a pause. You have lived in Lingao a long time. How do the local gentry get along with the hair thieves? Are the hearts of the people useful to us? Gu Chengshuan's spirit soared. As long as he insisted that a particular household had colluded with the hair thieves, when the imperial army arrived, that family would at minimum lose their wealth, at worst, face complete extermination. This was a golden opportunity both for personal revenge and for enriching his own pockets. Precisely because the stakes were so high, he had to proceed carefully. Having followed his father around various parts of Guangdong, for over a year filing legal complaints, his worldview had broadened considerably. He understood that local gentry wielded immense power. Many petty rural officials might appear unimposing and lack great wealth, yet they were connected to officials in the provincial capital, and the two imperial capitals through myriad bonds. Fellow graduates of the same examination year, fellow natives of the same county, old family friendships, relationships between teachers and students. These networks extended so far that even high court officials had to tread carefully around them. If he made accusations carelessly, the only outcome would be prison or death for himself. Qiongshan had long since secretly compiled a list of households most deeply entangled with the hair thieves, originally planning to demand substantial payments once the government army reached Lingao. There were also several households that couldn't properly be said to have collaborated with the hair thieves. They had merely gone along with the flow, supplying grain, money, and laborers. But because these families had either offended the Gu family in the past or possessed considerable wealth, they had all been added to Qiongshan's list of hair thief sympathizers. First and foremost, he wanted to punish Huang Xiaodong. This old villain had always been hostile to the Gu family, speaking ill of them before the magistrate on multiple occasions. Qiongshan also knew that Huang Xiaodong had once conspired with the previous magistrate to arrest the entire Gu family in a single stroke for the crime of harboring bandits. Only the previous magistrate's fear of inviting pirate retaliation had caused him to drop the matter. If he could successfully label this old bastard Huang Xiaodong as a thief sympathizer, this time, the Huang family stockade would be doomed for eternity. Qiongshan privately cherished this hope, but Huang Xiaodong was no ordinary figure. He himself had cooperated with government troops many times to fight the Li people and defend against pirates, a renowned figure locally. The Hainan government forces relied on him heavily. His second son held an academic degree. Back then, it was Huang Xiaodong who had taken the lead in the attack on Bairn Stockade, and his third son had been killed by the hair thieves. Everyone in Lingao knew this. Making an accusation stick would be extremely difficult. Moreover, during the recent land survey, Huang Xiaotong's second son Huang Bingkun had formed a renewed alliance with Liu Daolin. The weight of a single word from Liu Daolin far exceeded his own. Considering all this, he decided not to name which households had collaborated with the hair thieves for the moment, leaving himself some room to maneuver. Qiongshan answered cautiously. Although Lingao is a remote frontier, the court's celestial authority still prevails. There may be those who secretly collaborate among the gentry, but this lowly one has never seen anyone openly submit to the thieves. If investigated carefully, there may be things handled covertly. He raised his head slightly and observed Reuben. Seeing his expression, a half-smile that revealed nothing, he understood that the commander did not wish to determine who had followed the thieves too hastily and grasped the superior's intent. Once the court's celestial army arrives, the gentry will naturally serve the court with utmost sincerity. So, you believe Lingao's public sentiment is favorable to us? Qiongshan knew that although most Lingao people feared being implicated after the government army's arrival, they harbored absolutely no good feelings toward the government. Many people, having just begun to enjoy a relatively stable life, even held great aversion toward the government's plan of suppression. Even among local gentry and prominent households, quite a few shared such sentiments. Compared to the hair thieves' occupation of Lingao, they feared far more the prospect of a government army arriving to seize grain, kill people, and extort wealth at will. As for those who had become subjects of the Australians, they were even more hostile to the government, displaying considerable combative spirit and hatred toward the common enemy. The government had not even secured the people's hearts in Lingao. How could public sentiment possibly be useful? But he dared not speak such words, so he phrased his answer diplomatically. The people of Lingao long for the king's master as the drought-stricken long for rain. However, the hair thieves possess monstrous power in Lingao, with strict laws and harsh punishments usually, and many spies and patrols everywhere. The slightest carelessness in speech leads to arrest for hard labor. Moreover, hair thief firearms are fearsome. Breaching stockades is as easy as turning a hand. Even gentry and prominent households must compromise, not daring to slacken in the slightest in providing grain and manpower. Magistrate Wu still holds the county seat. The great Ming government remains in place. Why do the people fear the hair thieves so greatly? Hearing an opportunity to speak ill of Wu Mingjin, Gu Chengxuan quickly responded. Although Master Wu holds the county seat without loss, he is trapped in an isolated fortress. Government orders do not extend beyond the city gates. The hair thieves come and go through Lingao County almost as if it were uninhabited land. Reuben merely uttered an Whether Wu Mingjin had been derelict in his duties had no bearing on him. What concerned him most was Lingao's local grain supply and the village militia situation. Gu Chengxuan reported that there was not much grain stored in the county. The previous year had brought a wind disaster. The Wenlin River had flooded, inundating many fields. Autumn grain production had decreased substantially. If production decreased so much, where does the hair thieves' grain come from? The hair thieves abducted commoners from the mainland to farm for them. They possess secret agricultural techniques that yield far more grain than ordinary farmers can produce. Gu Chengxuan understood that military campaigns were opportunities for everyone, from top to bottom, to enrich themselves. To inspire morale, he immediately spoke extravagantly, claiming the hair thieves had stockpiled massive quantities of grain and rice in their stronghold, plus great amounts of sugar transported from Lizhu. As for various Australian goods, they were piled up like mountains. This speech caused visible looks of avarice to appear on every face present. The wealth of the Australians had already gained a modest reputation in Guangdong, especially following the confiscation of the 3 Purple Shop's properties, which had reportedly yielded countless valuable goods. Everyone involved had made a tidy profit. Since Lingao was their base of operations, wealth and goods must be incalculable. As for the village militia, Gu Chengxuan reported that, although many local militia existed, they were weak and no match for hair thief firearms. They could only defend from within their stockades. Reuben and the staff and generals asked further about the hair thieves' deployment in Lingao. Gu Chengxuan revealed that the hair thieves maintained 5 camps in Lingao, not just the single Bapu camp. This news attracted intense interest, because until now all garrison reports mentioning hair thief camps had only referenced Bapu, never any others. Reuben immediately ordered a map brought and asked him to mark the locations one by one. This lowly one doesn't understand maps. No matter, just name the places. Reuben instructed a secretary in charge of maps to mark the locations according to the names Gu Chengxuan provided. The hair thieves have 5 main camps in total: Bern, Bapu, Meiniao, Gaoshan, and Nanbao. There are also multiple arrow towers and forts. Seeing the commander paying such close attention, Gu Chengxuan couldn't help feeling invigorated and showed off his knowledge. The secretary circled the locations on the map according to the names dictated, then presented it to the desk. Reuben glanced over it and was secretly alarmed. If Gu Chengxuan was correct, then the hair thieves' penetration into Lingao far exceeded original estimates. They had not merely occupied the river mouth and coastal ports in the manner of Westerners. Nanbao lay on the border of the Li tribal region, the true hinterland of Lingao County. The hair thieves use Bern as their heartland. Most true hairs live there, Gu Chengxuan continued. It is said that the fake governor Wen Daci and Ma Qianju also reside there. All hair thief orders issue from Bern Stockade. This stronghold is extremely strictly guarded, with high walls and deep trenches, surrounded by iron thorn barriers. Even their trusted fake hairs cannot enter. They have established a market outside the stockade to entice merchants to trade. Reuben's expression suddenly darkened and he barked, "Insolent." Gu Chengxuan was speaking enthusiastically when Reuben's sudden shout scared him into prostrating himself immediately, not daring to utter another word. Because Lu Yizhang was present, Gu Chengxuan's statement had just overturned the established claim that the hair thieves used Bapu as their base camp, a determination that had been set by the Governor-General himself. Now this Lingao local was openly claiming there existed a bairn stockade less than 10-odd li from the county seat, which served as the Hare Thieves' original camp. Everything this man said was probably 9/10 true, but denying the leader's judgment was unacceptable, a truth constant across ancient and modern times alike. This commander has long known the Hare Thieves' original camp is at Bapu. Where does this so-called Bairn Strong stockade come from? Are you trying to deceive this commander? This lowly one dares not, this lowly one dares not, Gu Chengshuan kowtowed repeatedly, his thoughts spinning rapidly. He had been speaking perfectly well. Why had Lord he suddenly denied the existence of Bairn stockade? Bairn City's scale and defenses were second to none among Australian camps in all of Lingao. Even if he hadn't mentioned it, spies sent by the government army would see it for themselves. His mind was extremely sharp. He decided instantly, whatever the reason for Reuben's anger, he must align with the commander's words. He said hurriedly, "Yes, yes, this lowly one is ignorant. This was originally something I heard from hearsay. Unable to distinguish clearly, I spoke nonsense. However, there is indeed a stockade at Bairn, defended by several hundred Hare Thieves." Reuben glanced toward Lu Yizhang and saw him merely stroking his beard and nodding. Knowing that Gu Chengshuan's adjustment was appropriately conciliatory, he softened his tone. "Continue." "Yes, yes." Gu Chengshuan kowtowed again, and then described the locations and defenses of the other camps. He had not personally scouted the Nanbao and Qiongshan Ridge camps. He had heard that Nanbao was engaged in mining and quarrying and feared being pressed into labor if he approached rashly. As for Qiongshan Ridge, although it stood on the old site of Gu family village, he had heard the defenses were extremely strict, completely prohibiting unrelated locals from entry. So he had not dared to investigate. But from Reuben's attitude just now, he surmised that the government army preferred to hear that the Hare Thieves had fewer camps rather than more. So he described Nanbao, Qiongshan Ridge, and the others as small stockades of modest scale, each garrisoned by only a few hundred fake hares. For Maineo, however, he dared not make the same claim, because he had passed through Maineo when departing Lingao and had seen with his own eyes that a round fortress and defensive works had been constructed there, with large numbers of troops assembled. If he caused the government army to underestimate the enemy and suffer a defeat at Maineo, his own head would roll. Fortunately, seeing that he had shown quick wits and acknowledged Bapu as the Hare Thieves' original camp, Reuben displayed no further signs of anger. Emboldened, Gu Chengshuan completed his account. Lu Yizhang suddenly asked, "You said the Hare Thief leaders are named." "Answering your excellency, one is Ma Qianju, one is Wen Daci. Have you seen these two?" This lowly one only observed them from a distance. Here Gu Chengshuan spoke the truth. He had simply not dared approach the transmigrators too closely, let alone the principal chiefs among them. What positions did these two hold in their country? Do they possess noble titles? Why would they brave 10,000 li of perilous ocean waves to lead the Hare Thieves here to harass my great Ming? Compared to Reuben, Lu Yizhang took greater interest in the Hare Thieves' origins. "I have heard they claim descent from Huaxia. Is there truth to this?" Gu Chengshuan replied. "Answering your excellency, the Hare Thieves do indeed claim descent from Huaxia. They know Chinese characters, only using vulgar simplified forms for writing. According to their own account, they are descendants of Song-era people. After their ancestors suffered defeat at Yashan, they led troops and ships southward, enduring great hardships until they discovered a large island named Australia. Finding its water and soil abundant, they established a nation there, naming it Song. This rumor had reached Guangdong long ago, but never in such detail. Lu Yizhang grew very interested. Since they use Song as their country's name, is their ruler a descendant of the Song emperor? This lowly one does not know. Gu Chengshuan had gathered this information from hearsay as well. A staff officer nearby commented, "If they are descendants of the Song imperial house, how can they cut their hair and wear short clothing? Isn't that transforming from civilized Xia into barbarian Yi?" When among ye, become ye. When among Huaxia, become Huaxia. Lu Yizhang shook his head and pondered, saying, after dwelling in overseas barbarian lands for so long, such changes are unavoidable. In this student's view, this gang of hair thieves merely adopt the Song imperial name falsely. End of chapter. Chapter 633. Lida takes action. Gu Chengshuan remained cautious and didn't dare interject. Only after their discussion on the distinction between Huaxia and barbarians concluded did he continue. It is reported that Wen Daixi's official title is chairman, while Ma Qianju's is Secretary of State. The two titles together are called executive committee members. He hadn't gotten the names and titles wrong. They were displayed on bulletin boards and official documents. Or so it is said. This gang of hair thieves are descendants of high officials and dignitaries in the Song country. Due to political turmoil in their homeland, they could not establish themselves in Australia, so they led their troops and escaped by ship. Having long admired China's wealth, they crossed 10,000 li of ocean to reach these shores. Since they are descendants of Song people, why didn't they submit a memorial to become vassals in the beginning? One staff officer asked. The court would surely have treated them favorably. The hair thieves learned strange skills and clever tricks overseas, believing they could dominate a corner by relying on iron ships and firearms. Is this not treating my great Ming as if it lacked capable men? Only through severe suppression and extermination of this ugly kind can we cut off these overseas barbarians' covetous ambitions toward China. The speaker was quite young, only 27 or 28. He was not one of He Rubin's staff officers but Qian Taichung, a secretary of Zhao Ruyi, the left administration vice commissioner and sub-prefectural magistrate of Hainan, specifically sent to Guangzhou to serve as liaison between the two sides. Qian Taichung had passed the Ziyukai examination at 17 and become a stipended scholar. He enjoyed a considerable literary reputation in his hometown and was appreciated by a circle of local gentry. Since then, however, he had failed the provincial examination 4 consecutive times. Feeling too ashamed to face his neighbors any longer, he had simply left home to become a traveling advisor. This man possessed real learning and talent and usually thought highly of himself. Although he had been recommended to Shi Bangyao's staff by fellow townsmen and teachers, his relationships with other staff members were far from harmonious. Zhao Ruyi had simply dispatched him to Guangzhou to handle liaison duties with He Rubin's army. His impassioned statement compelled everyone to voice agreement, saying, "Indeed it should be so," and similar affirmations. After several more questions from the staff and generals, He Rubin instructed the personal guards to escort Gu Chengshuan out and keep him under guard within his own old camp. Take him down, give him wine and food, treat him well. Gu Chengshuan finally felt his suspended heart settle. The experience of appearing before officials and undergoing interrogation had been deeply uncomfortable. He quickly kowtowed several more times, then cautiously withdrew with the personal guards. He was assigned to a special tent where Lai De had been waiting. After a while, a personal guard brought him several sets of clothing, including scholar's attire like the square cap and scholar's robe. This made Gu Chengshuan, who had sometimes disguised himself as a beggar and sometimes dressed as a farmer, feel this was a good omen. The commander-in-chief seemed highly satisfied with his answers, otherwise he would never have been treated so kindly. Lai De also received several sets of new clothes. Master and servant bathed and changed, feeling refreshed. Then soldiers brought food, and the two ate their fill. Gu Chengshuan lay on the straw bunk, contemplating how he would take revenge and extort money after returning to Lingao with the government army. He calculated again and again, and before he knew it, fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Chang Qingyun came to see him for a chat. Because he was a stripped Ziyukai, still half a member of the scholar official class, Chang Qingyun was quite courteous, not requiring him to kneel when answering and conversing in a relatively casual manner. After some polite exchanges, Chang Qingyun asked for clarification on details there hadn't been time to explore the previous day. Gu Chengshuan told everything he knew without reservation, explaining each point clearly. He also produced a written list of the major gentry and prominent households in the county, noting how much property each possessed and whether they maintained village militia. Chang Qingyun was delighted to obtain this list. With it in hand, he could follow the map upon arriving in Lingao, knowing roughly how much military provisions to demand from each prominent household and how much respect each should contribute. Seeing that Gu Chengshuan had answered fluently and appropriately in the grand tent yesterday, he knew this man was no simple character and felt inclined to cultivate him. So he smiled at Gu Chengshuan. "May I ask for Brother Gu's courtesy name?" "I dare not presume," Gu Chengshuan replied, but seeing Chang Qingyun's pleased expression and his inquiry about his courtesy name, he understood he was on the right track. With the recommendation and protection of the commander's trusted secretary, he would not only be exonerated but his future fame and fortune would be assured, provided he curried favor successfully. This lowly person's courtesy name is Zhangwei. His Excellency the commander values you highly, saying you are worthy of being a loyal and righteous scholar of the great Ming. Because Chang Qingyun still needed Gu Chengshuan to risk his life for the next stage, he fabricated a few encouraging sentences first. "The commander intends to recommend you for a degree." At this point, he deliberately paused to gauge Gu Chengshuan's reaction. Seeing his eyes light up, knowing he had taken the bait, he continued, "However, you remain a wanted criminal, and your Ziyukai degree has been stripped." This lowly brother was framed by the hair thieves, Gu Chengshuan sighed. He understood that if he had silver now, offering 50 or 100 taels immediately to request this secretary's mediation could certainly remove his wanted criminal status. But he was penniless now, unable to produce money at all. To be honest with brother, this lowly one possesses considerable land and property in Lingao. As soon as the hair thieves are driven out and I recover the family assets, I will surely reward you generously. "Ah, brother Zhangwei treats me like a stranger by saying this." Chang Qingyun laughed. "As long as His Excellency the Commander achieves victory in this campaign, your crime can be washed clean, and you may even receive a commendation for merit." Gu Chengshuan lacked experience in official circles and was easily deceived by a few sentences. Yes, this lowly brother will definitely serve like a dog or horse." Chang Qingyun then stated his purpose. Reuben wanted him to return to Lingao to gather military intelligence and mobilize the village militia to support the government army. Brother Zhangwei is a Lingao native, returning to Lingao with the Governor-General's proclamation to mobilize gentry and village militia. This is precisely a great opportunity for meeting the wind and clouds, for establishing merit and career. Gu Chengshuan was greatly alarmed. Barely escaped from the dragon's pool, and now he had to plunge back into the tiger's den. This was sending him to his death. In Lingao, he was a person hated by all, despised even by dogs. Even his own wife and father-in-law disliked him. If not for disfiguring his face and adopting disguises back then, he would have been caught and hanged by the hair thieves long ago. Now commander, he actually wanted him to sneak back into Lingao. He understood the Australians' formidable capabilities all too well. Their internal control and external defense were 100 times better than the courts. Local gentry and prominent households, no matter how dissatisfied with the hair thieves, would never dare openly oppose them. Moreover, everyone constantly feared that the hair thieves possessed some sorcery of 1,000-li voice transmission. Even private secret meetings might be detected. If he made any move back in Lingao, there was only a dead end. He replied tremulously, "This lowly person thanks His Excellency the Commander for the grace. Only these hair thieves are different from other bandits." Chang Qingyun's expression changed. "Brother Zhangwei, this is the army. Do you understand that military law is merciless?" Yes. Gu Chengshuan's legs went weak with terror. Setting aside his wanted criminal status, Even an innocent commoner slapped with a hair thief spy accusation could be beheaded instantly on command. "Please intercede for this lowly brother." He immediately dropped to his knees, begging piteously. "The hair thieves hate me to the bone. Once captured, I will be immediately executed by lingering death." He knew empty begging like this was useless, so he quickly added that he possessed detailed knowledge of several major merchants supported by the hair thieves in Lingao, and he would share this intelligence exclusively with Chang Qingyun, to count as brother's merit. Seeing that there was no profit to be squeezed from him, Chang Qingyun cursed silently. Country bumpkin. Pauper, the extortion opportunity had evaporated, but he couldn't push Gu Chengshuan too hard. After all, Reuben hadn't explicitly ordered that Gu Chengshuan be sent to Lingao. If this man actually went back and was caught and killed, the government army entering Lingao would lose an important source of intelligence. Although Sun Tianbiao of the Lingao Weisyu was rushing from Zheyaking day and night, he was a military household member with limited understanding of civilian affairs, far less useful than a local serpent like Gu Chengshuan. Furthermore, Gu Chengshuan didn't look like a trustworthy person at first glance. Having no family or property here to serve as hostages, pushing him too hard might cause him to flee, or run directly to the hair thieves and betray government army intelligence. The so-called proposal of sending Gu Chengshuan to Lingao to mobilize village militia was something Reuben had merely mentioned in passing, with no fixed decision attached. Chang Qingyun had simply used threatening language to intimidate him, hoping to squeeze some profit. Seeing there was genuinely nothing to gain, Chang Qingyun had to retreat a step, preparing to use his intercession before Reuben as a favor owed. He pondered for a moment and said, "This matter may have room for negotiation, but His Excellency the Commander's strict orders." He deliberately assumed a troubled expression so Gu Chengshuan would feel obligated to him. Gu Chengshuan said hastily, "Brother Qingyun, this lowly brother has a follower named Lai Da. This man is clever and quick-witted, also a Lingao native. He can undertake this mission." Chang Qingyun saw that he was willing to offer a substitute, so he happily went along with it, but still uttered various words about the difficulty involved, making Gu Chengshuan beg piteously for quite a while before agreeing. Having finally sent Chang Qingyun away, Gu Chengshuan hurriedly wiped the sweat from his brow. He had experienced the formidability of these officials. Compared to the magistrate who pretended to be deaf and mute, these were all tigers that devoured men without spitting out the bones. Gu Chengshuan felt the terribleness of officialdom even more keenly. He immediately called Lai Da over and told him everything that had just occurred. Gu Chengshuan sighed. "I have no choice either. I can only trouble you temporarily to go out and hide for a while." Whether it was himself or Lai Da, even carrying an imperial decree to Lingao might not actually mobilize the village militia to support the government army. The prominent households wouldn't act until they saw the hair thieves truly defeated and fleeing. So his plan was to have Lai Da cross the sea to Qiongshan first, then lie low, waiting for the Grand Army to advance toward Lingao before following along behind. Once the situation became clear, the village militia would probably stir into action. By then, Lai Da mixing among them could provide sufficient justification. Unexpectedly, Lai Da didn't agree with this plan. "Master, this can never deceive the lords." Lai Da said, "This small one is willing to go to Lingao." "You'll go to Lingao?" Gu Chengshuan was surprised. "Isn't that throwing your life away for nothing? Those prominent households originally had rifts with the Gu family, and now, awed by the hair thieves' might, they absolutely will not dare support the government army." The only people at his disposal now were the Lai brothers. If any prominent household hoping to curry favor with the hair thieves caught Lai Da and handed him over, he would either lose his life or be condemned to dig stones. "Not necessarily," Lai Da said. "Except for a few families who have followed the hair thieves to the bitter end, most prominent households are fence-sitters. Why wouldn't they fear the government army's arrival for suppression? As long as they were afraid, they could be managed." Returning to Lingao with the Governor-General's and Commander-in-Chief's official documents, the prominent households wouldn't dare to respond immediately, but they absolutely wouldn't dare to harm him either. The hair thieves have been in Lingao for 3 years. Prominent households inevitably have dealings with them. After the government army recovers Lingao, the court will appoint rehabilitation officials. The first order of business will be investigating hand traders. If they have government documents in hand, they will not only escape the crime of aiding rebels but also gain the merit of maintaining local order. Gu Chengshuan grasped his meaning. This scheme did carry risks, but the returns were enormous. He couldn't help regarding this wretched-looking servant with new eyes. I never expected you at such a young age to harbor such deep strategy in your breast. This small one was forced into it. Lida's eyes blazed with fire. Since the stockade fell, we 2 brothers escaped with our lives by luck. Day and night, we think of nothing but revenge. Gu Chengshuan understood why Lida hated the hair thieves so intensely. Beyond losing his former status as a powerful household slave, no longer able to act tyrannically, now trampled upon by others, another critical reason was that the woman he had wanted, Qiongshan, had been abducted by the hair thieves. Qiongshan had been a maidservant in Second Master Gu's household, originally promised to Lida. After the Gu family's destruction, he heard she had fallen into the hands of a hair thief surnamed Wu who managed a farm. This man already had 3 wives and 4 concubines, yet he had taken Qiongshan as well. Lida had glimpsed Qiongshan on the road several times, his eyes practically spitting fire, yet he dared not step forward to say a word. He had even deliberately avoided her. Such bitter hatred for a stolen woman was incomparable. Lida continued, "As long as this small one isn't captured by the hair thieves, there is absolutely no risk with the prominent households. I can also gather some military intelligence along the way." "Excellent. This matter is entrusted to you." Gu Chengshuan pretended to be generous. "All gifts from the prominent households, I want none of them. They shall all be your reward." This small one thanks the master for his magnanimous reward. Lida immediately knelt and kowtowed. After the government troops recover Lingao, with the master's abilities and status as a local native, how could the government's rehabilitation effort possibly lack his services? This small one goes ahead to pave the way for the master. When that day comes, those prominent households will have no choice but to conform to your will, round or square. Which family will you approach first? Huang family stockade. Gu Chengshuan was unwilling. He had originally planned to accuse the Huang family of attaching to the thieves and destroy them utterly. "Master," Lida understood his thoughts, "we cannot bring down the Huang family. The mere fact that his 3rd son was killed by the hair thieves puts him in an unassailable position. Huang family stockade commands strong soldiers and well-trained militia, and they bear a blood feud with the hair thieves. Asking them to mobilize their village braves for support will not be difficult." Gu Chengshuan considered and found this reasonable, so he grudgingly accepted. He could only curse old dog Huang and villain Huang resentfully to himself. Then he sighed. "I only regret that father's whereabouts remain unknown. Otherwise, his forces and Uncle Hu's men could also lend their aid. Since the hair thieves did not capture Master Hu, the old master must naturally be safe as well," Lida reassured him. "This small one will search secretly after returning." After the discussion was settled, Chang Qingyun went to deal with the commander once more. Reuben was originally indifferent to this matter, but seeing that someone was willing to take the risk without costing him a single soldier, he immediately issued the necessary documents and rewarded 10 taels of silver. Lida folded the issued papers into strips, wrapped them in oiled paper, sewed them tightly in cloth, and then stitched them into his belt. Someone arranged for him to take passage on a troop transport to Qiongshan. In the operations room of the Maineo headquarters, staff officers were conducting battle planning around a massive sand table. Ming and all officers of battalion level, and above, overlooked the entire layout from a slightly elevated viewing platform nearby. This sand table had been constructed using electronic maps brought from the old spacetime, supplemented by field survey corrections from the Special Reconnaissance Team and Exploration Team. Not only was the scale accurate, but the detail was rendered with astonishing precision. This was the handiwork of a group of scale model enthusiasts. Even the bridges and villages on the sand table, though pitifully tiny, had been given weathering treatment. The sand table represented the terrain from Lingao to Qiongshan County, compressed into this enormous tactical display. Where to engage the suppressing Ming army was the first question the general staff had to decide. Ming and most of his officers believed that defending within Lingao's territory was not feasible. The Fubo army must crush the Ming forces outside Lingao while ensuring that most prisoners could be captured. The first option was a battle near Qiongshan County seat. The Fubo army would exploit its ships and overland marching mobility to appear suddenly beneath Qiongshan's walls, while the Ming army had just assembled and hadn't yet established a secure foothold, routing Reuben's entire force. The routed enemy would inevitably retreat into Qiongshan County seat, whereupon the Fubo army would storm the city to capture prisoners. The chief advantage of this plan was minimizing prisoner escapes, ensuring that most routed soldiers were captured. The disadvantage was that troops would have to carry heavy weapons and supplies for 100 kilometers to reach Qiongshan. Although ships could transport some material, soldiers would still need to carry their own essential equipment. They would be severely exhausted by such a long march. Finally, if Qiongshan fell, the Great Ming would lose a prefecture and county. Moreover, Qiongshan was the capital county of Qiangzhou Prefecture. The shock of losing the prefectural seat was far greater than losing a mere county town. Furthermore, the surveillance vice commissioner and sub-prefectural magistrate of Hainan were both inside Qiongshan's walls. On the day the city fell, the officials committing suicide for the dynasty wouldn't include only a simple 7th-rank magistrate, but also the Qiangzhou prefect, the Hainan sub-prefectural magistrate, and other important figures. The incident would become very large indeed. For these reasons, this plan was quickly rejected. The second plan proposed fighting beneath the walls of Chiangmai County seat, using Yuliahu's camp as a base to defeat the Ming army. The marching distance would be considerably shorter. The disadvantage was that some Ming troops would flee toward Qiongshan, some into Chiangmai, and still others would scatter in all directions. The third plan called for an ambush at the mountain pass south of Mainao. They would position troops in ambush on the mountains flanking the route, using Mao's small round city as a frontal anchor point, hoping to capture the majority of Ming troops on the battlefield. The advantage was that their side would be rested and waiting. Battlefield infrastructure was also very comprehensive. The disadvantage was that routed Ming soldiers might flee into Lingao territory. After evaluation, consensus emerged that engaging the enemy within Chiangmai's territory represented the most balanced choice. The geographical position was moderate. The Fubo army's maneuvering distance would not be excessive, conserving transport capacity. Evacuating wounded and prisoners would also be convenient. For the government army to attack Lingao, given their mobility and logistical constraints, they would inevitably advance via the postal road. Departing from Qiongshan County seat, the postal road passed through Binlian, Yeli, Beipu, Daetang, then on to Chiangmai County seat. The Fubo army could intercept the government forces at any point along this road. End of chapter. Chapter 634, Combat Plan. The most suitable locations are first at the foot of Chiangmai County proper, and second at Shishan, the midpoint between Qiongshan and Chiangmai. Dong Manchuyu indicated these two positions with his teaching stick. According to map data and Special Reconnaissance Team reconnaissance, Shishan has an elevation of 112.5 meters. It is a conical, solitary extinct volcano with slopes ranging from 31 to 55 degrees. Vegetation consists primarily of mixed deciduous and evergreen forest. The nearest postal road lies 362.4 meters away. Intercepting the government army here, the Fubo army would possess a clear terrain advantage. Following Dongmen Chuyu's pointer, the officer's gazes shifted to a small hill on the sand table. The postal road curved past the hill's base, and a broad open area spread across the southern foot of the slope. Please turn your attention to the slide. At his words, photographs of Shishin taken on site appeared on the screen wall, images showing the mountain's profile, the terrain, and views from various angles depicting the distance and orientation relative to the postal road. The assembled officers had just finished studying the topographic model on the sand table. Now viewing the actual photographs, the comparison gave them a far more concrete impression. Shishin lies 17 kilometers east of Qiongshan County seat and 16 kilometers west of Chiangmai County seat, essentially the midpoint between the two. Engaging the enemy here, our side would possess a definite geographical advantage. Artillery can be positioned on the summit. An observation post established at the peak and equipped with high-power telescopes could monitor the situation within a radius exceeding 10 kilometers. Everyone studied the slide intently. Some began discussing where to deploy the formation. From the sand table and photographs, it was evident that a large open area existed north of the mountain. Deploying the main force here would suffice to compel the main Ming army into a pitched battle. Combined with artillery fire support, the advantage was obvious. If we fight here, once the enemy routs, they'll scatter in every direction. Someone raised an objection. This is an inland area with continuous hilly terrain. Judging from the photographs, vegetation is quite dense. Once the enemy disperses, capturing prisoners will be extremely difficult. Our soldiers are trained according to line up and get shot tactics, Fu Sansi coughed. He was a former PLA company commander who had spent considerable time in the recruit camp and had developed a talent for training soldiers. He currently served as Inspector General of Training. Due to the shortage of professional soldiers, he had been temporarily assigned as commander of the 5th Battalion for this army expansion. At present, roughly half the soldiers in the army were recruited within the last 3 months. Most remain relatively unfamiliar with skirmisher combat in complex terrain. Once a pursuit and interception operation develops, line infantry becomes almost useless. We can only rely on grenadiers and light infantry. I believe the decisive battle should occur beneath Chiangmai City, said Zhu Quangxing. This man was about 30, from a petty clerk background, with a full beard and small eyes. He was the commander of the newly formed 6th Infantry Battalion, possessed of absolutely no combat experience. He had become acting battalion commander solely through fanatical devotion to linear formation tactical drills. The terrain beneath Chiangmai City was flat, making it easy for undertrained troops to deploy, maneuver, and fight. Moreover, Chiangmai County seat lay very close to the sea and could receive naval support. By comparison, Shishin was over 20 kilometers from the coastline. The Navy couldn't even observe the action, let alone provide support. Here are photographs of Chiangmai County seat and its surrounding environment. Dongmen Chuyu switched the slide to show Chiangmai County seat. The town was situated beside a river, no more than 3 or 4 kilometers from the seaside. The postal road arrived from the south, passed outside the south gate, then turned northwest. If the enemy was defeated here, a portion of the routed force would attempt to rush into Chiangmai County seat, relying on the city walls to hold out for reinforcements, while another portion would retreat along the postal road toward Qiongshan County. One of the multiple plans drafted by the Staff Department proposed prepositioning a small force with artillery near Shishin or other favorable terrain to form an interception line. They would ambush the enemy as they fled past, while simultaneously pressing the routed army to surrender. But this plan would disperse their forces further. Given the field army's overall shortage of manpower, serious doubts existed about whether a thin blockade formed by a small number of troops could successfully halt a routed army desperate to escape with their lives. Another Staff Department plan: exploit the Fubo Army's superior mobility and battlefield control. After defeating the enemy army beneath Chiang Mai City, employ forces for mobile warfare, coordinating with armed agricultural vehicles if necessary, to block the postal road leading toward Qiongshan. Leave a gap in the direction of Chiang Mai County seat, funneling most of the routed troops into the city. This would create a caged bird siege situation. With over 10,000 men crammed into tiny Chiang Mai, no provisions inside, no reinforcements outside, under the Fubo army's overwhelming artillery fire, they could be forced to surrender very quickly. Even if they refused to surrender, the city could be breached with minimal delay. Although this would mean breaking a great Ming county seat, it was after all only a county seat. The death of a magistrate wouldn't cause too great a shock. After the battle concluded, they could simply withdraw from the city and allow later officials to declare it recovered. I have an opinion. Someone raised his hand. Please speak. Dongmen Chuyu recognized the man as Zhu Mingxia, commander of the 4th Battalion. He had extremely short hair and dark, rough skin. Very lean and capable, he came from the armed police and was highly skilled in squad and platoon tactics. First, the enemy may not necessarily surrender. If they refuse, attacking the city will inevitably result in relatively substantial casualties. He rose and spoke. We do indeed possess artillery superiority, but the firepower of 12-pounder cannons and 24-pounder howitzers clearly cannot destroy the city walls. Soldiers will still have to scale the walls to break in. If the enemy is relatively tenacious, urban combat after we breach the walls could cost us significant casualties. He strode to the sand table. My suggestion is this. After defeating the enemy army, exploit our high mobility. After routing the enemy, rapidly squeeze the Ming army remnants into a judy, a dead ground, forming a complete encirclement to annihilate them. A small force surrounding a large fleeing enemy is not unprecedented in military history. Everyone watched his pointer move with rapt attention. I studied the geographic data prepared by the staff department. There is one location that is extremely suitable. He pointed to a river fork triangle south of the county seat on the sand table. This place is surrounded by water on 3 sides. Once the enemy enters, breaking out becomes extremely difficult. Our army can effectively form an encirclement against the enemy with a minimal number of troops. This location is too small, and the river depth is insufficient, Dongmen Chuyu observed. According to reconnaissance team reports, the river's average depth at present is only 1 to 1.2 meters. It can be forded with some difficulty. Then press them toward the seaside, Zhu Mingxia said. This proposal won majority approval. First, everyone felt that ordering soldiers to carry ladders and scale walls would likely result in relatively heavy casualties. Second, forcing the enemy to retreat to the shoreline would allow naval warships to provide support. Under effective siege from both land and sea, and subjected to the overwhelming gunfire of naval vessels, enemy morale would collapse further, making mass surrender very likely. The staff department immediately began researching and revising the plan. Northwest of Chiang Mai County lay a small peninsula called Zhiming. If the enemy could be forced into this location, the Fubo army would need only naval vessels and a modest infantry force to establish an encirclement posture. Ultimately, Ming decided to stage the decisive engagement beneath Chiang Mai County seat. His resolution was, deploy the main force south of Chiang Mai County seat, defeat the Ming main force in battle, then use mobile forces to push the enemy toward the coastline at Zhiming or into the county seat itself, achieving complete annihilation. The total military strength committed to the pitched battle would be 5 infantry battalions. The 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th infantry battalions. Apart from the 2nd Infantry Battalion, which had been transferred to Sanya, the Lingao Garrison Battalion guarding Lingao, and the Infantry Training Unit drilling recruits, the Fubo Army's infantry units would deploy in full force. The artillery would commit 3 field artillery companies, plus a supplementary company formed from the Artillery Training Unit. This company, besides artillery cadets, would also carry as many as 20 cannons for replacement and reserve purposes. For the Special Reconnaissance Team, in addition to Yi Menjian's detachment, a detachment personally commanded by Bei Wei would be added. Panda commanded the Engineer Company. He had originally wanted to organize an additional capital construction engineering corps unit, but time was short, so the executive committee decided to temporarily subordinate the engineering team constructing roads within Chiangmai County to his command, men and equipment included. The Fubo Army's auxiliary units were massive in scale, encompassing cooks, transport teams, medical teams, and stretcher teams. This component was staffed mostly by conscripted militia, organized into the Field Army Logistics Column. Jia Mofai served as column commander. Having previously worked in the logistics industry, he brought considerable experience in organizing material transfers. Total combat strength was 10,000 men. Among them, 4,500 infantry, 750 artillery, and 200 engineers. There were also 400 cadets from the infantry, artillery, and engineering branches, with the remainder comprising auxiliary personnel for transport, medical support, rear area security, military industry, and other functions. The Navy deployed 2 Type 80-154 sloops, 4 twin-masted brigs, and 12 single-masted triangular sail cutters. Simultaneously, a Marine battalion stood ready at Bapu at all times as the General Reserve, prepared to be committed to combat as the situation required. The Field Army reorganized and adjusted all units according to previously issued organizational regulations. The formally established Basic Tactical Unit, the Infantry Battalion, was organized as follows: 8 companies per battalion, 1 Grenadier Company and 1 Light Infantry Company, with the remainder being Line Infantry Companies. This was a typical organization of the line-up-and-get-shot era. Grenadiers not only had to be strong in build and brave in battle, but were also genuinely meant for grenade throwing. As for light infantry, the contemporary standard comprised soldiers who were short, agile, trained in skirmishing, and equipped with rifled muskets. However, since the Fubo Army was already fully equipped with rifled muskets and all soldiers received skirmisher training, light infantry had become merely a branch designation for those specializing in skirmishing warfare. Each infantry company consisted of 3 officers, 5 non-commissioned officers, 1 drummer, 1 fifer, and 90 soldiers. Thus, the total combat personnel of a battalion was approximately 800 men, roughly sufficient to complete independent combat missions. To inspire soldiers' sense of honor, Grenadiers and light infantry received special uniform decorations. Grenadiers were issued red cords, light infantry green ones. Dangling from soldiers clad in shabby gray uniforms, these decorations possessed almost no aesthetic appeal whatsoever. This will have to do for now. We'll change uniforms after the battle. The soldiers look simply like flour sacks, not martial at all. When Dacey offered extensive commentary on the uniform issue after inspecting the troops. The officers look too rustic as well, just having a command saber. They can't be distinguished at all. In linear warfare, the positions of officers and NCOs must be very conspicuous. Only then can morale be boosted. Put feathers on the officers' helmets. Ming's mind struggled to make the connection. He vaguely recalled from movies he had seen that officers in the linear warfare era wore feathers or plume-like decorations in their hats. Too ugly. You need suitable hats or helmets to use feathers properly. What does a safety helmet with a feather stuck in it look like? Wen Dacey said with dissatisfaction. For now, use a rosette on the helmet for decoration. Look through the records. I recall someone has researched this extensively. Following the completion of the reorganization, the Senate held a grand flag presentation ceremony at Maineo, awarding Army flags to each battalion. The Army flag was bright red, with a large yellow 5-pointed star in the center radiating light from a wormhole. On the 5-pointed star was a raised, clenched fist, symbolizing the Imperial Armed Forces. A white strip of cloth bearing the battalion's designation was sewn close to the flagpole. The pole itself was a long white shaft, and the finial was a bronze double-headed eagle symbolizing imperial power watching over the eastern and western hemispheres. The double-headed eagle stood upon a bronze oak leaf wreath, inside which was the unit designation in Roman numerals. Beneath the double-headed eagle, gold ribbons could be added to mark the battalion's honorary titles and decorations won. In addition to the battalion army flag, each battalion could also possess its own battalion flag, with unlimited design possibilities, as a unique regimental emblem. This sparked a wave of totem fanaticism. The 5 participating battalions employed animals, patterns, and various other motifs. For a time, the discussions were lively. Since the aesthetic sensibilities of each battalion and company commander varied, bizarre flags such as the double bear underpants flag and the ascending dragon burping flag appeared one after another. Given that the arguments produced no resolution, the general staff had to temporarily request that everyone table the discussion until after the battle. Infantry companies below battalion level also received company flags, smaller in size than the battalion army flags. Company flags did not symbolize the Senate's authority like the battalion military flags. They served merely as unit markers. After the flag presentation ceremony concluded, the field army held a military parade at Mainau. The entire army conducted an infantry march past in half-battalion units. Dust rolled across the drill ground, and cannons rumbled. Nearby commoners all understood that Lingao's Australians, or hair bandits, were about to fight a major battle with the government army. While the Fubo army was preparing for war at Mainau, the government forces assembled in Guangzhou finally commenced a large-scale sea-crossing operation in June 1630, after more than 2 months of preparation. Whether it was the reconnaissance detachments of the Special Reconnaissance Team lying in ambush outside Qiongshan County seat and the Haikou 1000 household post, or the intelligence organization inside Qiongshan County, or even the intelligence personnel in Guangzhou, all were issuing warnings that the main body of the government army had begun crossing the sea to assemble. The garrison troops and local militia of Qiongshan, Chiangmai, Wencheng, and other counties were also assembling toward Haikou. According to the latest reports, the government army planned to conduct a grand review and sacrifice to the flag at Haikou at the end of June by the solar calendar. According to general custom, after the grand review and sacrifice to the flag, the army would depart immediately. A great battle was imminent. The sound of signal cannons jolted Gu Chengshuan from deep sleep. He scrambled up and hastily dressed. Ever since Lai De had volunteered to go to Lingao to gather military intelligence and mobilize the militia, his own circumstances had improved considerably. Although nothing was explicitly announced, Reuben seemed to treat him as a guest advisor. Not only had he been assigned a 50-something-year-old soldier for personal service, but his provisions were now far more generous than at the beginning. Although he didn't compare to an official staff member, he at least ate better than ordinary soldiers. Because he didn't count as official staff nor was he an officer, he customarily didn't need to attend roll call assemblies and the like. Reuben would only summon him when his consultation was needed. Gu Chengshuan passed his days quite casually. At the end of June, he crossed the sea with Reuben's Central Army to Qiangzhou Prefecture. After returning to Qiangzhou Prefecture, he spent nearly every waking and sleeping hour in a state of extreme anticipation. Recalling how he had hidden like a rat for over 2 years, not only evading the hair bandits' searches, but also enduring others' disdain. And now, he was about to fight his way back to his hometown with the Grand Army. The exhilaration was indescribable. Starting with the crossing of the Central Army, the garrison troops and local militia mobilized from various counties in northeastern Qiangzhou arrived at the Qiongshan Grand Camp one after another. Reuben assembled the Grand Army outside Qiongshan County seat. To demonstrate his willingness to share hardships and personally attend to military affairs, he established his commander's tent outside the city walls rather than occupying quarters inside. In the fields outside the county seat, government army camps connected one after another. Drums and horns sounded to the sky day and night. Men shouted and horses neighed. A tense pre-war atmosphere enveloped everything. The military camp where Gu Chengshuan stayed was the site of He Rubin's Central Army Camp, situated on a small hillside. It faced the sun and was sheltered from the wind. Standing before his tent, he could overlook the entire drill ground in front of the Central Army stockade. Although the formal drill and flag sacrifice wouldn't commence until Chen hour, 7:09 a.m., the officers and soldiers originally sleeping soundly in their respective tents had been awakened by that burst of cannon and horn sounds, and were streaming out one after another. The various camps became bustling with activity, thousands of figures moving, men shouting and horses neighing. Soldiers were hurrying to tidy their clothing, some standing anxiously at the edge of the thatch clumps to relieve themselves. Those with quick hands were already surrounding the cooks, holding rice bowls and ready to eat. Others were packing swords and spears, donning helmets and armor, cleaning firearms, saddling war horses, and so on. The sounds of all these activities, talking, footsteps, objects clattering, blended into one noisy chorus. When had Gu Chengshuan ever witnessed such a spectacle? Beholding this magnificent display, he thought, the government army's might is so formidable, no matter how fearsome the hare bandits' firearms, they surely cannot withstand this. He looked around, excitement filling him. Small groups had already begun assembling on the drill ground. Those wearing neat armor and carrying well-maintained weapons were camp soldiers transferred from the mainland. Those with old, worn armor and weapons were the local garrison troops. Those wearing only cloth uniform jackets and bearing miscellaneous weapons were the village militia. No matter which group, all carried various flags. Wu